Hey, Pisidian. I'm getting signed into the YouTube and stuff. Thank y'all so much for the shares. If we get the shares to 100 at the beginning of the live, we can start earlier. Awesome. You know what, Brickbot? Somebody tagged me in a post uh, of a book, a 1 minute reading of Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. And so I started reading it right before the live. And there's three sections, not sections, but three things in the book that I want to read at the beginning of the live today. And I think it's interesting and I think y'all like it. But the name of the book is called Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. It's interesting. The part that I'm going to read talks about the imagination of man and our senses. It's a good book, ain't it? It's really good. What's up, D'Amico? What's up, Royce? You said you're a pre-nerd? When do you go become a full-fledged nerd? We love God. Do not use caps in my comments, okay? I think you were warned last night. I'm going to warn you one more time, and then I'm just going to block you. I didn't even read what the fuck you said. If you want me to read what you are saying, don't use caps. In January, cool. I hope we're still here past January 19th. All right. Well, get the fuck out, child of God. Go to heaven. Bye. Now nobody knows what you're gonna say. That's just dumb. If you want to come in here and preach, don't use caps because you're just gonna not be able to be here. That's the crazy thing, right? Hey, Unity, like that's dumb. If you want to preach about how good your God is and you want to be in the comments and try to save souls, follow the rules. That's just dumb. What's up, YouTube? What's up, Rhea?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. These Christians tripping me out already. Like it's like they
Girl,
wait for me to go live, and then their very first comment is some dumb shit. It's just like at least let us piss them off first. Like they don't even let us piss them off first. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, they can't help
wait.
it.
Exactly. Like just wait. I mean, the pissing off is gonna come. Just come in like everybody else, and just be normal. Just be a person. Be a human. What's up, Joyful? Don't call me baby, Donovan. Don't fucking do that. I'm not your baby. Okay? Do it again and I'm going to block your ass. I don't know what's wrong with them. Don't fucking tell me to calm down either.
Donovan, didn't I tell you to go find a hobby? Didn't I tell you to go find something to do, sir? I was gonna tell you on my live today, I asked someone,
You had a live today?
yeah, like just for a few hours. I asked
Damn.
someone if they could let me finish speaking. He started calling me a bitch.
For you saying, let me finish speaking.
Yeah, I said, can you let me finish talking? He said, I'm just blah, 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 stupid bitch. I'm like, God.
I wonder if it was the same guy that did that to me when I said, when I was telling him that he has to pick a topic and that these are the rules of my live, and he just bitch, like don't raise
Girl,
your voice at me, bitch, like
it
like
was
just straight out of the
unhinged.
blue. And then the Christian, of course, the Christians in the comments, you're rude. Oh, what was I supposed to say? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, Your
Mm-hmm.
Majesty, Christian. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how dare you not let him call you a bitch, Rhea?
Girl, when I said it was just for a few hours and I got the crazies, I don't know. I don't know where they came from, but look, I can't do it. How dare I? How dare I?
Hey yo,
What's up, Lala? What's up, Joshua? Did you get your tickets?
I'm like, I think it was $70 short,
Still
and I
$70
didn't get,
short?
yeah, I didn't get yours until later today. So yeah,
Yeah, I
but
had texted you before I
I'm
fell
gonna look.
asleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and see if it went down any. I'm gonna try it.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I tried to
You
send
touch
it
me.
to your Cash App, and that message did pop up, and I was like, "That's weird." But I
Well,
think they
that's
may think that you're
because,
getting.
huh? What you say?
I was saying they probably thought you were getting too many Cash Apps.
Yeah, that's what it was. You're limited on how many people can send, not how much they send. It was how many people. So, if you got
Oh,
like a bunch of people sending $5, that's gonna add up. And then yeah, which is ridiculous. It shouldn't matter.
yeah. So then, I didn't. I woke. I didn't get his Cash App until I woke up.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
told me. He told
Okay.
me you
So I hope
sent
you're
it.
able to. I hope you're able to get it.
Yeah,
You repent, Isabella. You repent for typing that. Good
right,
evening,
Joshua?
Isom Works. What's up, Selena? Selena is over in YouTube land tonight. Y'all, we're at 32 shares. Let's get the
Hey.
shares to 100 so that we can get the FYP. I do see a couple of guests in the guest box. I'm gonna read something to y'all though before I start because somebody tagged me in a video where they're promoting like 1 minute book reads, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the name of the book that they were uh, reading was called Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes, who's a old philosopher. And so in the what I'm going to read, he talks about, well, he starts off talking about the makeup of man and how we're made up of senses, right? And how our senses is just basically pressure from the motion that our body is experiencing at any moment, right? Like throughout the day, like our body never stops moving. And uh, he's saying like unless something stops it from moving, right? So he's
Mm-hmm.
like all of the motion that our organs are experiencing on the inside pressing up against our brain, right? And the nerves is what is creating like imaginations and dreams and things like that. But I think it's really really interesting. So I'm gonna read it right quick. So this is what he
Okay.
says about
Right
about
quick, thinker, did you tell him to do the heart me's and the team
no, I didn't.
bracelets?
Mm-mm.
Guys, make sure you do the heart me's and team bracelets so we can get on the FYP as well as get these likes to 25K. And don't forget Thinker's gift goal. All right.
Oh, I need to set one. Oh shit. I okay, I'll leave that one there. What's up, Nancy? Okay, so he says the imaginations of them that sleep are those we call dreams, and these also, as all other imaginations, have seen before, either totally or by parcels in the sense. And because in sense the brain and nerves, which are the necessary organs of sense, are so benumbed in sleep as not easily to be moved by the action of external objects, there can happen in sleep no imagination, and therefore no dream, but what proceeds from the agitation of the inward parts of man's body, which inward parts, for the connection they have with the brain and other organs when they are distempered, do keep the same in motion, whereby the imaginations there formerly made appear as if a man were waking, saving that the organs of sense being now benumbed, so as there is no new object which can master and obscure them with a more vigorous impression, A dream must needs be more clear in this silence of sense than are our waking thoughts. And hence it cometh to pass that it is a hard matter, and by many thought impossible, to distinguish exactly between sense. I gotta click on the page. Between sense and dreaming. For my part, when I consider that in dreams I do not often, nor constantly think of the same persons, places, objects, and actions that I do waking, nor remember so long a train of coherent thoughts, dreaming as at other times, and because waking, I often observe the absurdity of dreams, but never dream of the absurdities of my waking thoughts. I am well satisfied that being awake, I know I dream not, though when I dream, I think myself awake. And seeing dreams are caused by the distemper of some of the inward parts of the body, divers distempers must needs cause different dreams. And hence it is that lying cold breedeth dreams of fear, and raiseth the thought and image of some fearful object. The motion from the brain to the inner parts, and from the inner parts to the brain being reciprocal. And that as anger causeth heat in some parts of the body when we are awake. So when we sleep, the overheating of the same parts causeth anger, and raiseth up in the brain the imagination of an enemy. In the same manner as natural kindness, when we are awake, causeth desire, and desire makes heat in certain other parts of the body. So also too much heat in those parts while we sleep raiseth in the brain an imagination of some kindness shown. In some, our dreams are the reverse of our waking imaginations, the motion when we are awake beginning at one end and when we dream at another. So he's saying, like, because of the motion in our body not being able to go anywhere but go straight to our brain and our nerves, or if it goes to our private areas, like we'll have like nightmares when the heat gets to a certain level and it goes to our brain. If the heat gets to a certain level and goes to our private areas, then we have the sex dreams. Ain't that crazy?
That is beyond crazy.
But it makes sense though. It makes
It
sense.
does. It
Damn,
does.
you sit down and think about it. Damn.
Because you do be hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You
yeah.
do be hot. Yeah.
Then he
Not that I
says,
have a lot of those.
I ain't gonna lie, them motherfuckers beat something else. That it makes sense. He says the most difficult discerning of a man's dream from his waking thoughts is then when by some accident we observe not that we have slept, which is easy to happen to a man full of fearful thoughts, and whose conscience is much troubled, and that sleepeth without the circumstances of going to bed or putting off his clothes, as one that noddeth in a chair. For he that taketh pains and industriously lays himself to sleep, in case any uncouth and exorbitant fancy come unto him, cannot easily think it another dream. Think it other than a dream. We read of Marcus Brutus, one that had his life given him by Julius Caesar, and was also his favorite, and notwithstanding murdered him. How at Philippi, the night before he gave battle to Augustus Caesar, he saw a fearful apparition, which is commonly related by historians as a vision. But considering the circumstances, one may easily judge to have been but a short dream. For sitting in his tent, pensive and troubled with the horror of his rash act, it was not hard for him, slumbering in the cold, to dream of that which was most affrighted him, which fear, as by degrees it made him wake, so also it must needs make the apparition by degrees to vanish, and having no assurance that he slept, he could have no cause to think it a dream, or anything but a vision. And this is no very rare accident, for even they that be perfectly awake, if they be timorous and superstitious, possessed with fearful tales, and alone in the dark, are subject to the like fancies, and believe they see spirits and dead men's ghosts walking in churchyards, whereas it is either their fancy only, or else the knavery of such persons as make use of such superstitious fear to pass disguised in the night, to places they would not be known to haunt. From this ignorance of how to distinguish dreams and other strong fancies from vision and sense did arise the greatest part of the religion of the Gentiles in time past, that worship satyrs, fauns, nymphs, and the like, and nowadays the opinion that rude people have of fairies, ghosts, and goblins, and of the power of witches. For as for witches, I think not that their witchcraft is any real power, but yet they are justly punished for the false belief they have that they can do such mischief, joined with their purpose to do it if they can, their trade being nearer to a new religion than to a craft or science. And for fairies and walking ghosts, the opinion of them has, I think, been on purpose either taught or not confuted to keep in credit the use of exorcism, of crosses, of holy water, and other such inventions of ghostly men. Nevertheless, there is no doubt but God can make unnatural apparitions, but that he does it so often as men need to fear such things more than they fear the stay or change of the course of nature, which he also can stay and change, is no point of Christian faith. But evil men, under pretext that God can do anything, are so bold as to say anything when it serves their turn, though they think it untrue. It is the part of a wise man to believe them no further than right reason makes that which they say appear credible. If this superstitious fear of spirits were taken away, and with it prognostics from dreams, false prophecies, and many other things depending thereon, by which crafty, ambitious persons abuse the simple people, men would be much more fitted than they are for civil obedience. And this ought to be the work for schools, but they rather nourish such doctrine. For not knowing what imagination or the senses are, what they receive, they teach, some saying that imaginations rise of themselves and have no cause. Others, that they rise most commonly from the will, and that good thoughts are blown, inspired into a man by God, and evil thoughts by the devil, or that good thoughts are poured, infused into a man by God, and evil ones by the devil. Some say the senses receive the species of things and deliver them to the common sense, and the common sense delivers them over to the fancy, and the fancy to the memory, and the memory to the judgment, like handing of things from one to another with many words, making nothing understood. The imagination that is raised in a man or any other creature endued with the faculty of imagining by words or other voluntary signs is that we generally call understanding, and is common to man and beast. For a dog, by custom, will understand the call of the rating of his master, and so will many other beasts. That understanding which is peculiar to man is the understanding not only his will, but his conceptions and thoughts, by the sequel and contexture of the names of things into affirmations, negations, and other forms of speech. And of this kind of understanding I shall speak hereafter. Isn't that interesting?
Who was this again?
Thomas Hobbes.
Who is that?
It's a book called Leviathan. And the book is about how he's basically saying Leviathan is our social structures. I mean, our government structures,
Oh,
our laws that keeps humanity in place. And they're saying like he says without Leviathan, humanity would be evil and short lived.
oh wow.
But it's interesting that he's saying Leviathan is the thing that makes life on earth peaceful. But this God said he beat up Leviathan. This God said he knocked Leviathan's head off, tore his head off, and chained him up in the sea.
That's right.
So it's interesting. But this is happy birthday, Oso.
Happy birthday, also. Are we supposed to block him?
We were supposed to block him. We were supposed to block Oso, and I forgot. I was supposed to block him today. Are you in the guest box? Yeah, it was supposed to be Happy Block Day. Come up here, also, so we can say happy birthday to you.
I'm not saying happy birthday again. I already said happy birthday.
Hey, I appreciated it the first time. She waited silently until midnight and then said happy birthday and left. And that was
Wait, but I
beautiful.
thought your birthday was the 12th. It's the 11th?
I can't stand people that's not on the correct time zone.
Is it the 12th?
It's the 12th on the Eastern time zone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate
So should I wait until it's 12 o'clock my time then? Since you
y'all.
got a
I was
smart ass
born.
mouth.
I was.
I
Yes.
mean, I'm just saying, because you got a smart ass mouth. Like, I did remember your birthday.
I knew you would because you're a good person. You're just a good person all around. And sometimes my mouth fires off before my brain has a chance to
Yeah,
work.
look at that. Look how he trying to like fix it up.
You want birthday favors?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is the 12th in Europe. See, it's perspective, really. Um, yeah.
Whatever. What's your cash app?
It's the same thing as my username on TikTok without the spaces. El Oso
Is
Ray.
your okay. So I will send you a cash app after this live.
Oh, I appreciate
But
it.
yeah, so we're gonna sing happy birthday to you. Y'all gonna sing it with me, Lala, and do that. I mean Lala and Ria.
You
Why
want
is
TikTok
Dudette's
thank
name
you?
always in my damn head?
I
Like
can't
she don't
sing
even
it
be
too
on
loud.
stage, huh?
I can't sing it too loud.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you don't even have to sing it at all, la la. Hey, you know what I'm saying? If it's gonna inconvenience the crib, don't even worry about it.
We're gonna sing. I'm gonna sing. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy birthday,
birthday, dear old soul
birthday.
Ray. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. And I don't even like
That
you
was
like
so
that.
beautiful,
Wow.
y'all.
And yeah, we don't even like your ass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Imagine if they loved me, guys. That was beautiful. Wow. I feel like a whole new 30-year-old.
Oh
You're
man.
30?
I am 30 as of several minutes ago.
Wow.
I know. I have
Okay.
the joie de vie of a younger man. I think that's how you say that, right? I don't know French very well.
I don't
How
even
do
know
you
what the
say
fuck you just said.
anything? You don't even know.
Yeah, I don't
Don't
know.
nobody know what you be talking about.
Hey, I just put one foot in front of the other. You know what I'm talking
Yeah, whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. This is the day that I was going to say, this is the day that the Lord has made. The day that it shall we
Be quiet.
rejoice for oh so Ray.
Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
yeah, that right there was that straight A energy. So I just stopped.
You know that was
That
like,
is
was
too
that not on
funny.
point? That was on point.
Yeah, that has haunted me since you stated you make me feel like Urkel or Oso.
No, you sound like a very studious, proper person. And that's what I was like. I didn't want to say nerd because then that's what that you know what I mean. Like, obviously, we have a good
I
conversation
would
with
rather
people.
that you had called me a nerd than what
Oh
you
my goodness.
said.
It just
You said that was straight A energy.
I was saying you smart.
No, you weren't. You was calling me cringe and corny. That's what you were doing.
Look, potato tomato. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, we had a birthday on the night. Dawn in the chat. What's her birthday?
You said who? I know D'Amico's birthday was yesterday. Who
Dawn.
who else's birthday was it?
Dawn's birthday was on the ninth.
You said Dawn? Are you saying Dawn?
Dawn, Dawn. Dawn.
Happy belated birthday to Dawn. D'Amico's birthday was yesterday. And
Happy
maybe
Happy
shouting her
belated
belated
birthday
birthday.
birthday,
out.
y'all.
all of these December birthdays.
I don't know what was happening 10 months ago, but a lot of people was enjoying it. Was it spring? Is it spring? It's spring, right?
Yeah, it's spring.
And
It's that weather that where it doesn't know if it's going to be hot or cold.
you just know that you hot. Anyways.
Just want to be in the house. Yeah.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Good time of year.
Yeah. Well, we're about to get the show started, so I'm about to kick your birthday ass off of the stage.
More
But
than fair. More than fair. Understandable.
have fun.
Thank you. I will certainly try. Y'all have a good night. I'll be
You
here.
too. All right.
Please set your gift goal, please.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get an age check, please?
Yeah, I'm 31.
All right. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an
Yeah,
atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I grew up Roman Catholic.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
They're all pretty good topics. How about the Christian God is a great deceiver?
Okay. Do you want to start, or do you want me to tell you why I feel that way?
I already know why you feel the way. I'm reading the book, and I could understand why.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so. I think we as well, not we, like I'm just in a general term. I don't mean like I'm not speaking for you guys, obviously, but as Christians, we don't read. But as soon as you pick that book up, it's a different story. Because I know I was taught, just by how do you call it? By hearing. I never actually read the book myself, but being indoctrinated as a kid, you just play along with this, and then when you question it, they'll call you names, they'll call you a demon. They'll kind of say, some very bad things, just because you question the God. So, but from my experience, just researching about this, I think this all goes back to ancient Egypt. And I think this book was written by a certain pharaoh, but I don't know if you want to go into that.
You think the whole book was written by a certain pharaoh?
No, I think so. The Old Testament was written by Pharaoh, and then the New Testament is when the Greeks incorporated their belief. Because if you look at the history, the Romans actually take over. I don't know what was it when the Romans took. I don't know the exact date, but they took over. Where Egypt was, and they started incorporating a lot of these pagan gods from the Egypt into their pantheon. But I believe so. This whole story of the Old Testament, I believe, is false. Right? It was written by the Pharaoh Akhenaten, who I believe wrote himself in the text as Moses, whose father was Amenhotep III, who was the biblical Solomon, who was the great grandson of Moses III, who is the historical King David. So I actually just came into this knowledge. I was reading about there was a man, I'm not sure, he's about 75 years old now, but he was an Egyptologist and he wrote books on this. So I started studying this, and it makes a lot of sense, especially when you see the fact that Moses in the text, with the snakes and the staff, that goes to Egypt, and Egypt is mentioned a lot. So I think what happened was, if you look at what happened to Pharaoh Akhenaten, he actually got kicked out of Egypt by a bloodline pharaoh. So this pharaoh was not even, how do you call it, bloodline, right? So he got kicked out eventually, and when he got kicked out, that's when he started writing the Israelite stories. That's when he got banished to Israel, and this whole story of traveling 40 years and in the desert, it's all made up by this pharaoh, I believe.
I think so. We have studied the concept of Akhenaten being Moses, because Akhenaten is known in history of being like the father of monotheism with
Yes,
the god
correct.
Aten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he did build Tel Amarna, where he lived during his reign, because he also had a secret. Like, have you found his secret?
I haven't got excuse me, I haven't gotten that deep into like Akhenaten, So no, but I do know he was kind of a weird dude.
He was he was intersex.
Interesting. Did not know that.
Hmm. Yeah, and so he lived away from the palace in Tel Amarna, and so the Amarna letters that they found, it is uh, most likely that Akhenaten wrote those. Have you read the Hymn of Aten?
I have not.
The Hymn of Aten is very uh, similar to, I believe, Psalms 109
Okay,
or
well,
either Psalms 105, but it's like, I mean, almost word for word in the Psalm. So I think there is some meat to Akhenaten's story being written into the Bible, and that I don't think that Akhenaten is
he
all of
definitely
the Moses
right,
character.
right. I think that would be a little stretch to say that, but I think he definitely
Mhm.
did influence this monotheism. You know, but
Yeah.
now there's another side to this, to the New Testament also. So actually, it was so in ancient Egypt, the Messiah, okay, it was not a Hebrew origin. It was actually Egyptian. So every Egyptian pharaoh was regarded as the Messiah. So one of the rituals actually performed, and I won't say negative words, but it gets kind of graphic. So actually, one of the rituals performed was that his phallus was anointed with the fat of the crocodile, which he is given a title, okay, in Egyptian hieroglyphs. This hieroglyphs, it depicted two crocodiles, okay, and the two crocodiles in the ancient Egypt is pronounced Messa. That sounds like a lot like Messiah. So this means he is who was anointed with the fat of the crocodile, and this ritual was thought to give the pharaoh's descendants more power. So I just find that very ironic that it sounds like Messa, and it said anointed one. They're anointing.
No,
So
it did. The concept of Messiah did come from Egypt's concept of their anointed ones.
right.
Even their Ark of the Covenant, like
Mhm.
the concept of the Ark of the Covenant, Egypt had that same type of concept where they would honor the bodies of their dead pharaohs, their fallen pharaohs, and that was considered where the spirit of the Ra would be. So, but and I think, like, to say that there's one culture, right, in this whole entire book, it wouldn't be correct. What we have noticed is that the ancient Hebrews took bits and pieces of different cultures, different oral traditions, um,
No,
in,
I'm glad. I'm
in
glad you
their
brought up.
own narrative.
I'm glad you
Okay, let me
brought
let
up.
me let me finish. Let me
Sorry, I didn't
finish,
mean
and
to.
then I'll.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off with that.
Uh, that's okay. So like they lived amongst the Egyptians, they lived amongst the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians. Like they lived in different areas. The Romans, the Greek, and all we see, influences of all of these cultures in these stories. So it's not. I wouldn't necessarily agree that Akhenaten wrote the entire Old Testament, um, or that he wrote any of it. I think that there are multiple writers throughout the Old Testament, and those writers used oral traditions or cuneiform tablets that were in rotation at the time as inspiration for the stories.
Right. And
As they also interwove some of their own actual history into the story while embellishing it. Does that make sense?
yeah, and you give a more logical explanation of what I was kind of trying to say. So, he definitely, if you look at, history, he did influence this monotheism, but I think you definitely give a more logical answer. I think you give a better answer than I can. But I'm glad you did bring up the Hebrew because so I've been studying the Hebrew, and then I found out the original Hebrew, what was it, they call it the Masoretic text or something like that. So I was not aware it was when it was written in consonant. There was no vowels. So I was interested in this, and I indulged in this. So there was a man that translated books for the Vatican. So he actually took the Masoretic text and translated it word for word in Italian. And what you find out is that the word God is an unjustified translation of Elohim, which is a plural term meaning gods. So when they say God, it actually should be a plural term. So the translators, they're the reason for this. So a good example would be this is like, so in the earlier grammar of the Elohim stories, right, where the name Yahweh has been pasted over a top, that's a clue you're not reading the original form, because the original form had more gods. He says he kind of goes into this he kind of goes into they were advanced beings and whatnot, but I haven't studied too much more into this. But he says you should substitute the word God with Elohim, which means gods, and that's where Aloha comes from, which is singular, and that's where the Muslims get El, which became Allah to the Muslims. So it was a plural term that became singular. So he also says that you should substitute Lord or eternal with Yahweh, substitute Most High with Elyon, and that means the one who stands above, and he was the leader of the Elohim. So he's trying to say basically in a nutshell that the Bible is a 6th century BC edit of the Masoretic text, and it's a world in which many Elohim, that is powerful ones, not God, but plural for other beings that presided over human colonies.
So, okay, so that was a lot. I'm not sure about that. So Elohim can mean plural. It can be plural, but in the Hebrew, it can also mean singular.
No, I know, but what I'm
Um,
saying is this man translated word for word. So the original translation was not wrote in consonant. So the translators of the Hebrew, what they did was they made, translated to vowels somehow. And what he is saying is, okay, in this whole book, these books, he wrote like 15 books about this. He's still writing books to date, is that the
yeah.
translators made
So
this mistake.
hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you that there are multiple gods in the book, right? And I'm not disagreeing with you that there were 70 sons of El, that there was a pantheon, that the Hebrew God came from the Canaanite pantheon. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. What I'm saying is,
Well, I don't know about the Canaanite
I'm
pantheon. I don't
sorry.
know about that.
I'm sorry. Can I finish talking? It's an exciting subject. I agree. Um, the Have you read the Armana letters?
No, I don't know Hebrew or anything like that. So I'm going to basically two people who know the Masoretic text and taking their information, because I don't know any of those ancient languages.
No. It's translated already. And then if you want to learn biblical Hebrew, we're about to take a class with Dr. Joshua Bowen. He's a PhD from Johns Hopkins, and a Syriologist, a ling. I forgot how he called it, a linguistology. He
Mhm.
teaches Sumerian, Akkadian, Greek, and Hebrew. We're about to take a class with him in January. The class is $250, and you can make payments if you want. But if you want to learn Hebrew, you're more than welcome to sign up for that class with us. What I'm saying is, like, I agree that there are multiple gods in the book. The Armana, not the Armana letters, I'm sorry, the Ugaritic tablets. The
Mhm.
Ugaritic tablets are cuneiform tablets from Ugarit, and it is the history of the Canaanite pantheon, right? And so, and when you read these tablets, you can see the influence that the Hebrews used, right, to write their stories about Yahweh. The Baal cycle is one of them. You'll see that the stories that were written about, or some people say Baal or Baal, the stories that were written about Baal have been uh, translated and basically usurped to Yahweh, to the God of the Hebrews. So that's one thing that you can look into, and then the Armana letters is another thing. But they're already translated. There's a link in my bio that says biblical history, where it links directly to the Armana letters and the Ugaritic tablets if you want to read those as well.
Right. So now, no one really knows the real meaning of the tetragrammaton, right? Because the actual real name of Yahweh, because when it was pronounced, the Hebrew a tongue. It didn't even exist. So my thing is like the language Moses spoke, right? The vowels were put 2,000 years after they were first pronounced, so no one
What
knows.
language did Moses speak?
Most likely, so historians say most likely Coptic. That Greek Egyptian. They say some type of maybe Egyptian.
He
No one
definitely
really
didn't
agrees.
speak. He definitely didn't speak Greek. Like Moses would not have lived in
Well,
during a time
Coptic
where the
isn't.
Greeks were in Egypt.
Mhm.
He wouldn't have.
Yeah.
He didn't. He wouldn't have lived during the time that the Greeks were in Egypt, though. So he definitely
Well,
would not have spoken Greek.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't say that. I said Coptic. So Coptic is a mixture of Greek and Egyptian.
He wouldn't have
So
spoken.
no,
He
I
wouldn't have
know, but
spoken
that's what.
Coptic at that
No,
time.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. No one really agrees. I'm saying it's just it's probably a language somewhere, during ancient Egypt. No one really knows any. No one really knows. So what I'm saying is, it's possible that the Tetragrammaton, right, the Tetragrammaton, could have been spoken in a previous Hebrew, even ancient Egypt. So it makes sense because Moses was in the household of Egypt, right? Release my people. So it makes sense to me, but in this
Well,
time
you
they
gotta
didn't.
also think about like the time frames, right? First off,
Mhm.
like there was a language that was spoken in Egypt during the time. There was a script that was used in Egypt during that time, right?
Mhm.
So Moses, if Moses had existed as a real person, or if it were Akhenaten, and Akhenaten was writing, then he would have written in that language that during that time, like during the 16th century BCE, right? Down
Right.
to like the
I
to the
completely agree.
11th century BCE.
Right, and the reason why I say that too, though, because in the century before the boy King Josiah, he speaks about reforming Judaism.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's hard for me to like because he keeps cutting me off like every single time. Like you and I, we're like it's a great conversation. In order for us to have a conversation, you have to also allow me to finish my sentences, right? Like I'm respecting you, and I'm asking that you give me the same respect. Okay?
Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't know you weren't done.
That's okay. It's an exciting conversation. Like I don't get a lot of people up here wanting to talk about the Akhenaten connection, so I'm excited that you are. Okay, so I want us to be able to have a good conversation. Um, but when we think about the language that Moses, if Moses did exist, right? If he did write down anything, it would have been in hieroglyphs, right? It wouldn't have been Coptic because at that time the Greeks and the Egyptians had not yet started intermingling. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'm not saying it was Coptic. The historians argue about what language it was exactly, but I'm getting my information from the man that wrote these books. So he's Italian. I got his name right here. I'll give you his name, and so I'm not just spewing a bunch of nonsense like where I'm actually getting this from. So I think his name was there his name. This is Mario Biglio. And then there's another man named Paul Wallace who was in the Roman Catholic Church. He became a cardinal and all that. And he also is writing another book that's coming out, and he was a person that was indoctrinated in the church, and then he worked for the Vatican also, and they're coming out with these books. So I'm not saying that you're not wrong, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is there's people with very, very high knowledge that touched this, like for example this Mario Biglio guy that's saying this about the Elohim. He's translated books for the Vatican. He knows like 15 languages. So I'm just getting this from credible people. I didn't come up this with myself. That's all I'm saying.
I guess like what so and what are you saying that they're saying about the language part? Like the because the
So
Masoretic text was uh translated in I believe 1000 I mean 1800 um BCE. Give me just a second. Let me see. I actually have a outline here.
I'm sorry if I get excited. I don't really talk so much.
It's okay. It's okay. You sound like you remind me of one of my nephews. So I sorry. Let's see. The Masoretic text. Here are the outlines. I don't know. 160 AD. That's at Zippori. Let's see. The first one was 1446 BC. Is this the one you're talking about? That they're saying that Moses wrote in Sinai.
Yeah, so you're right. So yeah, like most theologians consider the Masoretic text the official version of the Old Testament, is what I'm saying, right? So yeah, you're correct. That's what I'm referring to. But also there's also a Samaritan version which has over 300 differences from the Masoretic text, and the Dead Sea Scroll, like the Book of Isaiah, has over 250 differences from the Masoretic text. So the reason why they go with the Masoretic text, I guess, is because the other texts contradict it and they come later. I'm guessing that's why they're going with it. But
So
this
the
text,
Masoretic text was written around 160 AD. The Mosaic text is around 1446. Is what they're saying Moses wrote. The Masoretic text is around 160 AD.
okay, yeah, because I know the Old Testament was written with only consonant. The Masoretic school fixed the vowels to fix the possibility of reading the Old Testament, and they're
Are you
saying
saying
that
the are you saying the Mosaic was written with only consonant, like the
I might
Hebrew
mess be
language,
jacking it up.
right? The Hebrew language did originally only have consonants, and you're talking about late biblical Hebrew or archaic biblical Hebrew, right? What
Maybe
they
this.
also call Paleo script, right? They would write in Paleo Hebrew. That was the script that they would write in, right? Now, that is first seen in history around 1000 BCE. Moses could not have used that script because it was not invented yet. So, if a historical Moses did in fact exist, or if that character is influenced by Akhenaten, it would have been he would have written in like Middle Egyptian hieroglyphics. It wouldn't have been in Hebrew at all. You see what I'm
Right. So
saying? Because that the
right. So
timeline just doesn't match.
right. So this bonehead I'm getting my information from is misleading me, is what you're saying.
Well, or like you said, you could be misquoting it, right? Masoretic and Mosaic kind of
But
looks and sounds the same, so you could just be remembering it.
right,
Okay.
I could be the bonehead, right?
Well, don't call
Okay.
yourself a bonehead. I mean, it happens. Like our brains mix up letters and words, and sometimes we say things that we don't necessarily intend to say. But what I can do is I can share this resource with you, um, if you like. And then also, I do have there is some books in my bio about the concept of Akhenaten being Moses. There's two books there. And then, like I said, if you would like to join us as we learn biblical Hebrew, that'll help you, right, in your research. You're more than happy to join us on with that as well.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I started, like I said, getting into all this because I was indoctrinated as a kid. But just my whole life, weird paranormal stuff happens to me. So it just always was like trying to figure out these things. But all I did was when I went in the Bible was just kind of find out things I didn't want to find. Like I found out, like, hey, we were lied to. Whoever this God is in the Bible, he's a jealous God, and he doesn't like us much. So
I think, like, I asked the question the other day, like, could there possibly be any gods in existence that actually gives a damn about humans, though, right? To that point to where that God wouldn't feel the need to protect their status as a god.
yeah, that's actually a good question. because yeah, I don't recall any of myself really, honoring, giving us the same, how do you call it, honor, and they just want to be worshipped. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's something to think about.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else you want to share? This was a great conversation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I get no, I apologize if I seem like I was gonna talk over you or anything. I just, I'm in my basement. It's like, it's 12 midnight and I'm down here doing research, and then I just came on TikTok actually, and I seen your platform, and I'm like, I scrolled by and I'm like, I click on you. I was in your live, and then I clicked in the video. I'm like, oh, this woman seems like she's very knowledgeable. Let me talk to her about this, because most people I've been scrolling on here are kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I joined the Christian panel, and they were attacking me and stuff. I'm like, whoa, what did I do? I'm just trying to ask some questions here. Like, this doesn't make any sense. They're pretty violent.
Yes, they are. Like anything that you say, any type of information that you might bring to them about their belief or about their text or about their God, if it does not coincide with what they already believe, they do get violent. So this, like, we try to be a safe community. We do match energy here because sometimes, like, we have to protect ourselves too. But this is a good community for exploring those thoughts. No thought is too wild for us to explore. Sometimes we may have already had that thought and explored it, and we can kind of share with you what we've found or uncovered. But this is the place for that type of research. So I hope you stick around.
Yeah, no, I definitely stick around. I like women teachers better. I think women are a lot more patient than men. Men tend to get their ego in the way, so I'll definitely stick around.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Vengeance, for joining. I'm gonna give you a follow, and I'm gonna share some of my research pertaining to Akhenaten with you after the live. And my live doesn't end until like 10 o'clock in the morning, but I'll send you some stuff. Okay.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
All
That
right.
was interesting.
Next. Yeah. We don't get a lot
Nice
of
coming
people in
from
here
me,
want to talk about, huh?
especially a young one. Someone that's younger.
Yeah. He sounds really excited about what he's researching and what
Yeah.
he's learning, and I like that. But yeah, we don't get a lot of people coming in here talking about the Akhenaten connection. Tony, hi, how are you? Tony, I think Tony is asleep. Y'all, let's get the shares up if we can, so that we can get more people in here. I think we have like two people one person in the guest box right now. I think it's just mainly us in here right now. Picho. Yeah, I don't know why I had a feeling that this one was gonna also be a ghost. Picho. Yeah, I saw Bash in here. Where did he go? All right. If you are a Christian or deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open to you. Also, if you are a nerd and you have a question or you want to share um, something about deconstruction, the guest box is open to you as well. They're in here. They're just waiting for one of their brave souls to come on stage. I don't know. Maybe if I talk about Adam and Eve.
And we'll never get rid of them.
I don't know. Adam and Eve is like they blame Adam and Eve, but also I think Adam and Eve is like their superheroes too at the same time.
No
Yeah.
matter what we talk about, we always go back to that and the free will. Like they have to rope it in sometimes. I don't get it.
I think like I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna figure out like how to incorporate what Thomas Hobbes said about the dreams and the senses when it comes to spirits and the demons that people believe that they see, and how wise men use that information about how the body is continuously in motion, and when we are in a still state, how it's like fighting itself with the heat, and it's creating those visions. Because when they talk about like the Holy Spirit, like when you think about it, like when they're in church and the running around, the sweating, the so many people in the church, you know what I'm saying? And then remember that lady that came up and she said that they knew how to manipulate the temperature to make people feel like the Holy Spirit was there, and that they would pump vanilla into the atmosphere
Yeah.
through the fans. Like they know this stuff, that like in
Yeah,
order to
and the
create
music.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy. And that's why like in black churches, that that same organ sound, and people know to get up and start shouting. Like somebody, as soon as that organ sound go dun, 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 that right there, somebody gonna jump up and go hallelujah. And as soon as that person jump up, the whole church jumps up, and then everybody just starts shouting. It's almost like a ripple effect, and it's working on the senses. Like, yeah. Phi higher? Phi higher?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Good night.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying good night.
Good night. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I can say I'm in between. Like, Christianity is not too. That's it now. Christianity is not too.
You're in between. You're deconstructing.
Yeah, more get it correct. Christianity is
Okay.
about God, and yes, God forgives everything, and yes, they instead punish for some things. I don't know.
You said God forgives everything and then does what?
Punish you for some things at the same time.
Pun-
So contradictory.
you said that's contradictory.
Yeah. 'Cause are you supposed to be all love, and then you still punish people to go to hell, and like it's karma. You can't have it both ways.
I don't necessarily say it as karma. I say it as criminal, like sadistic, to
No,
send people to hell for like a finite problem. Like somebody tells a lie, they deserve to burn for eternity for telling a lie.
because they said they said God don't create evil. But man, it's not a point like say God make a knife not to kill you, but to provide food. So
I don't know. Ria, can you help us out
you
here?
you will take it
Why
for
do
a weapon.
y'all do that?
I just don't. I'm just saying,
Why?
like, I don't
I
know if
don't
maybe like,
understand him either.
oh, you don't. Okay, I I don't know. Like, there is. I'm trying my best, but there's a language barrier. So,
Okay, from
um,
Jamaica still. So
oh, you're in Jamaica.
yeah,
Is blessed in here?
what?
I was trying to see if there's someone in here that could help us out, because there's a language barrier. I can barely make out what you're saying, and then you have like it's like you're in a room where there's an echo.
Yeah, yeah, inside right now.
Right, you're inside, but it sounds like you're in an empty room, and so it kind of makes it hard. Along with the accent that I can barely make out what you're saying. But I think you're trying to say that the God is evil. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not saying he's evil or anything, but I'm just saying him can't on two planes at the same time. Like he's all loving, but he will still punish you for doing something wrong.
So if something is saying that they're all loving, does that mean that it can't punish? Like your mom
No,
loves you, right?
no, but she's not God.
But she still loves you and she still punishes. I don't necessarily think that that's a strong case for contradictory, right? Just because somebody or something is claiming to be all loving and yet they issue punishments, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not all loving, right? That for me, that wouldn't be a strong case for a contradictory nature.
Okay, then, so you're not supposed to, you're not supposed to ask for forgiveness and get it,
No,
even if
yes,
you
you
do
do.
something wrong.
Yeah, yes, you do ask for forgiveness. But I guess I'm confused on what you're saying. Are you saying that if you ask for forgiveness, the God doesn't forgive?
Yeah, because there's punishments that you're still gonna be punished for that.
Yeah, like if you're talking about the concept of hell, then I would say, okay, then that's not all loving. But you're just saying punishment, like any type of punishment. And for me that doesn't necessarily mean a contradictory nature of being all loving. But the
So I
fact that
say,
he would torture, the fact of him torturing someone, right, for making a mistake, like for example with Adam and Eve, right, their very first mistake, he cursed them and all humans after, and then kicked them out of the home that he created for them. That to me is not all loving. It's the
that's my point.
uh the act. Yeah, but you that if that's the point that you're trying to make, then
Because
that makes
remember,
sense.
you know,
But you're saying punishment period is not all loving, and I don't agree with that.
no, well,
It's the trend heaven is it's y'all get a life, life, not live. I already got a live and you're in the comments of it.
yeah, but just remember, say, Adam and Eve didn't die. They did have, they did have to suffer for that one little mistake. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, but I think that's a completely different topic. Like I'm not sure why we're talking about Adam and Eve not dying.
And Job the same thing. Moses the same thing. They said, God hardened Caesar heart to let them turn back. Actually, more than once, he let them go, but God hardened Caesar heart and sent back for them.
Yep, those things definitely contradict the nature of an all-loving God. I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Because his punishment is not a slap on the wrist.
Each punishment is what?
No, Master, God's punishment is not a slap on the wrist.
I don't know what you said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having a real hard time understanding what you're saying. Oh, not a slap on the wrist. Thank you, Za.
Yeah,
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 I agree. He goes to the extreme. He goes to the
yes,
extreme when he punishes and out to the sadistic
yeah.
level. Yeah,
That's
I agree.
that's my only fault with this loving God.
That's your only fault with
But
him.
yes, still we do know wrong from right without the Bible. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I think man themselves manipulate the Bible to control people
Yeah. Yep.
because
Yep.
they
I
say
agree.
there's nothing going to be untouched but when it's coming from someone's heart, and yet still his mind can change a one word to make it beneficial for his and his race. Why not do it? You just one little red. It's just like saying a little white lie, but it's still a lie.
Yeah, a white lie is still a lie. And I do think that the book has been used to control people. So are you going to dump the book and
No,
dump Christianity?
no. Well, Christianity is religion. So some far more, far more on the spiritual side more than religious side.
How so?
Because them say for worshiping in spirit and in truth.
That's from the book. Like that's like
No,
I'm
that's
not
what I'm
sure how
saying.
you can
I can
that
relate the spirit because remember, spirit is emotions and not the essence of mankind.
yeah, but what does that have to do with Christianity? Like
That's no,
you
that's
don't
what
have to
I'm
be a
saying.
Christian. You don't have to be a Christian, right, to believe that you have a spirit. Like
No,
what does that have
I,
to do with Christianity?
no, because them say, well, the book is based upon Christian lifestyle.
Okay,
And
so
is
but you think the book is tainted and it's used to control people. So why are you still trying to live your life based off of what's in the book?
no, because some of the book, some of the scriptures are in it just so you can live by. It's not
But
all
you like
bad.
you said, you don't need the book to know
No,
right
you
from
don't need the
wrong.
book.
Right. So why are you still trying to live your life based off of what's written in that book?
Not really living off the book. We just want to know, like, what's the reason for the book then? If it's not,
That's what I'm asking you. Like you're saying that you're not going to dump the book, but you don't trust the book, but you're not going to dump it. Why?
no, because it's not all lies in it.
So you do believe that there is truth in the book.
Yeah, of course, because most
What
likely,
truth?
I would say the Psalms, the Proverbs, and those books.
The the
The Psalms
Proverbs
and
books,
Proverbs, because
the Psalms is a person writing about their feelings. It's not it's not prophecies, it's not instructions. It's somebody's diary. Like you might as well just read the diary of Anne Frank. Proverbs is wisdom writings, and a great portion of it is from other nations. Um, like it's not some revolutionary information. I mean, you can get that information from any book.
well, probably through it just describe this different type of world, like creation and stuff. Because life, life is just you just don't know the beginning of life as it, and
You
probably
just say that again.
no one knows the beginning of life, but yet still this creation, like it say, it says in John,
So
like,
what do you need to know the beginning of life for? What are you going to do with that information?
where you get a more rooted ground. You'd have something, you'd have something to fall back on.
Like what?
you're not no more longer confused, where life came from.
Like, and what are you going to do with the information once you know where life comes from? What are you going to do with that information? How is it going to change your life or affect your life or the lives of others?
Well, it not really changed, significant ways. The pause right there.
Like what?
What you look for? Charger. Well, well, you won't be no more confused. You know,
Well, I mean, but all you just got to do is just realize that
you know
you're
what is
seeking
what.
for knowledge. You're literally seeking for knowledge that has no benefit to you whatsoever. Right? Like, so you are in a state of confusion because you created that state for yourself. Like, you don't need that information, right? For you to have a enjoyable, a prosperous, a healthy, or safe experience here while you're here. You could just live.
Yeah, but some people are worried about when they when they leave this, what will happen.
Well,
And
then what you're not talking about where life came from, then you're talking about where life goes. Those are two different things. And then again, like, you're worried about something that you cannot affect, you cannot change, you can't tap into. You don't have the capability, the mental capability to go there, to tap into that or change it.
who to tell? Probably I discovered something like I've proof for certain things, like let's say people.
For what? Are you going
Yeah,
to
that's
change it? Are you just going to like be creating yourself all kinds of anxiety until that day comes? Like, what good would it do for you to actually know where you're going to go when you die? What good would it do for you to know exactly where you came from? Let's say that you did know that you came from another planet and you have an entirely different family on another planet, and here you are billions of light years away from them, cannot get to them. What good does that do for you to be here thinking about the family that you have in some other world? What good would it do for you if you know for a fact that when you leave here that you're just going to go and burn somewhere, or that you have family waiting on you billions of light years away and you can't get to them? You're here. What good does that do to you while you are here?
Basically don't do it. Don't do it no good. It's
So
just
why are you trying
it's
to
the
find that
same.
information out? So why are you trying to find that information out? Why can't you just focus on you being here?
I guess I didn't look at it at that point of perceive it so simple. Like it doesn't matter where I'm coming from. I still have to deal with here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So if the Bible is true or not, it shouldn't bother. It shouldn't bother to anybody, right? Or once I say,
I don't know what you mean if the Bible is true. I don't know what that has to do with anything that we just said.
yeah,
That that
yeah,
that that what we just talked about is just fact, if regardless if the Bible is true or if the Bible is a lie.
yeah. Well, no, but the topics that you have on your screen, I just guess I'm just being one of this the person who got the season.
The person who got the season
No, deceive. Like I was tricked.
deceived.
Yeah,
You talking
because
about Adam and Eve?
no, the whole concept of the Bible, like you're supposed to follow this book to have each everlasting life, and yet still that that never happens. Everyone came
The
here and
ever
died. So so I don't think no one I don't think no one is better than anyone to go to the heavens, as they say, because everybody have a glitch in their past life what them love to take back and can't. So that glitch, I don't think you're worthy enough to be where God is, if he is. And if there's nothing, probably I'm just,
why would your God create something unworthy enough to be where he is? What would be the purpose of a God to create a thing that is unworthy enough to be where he is or it is? What would be the purpose of that thing to be created?
don't mean a purpose. Guy would look like he would be all there by himself.
Do you think that your influence from this book makes you think about death a lot?
Yeah,
Which is odd, right? It's odd because the whole purpose of the book is for you not to die, right? For you to think on having eternal life. But
yeah,
most of the people that are heavily influenced by this book have a fear of death. And they fear that day, or either they pretend they can't wait for that day to happen because they want to see Jesus, which that's a lie. That's a
yeah. That's the
bold-faced
point.
lie. Yeah, but it makes people um live life dying, if that makes sense. Like you're living to die,
Yeah, me get
and
what I
and
say.
and you
Yes.
just don't focus on living.
Yeah, me get that. So, oh, you think you'd advise me not to what do the opposite then?
Say that
Stop
again.
read the book. No, so what do you think I must do to re to reconstruct now? Forget about the book.
No, that you can make, only you can make that decision for yourself. The reason why I asked you that is because you said that the book is filled with lies, and that it's used to control. Yet you said that there's truth in the book, so you're going to have to research that for yourself. Like I can't answer that for you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So do you live by the book?
No, I don't. You know what I thought about today? So I, people say that humans, we we all know that there is a God, but the truth is that no, we don't. Right? We are told that there is a God. We are told these stories about these gods that other humans want us to believe in. Right? But you know, one thing that nobody ever told me that I did on my own one day when I was younger. Well, not even younger. I was like 20 something. Nobody ever told me how good sticking French fries and fucking milkshakes are. Right? Nobody ever told me that. I just did it on my own. Potato and ice cream. Two things that you wouldn't think would go together, but I just did it one day and it was fucking amazing. It's delicious. And then like I didn't tell nobody that I eat French fries and ice cream or French fries and milkshake. So I'm watching the Arrow, and Laurel tells the League of the Assassins, and she's teaching them how to live like a normal life. And she's like, dip it in the milkshake. Like she's looking at the French fries. She's like, why do y'all fry everything? She's like, dip it in the milkshake. It's gonna be, you're gonna love it. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. Like she's telling her to dip the fry in the milkshake. Like, wait, like, is this something that everybody does? Right? And just that little thing, right, is humans all figured out, right, on their own. That's something that we have in common. Just that. Nobody had to teach us to dip the fry in the milkshake, right? There's something in our biological makeup that said these two things would taste good together. And we figured that shit out on our own. But a God, we have to be told about. We have to be taught faith in a God, right? That one thing is natural and the other is not. One thing, one of those things happened naturally and the other did not. And I think that's something to definitely ponder or consider when thinking about this God.
Once I got it in the heavens, and I think that's just that would just be in your head, your heavens, your mind. I'm not sure, sir.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, master, God is in heaven, but all I'm saying there's the only heaven that I would think of is the one inside your head, in your mind.
Are you saying heaven is in your mind?
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you want to, if that's, if that's, how you want to put it for yourself.
You know, you think heaven is a physical place?
I don't think heaven is. I mean, you could, like, I mean, I'm not here to define what heaven is.
If it exists or not?
I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in heaven or hell.
Yeah. So,
But again, like I think it's something. These are questions that you're gonna have to like ask yourself and research and figure out. You know whether you continuing to follow the Christian doctrine, although you don't agree with the Christian God, is the best thing for you. Because like it's funny, you came up to talk about how the God is contradictory, right? Yet you within your own self are choosing to contradict yourself.
we're
Does that
saying
make
that there's a God.
sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Because I don't believe in something and I still relying on that thing to save me. That
right.
don't make sense, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes, having this conversation, it kind of, I want to open up, kind of limit my life, limit, it kind of put a limit to what I want to know now. I don't need to know everything.
Right. And it's okay.
Yeah, because you will never know everything.
Right. And for a all knowing, all powerful, all intelligent deity to expect that of a limited finite mortal with limited cognitive abilities and limited perception, That's cruel. That's even cruel within itself for that deity to expect that. The
Cause
same, this is crazy, like the same deity that said, I don't want you to know the difference between good and bad, said, I want you to know where you're going to go when you die. That is fucking cruel. You know what I'm saying? Like, you will be here in this bound by time and space, right? Cannot access the place that I'm going to tell you about. I'm going to tell you that when your loved ones die, and if they don't live according to, or they don't believe in me, I ain't gonna say live according to. If they don't believe in me, I'm gonna burn them for all eternity, and you will know that while you are stuck within time and space. Like, what type of shit is that? That's torture within itself. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it doesn't make sense to think about that. 'Cause you
No,
can't do
it
nothing to
doesn't.
because there's a free will and you're still the still say you have free will, but you're still what you're about to do is already ordained. That doesn't make sense either. There's no will there, sir.
What'd you say about free will?
They say you have free will, but yet still everything you do is done ordained already, written down. It's God's plan. So
Right.
we're not doing no free will. We're doing His plan.
Right. I think free will was an invention by humans to keep this God looking like he's a good God. It's a way to blame, for the human to take the blame for everything that the God does or doesn't do. That's bad. And then the human just freely gives credit for the good things they do to the God. It's the humans. It's a human creation to me.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm getting to. This human thinking of this. Who came up with that, and why didn't someone say that's rubbish at that time?
There are a lot of people calling it rubbish. Why do you think the Bible says not to talk to these people who ask questions? Not to talk to the educated, not to talk to the philosophers, not to talk to the wise. This God, according to Paul, wanted to destroy the wisdom of the wise, destroy the philosophy of the philosophers. They were people that were asking questions. That's why there were heretics who went against the traditional Christian Orthodox. There were a lot of people calling it rubbish at the time.
No, but those are information that's not centered around like people was just they don't teach those stuff.
Of course not, because they want you to believe what they want you to believe.
So saying that there's no data inspiration like people write down something and still go to this figurative imagination thing same way.
Say that again.
You know, I'm still going in circles like cause it just for just knowing sake. Like why we are the third why we are the third planet away from the sun and yet still well I guess they did their homework to try to put these figures and material stuff in this deity and to make it look like like this deity is real.
Yeah, over time, like the whole image of the deity changed and warped over time. Jesus is now one of the biggest deities in the world. But a Christian, not Christian, a author by the name of Tacitus would be one of the early Christians. I mean, early writers who despised Christianity and Christians and didn't believe it. You can check him out if you want to see what, like in antiquity, right? Like in those days, what people were saying about this new belief that was popping up.
What did you say name is?
Tacitus. His name is
Tacitus?
Tacitus.
Tacitus.
Taci. Yeah, Tacitus. And the name of his book is the Annals. Annals. Tacitus couldn't stand the Christians. He thought they were evil. He thought, he thought
Yeah,
when they were doing the Eucharist, they were really eating blood, drinking blood, and eating bodies.
because I don't think Christians should take up certain jobs like being a police, being a lawyer, those jobs. You shouldn't have Christians doing those jobs in the first place. And it's most of Christian people have those jobs. So come like if you're not a Christian, you can't get anywhere in this life. Which man I dictate. It's their dictation that you're living by because to be a Christian you can't have certain jobs. So that automatically not gonna make you work out now financially comfortable. So it always depends upon the people who's doing the wrongs.
The questions by the Christians in these comments right now is just, like, it's mind blowing. Ria, Lala, are y'all reading these questions?
I don't know. They can't help it. They can't.
They're mind blowing. Did you see the last one? Who is dictating your life? Who is dictating your life? Like, what? And then somebody said the Bible is free. One of the most sold literary works in the world. And they're saying it is free.
I'm sure I have to pay for it.
Huh?
I say, you damn sure have to pay for it. I remember I bought a few of my Bibles.
Like, that is crazy. Five Flyer, thank you so much for coming up. I enjoyed our conversation. I'm gonna bring up another guest. I hope you have a great night. Okay.
Yeah, man, you too as well. I,
Thank you.
I keep on listening.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
yeah, you too.
Thank you. Like, just random. My mom had the flu. Just random. Seed man? Why do y'all hate deception so much, Sammy, when your God absolutely adores it? Y'all hate that word deceived, but your God seems to bless through deception. Um, Lala, can you take Seed Man off? He's not showing up. Thank you. Vino?
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me on the live.
You're welcome. Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 28.
Okay. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I don't follow any or subscribe to anything.
I just need to know in order for you to be on stage. I only allow current Christians, someone who's deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing from Christianity, or someone who has deconstructed from Christianity and now either an atheist or a non-believer. So I'll
I'm a
give you one of
non-believer.
those.
Sure. I did deconstruct from Christianity.
Okay. Now, as a non-believer, when you come on stage, I do
Mhm.
ask that you be adding some value to the conversation, and that we're not just here talking about how bad Christianity is or how bad Christians are. We
For
are
sure.
research live. Okay. So which topic did you want to discuss?
It honestly can be any or all. It.
So you only have time to do one, and so just pick one topic.
Let me see. Out of the ones that are on the screen, right?
Yes.
Why should we ignore facts and believe the God, the Christian God's nature is? I mean, it's great deceiver. I guess the Christian God's nature is contradictory.
Okay, go ahead.
The Christian God's nature is contradictory. I mean, I think the biggest flaw in the whole Christian God thing is the fact that the Christian God claims to be the creator and knower of all, and yet it appears to be a man. And because it's contradictory, or because he is a he, or because it has a child, or any of these things, or the fact that it's even in a book, all of it's just very contradictory. I don't believe there's a reason to even have that God as a God. That doesn't seem like a God to me. It just seems like a man who wants some type of power or has a level of higher intelligence over most, and has chosen to use that for his own accomplishments, just like, most people do here on earth all the time.
So when we talk about the nature being contradictory, what part of his nature are you saying is contradictory?
Honestly, almost all of it. The fact that if we're using the Bible, since we're using the Bible, that he says to, follow me blindly, to have faith in me, and to do my will, and to do things according to how I say you should do them, and then you will be blessed. But then he also has a favorite group of people. He also, sends people to war, condones war, and condones, slavery and all these other things. The fact that his opposition to evil, but in the Bible itself, it says all things are created by me, both good and evil. So it's like, you put the evil here, but you want us to be against it. You allowed the evil to happen, but you want us to be for the good and to still trust you. But the whole reason why the evil is even here is because you allowed it to.
Yeah, and so you're saying that contradicts with his nature of being all good or
Yeah, all good,
all
because
loving?
I am all good, all loving, both. All good, all loving, all knowing. It's all of it just contradicts with itself. It is.
Yeah, I agree. I have a friend who also does deconstruction lives, and he often talks about how the omnis of this God contradict just alone the omnipresence, omni all knowing.
Right.
Yeah, and that you can't be all powerful and have all of those um, within the same entity. And
Right.
so just that alone contradicts his nature.
Yeah. I was actually when I was younger, I started to preach myself in my own church because I was so devout, and I just wanted to find the truth so badly. But during my studies as a preacher, I kind of came across most of these contradictings, and I just started to question a lot of everything. And, we were taught to not question everything, but then it's like, how am I going to find out if I don't question? Why would I just believe the words that came out of someone else's mouth? Wouldn't that make me just stupid? It'd make me stupid is what I believe. You can't just believe something that someone said without going to figure it out for yourself or without trying to find some type of proof. And the sad truth about it is that there is no proof. There's no existential proof. I mean, if you're going to believe in a God, a capital G, capital O, capital D, then it certainly wouldn't be the person that's in this book or any other book. Because, those people appear, those people speak, those people care about being worshipped, when a God, to me, is a God and doesn't need worship. It doesn't need worship. Worship has no benefit to a God. It doesn't give it, extra powers or anything like that. So if you were to want to believe in something or have to believe in something, then why not believe in the only thing that we know to have the greatest quantifiable thing to it, or the greatest amount of knowledge, or the greatest amount of entity, or the largest thing? The only thing that you can really come to a conclusion of is that maybe the universe itself would be the God. If you have to give it some type of material, some type of, physical presence, that literally be the only thing. It can't be anything less than what is inside the universe. It can't be a planet. It can't be, a galaxy. It can't be a person or someone who has to fly through the universe. A God should be all-knowing, all-powerful, all-omnipotent, all everything. And the only thing that we can even consider to be anywhere close to that would be the universe itself.
I
Not
guess.
saying that I believe that the universe is God. Just to say that, not saying that I believe the universe is God, but I'm just saying that if you want to say, oh, there is a God, then you have to understand that, the God of the universe, if God created the universe, I don't even think he would be bothered, to even meddle with this one planet. Out of the millions and billions of planets and stars and solar systems and galaxies that are out there, I don't think it would care. Because the simple fact that he created it, for whatever reason, it serves no purpose to us. There's no purpose for us to believe in a God.
I agree. I just had a thought that Santa Claus is like the first god or the trainer god. Like, I think the worship of the god here does kind of serve a purpose for this god, because unless someone's worshiping it, then the god has no power.
No power.
Yeah, and it doesn't
That sounds like
exist.
not God. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a God, Like, it's not
I
a
mean,
God, man.
a god is a supreme being, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that every god is all powerful or all knowing, right? That's just the God. That's just the Christian God. That's the nature that the Christians have given their God, is that he's all powerful, all knowing, omnibenevolent, right? But not every God in history has these omni
No,
characteristics.
I agree with you on that, and I think that the gods that you're describing now are like the lowercase g ODs, which are, it's perfectly fine to be a higher being. We could say that we are gods on this earth then, because we're pretty, we're on a higher level than most things that are here. We evolve a little bit differently than most things that are here. We have a little bit of technology. So, if an alien came from another planet and just so happened to have more knowledge, more intelligence, and more admission to technology, or, things that we can't quite understand, then we'd easily call it a god. If it could just come here and say, hey, I'm going to bring that moon a little bit closer for you, and it did that, then most people would be like, oh, that must be God. But it could just be some scientifically advanced,
I mean,
alien
it could be
race.
a human that just knows how to count.
Or
Like
that.
if you're amongst people that have low intelligence, right? Like they don't know how to
Right.
count, right? And then here comes this human, and this human is counting all the way to 100, and the humans have never seen that before.
Right.
That's a god to them.
That's a God. Exactly. That's a lowercase God, which is
Well,
cool.
or it could be a big, like I don't know this whole lowercase, big case. Like I don't
I
know.
only
Like
gave it
that, I think
definition.
that's a very Christian thing. Like
Yeah,
that's a
because,
very Christian thing.
and that's the only reason why I say it is because we were on that topic of Christianity. I do believe that the true definition of a God is undefined, like of God, of what, omniscient, and, what, if I was to if I was to say God, like I said, it'd have to be something that is beyond my understanding or anyone else's understanding. And it'd have to be undefined, because if you give it definition, then it means that it has a limit, and that doesn't sound like God, right? It just sounds like a higher power, and a higher power can be anything with more capability than yourself. So in that sense, yes, almost anything can be a God. But if we were to go to the highest extent that we can go, which is unlimited, then you'd have to say it's undefined. And then, once you say it's undefined, it's no reason to try to define it. And you just realize that there's no purpose to even be looking for it in the first place.
I agree. Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I respect live. I just appreciate you being able to have this and have conversation about it with people. I just hope that people understand that it is a conversation. It's not an argument. And what you're doing is good. I think the last guy I don't know, I think you did something to him. I think you did something good with him and just maybe opened his eyes a little bit more.
I
So,
hope so.
yeah,
Well, thank you, Vino. I appreciate you. I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you have a good night, okay?
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. I agree, Jessica, and it was a good conversation. Crazy, greedy billionaires? Did you come on stage on accident?
Hello, Merry Christmas. I'm from Canada, and I was raised Christian and Catholic, but I have become more spiritual lately, actually, for the last 10 years. I like to talk to people from all religions. I've talked to Hindus, Judaism, Islam, and yeah, I just want to find the truth. And sometimes, in order to find the truth, you have to talk to different people and, get what they have to say. So, I do believe that a lot of stuff in the Bible is not true, but I do believe there is a lot of truth in the Bible too. You just have to discern what the truths from the lies, kind of, and that's my take on it.
So, so do you believe in the God of the Bible, even though you're spiritual? Like, I don't get, like, when people say, "Hey, I'm spiritual," right? When we're talking about the Christian God, is that a declaration that you don't believe in a God? Or do you still believe in a God, although you're spiritual?
So I like to think that I'm agnostic, which means that there could be a God. I'm not saying there is a God. I'm not saying there's not a God. And my way of being agnostic is because I like to listen to what the atheists have to say, and I like to listen to what the true God believers have to say. I like to listen to what
Wait,
everyone has to say.
what do you mean true God believers?
Well, the people who affirm that there absolutely 100% is a God, and then there's also atheists who deny God altogether. And so I like to listen to all sides of the argument and to see what everyone has to say.
But what do you believe?
Well, I'm open-minded, and I think that unless I can physically prove there 100% is a God or there isn't a God, I can't say either way there's no God because I can't prove 100% there's no God, and I can't say there is a God because I can't prove there is a God either. So I feel like if there could be a God, and that's where agnosticism comes in. It's possible, but I'm not saying for 100% there is one. So that's
Okay,
what I
and so
believe.
and are you looking for this conversation to help you figure that out?
Well, I find that I learn stuff from all conversations, especially with regards to the Bible. I was just in
Are you
a
looking for this conversation to help you figure out if there is a God? Is what I'm asking.
yeah. I mean, I'm learning. I'm already learning by being here. I was hearing you. I just came in just a minute ago, but I was hearing what you said, and it was interesting. So I want to hear more.
So I don't care if there is a God or if there's not one. So this isn't the place where we would even be discussing um whether there's a God or not. We discuss the Christian God because in here we are researching the Christian history, the history of the Bible, the history of this God. We discuss the belief systems that are attached to Christianity, right? And so I do get a lot of people that are agnostic or more so spiritual as yourself. I don't typically get into those discussions because you're kind of in like a vague area, right? You're not defined. Um, Spirituality can mean anything to any given person, right? And agnosticism just says, "Hey, I don't know," right? And you're not necessarily saying that you believe in the God that we are discussing tonight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that as an introduction to myself. I very well believe that the God that you're talking about could for sure exist, and there's a lot of proof in the Bible to support that. So, I'm always learning from all conversations. I listen to Hindus, I listen to Islam, I listen to what everyone has to say, and then I form my opinion from that.
Okay, so you do believe that the God in the Bible exists.
I
Um,
want to believe badly that there is a higher power that looks after us, for sure.
and you believe that higher power is the God in this book.
I hope so. I really do. Because if there's no
Why do
God,
you
that's
hope it's
just.
the God in this book? Why not Buddha or Allah or Krishna? Like why this God?
So, because I was raised Christian and Catholic, and to find out in my 30s that that was all a lie, that would be really terrible. I am open minded, but it would be
Well,
nice
something
if.
made you become agnostic before this conversation.
Well, the fact that there's 40 other religions kind of made me skeptical a little bit. How could there be 40 other religions saying different things? I want to know what they were saying too, right?
I mean, there's 40 other religions. There's 45,000 different denominations of the God that you hope is real.
I've met a lot of nice Muslim people, Hindus, and they were really nice and they were really smart, and I wanted to get their opinions on the world. Not to
Yeah, but
mention.
give me just a second. So, like, we just talked about it. The reason why you became agnostic is because you realized at some point in your life that there were multiple different religions. But at the same time, you're ignoring that there's 45,000 different denominations within the religion that you're hoping is real. Why are you ignoring that?
Sorry, what do you mean by denominations? I'm not.
Like within this God, this Christian God, right? There's Catholicism, there's Baptist, there's Southern Baptist, there's Kojic, there's JWs. There are different denominations with up under this one umbrella of this God.
Oh, yeah, that makes it even more complicated. That's why it's even makes me even more agnostic, because not only is there 40 different religions, but then within our own religion, there's a lot of disagreement. So I think that would make anyone agnostic. So, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it didn't make you agnostic because you didn't name that. You said that because there was like other religions.
Well, I mean, 40 other religions, and also on top of yeah, you're right. There's Catholicism, there's Lutheran, there's Christianity, and the fact that even with our own religion, there's a lot of disagreement is also more to the cause of like what's going on here. Who's telling the truth? Who should I listen to? Right? Should I listen to Catholics? Should I listen to Christians? When everyone's telling you something different, it makes you question things. So I just try to keep an open mind. I just want to find the truth like everyone else. And so I just keep an open mind. I'm a friendly, nice person, and I ask everyone what they think.
So, which topic did you want to discuss on the board?
So there was something really interesting, but I want to eventually research this, but it's not on the board. So from the board, what I will say for sure is I want to talk about the fact that the Old Testament condones slavery. And that was for many years. I saw how Christians treated other people in that regard. And that made me really turn away from the Bible. Because how could a book pretend to be so righteous and then to condone something like slavery? So I typically, like, you're really nice and you're really respectful, right? And you've been like really like educational for me. So I would more than happy to talk to you about that. Maybe other lives, I wouldn't feel so comfortable bringing that subject up. But since you have it on the board and you're obviously very well educated and articulate and versed in that subject, I would like to hear your opinion on that topic.
So first, let me ask you. So you realized and recognized the slavery in the book. You recognized how Christians treated different people, and you correlated that with the influence of the slavery and the segregation that's in the book to that. But for some reason, you're still hoping and wishing that this God that condoned the slavery in this book, that influenced Christians to treat other humans very badly, you're hoping that God is the real God.
No, actually, if anything, I'm saying that I believed that he was the real God, but then when I realized that, wow, of the condoning of slavery, that made me believe not. That made me question about that, because why would, if he is the real God, why would he condone something like that? So
do you remember saying that? Do you remember saying that you hope that the God of this Bible is the real God? Do you remember saying that a few minutes ago?
I said it because when my parents raised me, they raised me as Christian and Catholicism. So it would be heartbreaking in my 30s to realize that was all a lie. So of course I would hope that what my parents taught me was true. But my parents are just people at the end of the day, and I love my parents, but that doesn't mean that they're right.
Wouldn't it make you feel better, right, that what your parents taught you was a lie once you found out that the God that they taught you about was a slave master? Wouldn't you be like, ooh, I'm glad I found out that was a lie?
Like, they say in the Bible, honor thy mother, honor thy father. So even just to go against what they tell you is already a big deal. And I love my parents, and I'm just saying that I realized later in life
aren't you already being agnostic, going against what they taught you?
Because of common sense and reason and the world being like not as truthful, I realized as when we thought it was going to be. So of course, yeah. But I still want to honor my mother and father.
Yeah. So 40 different religions is enough to make you go against your parents. A slave master God is not.
I really don't like saying that I'm going against my parents, because I feel like I'm disrespecting them by saying that like that. The way I would say it is I would question, not go against my parents. I would never go against my parents, but I would question what they're telling me, because they obviously never intended to intentionally harm me by giving me misinformation. They were given misinformation as well, and that's what caused them to pass it down to me. My parents love me, and they would never want to hurt me and misinform me about the world. They were also
So,
misinformed.
did your parents teach you about the slave master God?
You know, no, because I was a kid, and I don't think that that's a topic that they would.
Wait,
There's other.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask if they told you the God was a slave master. I asked did they teach you about this slave master God, this Christian God.
They taught me about the God, but there was no slavery conversation ever had about
But they
about the
taught you
God.
about. They didn't just because they didn't tell you that the God condoned slavery doesn't mean they didn't teach you about that God who condoned slavery, right? They just didn't tell you that he condoned slavery. It's the same God.
No, I
So
understand your point.
this
I'm
is
just
the
saying I was
God
a
that your
child.
parents taught you about. Right. So this
Yeah,
is the God that your parents taught you about. And he is a slave owner. He's a slave master. And this
and
is
there
the
were
God
other
that you
things in the
said
Bible.
that you
Yeah,
hope is the true God because you don't want your parents to be liars.
I think we all don't want our parents to be liars. It's
It's not
heartbreaking.
at the extent. My father was a pastor. My father never taught me about the slavery in the Bible, but hey, it's a lie. I still love my father, and I still think my father was doing what he thought was best for me. Don't blame my father for this shit.
And that's how I described it as well. I said they were misinformed, and they didn't intentionally misinform us. It was that they were misinformed as well. That's how I
Yeah, but
phrased it
I'm
as well.
not hoping that this God is real. You are. I'm not hoping that this is the one and only true God. You are. That's what
I'm
I'm trying to
hope
figure out is why you hope that.
I'm hoping. No, sorry. I rephrased it wrong. I'm hoping that there is a God and that God is real. That's more what I was leaning towards. I'm agnostic and I'm still not even sure if there is a God, but I'm hoping that there's a higher power that can protect us or save us from all the evil in the world. Because if there's no God, that would be a terrible thought, although it's a possibility and I'm open-minded to that possibility. There being no God is a really horrifying thought, and it's hard to even think about sometimes.
So you need to know if there is a God because of all the evils in the world. Let's take slavery, right? There's over 50 million people still in slavery today. Okay. Slavery happened in the past. Slavery still happens today. And slavery will unfortunately happen tomorrow. You have a hope that there is this God in the world that would stop all of the evil and protect all of the innocent people. What's stopping this God from doing it now? Is it waiting on you to find out if it's real?
Like that's a good question. That's exactly why I'm skeptical of everything being told, and that was told to me. And I think that there. I mean, I hear explanations of what God is from all different kinds of people. So I have all these different explanations in my head, and it's hard to know what the truth is. So
I love the comment that just said, "Oh, this is an atheist. Let me get out of here." Like,
I'm confused. I'm just as confused as much as everyone else is, and I just want to find the truth. And I never claim to know the truth, And that's what it is. Is I'm just as confused as everyone else, and I just want to know what the truth is.
that wasn't for you. That was somebody in the comments talking about me. The way they get so scared of the word atheist is hilarious to me. Like, I swear sometimes it feels like we are living in a fucking Netflix movie. It's like it's funny to me. But yeah, so what did you want to say about the slavery in the Bible?
So this is like the first time that I've seen a live where someone has it on their board as a topic. And it's typically, if you go into other Bible studies, other Bible lives, they would not talk about slavery like that. So I want to say thank you for bringing this topic up for debate, for conversation, because like other lives would not have this topic. So this is my first time seeing this topic, and so I wanted just to know more about this perspective, because I wondered that at one point. I thought, how could this God be so righteous and then there have all this slavery happened, right? And that definitely was in the back of my mind for years. But other groups, other Christian groups, were not talk about slavery, and if you try to talk about slavery, they ban you right away. So I want to say thank you for actually talking about it, because it's not a topic that other Christian groups would talk about usually. So
You're welcome. Did you want to add anything to the topic or discuss the topic, or did you just want to say thank you for talking about it?
I so and I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but I have been having like really bad nightmares about Satan and the devil. It's been keeping me up at night. It's been scaring me. I would wake up crying because the nightmares are so bad. And I know this isn't a topic on your board, but I, in general, like this is a topic I do if, at some point want to talk about, but it's not really per se on your board. So I don't know if I'm right to bring it up here. And I don't want to derail your conversation. So I'll just leave it at that. But that's actually what's been on my mind lately is these nightmares, and they're really scary, and I just want them to stop.
Unfortunately, I can't help you with that. You would have to go to a therapist.
So, at that being said, I will follow you. That was a great discussion. Thank you. And I'm going to drop down to let other people come up. And I just want to say thank you, and I'll follow you, and I'll send you hearts. All right? And God bless.
Have a good night. What? I don't get it. He comes up and says, "Thank you for talking about slavery. I want to talk about slavery." Then he says, "Nope, I want to talk about my nightmares."
Some
I
people
don't
just
get
want to
it.
talk. Some
Huh?
people, some people just want to talk sometimes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Bella Mafia chick. All right. I guess she's not there. Like who are you talking to, Star Checker? Like I think y'all should at the people that you're responding to in the comments. Danny, you feel it too? Okay, Fred isn't there. Oh, okay, because I thought you were talking to me. I was like, what did I do? Y'all know, like, if y'all don't add the people that you're talking to in the comments, we gonna think y'all talking to us on the stage. Shaw, hello, Shaw.
Hello?
Hi, did you join the stage on purpose?
Oh, not. Yeah, nah, I wasn't even supposed to be on here.
No worries, I'll take you
My
down. Okay,
bad.
that's
All right,
okay.
now.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Mia or Maya? I think Maya's asleep. If you are in the guest request box on purpose and you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment for us? Tony. Lala, can you take Tony down? Lala. Rhea, are you able to take Tony down while I have the box open?
Let me see. Yep, got him.
Thank you. I don't know who's here on purpose. Lost in Paradise? Okay, they're not there either. Can y'all take him down for me? Thank you. William?
Hello.
Hello, William. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Well, I'm deconstructing.
Okay. You commented and you said, I got some. You got some what?
Um, I was trying. See, I'm learning this TikTok, but you know, it's great that I was able to come up. But I've been listening in on your live on several different occasions. I really love your topics. I love your knowledge. And I'm learning a lot. So this is my first time ever coming up on live doing TikTok. But um so and then I hear some things, but then I get confused about whether um whether to go and no and how to get to this okay, we get answers about how the Bible is full of deception, but what I'm trying to do is learn how to get to the truth or how to um, get to a greater energy. And I would, if it's okay, I would like to say that, yeah, the Bible is full of deceptions, but I've been a alcoholic, a drug addict, you name it, and it helped me um, turn some things around in that part of my life. So I can't say the Bible is all bad, because if it wasn't for that at the time that I was going through what I was going through, if it wasn't for that Bible, I probably wouldn't be in the state of mind that I am now.
So then why are you questioning it?
Uh,
Why are you questioning it then?
be, because now that now that I'm deconstructing, it's uh it's just things that I want to learn.
But why would you deconstruct from the thing that you believe saved you?
I didn't say save me. I said help me.
You
It
said
helped
it
me
helped
from. It
you.
helped me.
Why are you
It,
deconstructing from the thing that helped you?
because at the time I didn't have no other. I didn't really have no other route.
What was it that it helped? Like what was it
Well,
that helped you?
some of the wisdom that's in Proverbs, and some of the, I guess, the fear. It was the
The fear
fear
helped you.
of going to hell.
That's so the fear of going to hell helped you change your life. So not the Bible, but the fear of eternal torment scared you straight,
Well,
basically.
that's the way I heard it from the Bible.
No, you didn't. A preacher preached that to you. Because there ain't nothing in the Bible that says that humans are going to burn in eternal fire. A preacher preached that to you.
Well, I guess I was taught that through a preacher. I guess, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But my thing,
So
one of my things is I am really trying to. Okay, I understand that people talks about the Bible is full of deception, but my thing is, give me the answer to what I'm looking for is searching for the answers to which way is. I mean, are we supposed to head since we've been deceived?
so
I'm looking.
anytime you don't know the answer to something, right? Like let's say you wanted to find out who the best contractor was in your estate to build your brand new house,
Okay.
right? How would
Uh,
you find the answer to that?
well, see, here's another problem with me. I have a problem with some comprehensions. I have some problems with reading and writing and spelling and stuff like that. So that with me going to buy books and books and books, it does me really very little good because of my comprehension level. I guess some got it, some don't.
So you're saying that. So when you read the Bible, have you ever read the Bible for yourself?
I read some of the Bible.
And when you read what you read, were you able to comprehend that?
No, that's why I never went into, I guess, preaching or this, that, and the third, because I couldn't, only certain things I'm able to comprehend because, to be honest, I didn't learn how to read till I was really about 26. I'm 56 now, so
Okay.
yeah. So
And
I still
so
have a
what
problem with that.
and so what you're looking for is somewhat like a preacher to tell you which way to go.
Well, not a preacher. Something. No, it don't have to be a preacher. I mean, if that's what, because I learned from a lot of these lives, and when it says study to show yourself approved, or you know, you got to do your research. I do my research through you guys because of my
So how are you
comprehension.
verifying that what we're saying is true?
I've been finding that a lot of what you're saying is very true.
How? How are you verifying that?
I guess through my conscious.
So you're just trusting us.
No, it just look. 2 plus 2 is 4. It makes sense. It just makes sense and it's not that I'm. It's not that I'm trusting. It's facts that is being presented. That's what I'm looking at.
You're looking at the resources that we bring up. You're basically trusting us by our integrity because we show the integrity on the
Right,
live.
right. And y'all listen, y'all have did y'all research. You are very intelligent. I've listened to you and how you can go back thousands of years before Christ and the knowledge and the people and the places and the things you talk about. So that lets me know that you've done some research and you comprehend what you're researching. So I I jump on the back of your truck.
I appreciate you recognizing the studying that we do in here and our integrity and uh, the intention to make sure that we do not spread any misinformation. The reality is that we're not always right, though. Right? There are things as we continue to learn, our knowledge will shift. Right? Our perspectives will shift in here. But I think also that you're never too old to learn what you didn't learn in your youth, right? It gets really dangerous when you uh, trust another human being with something as important to you as finding the truth and getting to that right place that you feel like you need to get before you leave this place, right? And so I think that it's a good thing that you're here. I think that you can, to continue to stay around the community, but also uh, try to learn the skills to do the research on your own, and or at least fact check what we're saying in here, so that I don't want to be responsible for that. Does that make sense? I don't want to
Yeah.
be responsible for you finding the truth or not finding the truth that you are seeking. That's a huge responsibility. Whether I can aid you in that, I'm all here for it. I'm here for it, but I don't
Well,
want the
see,
responsibility.
yes, that's what I'm looking for to age. Because, see, if I'm not saying that, and I'm not putting me down, but I'm not saying that I can't learn. But me uh, knowing what I know about me, I have a problem with uh, comprehension, reading words, and this, that, and the third. But on the other hand, I got other gifts that serve passes a lot of other people that I've you know encountered or witnessed. So, I mean, some have it and some don't. It's just that uh, I think I've been given a great um, deal of discernment.
I completely understand what you mean by discernment. Sometimes our discernment is off, right? Like, and not like I said, I think you see the signs where whenever we say something in here, it is our rule to back up what we say with resources. That's just how we roll in here, and you recognize that, right? And you're saying I can trust these girls because and I'm saying girls, I know we're women, but you're saying I can trust them because they back up what they say. It doesn't mean that everything that we say is like 100% right, or that it is the right thing. It's what we know at that moment is what I'm saying. Does that make sense? And so
Yes,
yeah, and I still think that you would do yourself a great service to try to, because it's easy to get to the point of comprehension, right? Sometimes when I'm reading the scriptures on the screen, I notice that when I'm talking to a believer, that comprehension may not be there, right? And so I'll take them through the steps of how to like find how to get to that main idea of a specific verse, right? And so I kind of do show how to get to that comprehension in the text. And so I think like just, sticking around and listening to the conversations and paying attention to those types of conversations will help you increase that skill of comprehension. But it's definitely something that you can acquire. And I do think that you should try to acquire that so that you can also do the research on your own, even if it is just fact checking, because you are on a journey for something, right? You're looking for truth, and
right.
I don't want you to put that journey or the responsibility or the power of that journey in somebody else's hands. And it's a beautiful journey, right? Like it's a exciting journey. It's fun, right?
It 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 it, it is, and but when I first started reading certain things that I could probably comprehend, I was already given an answer to this is not so. This is not so. This is not so. And why would this and if that? So what some like I said, I mean, I buy books, but once I start reading certain words that I can't comprehend, I put it on the shelf. The things about it, some people have it, some people don't. I'm just one of the ones lacking on that part, and I discern that. I envy people that have it, and I don't. But sometimes.
I get, and that's the awareness that you have is beautiful. I'm also saying don't stop yourself at that and just be like, I don't got it, I can't never have it. You can. It's one if you want to be able to reach a level of comprehension higher than the level that you have now, you most certainly can achieve that. And I'm saying being here in this live, we can also assist you in that, right?
Great. I
It's a
need to be here then.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Stick around, and we can definitely help you reach a higher level of comprehension. You'll be reading books, you won't want to put them down. So I'm glad that you came up and shared that. Did you want to talk about one of the topics on the board, or is that all you wanted to share?
Well, that's I need help getting to the next level of my conscience, I guess.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Like I said, stick around the community. You can also join the community, become a nerd. We have a Discord where we talk to each other on the Discord. We share information as well. Um, and like if you want to like do a like a just start a room in there, we could do a group where we talk about it. We walk through it and do like a comprehension. Like we take the text that we're reading and we walk through it and we point out like the main ideas, like to help you increase that comprehension level. We can definitely help you with that.
Okay, so uh, I accept, but here's the deal. This now I just guessed at how because I'm telling you when it comes to this, I've been looking. I mean, dealing with TikTok for years, but this is the first time I ever came up, and I just guessed. I say I'm gonna try to come up on this. I got yada yada yada, but anyway, I don't know how to get back and forward or navigate this here's TikTok.
Oh, okay. So do you see at the bottom of your screen, there's a orange star. Oh, somebody just gifted you a sub, so you don't have to subscribe now. Like if you type in the comments right quick, you'll see a badge next to your name that says nerd.
Mm-hmm.
So someone just gifted you a subscription to make you a part of the community. One of the mods will DM you a link to download an app called Discord, and this is the name of the app. I'm going to put it in the comments for you. That's the name of the app. Download that app if you hit the link that the mod DMs you, it'll take you
Uh-huh.
to the App Store to download Discord, and it'll take you right to our community. So you won't have to do anything else. But join that community on Discord. There's a lot of information on there. It's just us humans on there talking about our journey with deconstructing from this religion. There's resources on there. There is a room on there. Let me show you something. Let me show you really quickly if I can like bring it up. Let's see how I can see if you can see this. Let me see if I can add another display. Give me just a second. I don't know why it won't show the Discord, but there is a room in the Discord called let's see what the room is called. It's called the study room. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Let's see if it's gonna let me do it this way. It still won't let me show it. But it's called the study room. When you get on the Discord, go scroll all the way down to the bottom. You can start a study room. And we can just let us know what book you want to read or what thing that you want to research. And we can come in there and do a study session with you and walk you through how to, find the main idea of a specific thing that you're researching. Okay.
Okay, so you was telling me about the star to the left of my comment. Is that how I subscribe?
Well, you're already subscribed. Somebody paid for one for you.
Oh,
Yeah, somebody gifted you one. So
see
now,
that?
you are a nerd. Hmm.
Okay,
So you
and
don't
what is
have to
that?
subscribe now. It's a member of this community, the Deconstruction Research Community. So it's nerds examining religious dogma. Um, and so we do research in here. We study, and so as a when a moderator will DM you a link to that app that I told you to download, and that's where our private community is, where we do where we support each other and then we research and study together.
Okay, all right. I guess somewhere down the road I'll figure this out.
Just reach out if you have any questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. You've been great.
You're welcome. Thank you. If there are any mods in the chat, Shaw needs a link to the Discord. Shaw, Lala, I'll take you down, William. Thank you.
Okay.
Lala and Rhea, are y'all awake?
Yeah, I'm up.
Look at you. Were you really up?
Yeah, y'all, I'm so tired. I'm trying to do some
Go to
schoolwork.
bed. What are you doing?
I'm doing schoolwork. I'm trying to do my
Oh,
test. So yeah, I'm
girl,
here.
did you fall asleep on your test?
No, no, I'm just like pretty locked in. So that's why I was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I gotta
Go back to
finish
your
this
test.
timed.
Okay, go back to your test. If there's a mod in the comments, they can send Shaw a DM to the Discord, and then Momo needs a link to the Discord. I appreciate y'all. She said, "I'm up."
Hey,
Lala, are you asleep?
can y'all send me a message and I'll send the link right over at my DM, please. Thank you. It'll make it so much easier.
Thank y'all. Can they message you if they're if you're not following them? Is yours
Yeah, they
open?
can. Mines are
Oh,
open.
okay. Okay. I'm trying to get the box open, y'all. Is it Ogbor? Hello?
Hi, good morning. I dare you to pronounce the name.
Oh my God, your voice is so freaking amazing. Just let me say that.
Thank
Is
you.
it Agbori?
Close, but that's not it.
Okay, that's not it.
No,
Hold on. Is that an O?
it is an O.
Okay. Ogbori.
So the GB, it's pronounced Bo, not good Bo. It's Bo. Odbori Elemosho.
Obori Elemasho.
That's good. Yeah, I'll take that.
Thank you. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I have disconstructed from Christianity, and I did that about 5 to 7 years ago, fully.
Okay. And so you are a non-believer, or did you deconstruct and go to a different God?
Well, I don't believe in the concept of God, and I still don't believe. I am not an atheist, but I don't believe in God as the Westerners view it. The etymology of God discouraged me from believing in what people call God today. So I just believe in the Most High according to the belief of my people, the Yoruba people of West Africa.
Okay, and so this live is about the Christian God, and I think you've heard like a lot of us are deconstructing away from that God, and so as a non-believer of the Christian God, when you come on stage, you still have to pick one of the topics to discuss, and then because we are a research live, we are asking that you add some value to the conversation, like some type of knowledge to the conversation. Okay.
Yes, certainly. I would like to discuss the Old Testament condones slavery.
Okay.
And we all know the atrocities that was, done with the Bible and Christianity all over West Africa, and also even in the Bible itself. There are various verses in the Bible you'll find that encourages slaves to be slaves, to be good slaves to their owners, which honestly is dehumaning, which makes absolutely no sense. And furthermore, in a slave in Africa, there is a ship called Jesus of I think it's called Jesus of Quebec, if I'm not mistaken, which was used to lie to Africans to get on the ship so they can be enslaved. Which again,
You said the ship is in Africa?
no, it was brought down to Africa
Oh,
by the
okay.
Europeans to enslave them.
Yes, I'm familiar with the Jesus ship. I
Okay,
thought you were saying
yeah,
that
it's
that they
called
had
Jesus
it in
Fluben.
Africa.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no, no.
Uh-huh.
And furthermore, there is this king from King Leopold of Belgium who wrote a letter
Mm-hmm.
to colonial missionaries. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why I actually left Christianity when I realized the purpose of Christianity in West Africa. In Africa, the letter is called King Leopold's letter of Belgium. King Leopold II
Mm-hmm.
of Belgium to colonial missionaries in the Congo. When I got exposed to the light, I realized that, dang, Christianity was just a tool to actually bring in slavery and colonization to the African people. And that actually caused me to leave Christianity entirely and just focus on, the belief of my people. Um, do you want me to read the contents of the letter, or you probably know what I'm
No, you
talking about?
can. I've read it before. There may be people on the live who've not. It is a really hard letter, but yeah, you can read it. There's
Just
probably people in here who's never heard it before.
okay. Give me a second. I downloaded it recently. Just let me Google it and search for it. King Leopold's letter. Okay. All right, it's taking forever. Okay, all right. So the letter goes thus: Reverends, fathers, and dear compatriots, the task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. By the way, if you don't hear anything or if you don't understand whatever I'm saying because of my accent, just let me know so I can reiterate. The task that is given to you is to fulfill. Wait, the task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interest. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. This they know already. They speak and submit to a Mungu, one Unzambi, one Zakumba, and what else I do not know. They know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie, to insult is bad. Have courage to admit you are not going to teach them what they already know. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrials, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in a way it will be the best to protect your interest in that part of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages from the riches or from the richness that is plenty in their underground, to avoid that they get interested in it and make you murderous competition and dream one day to overthrow you. Your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find test ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Like happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven, and it is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish, their war protection, which they pretend not to want to abandon. And you must do everything in your power to make it disappear. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, for they won't revolt when the recommendation of the priest is contradictory to their parents' teachings. The children have to learn to obey what the missionary recommends, who is the father of their soul. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. Avoid developing the spirit in the school. Teach students to read and not to reason. Their patriots are some of the principles that you must apply. You will find many other books which will be given to you at the end of this conference. Evangelize the niggers that they stay forever in submission to the white colonialists, so they never revolt against the restraints they are undergoing. Recite every day. Happy are those who are weeping, because the kingdom of God is for them. With this alone, there is many more to read, but I just decided to stop right here. With this letter alone, any African that still decide to become Christian is just a fool, because we can tell that they know that we know what the supreme being is, and there is no need for us to accept the Western version of the supreme being, because it is brought to us only to enslave us and to steal everything good that we have. Look at the content of the letter and look at the Christian church today in Africa. What the colonial missionaries have actually laid in foundation for the Christians in Africa is still ongoing today. Even though we don't have the white preachers there anymore, but like the foundation they already laid is still ongoing, and even the black preachers are literally, the white preachers are actually laying, they are building based on the foundation the white colonialists have brought down to Africa. This is why you see a lot of poverty in Africa, especially West Africa, and this is really sad. So that is one of the reasons why I left Christianity, because it has brought nothing but cries and poverty to my people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading that, and I'm glad that you read it, because it's on YouTube and it's like there for anybody that wants to replay this. He read it, and we've read it several times on here. We've talked to people in in Congo, who are Congolese, and they are Christian. Last night there was a man on the live who was Congolese, and he was very adamant that Jesus walks in Kenya, right? Like Jesus is flesh and blood. He's God and man, and he has greenish blue eyes, and he's Middle Eastern, and he's beautiful, and Jesus does, like, he was very adamant, and we're talking to him about the
The
status
atrocities of
of the
King Leopold.
continent.
Yeah.
Yes, like we're like, the poverty rate in Kenya is 39.8%. Like, Africa is hurting with this so-called God on the continent, and he didn't want to hear it. And so I wanted to ask, like, have you read the letter to other Congolese people who are Christian, and did they have the same reaction as you, or did they fight back against the letter as we have seen?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your platform is the only platform I actually, go to beyond my African platform because since the very first day I came across your platform, I get stuck. And by the content, I really don't go beyond, my people because my mission is to continually educate my people to get off the opium of Christianity because it's Christianity to my people is literally like a drug and it's really killing them. And my mission is to educate them as much as possible, especially the Yoruba people because they understand my language, I understand their language, and I can teach them in my language. So again, your platform is the only platform I really go to when it comes to outside of the African community.
I feel honored. Let me just say that.
No, I
I feel
really love your
honored. Thank you.
content, and every time I come around, I always say a word of prayer for you. Like, God bless you. I mean, if you believe in God, whatever you believe in, you are doing the Most High's work, and I thank you for that. Actually, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the goal is to, share information like what you just shared with King Leopold's letter. I don't believe in a God, but I also don't blame people who do, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I care more about what the belief systems that people hold and how they affect people in society, primarily how Christianity has affected the African diaspora as a whole, and hoping that more of us wake up to see how. I like the way you called it an opium for the people, because it does give them like
Some silly hope.
it's a numbing. Yeah, it helps them numb the suffering that we as a people experience together, the suffering that they experience individually, and then it gives them a small little high when they go to church, or when
Oh
they
yes, it
have like
does.
a good day, and it's like, oh, God really loves me, and it's like a small high, and then it takes them right back down, you know. And so I,
And
I
I
like the way
must tell
you
you,
describe that.
even on our platforms, when we read this kind of letter to my people, they will still argue from morning to evening and say, "Oh yeah, this is not what Christianity is all about." Even though they can see themselves what Christianity is all about, but they still refuse to see the truth. I would never stop trying to educate my people. I will continue doing so until my people are 100% free from the shackle of Christianity. And but yeah, thank you for the platform.
You're welcome. Thank you for the work that you're doing as well. I appreciate you. If we can be of any help, across platforms, come and talk to each other. Just let me know.
Oh, absolutely. If I have any program going coming up, I can reach out to you.
Sounds good. I hope you have a great night. Okay.
You too. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful
You're
evening.
welcome. Thank you. One thing I noticed while he was reading the Leopold letter, that Jeff Ule was in the comments threatening people with hell.
Damn it, Jeff. Do better.
Just there's hell, 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 hell. Like, that is so crazy. His name is Obori Elementio. Did I say it right?
Yeah, you're close.
Obori Elementio, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the merging. It's really hard with the tonation. It's the merging of the G and the B and the B. See, I'm doing it without even. It's the merging of the G and the B. It sounds more like B, like you just kind of merge those two letters together. So it's more like Obori. Like,
Obori Elementio.
yeah, it still sounds like it's saying Obori, like you're pronouncing the B. So I don't know. That's the closest you're
Oh,
gonna
I'm
sound
not
to it.
supposed to pronounce the B?
Not necessarily. You're supposed to kind of merge the B and the G together. So it's supposed to
Oh,
sound more like but like but. rather than
Obore. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Obore.
You can, yeah.
Ob-
Oh yeah,
okay.
just kidding.
I try.
You did.
Hello, how are you people? So, what is wrong if it would condone that? Would I be wrong?
You tell me.
Well, I don't see issue with it. So, do you have like some kind of objective standard to determine, or some kind of
Well,
symmetry
then why aren't you a
breaker?
slave? Then why aren't you a slave?
Well, I'm a slave maker. Like,
But why aren't you a
being
slave?
a
Like if
slave
there's
would
nothing,
be.
if there's nothing wrong with being somebody's
Mhm.
slave, then go be a slave. Then you should go turn yourself into
Well,
a
that's not
slave
what the
master
prompt
tomorrow.
says.
Do your job. No, you the one who
That's not
came
what
up
the
here and
prompt
said
says.
that's
The
not.
prompt says the
And
Old
but you
Testament.
came up here and said
Mhm.
there's nothing wrong with it. So if there's nothing wrong with it, go be a
Mhm.
slave.
Yeah,
Why
sure.
do you want to make yourself a slave master? Why do you have to be the master?
Because
Be the slave.
okay, I will tell you. It
Imagine saying
says,
that's not what the
can
prompt
I can
says,
I
but you
can I
didn't.
speak or not?
No, you can't speak. It's my turn to speak. You're already speaking. Imagine opening your mouth to say that's not what the
Mhm.
prompt says when no prompt on there is asking you if slavery is a good thing or a bad thing. Nowhere does it ask you if you like
Mhm.
slavery or if you think it's a good thing or a bad thing. Nope.
Yeah. Do you think
None of
it's
the
a good thing
questions
or
say
bad
that.
thing? Do you think
None
it's
of
good?
yeah, you started off coming up, well, yeah, slavery's not a bad thing. So what do you think is a bad thing? What do you think?
Yeah,
You
it's
think
a
it's a bad
valid
thing? Yeah, none
question,
of the
right?
Rhea, are
questions
you done
have
with
that
your
on there.
test? Are you
Yeah,
done with
I
your
got a
test?
I got a 45. I only missed one
Oh,
question.
oh shit.
So
I only missed one question. I was supposed to get a 50, but it's okay.
Oh, okay, that's good. Good job.
Yeah.
Now you can cuss him out.
so this is like typical dialectics with the atheists, right?
Yeah,
They just
you came up
appeal
here
to
with
their little
nonsense.
emotions
Shut up!
and
I'm not
have
done
no
talking. You
arguments.
came up here with
So if the
nonsense
Old
and
Testament would
expected people
condone
to
this,
bow down to your nonsense. You came up here like a child and expected us to just bow down or laugh with you or
why?
some
I
dumb
asked you a
shit like that.
question. So
None of
I
those questions on there ask you what you think about slavery. So maybe you
yeah,
read it
I said the
again
Old
and
Testament
stick to the
condones
motherfucking
slavery. I said,
topic.
yeah, what is the
Start
issue?
doing that.
Like,
No
I'm
one
asking
asked
you
you
what the
what you
issue
thought
is.
about slavery, sir.
I agree
So
it
maybe
condones
start
it.
with
So what
one
is
of
the
the
issue?
topics that are actually on the fucking board. Start
Yeah,
with
so
that.
I'm reading the topic. It
Yeah,
says the Old
pick
Testament.
one.
Yeah,
Pick one and
I
actually
pick
answer
I
what it
already picked one.
says.
I already picked one that it
You didn't
condones.
though. You started answering a question that no one asked you. None of
Well,
those
I
questions
didn't
are asking
answer
you
a
if you
question.
like slavery or
I
if slavery
actually
is a good
asked a
thing.
question.
It
So
says
I
the Old Testament condones slavery. Now go
yes.
ahead and fucking give us your think piece
Okay, good.
instead
So
of saying
I will repeat what
rubbish.
I stated earlier, right? I
Yeah,
said
that's not an answer to the
okay,
question.
I will repeat what I stated earlier in which I
Like y'all
made
just
a
want to come
question,
up here
right?
and spew nonsense
Can
and expect people
you
to just
stop
say, "Oh
interrupting
yes,
people?
sir."
You want to have a
Like
dialogue with
what?
people or just talk over people?
How about you come in here with some fucking manners next time? How about you go
Well,
ask your mama
what is
how
it that
to
I
act?
did?
Shut up. How about you go ask your mother how to act when you come into a room?
Well,
Go do that.
I
Come
don't
in
have
with
a
some
mother.
manners next time, sir.
I don't
You're
have a
too old
mother,
to be
but thank you
acting
for
like that.
your
You're too
manners, right?
old to be
Thanks for
acting
your
like that.
manners, Miss
Way
Ria.
too old. Yeah, you don't deserve any kindness
Okay,
anymore
thank you
because you
for your
came up here
manners
like a
and
child.
speaking
You
about
came
a
up
person
here
without a
like a
mother, right?
petulant
Thank you.
idiot. So
You're
you
very
do not
kind.
deserve any kindness anymore. The
Yeah,
host was
so
patient enough with
you're
you.
you're very kind.
I am
So
kind. I'm not giving you any kindness, though. You don't
yeah, so
deserve
why
it.
do you
You came
expect
up
me to
here
give you
rude
kindness
and
then?
disrespectful. You do not
How
get
have I
any more
been
kindness. So
disrespectful?
pick a
Tell me.
fucking topic and act like an adult.
Yeah, I literally told what I thought about the topic. So I don't know
What
why you're
topic? What topic is asking you if you like slavery or not? Show it to me.
I never said that if I liked it or not. Like I
You
made
just
it.
came up here. Literally the first sentence you said when
Yes.
you came up here was, "Yeah, slavery is not a bad thing. What do you think is a bad thing?"
Yeah,
What
so
question is asking you if slavery is a good thing or a bad thing? Where does it say that? You
yeah.
cannot
So
read.
okay, so never did I say that what's written on the prompt
You
is
said
asking me a
no, no.
question,
When the
right?
host started to talk to you
and ask you what you were talking about. You said, what does the prompt say? Is that what the prompt said? That is what those
Yeah.
are the words
Okay.
that
So
came out of
what
your
does the
mouth. You
prompt
just
say?
spewing nonsense without even paying attention to what you're saying. You literally said, let's get back to what the prompt said. And you
Yeah.
didn't even pay attention to what the prompt said.
Yeah. So I actually affirmed what the
So
prompt
stop being
said. So,
hypocritical, pick a
like, is
topic
there
and
an issue
stick
with the
to it.
prompt? Is there an issue with that the Old Testament condones slavery? That's what I am asking.
Is
So
that what the prompt says?
that's what I'm asking.
The Old Testament condones slavery. Now go
Yeah.
ahead and
Okay,
give
good.
us
So
what you
now
think
I'm
about that.
asking,
You
is
don't
there an
ask a
issue with that?
question as a rebuttal.
Okay, my
You don't
question
ask a
is,
question. That's not
if
how
you
you
were
start off a
listening, okay,
conversation.
if you were listening,
This is why I keep
this
telling you to
Ria,
go ask your mama
hello,
how to have conversations. Go
hello,
ask her to
Ria,
teach you
Baba
some
Tunde,
manners.
hey,
That's
Mama
not how you
Africa,
start a
hey, hello,
conversation.
Baba Tunde,
You don't
Mama
start off a
Africa,
conversation like, oh
Nwoko,
yeah, what do
Obesi,
you it's
Ombe,
not bad.
Nweka.
What do you think is bad? No hi, no hello,
Hello,
nothing.
do you understand that
Nah,
language?
you
Like
got the
Umo
game. You got the
Mobiki
game
like a
entirely
Yakakoto.
child.
fucked up if you think that you're getting ready to disrespect her that way, bitch.
Yeah, she's a,
Fucking idiot. You don't even know how to read. Stupid bitch. You're trying to get somebody on understanding English, but you don't even know how to read. You can't even read and comprehend and have a
Mehmet,
legit conversation. Like what?
man, your ass gotta go. Like your ass, the bullshit that you be condoning in my comments, like that was the last motherfucking straw.
Like how do you come into somebody's space like that and
You ain't
expect
just finna get
nicety?
off. You finna be blocked, motherfucker.
What? You expect people to give you niceties after that nonsense? You come into someone's space like that? Y'all are delusional.
Did you hear what he did?
No, I couldn't hear a word he was saying because I was busy talking.
He started talking. He started making noises like I don't even want to
Oh,
recite it,
like
but
the
he was
African noises and stuff like that?
yeah, he was trying to
Oh yeah,
mock.
that he's ignorant. There's nothing up there. The lights ain't even on.
And then of course it would take a Christian to back him up and say that he did nothing wrong.
As if this is how your stupid brains work. Dummy, you're from the same place as me. We're the same fucking person. You're laughing at me, you're laughing at yourself. When you look in that mirror, you are laughing at yourself. What?
It's crazy as hell. And then they'd be like, black women need to respect black men. Like, so what? So you can come up here and do shit like that? So you can back shit up like that? Man was a whole ass black man. Backing him up.
Yeah, they don't need to colonize us no more. The black people are doing it on their own. Black people will colonize themselves willingly, voluntarily.
It's okay, Jack. Thank you.
Imagine using a joke that was used to laugh at people that came your parents, your ancestors. The same way you're laughing at someone that looks just like you. Your ancestors were laughed at just like that. And you go and sleep on your bed every night like an idiot.
Do you know we had difficulties when we were having right after that? Follow up, sweetie.
Phasing.
Mommy was pregnant with Alex, and we went to
Phasing?
we were
All
planning to
right.
have Alex when she was ready to give birth.
It's
You know, whatever
lagging bad. I can't even take them down. It's lagging.
That sounded like three different people.
It did, didn't it? What? Don't pretend to be the victim. You insulted a person without a mom. What the fuck are you even talking about?
You ain't got a mom.
I don't know who the hell he talking about. They just, I swear, they have such main character syndrome
What?
that they actually think that we know what's going on in their life or some shit. Like it's they be saying some of the most ridiculous shit.
How am I supposed to know you don't have a mom? And I what? Who didn't have a mom?
And then like if you feel like nobody should say shit to you because you don't have a mom, don't say shit back. Don't
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 even
open your
know
mouth.
who that is.
Don't say nothing to her. If you feel like her coming back at your ass is wrong because you don't have a mom, don't fucking open your mouth.
How you know if I got a mom? Like what?
The
So we can't
fuck?
talk to each other if we don't have mamas?
I swear, like, where do they get their logic? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Raymond, hi,
Oh,
how are
he said
you?
he don't have a mom? Yeah, whatever.
I'm very well. How are
But what
you?
what are you supposed to do with that information? First
Like
off,
what?
how are you supposed to know that information?
I
And
don't give
what
a
are
shit
you
if he
supposed
has
to
a
do with
mom or
that?
not. Whoever the fuck raised him, he needs to go back to that horrible human being to ask them why the hell they didn't teach him manners. That's all. I don't give a fuck if it was a tree that raised him. The fuck?
Vinny, just shut your whiny ass up. Read the disclaimer. I don't like whining. I don't like whining. Okay? You are a grown ass human. Shut the
How
entire
you
fuck
insult
up.
his mom?
Like, god damn, this is not cafeteria.
When did I
Shit.
insult his mom? Are you
I,
delusional?
I don't even think anybody said it about anything about anybody's mom. But this shit is ridiculous. Like, this is like 17-year-old shit. Stop.
My
How you
guy, the
ladies
help
doing?
that you need is not
I'm
here.
doing
Forget
good. How
about
are
it.
you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yourself?
Doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Uh, I am what I am.
Which one of those are you?
Oh, well, you say it straight. I'm a freak.
You say you're a freak?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
So that
Danny.
man
Danny.
freak.
Danny.
not
Say
like
he-
that. Not like that. But
What is happening tonight? Danny said, I have a feeling. I just have a feeling tonight is going to be a weird one. And she was right. She was right.
well, you let me on board, so you. Oh yeah, you tick that box.
Vinny, you're not coming up here. You can keep whining in the comments. I'm not giving you an audience, you weirdo.
What the hell is happening tonight? Yeah, it's because it's Oso's birthday. That's why the fuck this is happening.
That man said I'm a freak. I'm crying. I'm a freak is hilarious. That is honesty,
Oh my
okay?
God. It's because it's Oso's birthday.
Also, come get your people, man. Cause
Uh, so most of
Kalechi?
them, yeah, yeah, they speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez.
Kalechi?
I'm so sorry. I think the request sent
Oh, okay.
automatically
All
got
right, no
removed.
worries. I'll
So
take you down. Have a good night.
yeah, bye.
okay, I think that's a good name to like practice your tonation on, right? So you see the way you said Kelechi, you're pronouncing the hell out of the e,
Uh-huh.
right? So for example, just try to say K
K.
K. So
K.
you just said K, right? You just said
Uh-huh.
K.
Uh-huh.
Say le
Le.
chi,
Chi.
not
K.
chi,
Le.
not chi, chi.
Chi.
Mm-hmm.
So put that together.
Kelechi.
So
Ke,
kelechi.
Kelechi.
You're still going up with the chi. So kind of drop it a little bit. So kelechi. It kind of falls.
Kelechi.
There you go. Oh,
Kelechi.
that was good. Yeah. That's good.
Kelechi.
Yeah,
Okay.
that I like that. Yeah, that was good. That name just means to greet God. Just means like thanks to God. Like kelechi means just, thank God. It means
Oh, okay.
to be grateful. Yeah.
You should teach a class, Rhea.
Oh girl, please, I can't take anything else. I
I
can't.
would, I would, I would. I downloaded a PDF um, to learn how to speak the Yoruba language, but I haven't started studying it yet. But you should definitely
Yeah,
teach
that
class.
and you say you have Igbo roots, right? So that's an Igbo name.
Yeah,
Ichi is an Igbo name as well. So I was hoping like since you have those roots, the tonation might be a little easier, for you.
yeah,
So yeah.
that would be really cool. Bridget, hello, Bridget. Okay, not there. Are y'all still lagging?
What you mad about? Are you guys still like buffering? I think I've seen a few people say they're buffering. Okay, Maxie says she's still lagging.
How y'all doing?
It might be your phone.
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to answer your question that you have.
You can answer one. Which one did you want to answer?
The one about the Old Testament condoning slavery.
Okay.
Well, you got to remember that God literally freed the slaves out of Egypt. That was his whole, you know, command to free those people. So we cannot say that God condones it if he literally did everything in his power to make sure that it was pretty much abolished, you know?
So he took them out of slavery in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
What would you say if he then told them that they could become the slave master
You
and
know,
buy slaves and enslave each other?
well, we could say that God did not say that. We can obviously say it because everything he did showed that that wasn't the way. That wasn't his way. That was the way of man, you know?
And where would you get that thought from?
Because he freed the slaves out of Egypt with
But
all
then,
his
but
might.
then the book also says that he turned around and gave
Remember,
laws to Moses.
I
Hold on,
said,
don't cut me
that
off.
wasn't the
Don't
way.
cut me off. Don't cut me off. The book then says that he turned around and dictated laws to Moses on 3 different occasions that told them that they could become the slave masters and told them how to participate in the institution of slavery.
Okay, now I answer this for you, right? You know, in a lot of places, they consider women as servants, and now they didn't say slave, they said servants. So, say if it was a text that tell you how to make your woman serve you, you know?
No, I don't
Your
know.
children
But
serve you,
there
you know?
literally Leviticus 25 differentiates between a servant and a slave. It
Read it for me if you
differentiates.
can.
Are you asking or are you telling me to?
I said if you can,
That means, can you read it for me, please?
if you'd like to.
Nope, I don't. I would not like to.
All right. Well, I'm just saying that God did free slaves, and He wasn't for slavery. He was
He didn't free
against it,
slaves. He freed the Israelites because they
which
were his
was
slaves. They were his slaves. He bought them.
so when Moses took those trips to Israel, He was telling Moses to enslave the people on the way there.
No, your God went and got him some slaves out of Egypt, made them his servants, and then he told them that they could enslave other humans, but no other humans could enslave them because they were his slaves.
Israel did not have slaves. What are you talking about?
They did.
They had servants.
But I would read it for you if you asked politely.
I did. I said if you can. I didn't say read it now. I said if you can, just read it if you want
That's
to.
not how you ask somebody to do something for you, though.
May you read it for me if you would like to, all right?
Yes, I will.
I think they need to add manners to they need to start teaching manners at pre-K. They need to add it into the curriculum. I agree with that. I agree with myself.
So I was being rude by saying you can read this for me. I don't understand as rude if I ask you if you can. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying if you can.
No, you said read it for me if you can.
Yeah, that's not rude.
That's not asking.
That is asking. I said if you can.
No, it's not.
Cannot, that's up to you.
That's not how you ask someone to do something for you. And so when she said that they need to teach manners, she's right. The proper way to ask someone to do something for you is, can you read that, or will you read it for me? That's the proper way. And then to say please.
All right.
Why is this display capture on there? Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is where I am very controlling, Lone Star. I control myself. If you let somebody else, hold on. If you let somebody else control you, that's a you thing. But I am very controlling of myself and my space. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. Do you see that very bold declaration of what not to do?
So pretty much God told them don't
Hold
make
on,
slaves.
I'm just asking. He told them, don't make any dependent, anyone who becomes dependent on the Israelites, right? Of the Israelites, do not make them serve as slaves. Do you see that? I'm not done, okay? I'm still reading. But do you see that there is a command there? You shall not do this thing. And the thing that the Israelites shall not do is make other Israelites serve as slaves. Do you see that?
It says anyone, but yeah.
It does not.
It says any who.
It does. It does. When we get down further, you're going to see who he's talking to. It says, if any who are dependent on you, okay, become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. I just want to make sure that you see that very explicit command.
And I'll add one thing. Can I add one thing? Remember I said it can be referring to woman. That's what. Don't forget that.
We're going to keep reading, though, okay? I just want to make sure that you recognize that command. You shall not make them serve as slaves. That you recognize that as a command, correct?
Yes.
All right. They shall remain with you as hired or bond laborers, right? Not servants, not debt slaves, but hired or bond laborers. That means hired workers. You see that? Not slaves, but hired workers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. You only treat them this way until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. Who in this Bible had ancestral property according to this God?
Well, it could be anyone. You know, ancestral property, like I said, your family is your name.
It's okay. We're going to keep reading. For they are my servants. Who's talking right now? Who's the my that's talking right now?
I hear you.
whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. So the servants that this God brought out of the land of Egypt are who?
The Israelites.
And the they that cannot be treated as slaves are sold. They can't be treated as slaves, but they are to be treated as hired laborers and to go back to their ancestral property are who? Who is the they?
I have a question. Can God tell
Wait, can
ungodly
you
people?
answer that first? Can you answer
No,
that
no,
first? Who is
we
the
agree.
they?
Israelites. Israelites. I'm just trying to
Okay,
add on to what you're saying.
go ahead.
I'm saying that how would God tell ungodly people not to have slaves? He couldn't, because you wouldn't listen, or there would be no way to tell you. Now, God showed the people who had a way the way. So it's not that God said have slaves if you're not Israelite. It's
Let
that
me
they
keep
other
reading.
people had no way. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me keep reading. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. So he's telling the Israelites how to treat one another. Do not make them serve as slaves. Treat them as hired laborers, right? When they're done with their time, send them back to their ancestral property, to their own authority, because they are my servants that I brought out of Egypt. And he says, they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. That is another command, correct? Don't make them serve as slaves. Do not sell them like slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. You can't even rule over them with harshness because they're my servants. I got them out of Egypt. Then he says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have. Do you recognize the shift here? That he's saying,
I'm
these you
seeing.
cannot. Okay. It is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Not laborers, not workers, but property.
So pretty much,
Chattel.
so pretty much, God told His people, make the people that are not mine servants to you, so they'll be servants to me.
Nope. You
That's what
may
I'm getting
keep
at.
them. You may, no, that's what you want to tell yourself.
No,
You
that's
may
what it sounds
keep
like.
them. No, that's what you telling yourself. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you. So pass them down to your children to be a possession to your children when you die, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. Remember, don't treat my slaves as slaves. Don't make them serve as slaves. Do not sell them as slaves, and do not rule over my slaves. But you can have your own slaves, and your slaves need to come from foreign nations. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Your God, according to this book, took the Israelites out of Egypt so that he could make them his slaves, and then taught them how to participate in the slave institution, the practice that was going on in the ancient Near East.
So servitude or slavery? We're not talking. No, 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 no. No. I'm gonna say this. Are we talking about American slavery or African servitude? Which one?
So tell me the difference
What is
between
No,
African
there's a
the two.
slavery?
difference. There's a great difference.
I said, tell me the difference. I said, what is the difference between the slavery that was in America and the slavery in this book? And I heard him say African. I take it that he is a Hebrew Israelite.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Why are you saying that this is African slavery?
No, I said servitude, not slavery.
Yeah, he didn't
But
even
why are
say
you saying that this
slavery.
is
He said
African?
servitude. Like, what are
When
you
you talking
talking
about
about?
people in Africa,
No, the Bible. Why did you call this African
Because
servitude?
the Bible is an African, the Old Testament is an African literature, right? African truth, right?
No, it's no.
So Moses is not from Africa. What you're reading is not of an
The
African
character
person.
Moses was was in Egypt, but Moses was half Hurrian. Moses was half African and half Hurrian.
Moses was born in Africa. Does that not make him African?
No, it doesn't make him African.
I thought
His
that's what made.
ethnicity, he was half Aramaean, actually not Hurrian. Well, they called it Hurrian, but he wasn't West African.
No, he's just
And
African. I'm not saying
this
like.
isn't and the character Moses, right, was of the Israelites. He was half well, let me take this back. According to the book, Moses' father was Amram. So let me take that back because I'm mixing Akhenaten.
Moses was
The character in this book, his father was Aramaean. So Moses was full fledged Aramaean in this book. Akhenaten was half Hurrian, half Egyptian. So not thinking about Akhenaten, this Moses, this character
the son of Africa
was Aramaean. This character was Aramaean. So not African, no. But what is the difference between indentured servitude that you believe is happening here in this book and the slavery institutions in America? What's the difference between the definition, defining the slavery?
Well, the difference was it wasn't ruled on fear. It was ruled on.
No, the
American
definition.
slavery is just racist. It has nothing to do with
No.
God.
Mighty,
It has to do with
mighty,
I need you to do something for me. Huh?
The definition of slavery. What is the definition of indentured servitude in the book? What is it? What is it?
Was there currency back then?
Do you know what I mean when I
you
say
can owe someone is your time?
Okay, do you know what I mean when I say define indentured servitude?
No, I'm saying it's kind of hard to. I know there was no such thing as money at the time, so all you could owe someone is your time.
That isn't
true.
So
I'm trying to figure out
that there was shekels.
Yeah,
they did have
it is true at that time.
Yeah, they did have shekels that they
not
could
a national currency.
It didn't have to be national. They did have a way to pay people, and like talking while I'm talking, like it's rude, right?
We're discussing.
They did have a way. They did. No, you don't have. We can discuss, but you don't have to talk while I'm talking. That's not a discussion. They had a way to pay wages back then. That typically debt slavery happened when someone either took out a loan, right, or they bought something, they stole something, they did something that they were not able to pay back. They weren't able to pay their creditor back, so that they would sell themselves, right, to that creditor for a period of 6 years, work off that debt, and then go back to their family. Now, in ancient Israel, the person who owed the debt was not necessarily the person who worked off the debt. If that happened, a Hebrew man could sell his daughter to the creditor, could sell his son to the creditor, or could sell his wife or a slave to the creditor to work off that debt for him if he had those means. It didn't necessarily have to be the one owing the debt that went into the debt slavery. Okay, that's one aspect of the indentured servitude in this book. In America, indentured servitude was people coming to America not for the purposes of paying off a debt, but to get citizenship. So they would come, they would work for a landlord, and they would work for a period of 6 years with the expectation of being set free in the 6th year and getting a land grant and becoming a citizen. That was the indentured servitude in America, and that was the debt slavery in the Bible, right? So you have indentured servitude in both the Bible and in America. Can we agree that those two systems appear in both places? Before I move on, just let me know. Can we agree that we have identified that
I agree,
institution
but I
in
don't
both
agree that
places?
American slavery was for
I
freedom.
didn't say slavery. I said indentured servitude in America.
I don't believe it was for freedom, though.
I did not say freedom. I did not say that word. I said they came here for citizenship and land. They would work for the landlord for 7 years and get, after 7 years, their contract would end with the expectation of getting a land grant and
Sharecropping.
becoming a citizen. Nope, not sharecropping. That came later. I'm talking about indentured servitude in America.
That one, I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Americans, African Americans, were slaves the
I
entire
didn't say
time they lived.
African Americans. I'm just defining and identifying the institutions of slavery in America, okay? And in the Bible. Not who were the slaves, not who were the servants, just the institutions.
I hear you.
Okay. So we have just identified that indentured servitude was in the Bible, also known as debt slavery, correct?
Yep, I said that you people pay with their time back then.
And then we just identified that indentured servitude was in America, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46, we're going to identify that institution of slavery. What's the definition of chattel slavery?
That's American slavery, correct or no?
Nope, chattel slavery is not only in America. But what is the definition of it?
It would be to, slavery in the form of not oppression, but you work against your will. That's what I would say.
So what do you know what the word chattel means?
I would think it means to work against your own will.
No,
That's what the
chattel is
difference
movable
between.
property. The word chattel means movable property. That's what chattel means. Movable goods. Okay? So chattel slavery, right, is where slaves are treated as personal property or chattel. Like cattle could be considered chattel, right? If you move the cattle from place to place or you sell it, it's chattel, right? So
Mhm.
chattel slavery is when slaves are treated as personal property that is bought and sold like cattle is, like livestock is. Okay? So it's bought and sold and is owned as personal property. And usually it is for a lifetime. Okay? That is the
Yes,
definition of
it's kind
chattel
of like
slavery.
working against your own will. Yes.
It's forced labor, right? It's where labor is exploited. It's forced labor where the slave is treated as personal property of the slave owner and it's moved about, bought and sold like cattle. Okay? Now, when your God says in Leviticus 25, verse 44 through 46, that to the Israelites, you may buy male and female slaves from the nations around you, right? You may acquire male and female slaves from the tenant farmers that are living on your land. And if they have children, their children becomes your property, right? He says they may be your property. That is chattel. Then he says you can pass your property down when you die in your will to your children for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. right? So verse 44 through 46 is chattel slavery. Now, in America, I don't think we have to go through what we did with indentured servitude. In America, we know that chattel slavery was also an institution in America, correct?
Yep.
So we have identified debt slavery, i.e., indentured servitude, in both the Bible in ancient Israel and chattel slavery in ancient Israel. We have also identified chattel slavery in America.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I agree. I agree in a way.
What is the other way that you don't agree?
So what is it? What is the next verses say? If you don't mind me asking.
Sure. The next verses talk about free foreigners that become rich in the land of Israel, that buy, that Hebrews sell themselves to free persons that are foreigners living in the land of Israel, and how they are to treat the Hebrew that sells themselves to a free foreigner. It says, let's go down. If resident aliens among you prosper, so a resident alien is a free foreigner living amongst the land of Israel. Among you prosper, they've become rich. And if any of your kin, the Israelites, fall into difficulty with one of them and sell themselves to an alien or to a branch of the alien's family, even after they have sold themselves, they shall have the right of redemption. So it's even more privileges to the Israelites. They're not property. If they sell themselves to a foreigner who has had success in Israel, then even that Israelite can redeem himself, or one of his brothers can. One of their brothers may redeem them, or their uncle's son may redeem them, or any one of their family who is of their own flesh may redeem them, or if they prosper, they may redeem themselves. They shall compute with the purchaser the total from the year when they sold themselves to the alien until the Jubilee year. So even a free foreigner living in the land of Israel that has had success in Israel, who has called upon a loan that he gave to a Hebrew and required that Hebrew sell themselves to him, that foreigner has to go by the year of Jubilee, has to let the Israelite go during the year of Jubilee. The price of the sale shall be applied to the number of years. The time they were the owner shall be rated as the time of a hired labor. Like, they can't even be treated as a debt slave. They have to be treated as a hired labor, even when they sell themselves to a foreigner living in their land. If many years remain, they shall pay for their redemption in proportion to the purchase price. And if few years remain until the Jubilee, they shall compute thus. According to the years involved, they shall make payment for their redemption. As a laborer hired by the year, they shall be under the alien's authority, who shall not, however, rule with harshness over them in your sight. Like, even though the Hebrew is under the authority of the alien still cannot rule over the Israelite with harshness. And if they have not been redeemed in any of these ways, they and their children with them shall go out in Jubilee. For to me, the Israelites are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So he's like, nobody's going to treat my slaves the way I treat my slaves. Nobody can rule over my
It's
slaves
servants.
the
It's
way that
servants.
I rule over my slaves. Servant, slave. Jesus says, call yourself slaves. Like, regardless, I know y'all like that pretty word. It's still a slave. You still have a master. God
You have to
is your
remember this is a
master.
translation, though, Mama. You know that, right?
Don't call me mama.
Or ma'am.
Like, it's still either way you have a master, whether you call it a servant, whether you call it a slave. The word abed means servant, slave, or laborer. Like, it's
Remember,
whatever you
you
want to,
said three
whatever you
definitions.
want to call it, whatever you want to call it, right? Here in 44 through 46, it's a slave. It's chattel. whenever it was talking about the Israelites, it was servant in Exodus and Deuteronomy. But in Leviticus, you can't. They're no longer servants. They're workers. They're laborers. Like they evolved from being able to enslave each other for debt slavery to no longer being able to do that, right? To being servants, and then to no longer even being able to call them servants. They're workers. They're laborers. So it was an evolution of the Abed. So whatever you want to call it, it's that. I mean, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't
So we can
change.
hold on. I'm gonna say so we can agree that when God told them that, God then give you definition and the true understanding of what He identified as servitude, because that's God's definition of servitude according to the people who knew God versus the servitude to people that didn't know God, right? Right or wrong? That's
That's exactly what he's saying, right? Like those that are mine, right? These are my children, my servants. You treat them with respect, right? You do not enslave them. You don't make them your servants. They are your workers, right? Respectability. That's what your God said, right? But everybody else who are not mine, you can treat like slaves. They can be your property. You can own them as a possession. You can buy and you can sell them. How is that different from what happened in America? Europeans were considered indentured servants, right? They didn't say the word slave because let's give them a step up so that they can think that they are better than the slaves. Although in America, indentured servants were often treated like slaves were treated. They would fine line the shit, right? An indentured servant would get whipped with their shirt on, but a slave would get whipped with their shirt off. An indentured servant would eat the leftovers from the house when after the landlord family ate or the slave master ate. The slave would eat the scraps, what was left over of the animal, right? Indentured servants got the rags and clothes left over from the slave master's family. The slave barely even got clothes. If they did, they had to wear the same clothes over and over again unless it was market day. They would put subtle differences between the indentured servant and the slave so that they could create a level of hierarchy or a level of privilege between the two. In America, the slave owners did shiesty shit to try to extend the indentured servants contract as well, to try to hold them as long as they could.
I agree. So I have a question. So if I work at Walmart, right? Because that's the only thing I can do. I don't have no other occupation. And I only go home to go to sleep and then wake up to go back. I have to pay taxes to the government. I owe these people my life because I have to give them my time to get paid to make sure I have a roof over my head and food to eat. Am I not an indentured servant or I'm just working? Which one is it? Because working in servitude
Wait,
is,
do you get a paycheck?
I mean, I get paid something. Whether
Then no, you're not an indentured servant.
money is just a means. It's not really an end.
If you're getting something in return for your labor, then no, you're not an indentured servant. Your labor is not being exploited.
These servants had houses. They had their own stuff. They didn't just sleep
But
outside when it came down to
no,
this.
and in debt slavery, they became temporary property. In the ancient Near East, they became temporary property of the creditor. They were taken away from their family, right? They lived on the land of the landlord, and the landlord owned their time.
No, I'm not justifying slavery. I'm just telling you during this time period, if you had no way, that was the only way. That's all I'm saying. There's none like if I was in Egypt right now and I could sleep by the river with the alligator or I can go serve somebody to make sure I at least have a roof over my head. I might have to plant some grapes and trees, but at least I know they built a house for me and I'm building a house
What
for
does
them
that have to
in
do?
return.
What so and when you expect, like you do this,
And
right?
I'm not
You
comparing it to
go and
America.
you hold
America's
on, let me
older, you know.
finish. Let me finish. You go and you sign an agreement for 3 years, let's say a 3 year agreement, which Babylon debt slavery was 3 years, right? You go and you sign up for do a 3 year bid so that you can get your bearings up. And then Israel comes along and buys you from Babylon and takes you back to Israel and makes you a permanent slave for life, taking away your complete body autonomy for life. Is that okay?
If you don't pay the government taxes as a servant of the government, you go to jail and you lose every right and you become a slave to the government, right or wrong.
Did you say that to like completely just
No,
ignore
I'm just
the
telling you
fact
that.
you did? Is it right or
Not
wrong?
really. No, I'm trying to give
No,
you
can you
I'm trying to
answer my
open your mind.
question? Can you answer my question? Is it right or wrong when someone sells themselves into debt slavery in Babylon for a period of 3 years, expecting to fully go back home to their family after 3 years, and then Israel comes along, buys that contract, takes them back to Israel, and makes them their slave for life?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Israel's only offered servitude to people that lived there. They didn't go to
They
Ethiopia,
did. That's
Sudan,
literally
Egypt.
what they did. That's literally how they got their one way that they got their slaves. They went to foreign nations, purchased the debt slaves, brought them back to Israel, and made them lifetime slaves. That's literally what they did. Now, Babylon was wrong for selling the dead slaves, but Israel bought them and made them lifetime slaves, knowing they were buying dead slaves.
That's where it gets conflicted. It's almost like, is it God or is it man doing that?
I mean, your God said that you could do it. Your
No,
God told them. Your God said that for them to go to foreign nations, right, and purchase male and female slaves.
But why is that
Your
reside
God
question?
with
knew that they were buying
residing
dead
with.
slaves.
Thinker, why is that question not asked when he's talking about the God freeing them from slavery in Egypt? How come you're not saying, "Oh, was that God or was that man?"
No, that was God. We know that because
Hold on,
that's
Bria, go ahead,
spoken.
take over. I gotta go to the
How do
bathroom.
you know that exactly? Okay.
It does say among you. It doesn't say from foreign nations. You may
It
also
says,
acquire them
"As
from
for
among.
male and," please read and like. Okay, it says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves." Do you want the version that says the foreign nations? Like, what word do you need to see?
Remember, I'm not justifying this. I'm just telling you what it is.
You've already justified it a few times. Like,
Nah, not me.
you have. It's okay though.
I'm just explaining something. You asked me that. You said, "Is this God or is this?" Like you're asking me, "Is this
No, you're the one that
righteous?"
said that. I'm
I'm
asking you
trying to
why.
tell you that.
No, you asked that question. I'm asking you, why does that not apply when you're claiming that the God saved them from Egypt? How come you're not saying, "Oh, was that God? Was that
That
man?"
was God. We know that. No, we all know that.
How do we know that?
No, we know that. That's a fact.
How? How?
Because where's Egypt now? Egypt is no one goes to these. It's ruined.
No, it's not.
It was ruined for a long time, actually.
It's not ruined. Egypt still stands. It's occupied, but it's not ruined.
No one lives where those pyramids are at. It's literally
What are you
ruins.
talking about? Yet
People
it's
live on the
quite literally
outside of that
protected.
place.
It's a tourist site now.
Yeah,
Are
but you
you?
can't. No one lives in the
Why
desert
would anyone live there? It's a protected site now.
because it's uninhabitable. For real, for
It's
real.
not inhabitable. People like you just can't live there because
A
it's
desert is
protected. It's a
inhabitable. What are you
historical
talking
site
about?
now.
Can you live in a desert? What would you produce from a
What the
desert?
fuck? People lived in deserts. People are
No,
living in
no.
deserts right now.
It's not the place to be in.
It doesn't matter. Is it possible? Yes. That is the point. People live in deserts.
They always used to say that Egypt used to have more grassland.
That's so irrelevant to the conversation.
No, I just said
Again, it says to get male and female slaves from nations around you. So these are not the Israelite slaves. These are not the indentured servants. These ones are to be owned as property and sent, and even transferred to their children.
No, I hear you. I hear you. That's why I
Not
actually
about
reading this
hearing me,
verse
it's
to
what the words say
clarify
in the book.
what did God's viewpoint of servitude was. I don't know about slavery, but I can tell you what God said about
But
servitude.
you're quite. It doesn't matter what you like. I'm not asking you to tell me because right here it's in the book. He tells you what servitude, what people to put in servitude, and then he tells you what people to own as property forever.
It said that you should rule over them with harshness, but shall fear God, meaning that
Don't know.
don't
It
do
says not to.
things.
It says not to rule over your fellow Israelites with harshness. It doesn't say you can't rule over the other slaves without harshness.
It doesn't
It's
say you
talking
should,
about
though,
the
does it?
Israelites.
It doesn't say you should. God didn't tell you
It says
to
not to
abuse your
rule over
slaves,
your
rule them with
fellow
harshness.
Israelites. If he quite literally is specifying, do not treat the fellow Israelites with harshness, then where does he say, including the other ones, including the foreign slaves? Why is he
I'm just
specifying
saying
it?
it does not say. The only thing I see from this is God says, whoever serves you, do it the right way. Because I'm telling you, back then, money wasn't a currency.
Did
Common
have
currency wasn't
currency.
a thing.
They had a concept of money. Yes, they
No,
did. It
not common
just
currency.
because it's not paper money like you see today doesn't mean anything.
I said common currency, though.
That was their common currency.
What's their time, right? What we're
In their
explaining, right?
time, yes, they had the concept of money. They had things that
No,
they
time
had
is
money
money,
that
right?
they exchanged for goods.
When you go to work every day, all you're offering is your time. That's the same thing as what I'm reading right here.
You're just saying words, sir.
No, what do you mean?
He differentiates between the servants, right? The servitude, the people that are to serve you for only a specific number of years. And then he tells you the ones that you are to own as property and even pass on to your children. Those are chattel slaves. So your God does condone slavery, especially chattel slavery. That's the point. I don't know, like you're just saying things.
So God freed the slaves and then said, "Be slaves."
Exactly. It's in
So,
your book.
so can you differentiate between what God said and what man said?
It literally says your God
No,
is
because the
giving these
Bible is also
rules.
history.
I
Remember that.
don't care. This is what your book is saying. Your book
Did
says your
God say
God
that
is the
though?
one giving these laws.
No, I'm
Your
asking you a
book
question. Did
says
God
your
say
God is the one talking here.
that? This is a commandment from God?
Yes, these are laws. These are
No,
laws that your God is passing down for
no.
people, for
Moses
the
wrote the
Israelites
book of
to
law with
follow.
the help of God. Remember that.
What?
Moses wrote the book of law with the help of God.
Okay, so these are the rules, these are the laws that he got from the God with the help of the God to own
So,
slaves.
so I can't add a verse if I wanted to. It was
Why
a
would you
template.
add a verse?
Oh no, I'm not saying that Moses had a verse. I said anyone can add a verse. Isn't this the King James?
I don't care what version it is. What
Oh,
version would
don't
you like
forget.
to
Hey,
read
hey,
from?
don't
What
forget.
version would you like to
Don't
read
for.
from?
Hey, no, I'm saying you're reading the King James.
It
Remember that.
doesn't matter. I don't care about, I don't like, what are you talking about? I don't care about the version.
No, it does
Can
matter.
you deal with what the scripture is saying?
No, I'm just telling you this is the King James. Remember that.
I'm not asking you that though. I don't care. What version would you like to see it in?
Let me read give me the Ethiopian version.
The what version?
The Ethiopian Bible.
What does he want
That's the
to
first
read in the
Bible
He
ever
wants
written.
Ethiopian
this
Bible?
verse in the Ethiopian Bible.
He wants Leviticus 25 in the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah.
That's the first. Somebody's talking about Ethiopia. That's the first one. Africans wrote the first Bible once again. But
No, they
anyway,
didn't. No, they did
it's the
not.
first Bible,
He
first
just
No,
complete
it's
Bible.
not.
words. It's
No,
not the
it's not.
full Bible. He just says things.
Look it up. Look up the
It's
first
not.
complete Bible.
It's not. Let's see. Let me see what books are in the Ethiopian Bible. Jubilee, Leviticus. Let's see if I can get it. I don't know if they have an English translation of it.
Someone says the oldest complete, but not the first. I said the complete, not.
No, you didn't. You said the first.
No, I said the
You
first
did not.
complete Bible. Right?
Yeah. No, you didn't. You did not. You said it was the first Bible written. Let me see.
Too old for this
I can
game.
get an English translation. Huh?
Just people be too old for the behavior that they enact. I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Here we are in English. Well, damn. I said English, but it put it in Spanish. Let's see. Oh, it did Espanol. Oh, let's see. There we go. It went to Genesis. Ellie asked.
This is my favorite book of the Bible.
Oh, please. All right. Let's see.
Someone said, I don't want to take this. It's not about an L. I thought we were just deconstruction something. We were trying to look for further understanding of something, you know?
Okay, here we go. And let's make it bigger. Verse 44. As for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule over one another ruthlessly.
Did it say in your land, right?
I'm going to read it again. As for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly.
Interesting. I just want to know if is slavery and servitude the same thing in this text?
It literally is giving you the difference. Like,
No,
can
no,
you
no, no, no.
not
Only
comprehend?
no. It doesn't explain it.
Yes,
There's
it
no
does. It
no. It
literally is
doesn't.
so
It doesn't say
explicit.
rule the
Bro,
slaves with
what are you
an iron
talking about?
fist and whip them. It doesn't say that. It just says you
Yes,
can
it
have
does.
slaves.
Can you read it for yourself? Thinker, please don't read it for him no more. I need you to do the reading, sir. Please start reading it on your own. No. I want you to say the words that are on this freaking scripture right now because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Start reading.
What I'm asking is,
I don't
what
care
is
what you're
slavery to
asking.
you?
Read what the words say.
What is slavery to you? That's all
Are
I'm
you
asking.
unable to read?
No, I can read. As for the male and the
Okay,
female slaves who
so please
who
read.
you
Go
may
ahead.
have, it is from the nation around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You also may acquire them from among the aliens that residing with you and from their families who are with you and who have been born in the land. I can read. I'm trying to tell you
Then
that
keep no.
what
Keep
is a
reading. What did you
slave?
just
Like,
read?
is it
What
a
did you just read?
worker?
What did you
What
just
does it
read?
mean?
What did you just
We're not
read?
talking about American slavery. If we talk
What
about
did you just
American
read,
slavery, all
sir?
slavery is
What
bad
did you
because
just
of
read?
American slavery. Of
What
course.
did you just read? What did you just read?
The
The fact that
verse.
you said all slavery is bad because of American slavery. Like, how the fuck
Back then, I'm
is the
trying to
slavery?
tell you that
How
only
is
thing you
the
could
how
pay
is the
somebody with back
slavery
then is the time.
in the Bible going to be bad because of American slavery?
Only thing you could pay somebody if you had nothing. Thing you could
How is
offer
the
somebody is
slavery
your
in the
time.
Bible? How is the slavery in the Bible going to be bad now because of American slavery?
Because your vision of slavery, what you see as slavery, is American. So you don't know no slavery back then. You have no proof or
So
anything
then, so
that
then, let me
shows
ask you
you
a
what it
question.
was
Hey,
meant to be
hey,
a
hey, hey,
slave
hey,
or a
shh.
servant back then.
Hey, you're crashing out. Chill. So if slavery wasn't bad, it was just a job. That's what you're
Yes, that's what
saying.
I'm trying to tell
Why
you.
did hey? Why did your God kill babies to get the Israelites out of a job?
What?
Why did your God
If I
kill
was God,
children? Why did your God kill children just to get the Israelites out of a job?
I'll tell you, Joe. If I was God, I would do worse than that. You know that? If I see evil people, they all need to be gone, not just their babies.
Why are they evil? Why were they evil? They just gave the Israelites a job. They
Well, they
gave them
also
food.
told the Israelites
They
that
gave
they
them
were
shelter.
God. They had
Remember
a
when they were in the wilderness
no.
and your God starved them to
They
humble
told the
them?
Israel no. God sent
Remember,
the
remember, remember when they were in the wilderness and your God starved them out to humble them, right? And they were like, "We want to go back because we had shelter, we had food, we were comfortable." Right? Why did your God kill babies to take them away from a job
I just told you why.
and food and shelter?
If I knew some evil people, I wouldn't even want them to reproduce
Why were they evil?
because they said they were God. They said they did so much stuff that you have never seen.
Damn. So if I say I'm God, I'm evil.
I mean, if you, yeah, in God's eyes, yeah. If you say you're a God, then you will just be a liar. And a liar is a deceiver. And someone that can deceive can do anything because they have
Dude,
no
you are
moral
crashing
compass
out so
of
bad.
what is good
Your
and bad.
friends
They just
in the
believe that
comments,
whatever their
your
good
friends
is their
that you
good.
brought here, listen, your friends that you brought here in the comments was like, "Oh, she about to get cooked." But the
Who,
fucked up
me?
thing about it is yeah, you had friends in the
No,
comments
I don't.
that when you came on stage, they were saying she about to get cooked. She about to get cooked. My
I don't
ass
know what
over
you're
here
talking
know when to
about.
cook the burrito.
I don't know
I
what
done
you're talking
cooked
about.
you in this burrito that I'm eating. You
No,
are
no, no, no,
crashing the
no.
entire fuck out on this stage for no
Nah, I know
reason.
God, so none of this
For
matters. I'm
no
just trying to
reason.
give you some
Just
clarification if you
wasting
wanted
time.
clarification.
Thinker, I'm
Well,
tired of hearing your voice. I'm tired of hearing it. So on my life today, literally I just wish more Christians were like this guy because he couldn't stop telling the truth. This man, we read him a verse. I can't remember what we were reading. And and I asked him, no, he goes, yeah, that's not what it says, or something like that. Or he completely twists what the words were saying. And I asked him, I said, so when you read the scripture, you just kind of make up your own thing. You just lie about it. And he said, yeah, that's how I.
no.
He said,
Who,
yes,
me?
that's
You
how.
talking about me?
He said, shut up. He said, yeah, that's how I read it.
Damn, I
That's how
almost
I
choked on a
apply it to
bean.
my life. He literally admitted that when he reads something, he will lie to himself so that way he can continue to.
That's ridiculous. But at least he admitting that shit.
I know, right? And I was just like, bro, that makes sense. That makes sense. And I'm glad that you're on it.
So does God exist? How about that?
That's crazy.
Does God exist?
That's a heavy ass pivot, my friend.
No, I just want to know if God exists to y'all.
He done veered off the bridge.
No, 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 because we could talk about some
Yeah, that
IP
was a
stuff,
heavy
right?
ass
He
pivot.
has hit the railing.
Does God exist? That's all I care about. I want to know if y'all believe that God exists.
What the fuck? You already know that shit. You already know what we believe.
Oh,
Like,
you
but
believe God exists?
this pivot is crazy as hell.
So you believe in God, right?
Let's say
That's
I
all I
do.
care about. I don't care about no
Let's
damn
let's say I do.
Israel
Let's
slaves.
say I do believe in
I
your
don't
slave
live in
master
Israel.
God. Let's say I do believe in your slave master God. Now what?
Slave master God. What happened if Jesus was black, every prophet was black, and you
And
just
he's still a
was
slave master.
brainwashed?
Right?
And
That's
he a
all.
black ass slave
Make him
master.
a
The fuck?
coon.
Jesus a black slave master?
That would make him a coon.
Jesus, the one who stood by himself and only had 12 people around
Yep.
him because he didn't trust no one and
Jesus
flew to
didn't
Egypt to
condemn
avoid
slavery.
all the Roman trials.
Jesus used slavery in his lessons when he was teaching his disciples how to be
No,
a slave.
hell
Like
no.
Jesus literally had women footing his bill. Jesus was a pimp. Actually, what
Hell
do
no.
you call that? What do you call a man that has women taking care of him financially? While he just walk around just running his mouth.
I
What
would
do you call
hope that
that?
if a woman love freaking NBA players and BS men.
What? Hold
If
on.
you
What's
see a
the
man
word
of
for
God, you
it?
should
Is
want
it
to.
no?
They'll take care
I
of
don't
the
want
worst dude in the
no
world, but when you
scrub.
get the man of God, you
Is
want to
it
take care of
scrub?
him. That's crazy
No.
talk.
I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Yeah, Jesus was a scrub. He had a bunch of women taking care of him financially while he ran his mouth talking about his Christ. And yeah, no, Jesus was a scrub.
Yeah, it says that in the Bible, right?
It does.
True. No, I know a lot of women that take care of scrubs and they don't do nothing for them. But there's a man that will take care of everything for you and tomorrow and the next day and forever. Make sure you go to heaven and stuff like that, but you can't look out for them.
Oh,
You're supposed to take care of your own people,
Samuel. Oh, poor baby. Did she say
Nah, I'm just speaking
no?
honest.
Did you get
If
rejected?
it's crazy because
Did she not want to date you? Oh, poor honey.
who I said take care of 'em. I ain't say date. If someone's fighting for me, I'll make sure they can fight for me. What you mean?
The shit y'all will condone.
There's
It's
people that
just,
don't fight for you,
it's
they fight
just, it's
against you to take care of them.
hilarious.
I know that. We can really get
It's
into it if you
hilarious.
want
And then
to.
y'all be like, why don't nobody want to follow us? Y'all don't want to follow us, but y'all just condone the stupidest shit.
What you mean by that?
Do you know what I mean when I say you condone
Yeah, nah,
shit?
I just think that you believe that all slavery is some European extreme
Now that's you.
racist.
You are the one who have this hang up on that. Like you can't
America
you
is
can't
slavery.
even
We
you
excuse
can't
it is
you
very
have a
common.
very micro view of the institution of slavery. Very micro view because
I
of what
believe if you go
happened.
to a 9 to
Hold
5
on.
every day
Shh,
and pay
shh.
taxes, you're a
Because of
slave
what
to the government.
happened in America to our ancestors, and I completely understand that. I completely understand that. But the reality is that slavery has been an institution that has been practiced around the world for centuries. And your book, the God that you serve, is what they used to enslave your ancestors, my ancestors. That's the same God that you are on this stage capping for.
So you let the devil win is what you're telling me. So you said the devil
The
was
devil
the
belongs
devil
to
and
you.
the devil
The
used
devil
God
belongs to you.
to
If I
justify.
don't believe in your pimping God, I damn sure don't believe in your imaginary ass devil. That is for you. The devil torments you.
Who is the devil to you? I'm trying. You know who the devil is to me, right? Man. Man is the devil. Man kills, steals, and destroys. That's the devil to me. All right. We got plenty of people in our community
Well, you
that
have a devil. I
steal and
don't.
destroy.
You
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 got
have
plenty
a
of other people
devil.
in other communities that kill,
Then
steal, and
you
destroy.
have
What are
a
you talking
devil.
about?
I don't. What the fuck?
A devil just means evil. You can't say evil without devil. Or you can't say
What?
devil without
You
evil.
say evil. You don't have to say the fuck.
Thinker,
Devil
I'm
means
You
telling
to
you,
literally,
evil.
you
The
literally,
letter
you
D,
literally
words.
have
the
to put a
evil.
D. You literally have to put a D in front of evil to make it devil. So you most certainly can say evil without
No, you heard me
devil.
correctly. You heard me
I'm
correctly.
telling
Stop
you,
it.
bro, this man
Stop
just
it.
says
It means
words.
the
He's
evil.
just gonna talk.
Anybody can be the evil people. What do you mean? Devil people. What do you mean? The devil is
Yeah,
of the
this
That
world.
is that's a damn shame.
Oh, Thinker, somebody to Joshua sent the chasing the dream, and also
Oh,
do your gift goal.
okay.
My
Well, the
God.
people are tired of you. What's your name?
I
Mighty
mean,
Son of God.
we're
So
talking
I
about
have to drop
slavery,
you.
but
I have to drop you. Somebody paid to drop you.
He said you can't say evil without saying devil.
That is crazy.
How does your brain work backwards like that?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Literally,
Man,
it's on rewind. Oh my God. Come
hey
on,
P.
man.
Hey, yo, this should not be free. It should not be.
Like, cause what the actual fuck?
Oh my God.
But
He said
real,
you cannot say evil without devil.
I was like, when he said that, I was like, but it has fewer letters. Never mind. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
I don't think they understand or realize that that devil belongs to them. Like,
The amount of things that they don't realize is beyond me. Cause like, what was he even? What was his point?
I jumped
trying
out
to
the
say that slavery was a job, but he
like.
literally lost his shit when I asked him why did God make the Israelites lose their job?
Yes, because that was the first thing he said when he came up. God took him out of slavery. He can't be pro-slavery. He took him out of slavery because it was. I think he even said it was negative then, but now it's a job. Like what?
I don't understand their need to try to like sanctify slavery. Like so many of them now are trying to make slavery as if it's an okay thing to do.
Hmm.
I don't like. It's sickening to me. Exactly, Adrian. Seeing black men and black women. 'Cause, like, black women have come up here and did it too. Like it's sickening. It's uh,
Like how you just, and then they have to continue to highlight American slavery. How do you not see the similarity? Like this is quite literally the blueprint for what they did.
I mean,
Like how do you
they don't want to see it because like even when I try to like break it down when I was doing with him earlier, and I was like, okay, we've identified indentured servitude in Israel, indentured servitude in America, and then we've identified chattel slavery in America and chattel slavery in the Bible. They don't when it gets there, there's like a hard stop. They refuse to see chattel slavery in the Bible, but even with indentured servitude, like that's still slavery, and the Israelites abused it, the Middle East abused it, and America abused that institution of slavery just as well. They're trying to make slavery be a beautiful thing, but it just isn't and never has been.
and while I get the, and I know I'm probably gonna regret saying this, I understand on a very, very, very high level when they talk about capitalism and the society that we live in, and you know the prison industrial complex. I totally understand that, right? But to make the comparison to what our ancestors went through, to what so many other people groups' ancestors went through, and what is even being spoken of in this Bible, to try to draw that comparison is just ridiculous. It's just simply not the same. I opt into employment. I
Hey
can
guys,
go to work, you know, on at any time and decide I want a different job. That is not the same as slavery.
what's the chat
They know
here?
it. They just full of shit when they
What's the
say that,
chat?
and they know they full of shit when they say that. Dan, why do you do that?
What's it?
Like there's people talking, like we're in the middle of a conversation and you come in and say my voice is the most important thing on the stage, so let me protrude it.
No, I was just saying hello, guys. I didn't mean to button.
Yeah, but even after she was still talking, you did it again. You did it more than once. Like we ignored you the first time because we were still talking, and then you did it again.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I assume by your picture that you are Christian or
Nah,
Catholic.
nah, none of the above. I believe that we can all be a higher power of ourselves once we gain consciousness. That photo, I wouldn't say it's a piss take, but it's no, I don't. Yeah, no.
Okay. So what did you come up here for?
First off, I come up to see what the chat is because I couldn't understand it. I was listening for a while and I was thinking, well, what's
Okay,
going on
so
here?
I'm gonna put you back down in the comments since you don't know uh what the conversation is about. Listen for a little bit and then see if you have any input or if this is where you're supposed to be. Okay.
Righto.
All right. Don't use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods and people who have a vision impairment. Art and stuff. How are you?
Yo, I'm good. You dropped my boy before, and he was
I don't
cooking like
care. I don't care. How
he
how old are
was
you?
he was cooking like babies.
How old are you?
Babies are
How
evil.
old are you?
Period. Babies are evil.
How
They
old
be
are you?
pooping all over
Goodness
the place.
gracious. Is this
They
what you
got
came up
that
here to
green
do?
poop. They got
Oh
that
yeah, you
demonic.
just ignorant ass motherfucker. Can we block him, please?
Did you?
Huh?
Did he comment?
Yeah, he commented. He was one of the ones that typed in caps.
Okay.
Is it the art and stuff person?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got him?
Yeah.
Ken.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to request. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll take you down. Have a good
You
night.
too.
Kwame, no, I don't do that anymore. Is it Lion or Lian? Lian? I don't think they're connecting. Can we take them down? Faison? Hello, Faison? All
Hello?
right. Oh, if you joined on purpose, please request again. I thought you accidentally joined again.
I'm on SEUN. I don't know if that what
Who?
soon or something.
They're not in the box.
SEUN.
They're not in the
Okay.
request. I don't see them.
You have to hit request in order for us to bring you up.
Michael,
We're good with it.
how are you?
All right. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am spiritual.
Do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible? Or
No,
are you deconstructing from the God of the Christian Bible?
I'm believing in humans and kindness to each other.
Okay, so what did you come up for? Well, never mind. I don't know.
You know, like we really be laughing and say, "Oh, they got raptured," but that used to scare the hell out of me as a kid. I used to think the rapture was going to happen, and I'm talking to one of my friends one day, and then they just disappear right in the middle of a conversation. That scared the hell out of me.
Hello Kitty? I don't think this person's here. They never are. Sean or Soin, whatever your name is, we can't bring you up unless you send a request. This isn't church. This isn't a fellowship of humans. This isn't church, Michael. Mighty Son of God, you cannot come back on stage for 24 hours. Someone paid to drop you. I am JD.
Greetings, everyone.
Hi. Can you go to a quieter room?
Yeah, I'm going through.
Okay. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not. I'm not Christian.
Are you deconstructing, or are you an
I'm fighting it.
atheist? You're deconstructing?
I'm deconstruct. Yeah.
Okay. What topic did you want to discuss? What the fuck?
Are you?
Okay. Yeah, I can't.
Are you at a pub?
I just took him down because what?
Why do y'all be thinking people can hear y'all when there's that much noise? I don't understand.
I swear humans be tripping me out, man. Like sometimes our way of thinking, our logic, it just be funny as fuck to me. Sometimes, and then sometimes it's just frustrating. Marissa?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
The Christian God's nature is contradictory.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a lot of topics. I wish I could stay on here and talk to y'all for hours, but I can't do that. But so while I'm deconstructing, I was thinking about the story in Genesis, like the fall of Adam and Eve. And it says there that they're completely innocent. They don't know evil. Like, they're just living. And God is supposed to be this just God in the Bible where if somebody does wrong, there has to be punishment for it because he's just so just. Well, it says in the Bible, in the beginning, he created heavens and the earth, but that's not true because there was a beginning before he created all of this, like where the angels and everything. And then he takes the most conniving thing in all the things he created and he put it in the garden with two innocent people that don't know evil, knew what was going to happen, and let them supposedly get deceived into eating something, and then they got immediately punished for it. But it's weird because if he was just, then Satan and all of his angels should have been punished immediately and sent to the lake of fire, like the Bible says it's only intended for them. He would have sent them there if he was just. He would have sent all of them there, and then Adam and Eve would have been perfectly fine. And like that just doesn't seem just to me. That's like a judge letting a rapist, like who's guilty and has all evidence against him, go work at a daycare. And it's disgusting to me. And like how like right here, I like have some stuff written down, but like right here, it says in the Bible that he doesn't give us a spirit of fear, right? But then he tells us to work out our salvation with fear and trembling. And then he tells us that he's so good and he's so loving. But it says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom. He's basically like, oh, and no, there's another verse where he says, do not fear him who can unalive your body, but fear him who can unalive your body and your soul. So he's basically like, fear me, or because I can do this to you, you need to be scared of me, or I'm going to do this to you. And he like gives you an ultimatum, like believe in me or go to hell. And then it's weird because I was just thinking about this the other day. In the Bible, Jesus got crucified because he told people that he was the king of the Jews, that his kingdom was not of the earth. He didn't like go up and give himself on the cross and say, I'm doing this because all these people broke the commandments, so I'm taking their punishment. He literally got crucified because he broke their law. Like, it never said that, like, the story never shows or tells that he did that for us. It just says that he did it for us, but really, and when you're reading why he's on the cross, it wasn't for us. Like, I see these things, like, I have so many things that, like, I wish I could talk to people about, but I just don't know a lot of people that are deconstructing, and the people I do know, they don't read their Bible, but they say they believe in Jesus, but they don't even obey God. Like, they don't obey his word, they don't obey his commandments, they live like everybody else. And it's like, I don't know, like, deconstructing from Christianity is so, like, it's deep because, like, you're finding yourself, you're figuring out what you like, you're trying to figure out who you are, you're trying to, like, heal yourself and, like, get rid of the mindset of, like, I gotta do right, I can't do this, and it's like, I don't know, like even this, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, like, keep going on and on and on, but even, like, the birds, like, how in the Bible, he says, don't worry, basically, because even the birds eat. Like, I feed the birds, so aren't you more important than the birds and all this stuff? But you see millions of children passing away from starvation and dehydration, and you see homeless people all over the place. When you ask Jesus for things, when you're praying, he never gives it to you. I was in chronic pain for almost a year, and I prayed to him and prayed to him and prayed to him, like, please heal me. I don't know what's going on. I didn't have medical insurance. I couldn't go to the doctor, and he, like, was not healing me. And I thought that, like, Christians were telling me, like, you need deliverance. You have a demon. We need to lay hands on you. And I'm like, what? And then other people would say, you need to go get baptized. And then other people would, like, just say all of these different things. And then some people would say, he's punishing you. You're probably sinning. You're probably doing something that you shouldn't be doing. Like, to be honest, it seems like the devil wrote the Bible. Like, because when you read it, he tells you to do this, but then he tells you to do that, and they contradict each other. And then, like, I don't know, like, the Bible is just evil. The God of the Bible is so evil. And then he sits here and he tells you, if you, like, okay, so Jesus is supposed to be God, and the Holy Spirit is supposed to be his spirit, and the Father is supposed to be, the main part of it all. And he says you can commit blasphemy against Jesus, and you can commit blasphemy against the Father, but you can't do it against the Holy Spirit. Motherfucker, that's you. That's your spirit. That's you. What you talking about? That make no damn sense. And it's like it causes people to fear and not want to question the Bible. It's almost like whoever wrote that dang thing is like, we got to give them, like, this, this thing that will completely cut them out of the faith, completely cut them out of heaven, no chance to be forgiven, so that way they don't question what we're teaching them, so that way they don't question this dogma to control them and to cause division and to cause hate and evil and wickedness in the world. And so he says, commit blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, and you're not going to be forgiven. But can't not one motherfucking Christian tell you what blasphemy against the Holy fucking Spirit is? Like, these Christians, they make me mad, man. And I'm not trying to cuss on your panel. I'm trying to be respectful, but deconstructing from Christianity has, like, I feel so free. I feel so happy. I feel so at peace. My heart feels mended. I feel whole. I don't feel like I'm going to hell every time I do something wrong. I feel loved. I feel cared about. But as a Christian, I was losing myself. I was getting suicidal. Like, everything.
You can't
opposite.
say that word. TikTok will ban you. Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. TikTok, show her grace. She didn't know.
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
If they send me a message, I'll let you know, and then just drop down and come back up. As a matter of fact, do it right quick. Drop down and come right back up.
Okay.
Before they, yeah.
Man, TikTok do too much. We're having an adult conversation. TikTok.
I know, man. She was on fire too.
For real, she was, man.
When she said, "Motherfucker, that's you," I kind of But I do like to hear like when people talk through this process because it is multi-layered and it is difficult and it's infuriating and it's liberating and it's terrifying. It's all those things at the same time. So as she was speaking, I'm like, yep, I know exactly what I remember feeling all of those things simultaneously.
There we go. You should be safe now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm not used to the
No, it's okay. It's just TikTok. TikTok hates that word.
Yeah. But yeah, I really like your page because when I was a Christian, I came across your page and I actually got blocked from my other page on here because I was like literally sticking up for the Bible, but I'm like, you know what? I need to educate myself because I'm not about to have unbelievers schooling me on my own faith. And then so I read the Bible and I'm like, whoa, hold up. You is
Wait,
one mean
you were a Christian when you first started watching these lives?
girl. Yes, I was. And so I started listening to you. I listen with open ears, you know, because like I wasn't one of those Christians that was like, you know, couldn't be wrong or, you know, couldn't question anything. You know what I mean? And so I would listen to you and I would listen to you debate with believers. And I'm like, she's eating them up every time. Like they can't say nothing. So I educated myself on the Bible and I read it. And when I started reading it, I'm like, what in the world? He took his own people, put them in slavery, took them out of slavery, killed them. And the ones that was alive, or unalived them, and the ones that was alive, he made them have slaves. I'm like, what the heck? And then the whole Adam and Eve thing, like the first man and woman. But when you actually read in Genesis, it says he created Adams. He named them Adams, male and female. And then he goes to talk about how he laid Adam down and took his rib out and he made Eve the first woman. Like it's confusing. Like you want me to understand this and you sound like you're slow. Like and then I'm sitting here thinking like if I was a god, I would never ever force people to believe in me, like give them an ultimatum. I wouldn't let people go hungry. I wouldn't let children be trafficked. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't let women get raped. And like even in the Bible, women are treated like objects. He said in the Bible, he told them dudes, he said, check them women over there if they're virgin. If they not virgin, keep them for yourself. Or no, he said if they're not virgin, stone them to death, and if they are virgin, keep them for yourself. Like what? And then telling us that we're weak, that we're the weaker vessels? Yeah, right. Because these dudes don't know how to handle no type of emotional stuff. These men out here are crybabies. They don't know how to handle nothing. They don't know how to express their emotions. They don't know how to do nothing emotionally, internally, nothing like that most of the time. Willed, they're mentally powerful, and when we're emotional, it's because we're emotional over something that's like, you know, like it's something to be emotional about. We don't just be emotional about dumb stuff. Like dudes be getting emotional about stupid stuff. We be emotional about stuff that's valid. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe not all the time, but you know, I'm a girl's girl, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like stuff that matters. Like,
Yeah, but
yeah.
the God of the Bible can eat my booty hole because he is evil.
I'm sorry, what?
He can. He can. I like for real. I hate him. Like no, and like ever since I was a little girl, I loved girls. Like I had crushes on girls. I grew up like super cricket, okay? Like I had crushes on girls. I liked girls. I had nothing towards boys at all. And then growing up, I was told it was wrong. You're an abomination and all this stuff. And I'm like, whoa, hold up. I was born like this. Like, like this is what's normal to me. That just makes sense. And the Bible say God made man upright and we sought out our own inventions. Dude, we came from you. Everything we do come from you. So you is evil because if I'm evil, you evil. I came from you. So like it just the Bible invalidates itself. all you got to do is read it and break out of the fear that you're going to go to hell. And I think that's why a lot of Christians don't want to question it, because they're scared to commit blasphemy. They're scared to go to hell. They still got that programming. And I'm so glad I broke free from it. And you helped me do that. Like, listening to you helped me break free from even thinking that because I walked away, God would do something bad to me. I would think he would take away like my family member or cause me to get sick or do things to me because I walked away and didn't believe that he was good. But listening to you and being here with all of these people that have, you know, been deconstructing or have came from it or, you know, never even was believing in it, but are like, you know, advocating and stuff like this stuff is evil and it's not good and it's not the truth. Like, your page helped me. Like, I'm finally free from it. I don't have no fear. Like, I'm living my life. I'm raising my babies and teaching them to love themselves and to love people and to be who they want to be and, you know, raise them with manners. And I don't need the Bible to be moral. I don't need none of that to be moral. And what's sad about Christians is they're only repenting because they don't want to go to hell. These people are not turning away from sin genuinely because they want to do good by people. It's because they're selfish and they're scared to go to hell. And they think that they're special and they're on ego trips like, oh yeah, I got the Holy Spirit. It sure is funny how all these motherfuckers got the Holy Spirit, but none of these motherfuckers is changing. This one Holy Spirit is supposed to make them walk in the fruits of the Holy Spirit. None of them got it. I got called a dumb YTB word on Twitter because I said the God of the Bible was evil. And that was from a Christian. Like, come on. Like, they so
Wow.
contradicting and hypocritical, and they condone slavery, and they make excuses for it. And it's crazy. I used to be one of those people that was like, oh no, it's because they broke the laws and, you know, they were guilty. No, that's jacked up. Like, that's so jacked up into genocide. You can say that word, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. To genocide, like the whole Noah's Ark thing, like, that's crazy. To shut a whole world of people out of an ark. And then on top of that, there's no way all those animals got on the ark. Snails? No. Them snails would have took forever. And then there's a bunch of dang animals. Like, why did you make black widows, dude? They unalive us. Why did you make snakes and all these crazy animals and insects? Like, he hates us. Like, if you read the Bible, he hates us. He don't like us. It's like I hate you, but follow me so you can be saved, or else I'ma unalive you. That's like what he is. Like, man, I took pictures of all my Bibles in the trash. And I wanted
Did
to hurt.
you?
Yeah, I wanted to hurt everybody's feelings, man. I was like, and I told like my friends, I'm like, I can't be friends with you because you think I'm gonna go to hell. Like, I can't be friends with you because like you're just sitting here thinking like you're praying for me and doing all this stuff. Like, these Christians sitting here, I don't know what happened to you, Marissa, but I'm praying for you. Motherfucker, don't pray for me, pray for yourself. You need to be free. I'm good. Like, I just love your page, and I'm glad that you let people up here to talk about this stuff, because like your page really, like, it really freed me. Like, it opened the door to be free, and like I stepped through it and I questioned it and I studied and I educated myself and I'm free. So I just wanted to share this with you and tell you thank you.
Man, thank you, Marissa, for sharing that. You spoke facts, and I think there are people that needed to hear, your experience. I'm tripping. She said I got blocked when I was a Christian. And man, I'm glad that you came back. I love the part. Let me say, I love the I'm free. I don't have fear. I'm happy. I raise my kids. I teach them manners. Like I love the fact that you are living and you're loving it and you feel safe while doing it. I love that. I love the fact also that you said, let me go and research this for myself. I fucking love that. And I thank you so much for coming back and sharing that with us. Like, shit, I could have listened to you talk longer because you were spitting facts.
Okay, she said, motherfucker, don't pray for me. Pray for yourself. I'm
She said
crying.
she took a picture of all her Bibles in the trash.
That is hilarious to me. And I will echo what Thinker said. And Thinker and Rhea and Lala, and when I chimed in, when I joined this morning, I was hearing y'all saying, like, this has been crazy. Like, these people are insane. But I think it's stories like Marissa's is exactly why Thinker's platform is so powerful. And I think I find it interesting that you said that you created another account so you can come back because you got banned. So Thinker, now the ones that create account
Yeah.
after account, they were the ones I first thought about. I'm like, maybe there is some hope. But I too am so very inspired and impressed to hear that you went and did your own research, because ultimately it's not about going from listening to one person telling you what to think, how to think, and what things mean, to listening to another person do the same thing. It's about individuals understanding and educating themselves, and nobody can understand something for you. So until we individually take the time to read, investigate, compare, and see what makes sense to us, then we won't figure out how to lay out our own journey. And it sounds like that's exactly what you've done. That's beautiful.
Thank you guys. You guys are so nice. Like, way nicer than Christians. I'd go on fellowships and they'd be so mean to me. I just want to say one more thing. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say too, you know how like Christians, like Protestants, will like dog on Catholics? If you do the research, the Catholics gave them their Bible. And I just thought that was really crazy, because Christians and Catholics hate each other, which is really crazy because it says to walk in love and compassion and, share the truth with each other and be forgiven and merciful and graceful and all these things, but none of them are. And it's funny how everybody is supposed to just believe this one gospel where Jesus Christ unalived himself on the cross and, for you so you can be saved and yada, yada, boom, boom, whatever. And then you'll receive the Holy Spirit and be sealed with him and you'll start changing. Well, I didn't change. I didn't get a new mind or a new heart. I still thought the same things. I had to do the inner work myself, read the Bible and educate myself. If your law was really written on my heart, then as soon as I would have heard the gospel and believed it, everything would have changed for me. It would have been a magical transformation, a spiritual transformation that couldn't nobody ever doubt or deny. I would be able to lay my hands on people and heal them. I would be able to do the greater works. It says you will do greater works than Jesus. I don't see anybody in this world doing greater works than what Jesus did in the Bible. Also, don't nobody know his real name has been transliterated, and Jesus comes from indigenous language. It's Spanish. He wasn't Spanish. He was a Jew. His name is not Jesus, buddy. Like,
Oh my
Look,
god.
please. I can't.
Oh my gosh.
man, I'm just saying, man, I could go on and on because that Bible got me fucked up.
You say, yeah, he's not Spanish.
Yeah. I fucking studied. I did my research in that damn. One of these motherfucking Christians could tell me shit. A Hebrew Israelite can't tell me shit. Nothing about nothing. A Catholic can't tell me nothing. A Protestant can't tell me nothing, because the first damn story in Genesis already invalidates the whole damn book. And it says that the God of the Bible don't change. Yes, he does, because Jesus is not the same motherfucker in the Old Testament. Them is two different people.
Marissa, did you read any of it as a Christian? How much of the Bible did you read as a Christian? I'm curious.
You don't hear her cite. You don't hear her like freaking giving us scripture right off her dome.
I know,
Like
right?
she's been giving us scripture all night.
No, I'm
But
saying
she said she read that after the fact. I'm trying to figure out, like, when she was a Christian, could she do this when she was a Christian? That's what you're asking, right, Fee?
yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I was a Christian, I was an ignorant Christian. Like, I was one of them prideful, boastful, big head, airheaded Christians. Like you can't question me about my God. I know what the fuck it is. And I would go to Google and be looking up translations or like verses and stuff when people would do, like, I was not educated at all. I would just stick up for a God that I thought unalived himself for me. And I just thought it was a good thing because I was scared of hell. And I was reading the Bible, like, throughout my walk as a Christian, because I became like I guess you could say a quote unquote real Christian. I guess it was in like 2021 is when I really started taking it seriously. And then I didn't read too much of like the Old Testament. I was kind of just a New Testament, like, Christian newbie. But then when I saw thinker stuff, that's when I started digging into the Old Testament. I mean, I knew about Genesis, but I don't know. And I don't know. The Bible is boring as hell. Like, I never wanted to read about that. And I would pray all the time, like, God, can you please give me a desire to read your word? And he never did it. Like, if you're a good God, you're going to give me the desire to read your word. And then on top of that, they got way too many translations. Like, way too many. Am I supposed to read the KJV, the NKJV, the NLT, the NIV, the NASB, the freaking Sefer? Like, what Bible am I supposed to read? Because they all say different shit. Like, which one am I, like, supposed to read? And then Christian will say, well, just ask God and he'll let you know which one works for you. What you mean, which one works for me? They all say different things. So if this one says something different, God. Like, you can't say God doesn't change, but then he got different words that say different things. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just, the origin of this all seems like some bullshit. It's just all bullshit.
It's a man-made bullshit at that.
Hell yeah, some racist man-made bullshit.
I thought I said cuss words. Okay.
No, and I stopped cussing for him too, and I ain't gonna stop cussing because my throat chakra was closed like a motherfucker.
Not the throat chakra.
Hell yeah, man! I believe in chakras, man. I do. Like, that shit's crazy. I believe you can heal your body and all types of stuff because I healed my body. Like, God was not healing me, so I started looking up a bunch of holistic shit, and I healed myself. And I was like, "Fuck you! I did that shit without you, bitch." And what?
You see,
You know what I'm saying?
oh my gosh. It wasn't just me, man. Look, just say fuck you. And when none happens, I'm telling you, that's the beginning of your deconstruction. Just say fuck you one time.
That's why Rhea got so much power.
Please, just do it one time. Just say fuck you one time. And once you see what happens after that, I bet you're going to start deconstructing. Look, this is a promise.
It will. It frees you.
It's like I'm speaking from personal experience, and Marissa sounds like you want a windmill on God right now. You know what? I got your back because I think you could take him.
No, man, I was so freeing when I flipped the sky off and I was shaking my ass in front of my trash can. I was so free because I thought that twerking in my kitchen and twerking all around my house was super immoral and like some heathen ass shit. But I'm like, ain't nothing wrong with jiggling your booty. So I threw my Bibles away, I flipped them off, and I stuck my tongue out and I was shaking my ass. And I was like, fuck this. And
I can imagine. I can imagine that day.
I was so happy. Like, I was so happy to be able to say, you know what? No, I'm not doing this. This motherfucker is not real. And I'm about to live my life. If I want to get drunk, I'm going to get drunk. If I want to smoke some blooderunts, I'm going to smoke some blooderunts. And if I want to cuss and say fuck, I'm going to do it. And if I want to go 10 miles over the motherfucking speed limit without my seatbelt, I'm going to do it.
Well, Noah
sometimes. Well, I mean, I want to advocate that, but, you know, I'm just saying, you know, I'm not going to go to hell because I didn't wear my seatbelt. Right. Know? Or, yeah. But I just wanted to say all that. I'm so sorry for taking up all your time.
Don't apologize.
No, this was refreshing. Before you leave, let me Rhea and Fee, we have a Discord call. Y'all want to try to get on Discord right quick while she finishes up?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Do you have the link, Rhea?
Like, how is it? Link on where?
Are you in Justin Deconstruction's Discord?
I am not.
Let me see how I can send it to you.
Or maybe invite.
I'm a message to you on Discord.
Okay.
Hold on. You can keep talking, Marissa. I just wanted to let them know to get ready for the Discord call.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you or be rude or nothing, but I'm going to go ahead and hop down. Thank you for letting me talk.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Hopefully you become one of the nerds and join us on Discord.
How do I do that?
One of the star at the bottom. Hold on for a sec. Rhea, is that you in the call?
I'll fix it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. The star at the bottom of the screen, just hit that star. It's $5.99 a month, but that's just to make sure that everybody that joined really wants to be there. But just hit that star, and then one of the moderators will send you a link to our Discord.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us, and I'm glad you came back.
Oh, thank you. And you're welcome.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Bye, girl. You were funny as hell. Oh my god.
Yeah. You are. What's your name? Janie. Hi. How are you? Doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist? Do you believe in the God of the Bible? I don't normally allow people to ask a question, but since you are from YouTube and we haven't built up that audience the way we have on TikTok just yet, I will go ahead and allow. But I am not Christian. You know that, right? I don't believe in this God. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, you are. No, there's not. Oh, there might be a delay on YouTube. Like YouTube can't hear our call. Yeah, only the TikTok audience can hear this call. YouTube can't hear it. They do think that some people do think that the devil changed the Bible, and then they think they also there's a scripture in the Bible that says that the devil knows the scriptures as well. So it kind of like gives them right. Right. And we asked that question. Yeah, we asked them that same question. If you think that it's been changed, then how can it be the word of God? And they still think that even the changed what they think has been changed, they still call that the word of God. Because inside the Bible it says that all scripture is inspired. So they'll say that it was God who inspired the change, or they'll make up some reason for it. But because I think it says in the book that the devil knows the scriptures too, they don't necessarily think, that there would be a reason for the devil to try to change it because he knows. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, I agree because they didn't think and they didn't ask the questions or allow themselves to question. And a lot of the people um didn't know how to read at that time, right? So without the ability to read, they lacked the ability to reason too. You mean woman? A female could be anything. I agree. Like, why the fuck were we as a people in society believing that a woman was created from the rib of a man? Yeah. Yep. And there are still people today that still believe it, like in 2024. Like, I asked somebody a question earlier this morning towards the end of the live. If Enoch had just like showed up on the interstate today in 2024, would he be able to just start living in today's world with the knowledge that he had in the late Bronze Age? And the person could not bring himself to say no, because I think that was the moment that he realized that the knowledge, yeah, the knowledge just doesn't fit, right? Like the knowledge in this Bible is prehistoric, late Bronze Age information, and we are here in this more evolved, high tech world, right, with indoor plumbing, right, bank accounts, social security numbers, cars. Uh, he wouldn't. He, mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And what the fuck is it to make fun of? Like that, like what the fuck? Yeah, this religion makes people lose empathy towards other humans, and it's yeah, it's the need to feel close. It's the need to feel chosen, uh, by by the God, but at the same time, they're also seeking to be chosen by whatever higher power on earth that they've allowed or given that power to. Whether that's a pastor, they want to be the pastor's armor bearer. They want to be a deacon. They want to be a missionary. They want to be a minister. They want to be the church director. They want to get recognized by whatever higher power. It's a hierarchical thing, right? And it's become very individualistic, and a very self-motivating um, belief system. That's why they're able to see the suffering that's happening in the world and try to justify it in order to hang on to their belief in their God and keep the idea that their God in this Bible is holy and pure and good. You have to become indifferent, damn near, to what's going on in the world to do that. That's a damn horror film right there. Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend who is a co-host. He does deconstruction lives like this. Joel reads the Bible. He's also on YouTube. I'm not sure if you've come across his okay, it's Joel reads the Bible, but his whole concept is dump the book. And so when he's talking to believers, he's asking them questions, and at the end, he'll ask them, uh, "So why don't you just dump the book?" And sometimes, a believer will say that they're thinking about it. He's gotten them to the point to where they can think logically. But a lot of times, they're just not willing to dump the book, even if they see the illogicalness or the inaccuracies in it. They're afraid to let go of the book because it's a magic book. It's a holy book to them. It's almost like an idol. Yeah. Like even now while we're talking, the comments on TikTok, I know you can't see the Christians commenting on TikTok, but they're like, "Oh, you're so wrong. It's not like that. Let me explain." Like as we're talking about our experiences with Christians, right? Like these are our experiences that we've had. And they're telling us that we're wrong about our experiences that we've had with Christians. Is that like they have this just they just have like this I don't know what it is. It's like they just have to defend anything with Christian in it, or like if we mention Bible, I don't know. Wow. It's like, forget I said that. Let's just get back to work. But they'll swear up and down that they won't care. Like some Christians will be like, it doesn't matter to me if God was a woman. God doesn't have a gender. God doesn't have a gender. But as soon as you say, well, she said such and such, like they'll flinch a little bit. Like, yeah, it does matter to them. I don't. They'll lie and say it doesn't, but it does because it's very patriarchal. Yeah, I love Dan McCullum. Yeah, he's awesome. That needs to be a shirt. The stupidity of people is powerful. That definitely needs to be a shirt. That was one of the first lies they told to us, that he had the whole world in his hands. That was one of the first lies, and then they're gonna turn around and say that he don't that the devil is the ruler of the world and that God gave the power over to, like, they can't make up their mind because they said that the God gave the power to Jesus. And then when he gets ready to come back, he's going to take the power away from Jesus and then come back. But then they say that he gave the power to the devil and that the devil is ruling the world. But then when we were kids growing up, they told us that he was the ruler of the world and he had the whole world in his hands. Like, they cannot make up their mind. Is that part. Exactly. And he behind on a whole bunch of prayers. Somebody came up the other night and they did the numbers on how long it would take for him to like judge all the humans on earth, right? And it's like each human would get 7 minutes with him to get judged, and with those 7 minutes, he would be 1.5 million years behind already. So like you would have like a 2 million year wait before it's your turn to get judged, even after you die. And he was like, "That's good news for us atheists." Exactly. Yeah, he is. He went out and got some milk and never came back. And a fish sandwich and some wine. Yeah. We just got to keep working on it, chipping little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit at a time. And then our youngins, if we put the right knowledge into their hands, our youngins will be more powerful than we were. And then they will empower the ones that come after them. We just got to do a little bit at a time. Oh, I am. My whole family is Christians. The crazy thing, I didn't think about any of that. I just wanted to talk about it. Like the Christians that got on my nerves so mad. I mean, so bad in my comments. I didn't even think about like being brave or like the risk. I just had something to say. I think I'm just kind of crazy. I'm just weird, I think. Like and sometimes that's a good thing and sometimes it's not, but I just had something to say and I wanted to say it and I hit live. I hit go live and I just did it. But yeah. Sometimes weird is the best way to be. Like not even sometimes. I think it's the good way to be because trying to be like everybody, we're just different. Like none of us are we may have the same chassis, right? But individually, we're all different. And so somebody's weird to somebody. And embracing your weirdness, right? Like that's the thing. Like the day that I embraced my weirdness, like I already knew I was weird, but the day that I said fuck what a motherfucker thinks about my weirdness, whew, that's the day. Like I'm getting chills right now because that's the day that I fell in love with myself, like to a degree. Yeah. Yeah, it's like having a level of respect, right? Like, yeah, that's how you change because, like, you learn. Like, there's certain people that you respect, right? How they carry themselves, how they think, how they live their life, and they've gotten or done the thing that you want for yourself, right? Those people, what they think and what they say matters, right? To a certain degree. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. I definitely think for me, because like how I view it, right? I set the rules like for myself, right, on how I operate in society. So definitely for me, there is a concept of what would be considered good to do, and what would be considered evil to do. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Fee or Rhea, did y'all have anything before we move on to the next guest? I enjoyed talking with you. I really did. Yeah, I'll disconnect the call. I want to see if Fee or Rhea had anything they wanted to say before we disconnect. Okay, thank you. Have a good night. All right. That was a good conversation. Yeah. Yeah, we're back on. You can stay in there, just mute that, and then just come back to TikTok.
Y'all, can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we can hear you.
How's it going?
It's going good. What topic did you want to do?
Thinker, before this person starts,
Yeah, hold up. Give me
can you
one
do
second.
can you
Hold
do
on,
an
Miggy. What did you say, Fee?
yeah, I was saying, can you do an age check 1 and 2? They've been real chirpy in the comments back and forth with me.
Oh, okay. How old are you, Miggy?
I'm 21. I was born in 2003.
Okay. Fee, do you want to do this one since you've been talking to him in the comments?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
What is your name?
My name's Miguel.
Okay, Miguel, would you like to pick a topic? And I'm assuming you're Christian based on all of your comments
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one of your the first one you have on your poster.
about the Old Testament.
Yeah, condone slavery.
Sure. What are your thoughts?
So, I'm guessing you're referring to the scripture where it says if your slave acts up or if you chip the two for that those lines.
Well, that's one reference to the slavery, but that's not the one that I usually use. I don't. You said you've been in here for an hour, so you
Yeah,
should have heard.
what's the one you use?
Well, you said in the comment that you have been waiting for an hour. So Thinker has read Leviticus 25, where
Well,
God speaks specifically about being able to have slaves. Do we need to pull that up and read it again?
well, yeah, because back then, so you're kind of comparing this to a American slavery,
I
which is
haven't made any.
completely.
No, there's no comparison being made. Like you, that there is similarities, but that's not the point. The point is that the very explicitly in this book, the God says that you can have slaves, you can buy them. He tells you where to get them from, and he tells them you can pass them on as property to your children. That is exactly what happened with American slavery. So although that comparison was not made from my mouth, it is accurate.
Yeah, but it's so slavery was different back then. It was more of a thing of paying off the debts and stuff like that. Like people would do that, but also the Bible also defends slaves too. Like it also supports slaves. Like if you chip your slave's tooth, you'll get beaten to death,
That's
etc.
Yeah, that's not true. And Miguel, you
But
might
that
want to
is
actually.
true.
It's not, and we can read where that is inaccurate. You might want to read the book as well before you say the things that you're saying,
No, because
because
I know
this.
this line. I don't even need to read it.
Well, that's part of the
Miguel,
problem.
Miguel, Miguel, the way this works is when Fee is talking, you're not.
My bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, in the comments, you were saying that you've been waiting to come up for an hour, but during that hour, it doesn't appear that you've been listening because Thinker just read the scripture where there was a clear distinction made between debt servitude or a bond laborer and a slave. There were instructions given on how to treat Hebrew debt slaves or debt servants and
Hmm.
how to treat slaves that you can purchase from the nations around you. They were told that they could pass these people on, these human beings on to their children as property. It says it verbatim in this book from your God. So if that's not a condoning of slavery, I'm not sure if this is just a comprehension issue, because that's exactly what that means.
Yeah, but it also defends them too.
But where does it say you should not own other human beings? Because in my opinion, any God would
That's not
know
what.
that that's.
Well, okay. First off,
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Thinker just told you to stop interrupting me, yet you're still doing it. So your sentences should not begin in the middle of mine.
I mean, it
What
wasn't
I
though.
was what I was attempting to say is that there's not one scripture in this book that prohibits slavery. There's nowhere in this book where your God says, "Hey, as a human, you shouldn't own other human beings. That's not kind. That's not loving." That's nowhere to be found in this book.
May I speak now?
Also, Miggy, if I mute you, don't unmute yourself, okay? I don't want to have to keep telling you to stop interrupting, Fee. You can't seem to control yourself with that. So when she's
I
talking,
never.
I'm
Okay.
going to mute you. Don't unmute yourself,
All
okay?
right. Yeah.
But go ahead. It is your turn to speak.
All right. So there's like, yeah, they can say it's not okay to own slaves, but the thing is, this is like a financial like thing. Like people would sell themselves for like, they'll sell themselves so they can pay off their like family's debt and stuff, right? So that's how like a lot of these slaves were brought onto the market. So it was more of like a willing thing. It wasn't like people were going into Africa. Like it's not like American slavery. It's completely different back then. And in the New Testament, there's actually or like there's laws that are defending like slaves. Like you can't like beat them for no reason and stuff like that. And like yeah.
Yeah, about 50% of what you just said is incorrect. The problem also is that when we're talking about the institution of slavery, do you think that there is a moral way to have a slave?
Uh, I mean, the thing is that these people aren't like being kidnapped. This is like them selling themselves. They're willingly doing this so they can pay off their debts, and the Bible like defends that. Like defends a
Miguel,
slave.
Miguel, what question did I just ask you?
Repeat it.
Yeah, that helps too. When you listen the first time, I won't have to do that. Is there
Mhm.
a moral way to own a slave? Is slavery
That's,
moral in any regard?
yeah, if someone sells themselves so they can get paid money.
Okay, so if a person is being paid for labor, that's called a job. That's not slavery. Those are two very distinct things. What
Okay,
I'm
but
talking about right now is slavery, where I am someone's property. I am not paid for the things that I do. They own me. The only thing that I can do is what they permit me to do. Is that a moral thing? That is the question.
I mean, if they sold them, it's not a job. That's not how I'm saying it. First off, it's different because you get paid less. But if you sold yourself back then, you would get paid a larger amount. You know, it's not like you can work hard or you can sell yourself and you can give a bunch of like money to your family. It's not like that's the deal. And the Bible then defends like these slaves. Like you can't just like beat them. You can't like torture them and stuff like that because there were people back then that would do that, and that was a problem like in Rome. And the Bible does say that you can't do that. Like you can't just beat them. Like it's not.
Yes, you can. I'm tired of you repeating that. Yes, you
Yeah,
can. You can beat them. You just can't kill them. Like,
yeah,
stop.
exactly. Thank you,
Yeah,
Ria.
so
I was just about
okay,
to say
so
that. Like, Miguel, wait a minute, because the more you talk, the more you're saying things that are not in this book, and the more it's apparent to me that you haven't read the book that you say that you believe
well
in,
no,
because it does say that you're correct that there are regulations in terms of how severely you can beat the slave. If you beat them and they don't die within a day or two, then you aren't punished for that. So that does not say that you can't beat your slave. It only gives a stipulation on how severely you can beat the slave. And the problem that I'm having with this conversation is that we're talking about the nuances of owning another human being. The fact that the book gives regulations on how to do something that disgusting, and the fact that you're defending it as though it's a good thing, that's the problem that I'm having with the main problem that I'm having with this conversation. And there is a difference between, as you were saying, there's absolutely servitude where a person can sell themselves into slavery. Think I read those verses in Leviticus, and it's very clear distinction made. If your Israelite brother falls on hard times and he sells himself into debt slavery or debt servitude, there is a certain number of years that he can do that. And there are rules around that. But then there are separate rules around the slaves that you may have, that you may own as property and pass on to your children. That is slavery. And I'm not talking about how they're treated. We can talk about how they're treated and all of that later. But the simple fact that it was sanctioned and that there were, there were rules created and given by this God on where to get other humans from that you can purchase and own, that is a disgusting thing to me. And it is absolutely a condoning of slavery by this God.
All right. I would also like to point out something real quick. When you said that if like you beat them and they die 2 days later, that it's okay. The Bible never says that. It actually says if you beat your slave and they have bruises that last over 2 days, or if, I think it's even 1 day,
Can you pull
that
up
the
the
person
verse?
will be put
You
to
give
death.
us the verse?
I mean, you can look it up.
No, you look it up because you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you might need to look it up because you're quoting it wrong. Like, that's the thing that's so frustrating about these conversations, because they come up here and they haven't read this book. They have quoted, then the half that they're quoting incorrectly and capping for God, sanctioning an institution, when in actuality, the only thing that should have been said by God about slavery is don't do it, not how to do it.
All right, let me pull up the verse.
And please read it out loud.
So it says, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not punished if the slave recovers after a day or two. So that's exactly what I just said. You
No,
said
it's
No, it's
not.
that.
Where
not.
does it say anything about bruises?
Yeah, and it
Yeah.
says if they
Okay.
are to be punished if the slave dies. If the slave doesn't die, what happens to the person that beat them?
Well, it says as a direct result, so it's implying that if they were dead because of that beating, that the person would be put to death. Like
So
it's
if
not.
they did it right. So my question is, if the slave didn't die as a result of the beating, what happens to the slave owner?
Oh, let me find that. Hold up.
You don't have to
It's the
find it.
very next
Reading.
verse.
Right, just keep reading.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's a part here. I'll look at it. Now I gotta go through the whole chapter. 1 second.
It's the very next verse.
Like it was scoped out for that one part.
No, just keep reading from where you stopped.
It reset the whole chapter.
No,
It
it
was shown.
doesn't. Just keep reading.
Oh,
You were reading a verse right now. Just keep reading.
yeah. It was a sentence from the verse. It does. I have to pull up the full chapter now and find the exact thing. I wasn't like reading the whole thing. Like I looked it up. Okay, so if it's fatal, they're supposed to be put to death.
Yeah, we got that part. My question was about when it's not fatal.
When it's not fatal, then the slave should be set free.
That's not true. What does
Why
the
did you say
very next
that?
verse say?
That's what it says, and then it talks about.
Stop lying. Read it. Read the very
What?
next verse.
Then it talks about the chipping of the tube.
No,
No,
it does not.
Yeah, just read it. If it says what you're saying, it says read it verbatim. Read it.
Like, why is that so difficult? Just read it. You were just reading, like,
I was.
What
There's
is
two
it about
different
this spirit
verses.
that makes y'all
I
that
was
turns y'all
giving
into liars?
I don't
not being a liar.
understand
Y'all
it.
are making up this stuff. I already. This is the
We are
whole
making it
verse.
up.
This
We're
is the
asking
whole.
you to
This
read
is the
it,
whole
bro.
You
verse.
are sitting there lying. Do you not see a screen in
What?
front of your
I
face? Like
am.
do you not see that there is a big ass screen
This is
in
the
front
whole
of your
verse.
face? It's not. Like you are sitting
Anyone who
there
beats their
lying.
female or male slave with the rod must be punished if the slave dies as a result.
And then what happens if the slave doesn't die?
If
What's
they
the
don't
very
die, then
next
they'll be
verse?
set free. Here, I'll
But
find that because
if the slave
that's not a
survives, stop, shush, I'm tired of you. If the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. Why didn't you read the very next verse?
because
Just
that's not the next
lying.
verse.
It's
It's
You're
literally,
not
what the
knowledgeable about this clearly.
fuck? It's literally in front of your face on the screen. Verse 20, verse 21. Like,
Yeah,
why are
that's
you
what I read
sticking with this
earlier. What?
lie?
Are you
Why
That's
are
what I
you
read
sticking
earlier.
with this lie?
It's not a lie. That's what I read earlier.
You
That's
are
what I read.
literally
If they
lying.
survive in a day or two, there's no punishment. You're saying over a day or two. You're putting stuff into my mouth. Like what?
Nobody said no fucking over shit. And
Yes,
if they
exactly.
survive
I
a day
read
or
that was
two
the
or
first thing
over a
I
day or two,
read.
it's
I
still the
read the
same
first
thing.
two
There
sentences.
still is no punishment. You said it skips to the if the tooth get knocked out. You are a liar.
I'm not a liar. What?
You can't
That
even
was the
help
first
it.
thing I
You can't
read.
help yourself. You can't even help it. You could even fix your mouth to read the verse, and you know why. Because you wanted to lie
Because
about it.
no, because you guys
No,
made me
because
pull up
you're
the
a
full
liar,
chapter and it
sir.
skips from
Because you
20 to
lie.
22.
You're
And I said that
you're
was
a
the first thing
blatant
I said.
liar.
No, I'm not.
What did he say? You said it skips from 20 to 22?
The first thing I pulled up that I read and I can go back
Oh my
was that
God.
it says when a man
You just
strikes a
gonna
female.
keep on hanging on to this lie.
I'm not hanging. That was I mean, you could
Where is
really.
the power? Where is the power that's compelling you to do this shit?
There's no
What's the
power that's
power? What
compelling me because you
is
guys are
this the
literally
Holy
lying.
Spirit?
All you guys are
This
lying.
is the
That was
Holy
the first
Spirit.
thing I read.
This
That
is
was the
this
first
like
thing I read.
literally you are
And you guys were
lying.
saying over a day or two. There's no punishment if the
Nobody
slave.
said
Over
anything
and
about a day.
under, it don't fucking matter. It
That was
says
the
there's
first thing
no
I read. So why are
punishment.
you guys? What? That was the first thing I read. I read the first, these two, I read 20 and 21 first.
Embarrassing
When the
He
yourself.
man strikes
like
his slave in a
Embarrassing
it
yourself.
male.
doesn't matter.
This is
It
embarrassing.
doesn't matter.
Hey,
I
Miguel.
literally got lie.
Miguel, here's a point. If a slave master beats his slave and the slave dies as a result of that beating, the slave master is punished. If that slave does not die as a result of that beating, there is no punishment because the slave is the master's property.
Yeah,
I swear
exactly. Okay, so
I'm gonna raise
this
the age to I'm gonna raise the age to 25 because when
I can
these
see why,
21-year-olds
Paige.
come in here talking all this shit in the comments, they get on stage and they do this shit, and then
okay.
people want to say he's young. Like, no, I'm gonna
No,
raise
because
the age to
you're
25
lying
because
too.
I'm not going to no,
Yeah, talk
I'm
louder.
not
You
going.
guys can't
I'm
have like an
talking.
actual argument.
Be quiet. Like, I'm not going to allow anybody age 21, 22, 23, anybody to come in here and talk shit, be disrespectful, and I take it easy on them. I'm
No
not going
one's
to do it.
talking
I just made the
disrespectfully to you
cut.
at all.
That's amazing.
You
I
guys,
just made the cut.
you guys,
Hallelujah.
you guys were the only ones talking disrespectful.
Miguel,
You're
the fact that
lying.
yeah, and the fact that you keep
I never
unmuting
lied.
and
I
speaking
never
over
lied. You
the
could
fact.
literally, you could replay the live. That was the first two chapters I read was that, and you guys are saying
You read one verse, you liar.
I didn't. I
You
read
read
two. I read
one
20 and
verse. Then
21.
why would we be telling you to keep reading? Why did we keep telling you to
Do you want me to show you my
keep
screen?
reading, and you kept
Because I can
lying,
send you a
and you couldn't
screenshot. Because the
find the
first
rest of
thing,
the chapter? You
yeah,
kept
because I had to
lying.
pull up the whole scripture. I
Okay, and
had
then
the
when you
two.
pulled it up, did you read chapter 21? Please lie again. Please lie.
I
When
did
you
read
pulled
chapter.
it up, did
I
you read
did.
chapter 10,
This
21?
is the
I
these were
mean,
the first
verse
these were the
21.
first two chapters I
Did you
read when
read
I
verse
pulled it up
20?
on my
Sir,
desktop.
answer the fucking question. Did you read verse 21 after you quote unquote pulled it
Yes.
up?
And also that was literally the first thing
Did
I
you
said before
read
you
verse
guys even made me read
21
the
after
chapter.
you pulled it up?
Yes. When I pulled it first
What?
up, I
You
read
are such
21.
a liar,
No, I'm
bro.
not. You guys are just putting this
Thinker
stuff up.
literally had to put it up for
And
you.
I literally reread it for y'all. So what are
Oh,
you talking about?
Jesus, man. How do y'all have, how? You are a liar.
How am I a liar? And the person talking about the bruises, that's another verse too.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't
Okay,
exist.
and it was
You're
talking about
lying.
the
It
chip too.
doesn't
You guys,
exist. It
and
does
this was
not
in ancient
exist.
Rome
It
too.
doesn't.
Okay, and this is an ancient
Wait,
Rome.
you said
People were
wait,
telling
you're
them
saying Leviticus. You're saying Leviticus is in that this is talking about Rome?
This is why I say they don't read this
this is
fucking
in
book.
Rome when this was written.
This is
You're
No,
not
talking
the
about
fuck it's
Rome.
yes, it
not.
was.
No, it's not. This is literally written in Hebrew. This is in ancient Israel. This ain't got shit to do with Rome.
Yeah, the
Look at the Christians
chip
in the
tooth
comments
was
talking
in
about
Rome
saying
with
he's
the
not
bruises.
lying.
That's in Rome. That was written in Rome.
Written in Rome?
No, where it
The
was written, the
fuck?
location,
What location
not
in
the
Rome?
language.
What location in Rome? Where? Where in Rome was it written?
I don't know the exact
Where?
city, but it was in Rome.
What
This,
year? What
huh?
year? What year?
What year? This one,
Yes.
I don't know, but
Yeah.
the chip tooth was
Who
probably
who
like
who who
after
told you
Jesus
this?
died.
Who told you this?
I just know this.
25, y'all, after tonight. 25.
Yeah, I agree 100% because
Hey, look,
everything. I mean, I can't even get a sentence out without you interrupting, which to me displays your immaturity.
I
Adults
mean,
know how to engage in
neither can I get
conversation.
that from you.
I haven't interrupted you, young man. I'm simply having a conversation or attempting to. And I wasn't even talking to you, I was talking to Thinker.
Because you guys have like lied.
But Thinker, my point was, I absolutely see why you would make it 25 because he's been up here being very immature from the beginning, and he was doing so in the comments as well.
How was I being immature?
Let me know when you're ready to move on.
Oh, I'm definitely done. I don't speak to people's
Okay.
children like this.
All
Okay,
right
yeah.
then.
I mean, if you're coming up here talking about a book in Leviticus and you're referencing Rome, I just don't know that we're having the same conversations. It's hard to come by.
Exactly. And then I just know. What?
Did you see the Christians in the
Just
comments
made
saying
it
he
up.
is right?
Yeah,
They
he not lying. Like in all caps, he not lying. You come up here and tell me where you got that information that Leviticus was written in Rome, and tell me what year Leviticus was written.
Oh, if you raise the thinker, then people like Marissa can come up. Oh man.
Shit, Marissa, if you're a nerd and you're under 25, you good. Just know that.
And it's been a few that have come up here that have, engaged in really, really good civil conversation. And even when we disagreed. So it's not all under 25-year-olds, but the vast majority of them just don't have the emotional maturity to engage in these conversations, nor have they done the research or the reading to actually add value to the conversation. So I get it, Thinker.
Sasha, how are you? Hello, Sasha. Did you join on accident? Oh,
You
Lala, she said she didn't join on accident. What happened?
Yeah, you were unmuted, Sasha. We could hear you talking.
Lala took it down.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
What happened, Lala? Why you take it down? Did you do that in your sleep?
I thought
She said, eh.
she I didn't hear us.
Huh? What happened? Can y'all hear Lala?
No, she's real low.
Lala, something's wrong with your phone. Sasha, request again. That was an accident. Um, Sasha, request again, please. That was an accident. Lala, something's wrong with your phone.
Yeah,
Lala,
drop
sleep
down and come
dropping.
back.
You sound like you asleep.
Not sleep dropping.
Brad, we saw it the first 5 times you sent it. Nobody cares. Like, we get it. No one cares. You sent that like 500 times already. Please
What?
stop
What did he?
spamming the
What did he
comments.
say?
Oh my god, let me read it to y'all need a lot of help. This is the reason the app is going, but hopefully they just blocked you guys.
That's
That
just dumb as fuck. Do you not
right, like,
realize that there is an Instagram, there is a YouTube, there's a Discord, there's a Twitch. Like, shut the fuck up. Use common sense.
just spam, like, okay, we get it. Just stop spamming. No one cares that much. Ugh.
And I honestly been. Let me leave it. Let me not even say. Sasha, hi. How are you?
Hey y'all, I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 22. I was
22.
gonna say
Okay.
21, but I just turned 22, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um.
thinker. We were
Huh.
chatting. We were going back and forth in the comments as well too. So I don't know if it was just me and a.
We in the streets, free.
I know, right? It was when you were on the Discord call because I was trying to, I was trying to connect on my iPad and it was giving me some issues. So I was in the comments.
Okay. What are you, a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm sorry, what y'all say?
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Fee, is she Christian? I guess let me ask Fee, since I can't get an answer. I don't
She
know.
know her, okay? They are acquainted. I can't.
I don't know. I don't
Very,
know what's going on.
she was very Christian. She was saying that we were wrong and misguided on a lot of the things that we were saying when you were talking to the previous guests.
Wait, Lala, why did you remove her again?
Lala is sleep dropping, like y'all said, because
Damn.
what?
Lala,
What?
why did you take her down again?
I didn't.
It says a moderator took her down. Who took her down?
I I
Mhm.
just got up here.
It
Where's
wasn't.
Dudette ass
I
at?
just I just brought
Is
myself
Dudette
up
in here?
here.
Is Dudette in here?
I
I
haven't
don't see
seen
her.
that comment.
Hello, only 5 people, only 5 mods have that power.
I couldn't have taken her down if I was bringing myself up at the same time she went down.
It says a moderator took her down.
That's
I
weird.
swear I just brought myself up
That is
from
weird.
my other account.
Let's see. Sasha, are you in here? Are you able to request again?
Trainer.
Oh, she said it froze. It literally said a moderator took her down. If her system froze, I don't know if that was a TikTok glitch or what. Um,
It'll say
are
that a
you?
moderator.
Huh?
I said it'll say that a moderator took somebody down because it did me like that earlier.
Oh, okay. Are you able to request again? Nate, did you just call the mods in here disingenuous? Are you
Spam.
talking about the mods in here, Nate?
What?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
Nathan, let's keep our opinions to ourselves because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
oh, it's okay. He's
What?
gone.
I'm about to say, what
Yeah.
did I do? I was
Oh, we don't.
disenchanted.
Well, he's gone.
I'm not sure he knows what disingenuous means.
Okay.
Sasha.
Hi. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, it's okay. So you are a Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
I heard from Fee. Which one of the topics on the board did you want to discuss?
I was going to talk about like what y'all was saying in the comments earlier. I'm not even going to
Yeah.
say.
So the conversation in the comments is different. When you come on stage, you have to pick one of these topics.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why should we ignore the facts and believe in God?
Okay.
I feel like the facts are wrong, or what y'all believe to be facts are wrong. Cause I'm not even gonna
Can you
lie,
talk up?
I'm a baby Christian. Like I just started in my faith. Like, and
Okay.
what I've seen.
Can you talk up a little bit?
Can y'all
Because
hear me now?
if it's hard for me to hear you, it's definitely hard for the chat to hear you. Okay.
My bad. I'm a soft speaker, but I'm a baby Christian, and some of the facts that y'all believe in, like what they be putting out there, isn't true. Like they be saying, you should submit to your husband, and what they were saying in the comments, like, oh, if God is real, why can't he grant me $1 million? And it's like,
Sasha, I don't have anything to do with the conversation that you had with people in the comments, and opinions are not facts.
okay, so what facts were you guys relating to when you say, why should we ignore the facts and believe in God?
Factual data, archaeological evidence, historical evidence.
It's been, I know, but I'm saying, like, what exactly, so then I can, you know?
Well, I don't even think the facts matter. Like the question is, why should we ignore facts, right? Let's assume that we have talked about facts. I've shown archaeological evidence, right? And we have arrived at that there is a fact that debunks a claim that's in the book. Why should we ignore that fact and still believe the God? That's the question.
I feel like because he's the only way, the truth, and the light. That's my answer.
The
And
way, truth, and the light to what?
to heaven, to eternal life with him.
But I don't believe in heaven, and I also don't have a desire for eternal life.
And what makes you feel like he's not real?
I didn't say that he wasn't real,
Oh, why don't you believe in him?
but I don't have a reason to.
Like, are you? I mean, that's okay. Like, I feel like we have our own journeys with him, so I can't say, you know what I'm saying? Believe in him, because God isn't something you can force on somebody. He's something that you grow into. He's something that you choose. Like, it's a lifestyle that you choose.
That doesn't make any sense, though. You know, if a God, in fact, created all of human, that God then says, if you don't choose me, then I'm going to burn you in hell for all of eternity. I'm going to give you eternal life just so that you can be tortured for eternity because you didn't choose me. That sounds like a weak, insecure human being. Doesn't sound
I
like
feel
a
like you have. Oh, I'm
all.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm talking. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
doesn't sound like an all powerful entity who with sovereign power, right? With love for his creation at all. Sounds like a Marvel movie.
I feel like there's a choice. There's only two choices. So you get to choose which one you want to go for. I don't feel like he presses you to choose him. It's like it's literally your choice. Like you could say I don't believe in him. You can say that you want to go your own way. Like that's okay. That's cool, but just know that that way isn't the right way.
But
Like
what? But the point of belief, the point of needing to choose. That's what I'm saying. Sounds like a Marvel movie. It sounds like something a narcissistic man would do to a woman, right? Like if you're this all powerful entity, knowing that there is a power dynamic between you and a mortal, and you tell this mortal, if you don't choose me, right, then I'm going to burn you for all of eternity. Like, it's not necessarily even a free choice. It's an ultimatum, right? Choose me and then I'll feed you. Don't choose me and then I'm going to kill you. Like, those are the only two choices, right? That's an ultimatum. That's not really a choice. And then for it to be this all powerful supreme being doing this to a mortal with less power, less intelligence than it's an uneven power dynamic.
I also think that if you are presented with two choices, one being worship me and live, and the other being don't worship me and burn forever, that's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. And there's nothing free about that. That's very expensive. Because if ultimately my eternal location, destination, or salvation is tied to choosing or not choosing this God, that's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. And like Thinker said, there's nothing loving about that. The reality is if something is loving and something is good, people will naturally gravitate to it. There won't be a punishment associated with not understanding it. Belief isn't a choice. I'm not convinced that something is true. I can't choose to believe something that I haven't been convinced of.
I feel like that's true as well. Like, yeah, you can't be convinced, but it's a relationship. It's not more like when you really get into the word, you will see that it's about a relationship.
How much of the word have you gotten into, Sasha?
I'm not even gonna lie. I've only read like four books thoroughly.
And you have a relationship?
Yes.
After reading 4 books, which books did you read?
No, not after reading 4 books. I didn't say that. He's walked me through a lot.
You said that you have to get into the word to have a relationship. It's a relationship. And once you get into the word, you will see that. But you've only read 4 books.
Once you get into the word, you will see what, like, it's the evidence in the word, but he will come to you.
But how can you tell us that when you've only read 4 books?
Okay, I mean, I get that. You're
testifying. You're testifying for something that you yourself have not yet done.
Yes, I have a testimony. No, that's not true.
No. I'm talking about Sasha. I'm talking about you saying once you get into the word, you will see. That is a testimony about getting into the word and what the effects of that will do. But you haven't done that. So why are you testifying about something you yourself have yet to do?
Okay, because I feel like you're not listening.
Why would you tell me to get into the word? Why would you tell me to get into the word and you haven't yourself? Because I'm asking you a question. I don't care about your personal experience. What I'm trying to figure out is why would you tell? No. Listen to the question, Sasha. Why would you tell me to get into the word when you yourself have not done that?
I'm not saying that you have to get into the word. I'm saying
why would you tell anybody? Why would you tell anybody to get into the word? Anybody, Sasha. Those are the words that you spoke.
Because you want
and
evidence.
You are talking, Sasha. But you, right? What evidence, Sasha? Well, you haven't done it yourself. You haven't done it yourself.
I have proof because of my living.
But you haven't read the word. But you haven't read the word. So why are you telling people to read something that you yourself don't read?
I do read the word. I'm not done with
what
it.
Have you read? What have you read, Sasha?
And I've stated that from the beginning.
So then what have you read?
I'm sorry?
What have you read?
I've read about Jesus being alive. I've read about the beginning, how we became. I've read about Jonah and Noah and Jacob. That's really it.
And what about Jacob? Let's talk about Jacob. What did you learn about Jacob?
I'm sorry?
Let's talk about Jacob.
I thought we were talking about...
What did you learn about Jacob?
Wait, no, you can't just skip over. I need you to slow down.
Yes, I can. This is my live. Well, I asked what you've read, right? You told me what you've read.
No, you said, how about my relationship with God?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not ask you about your relationship. I asked you about what you've read. Sasha, I don't care about this vague relationship.
Sir, you're not
Whatever
listening to
relationship,
understand. You're listening
Sasha,
to argue.
Sasha, let's talk about this word. Okay? Let's talk about the word. Okay? What did you learn about Jacob?
Can I talk now or
Yes, I asked you a question. What did you learn about Jacob?
I'm not gonna allow you to skip over. So I guess I'll just
Wow,
You're
say
not
you
going to
you
allow who? You're not going to allow who? This is my life. I don't
no, I just
care,
said that. You
Sasha,
can I'm
about your.
just
I don't, Sasha, I know you want to gaslight me with
no, I'm
this
not gaslighting you.
imaginary
You just
relationship.
asked. No, it's not an
Sasha,
imaginary. He
I
saved
don't
me.
care about that. Sasha, whatever relationship you believe that you have with this deity, that's fine. That's yours. Like, that's personal. I don't care about that. What I would like to talk to you about is the word. Okay? Are you getting ready to run? Are you getting ready to run?
Who's running? Can y'all hear me?
Let's talk about the word, Sasha. What did you learn about Jacob?
Can y'all hear me?
Hmm. But when you leave the app, Sasha, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm on.
I can hear you. Sasha, we all saw you go on Teacup. When that teacup comes up, we cannot hear you.
gosh, you know we can hear you. Stop playing. Wow. Mm-mm. That's why the Holy Spirit dropped her.
She wants to gaslight us with this
Hmm.
immaterial, imaginary, invisible relationship she has with this deity that she can't see outside of her dreams. I don't care about any of that. I want to know this testimony of once you get into the word, you will see. I want to see what she's learned about the word.
You can't read that.
Can y'all hear me? There we
Yes.
go.
Yes.
I'm literally in the chat. Like y'all can see me in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
we saw you in the chat, Sasha. Let's get to the word.
Okay. Do y'all want me to pull
Okay.
out my Bible?
What if you want to? What did you learn about Jacob?
Um.
Look at the Christians in the comments trying to help her. Jacob became the father of the 12 tribes. They in the comments trying to feed the answers to her. Like, y'all are so deceptive. It's crazy. Just
No,
tell me, like, what did you learn about Jacob? Good grief.
I can't even see the comments because it's moving too fast.
Hmm.
But
What what
what I
what did
learned,
you learn?
I'm not even gonna lie. Like that whole thing, I'm like I can't even think of nothing. Like I remember.
And I think, Sasha, going back to when you were in the comments chatting with me, I think this is part of what I was trying to convey to you when we were typing back and forth. I respect that you feel like you have a relationship with this deity. Cool. But you came up here telling us that we were saying wrong things about the book, and it's a book you haven't read. Like, and nobody's saying that you need to memorize everything that you learn from the Bible because nobody does that. But if you're going to defend a thing and you're going to talk about the benefits of diving into a book, you need to be able to say that from firsthand experience. And if you haven't read the book, you can't talk about the nature of the God because the nature of the God is described in this book. And if
Like
that's
I
not the
have.
God that you have a
Sorry.
relationship, that's cool. But there are words in this book, and those words mean things.
And I suggest that you get some friends that actually
Not
give
because
a
I
damn
have
about you, Sasha.
notes.
Hold on,
Wait,
Sasha.
what you say?
I suggest that you get friends that actually give a damn about your well-being, because there are Christians in the comments that are telling you that you are doing a great job and that what you did and what you came up here and said was okay. And if I was a believer, there is no way in hell that I would have a baby Christian on a live with atheists who do study and read this book every damn day and have them telling people what they should and should do when that baby Christian hasn't done it. I would protect that baby Christian. These motherfuckers are not. They will throw you out to the wolves and
Wait,
not
can I
tell
say
you that
something?
you're about to get bit, Sasha.
Wait, can I say
Pay
something?
attention. Pay attention to who actually cares about you.
Yeah, I get that. Can I say something though?
Yes.
Okay. With the I forgot what she said. Dang, cause you said something about the comments. I'm trying to remember what you just said.
I
Gosh
know you
dang.
want to talk about the
Oh,
comments,
I
Sasha,
have.
but I don't care about your conversation in the comments.
I know, but I was talking about the scripture. I have this notebook that I keep the scripture in, so it's like it's not that I don't know. It's just I can't really. You know what I'm saying? It has to be in front of me in order for me to, because I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to be that person that's giving out
I'm
false
not a gentle
information.
person, John Mark, and stop typing in caps in my comments. I'm not a motherfucking gentle ass person. Okay, if you looking for gentleness, go to your pastor, which is not me.
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
No, they know who I'm
Oh,
talking to.
but yeah, I have a notebook where I can pull up scripture if you need it, but
Then you can use your notebook. Like nobody said that you had to do it from memory.
I'm downstairs. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need a second. I'm gonna mute myself.
I think it still went over her head. Like the whole point that we were trying to make, it still went over her head.
I think it did too. And I think it's even more sad that the Christians in these comments are saying the things that they're saying. Like the reality is she did say she was a new Christian and that can be recognized. But she also came up here to cap for a book she hasn't read. And whether we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about a Bible or any other instruction manual, don't talk to me about how beneficial something is in a book that you have no idea of. And that's just unwise for anybody.
Yep, and they don't care about her knowledge. They don't care about her journey as a Christian. Honestly, as a baby Christian, she shouldn't even be in here talking to us as a baby Christian. If I was a mature Christian, I would be like, Sasha, this is not you're not ready for this level of conversation. As a baby Christian, I think you need to come back down. But they're edging her on because they don't actually give a fuck about her or her journey. And that is sad.
Exactly.
That is sad.
Yeah, and I think it shows that the focus is on quote unquote glorifying the God as opposed to caring for the human. Because any person who truly, and if you call yourself a Christian and you feel like Sasha's is your sister in Christ or whatever, you should have her back. And clearly she's not prepared and ready for this conversation. But y'all can't tell her that because you think the Holy Spirit's going to save her. That's not how this works.
And then somebody in the comments says, I could care less about the words you speak. They fall to the ground to me. You are a motherfucking liar because that's why you are here. You are here because the words that I speak draw you here. You lie to yourself. You lie to everyone else. You are a liar.
And Thinker, can you hear me okay? Because I don't know if the guy in the comment was telling me I was sounding quiet or telling me to be quiet.
I think he was trying to tell you to be quiet because I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, well, if he was telling me to be quiet, then fuck you.
I
And
know
you can
that's
block him
right.
if you want to.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
If you want to block his ass and quiet him for good, you can do that too.
Quieted forever. Were you silenced or
My
are you
bad.
silent?
Thank you, Joshua. Joshua blocked him.
I had a question. So are y'all saying that like if I don't read the whole Bible, I shouldn't be able to debate about
Let's
who
let's let's
You're
be
not
Christianity?
gonna
honest.
know what you're not gonna understand. You're not
But
gonna know what we're talking about.
but let's be honest though. What did Thinker ask you? Did she really ask you a hard question? She just asked you, what did you learn about Joseph, right? Or whoever
Jacob.
it is that
No,
you
it was
Jacob,
Jacob, not
right?
Joseph.
Just what did you learn about him? You could just give us a quick, oh, this was his story. This is what happened in the story. Like, nobody asked you to give us verbatim what the Bible says. That's not what she asked you. No one is
I know
expecting
that,
you to
but
know
it was the
every
fact that she
single word
jumped
in that
from.
Bible. She just asked you, what did you learn? That's it. Let's be honest with ourselves here.
And I didn't jump. You are the one who brought up the Bible. You are the one who said that
As
if you get
evidence.
in the word, you brought this up. This was the claim you made, Sasha. If you get in the word, you will see. That is an affirmation. That is a claim that you were making, right? And so I
Yeah.
asked you, have you read the word? You said 4 books, right? So you're making a claim about something that you yourself have not done, while at the same time, Sasha, not even knowing that the everybody on this stage, every single person on this stage studies this book on a regular. I do this live 5 days a week, 11 hours a day. We read this book all damn day, Sasha.
I hear you. I hear y'all. I really do hear y'all.
And the reality, Sasha, too, is that if a thing is true, it's going to be true after you investigate it. Right. So a lot of people come in here and they get mad at us for reading this book, and they get mad at us for asking questions about the things that just don't line up. But the reality is truth has no need to fear inquiry. So if you want to be a Christian and this is the walk that you have chosen for your life, I say wonderful for you. I love that for you. But know what you're signing up for. Know what you're diving into, and understand that the all of the entailments that come with that, because this belief system has a history. This belief system has some entailments. And in order to know that, you have to read the book and not just listen to what people tell you that this book represents.
Right. Okay, so when he gives me something, he'll be like okay, like turn to a certain book. Like, okay, 1 Corinthians 4, like 8 through 9. And then I'll read those verses and there'll be a message that goes with life with that. If that makes sense to you, do y'all get it?
I get that you are looking for inspiration in this text, a text that was written for people in the Greco-Roman period. Let's read 1 Corinthians 4, 8 through 9. Already you have, hold on. Let me
Or
put
you
it
can
on
go
the
to St.
screen.
John 7 and 8.
Hold on, I got 1 Corinthians up. Already you have all you want. Already you have become rich. Quiet apart from us, you have become kings. If only you had become kings so that we might be kings with you. For I think that God has exhibited us apostles as last of all, as those sentenced to death, because we have become a spectacle to the world, to angels and to humans. Let's read this whole thing. I think this is where Paul says that God is in heaven laughing at their suffering. Let me see. Think of us in this way, as servants of Christ and stewards of God's mysteries. Moreover, it is required of stewards that they be found trustworthy. Now, see, this is the reading the entirety of the text. It's saying to be a steward, right? Then you have to be found trustworthy. When you came up here and was like, if you get in God's word, you will see. When you haven't done that, then you're not seen trustworthy. But had you read the entirety, right, started from the beginning, then you would have known that.
Excuse me. He doesn't come like that's. I feel like that's a misunderstanding that y'all have. He doesn't come straight from the word. It's a relationship with
I
him
didn't
first.
say anything about faith, and like this, that what I just said just went right over your head. Like it just went right over your head.
I get what
When
you're
you read
saying.
this text, picking out one scripture or 3 verses and saying, "Oh, this is a message for me," right? It's not really giving you the full context of what the author is saying in the text. And what you're doing is you're reinterpreting it to apply it to your life today, and you're missing the entire context or the historical context of what this author is saying or trying to convey, or even the theological message that the author is trying to convey. And what I just shared with you is that what he's saying is to be found trustworthy, right, is a requirement of being a good steward. But when you came up here and was like, you got to get in God's word and you will see, when you yourself haven't done it, you already done missed the mark on what he's saying makes you a good steward of your God. Because you didn't read that. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. But like, that's not true. Like, I don't want to contradict what you're trying to put out
What's
there.
not true?
Because you're saying, oh, because I didn't read the whole thing, that I'm not a servant of him, and me saying to read his word.
I did not say that. I
Well,
never
me
said
saying to
that you're
read
not a
his.
servant of him.
You said that contradicts me going against. You said that that's not.
I did not say the word contradict either. I said you missed the mark on the requirement that makes you a good steward because you didn't read the whole chapter. That's what I said. In this chapter, it says that a requirement of stewards is that you be found trustworthy. When you came up here and made a claim that you
Right, that's what I'm saying.
yourself had
What
not
you're saying right
done,
now.
listen, Sasha, when you came up here and made a claim that you yourself had not even done, it made you untrustworthy. If you're going to represent your God, Paul is saying that you must be seen as a trustworthy steward.
Right. And I'm telling you, and you just said, this is what I'm saying. You just said that me saying what I said contradicts me.
I
Contradicts
never
what I
said the word contradict.
I'm not saying that you said those exact words, but that's basically what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. And I'm
No, I
saying
didn't
that
say that.
because I
And that's
didn't
not
read
what
the
I'm
whole
saying. I'm
book.
a very direct person, Sasha. If I said, or if I meant that you are contradicting it, I would say that. I said you missed the mark.
Okay. And I'm saying that if you read it, that's what I said from the beginning. If you read it, you'll have the evidence, like, behind your relationship with him. That's what I'm saying. You have a relationship with him, like, you start with a relationship with him, and then you get evidence, like, oh,
Sasha,
like,
I don't give a damn about your relationship with this imaginary dog. I don't care. And you're going to say he's not a dog, but you can't prove to me that he's not. You can't prove to me that it's not a bull. You cannot prove to me that he's not a bonobo. I don't care about your relationship. I told you that over and over again. You believe that you have a relationship with this deity? Great. I'm talking about the claim you made about getting in the word and what you would get after you get in the word when you yourself have not done it. You haven't gotten in the word. You're making a claim, right? For something you haven't done. You're telling me you have a relationship with this deity when you get in the word, but you haven't done it. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care about your relationship.
I get that you don't care about the relationship. Like, I get what you're saying. I feel like you're just not trying to understand where I'm coming
No,
from.
you're trying to sell me a used car. You're trying to sell me a car that you yourself that you fixed up and have not test driven. That's why I don't care about your relationship. There's nothing you can tell me about the relationship that you have with whatever deity you believe you have with, because the way you're trying to sell it, you yourself haven't even done the work to get it. You haven't test driven it. Like you don't have any evidence of it.
And I
You're
think
trying to tell me to get evidence of it by reading the word when you haven't done that. What don't you get about that?
And I think that's a really important distinction here, Sasha, because to Thinker's point, nobody can prove or disprove your relationship with this God that you think exists. Nobody can. But we both have access to this book. And this book is what we're discussing and what we talk about most frequently on this live. So when you talk about the benefits of diving into this book and how it transforms your life and what it does for you, when you haven't done that, that is the point that Thinker is highlighting. And I don't know why that is what you're missing for some reason. We don't have access to the relationship that you have internally in your mind. But it's clear that you haven't read this book because of the things that you're saying that are in it when it's clearly not.
But the whole point is to walk by faith and not by sight.
Do you
Like,
buy a car by faith and not by sight? When you go to a car lot, right? Have you bought a car, Sasha? Have you
yes.
gone to a car lot and bought a car? Did you do it by faith and not by sight?
No.
Exactly. You ain't gonna buy
That's
a
not the
car by
car,
faith and
though.
not by sight. Why the hell would I do that with my life? I'm not just gonna take your word for it. You can't come up here and use car salesman me.
Like, I don't, like, I really don't know, because it's like, in order to, you got to see the miracles happen. Like, that's all I have to say.
And if that's all you need to believe a claim, then again, I love that for you. But that's just not how the vast majority of us on this stage operate. Like, I'm not going to do anything without investigating it. You bring something to me, an
You
offer
need
for an
evidence.
investment yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? Why
Yeah,
would
I
I
get it.
believe something? Why would I believe something that I've never seen that ultimately defies the laws of physics that we are aware of? That doesn't make any sense. And it's also not a path to truth. I personally care that what I believe is true. And if you can't demonstrate to me the truth of the claim that you're presenting to me, then I have no benefit and I have no use for that claim.
I'm sorry, I was reading the comments. He said something about mechanical engineering. But, no, I get it. I get needing evidence, hard evidence. I just think it's more of a faith thing. And the evidence come from the book.
Well,
I'm
the
conf- I'm
oh, sorry.
confused.
But
I'm sorry.
that's it.
I wanted some clarification. So I thought you just said that you need to see the miracles. Did I mishear you?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So that wouldn't be walking by faith, would it?
I'm sorry?
That wouldn't be walking by faith, right? That would like definitionally be walking by sight.
Yeah, because they said they need evidence. So
Oh,
seeing,
you're saying, I see. You're saying in order for them to believe, they need to see miracles. I got it. I got it. I thought you were saying it was a prerequisite for belief to see miracles.
oh,
See, okay. Clarification gained. Thank you.
well,
Is there anything that you can't have faith in?
I'm sorry?
Is there any claim that can be presented to you that you couldn't accept based on faith?
Probably him. Are we talking about God still? Because I would say him doing the
We're
slavery
talking
stuff.
about,
Huh?
no, we're talking about what? I'm s- I'm talking about the reliability of faith. You said that you have to have faith.
Oh,
But
yeah.
people can believe in faith, can use faith to believe in absolutely anything. There are people that believe in gods other than your gods based on faith. Does that make their God real in the same way that it makes your God real?
I feel like they are real, but not in the same way. Like, they're not God, like God. I feel like they're demonic. Not to be rude, but I feel like some other gods are demonic, but some other,
Except your
like,
God.
How are you going to even say that if you're a baby?
Except yours.
some
Exactly.
other, like,
You,
idols, like,
but you're not very, I'm not trying to be funny, but you're not very strong in your faith right now because you are a baby Christian. You're just starting out. You
yeah,
have so much to learn.
yeah, I know.
So you shouldn't even speak on things that you don't know. You're just going by what you've heard before.
And see,
If I told you that your God was a demigod and he wasn't even the most powerful God, you wouldn't even know what I was talking about.
because I'm thinking you're talking about what is his name, Legba and stuff like that.
Who?
Like, cause that's
That's
some people see
what?
them as a god. Some people see
No. No.
no, cause I know some
No.
people that
They're
actually
not.
believe in stuff like that.
Listen, believing in that does not equate to them worshiping them like a god.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's their belief. Like, that's what they. You know what Do
So
you?
why you gotta call it demonic? Why you have to label
Right.
them demons? What's the need for that? It's the same belief, just like yours. You don't have any more evidence than they do. They don't have any more evidence than you do. It's all in the pot of belief. Why do you have to now call them demons?
Because I thought Legba was somebody like in voodoo. Like, I thought that was a given.
No, it's not a given. It's a belief just like yours. You don't just automatically now label them demons for no reason. Like, why are you calling them a demon?
No, I'm not saying that they're a demon. I'm just saying the worship, like the practice, was demonic.
How is that demonic?
If you're giving sacrificial, because I was gonna say sacrificial pieces, because
Like eating the blood and body of
yeah,
Jesus
like
Christ?
no, that
Yeah, like that?
no, because
Uh-huh.
I mean I feel like that is a sacrifice too, because I feel like you have to die
Like
first to be born
slaughtering
again.
baby goats and spreading the blood over the altar and burning for your Yahweh like that?
I feel like us eating the bread and drinking the blood is
That is a
sacrificial.
ritual,
I
ma'am.
know.
You realize that, right?
Yes, I know that because it's a rebirth. Like, you're being reborn
Yeah, so
after.
what makes you any different from the people that you're calling demons? If you get to do your ritual, why can't they? Why are you labeling them demons, but you get to do your own
Because
rituals?
God is the creator of all things.
Oh, so you can do rituals for God, but you can't, but nobody else is allowed to do rituals. You can eat the blood and body of Jesus Christ. That disgusting idea. You can bask in that and be happy in that. But when you think about somebody else's belief, you automatically think demons. You automatically think this is demonic without analyzing any of it, without seeing the similarities in
No, I
what you're doing and
did.
what they're
That I'm
doing.
not saying I didn't analyze, because
You
I've
didn't
seen
though, because you don't even know why you're calling them demons. Your practice does the exact same thing. You still haven't told me what makes them any different, what makes them demonic. You
if
still haven't told me that.
if you're putting if you putting curses and hazes and all
The
these
same
shadow
way y'all
people
pray for people,
cur- cursing and praying for someone, for the
that is a
well-being of
yeah, that's
someone.
quite literally a spell. You're praying for people. Y'all come in here every day and tell people that you're gonna pray for them so that their souls will be turned to Jesus. Is that what they want? No. So that is a curse. That is against their will.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
never even thought about it like that. That's crazy.
I want to ask you a question right quick. Did you know that the God of this Bible actually said that eating and drinking blood was an abomination to him?
That's what I was gonna say, because I remember the people looking at him and discuss. I was reading that literally the other day, and he
Because it's
told
in
them to
his
eat and drink
law.
of his blood.
Yeah, his law
They were
literally
looking
says only
conflicted
you
or
shall
something like
not
that.
eat flesh. Yeah, it's in his law in 3 different places. Actually, he tells Noah this in the Noahide laws. Only you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, blood. For your own lifeblood, I will surely require a reckoning. From every animal, I will require it, and from human beings, each one for the blood of another, I will require a reckoning for human life. It was seen as disgusting to your God. If any one of the house of Israel or of the aliens who reside among them eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood and will cut that person off from the people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you for making atonement for your lives on the altar. For as life, it is the blood that makes atonement. Therefore, I have said to Israelites, no person among you shall eat blood, nor any alien who resides among you eat blood. Deuteronomy. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the life with the meat. Do not eat it. You shall pour it on the ground like water. Do not eat it, so that it may go well with you and your children after you, because you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. Like, it is odd, right? That this God says that eating blood or putting blood in your body, right, of animals or humans is an abomination, and he would turn his face from you. And then in the New Testament, when it gets to the Greco-Roman period, Jesus is saying to lap it up and then do this as often, even if it's symbolism. He's symbolically saying to do the thing that this God hates as a ritual. That's contradictory.
I agree with that. Can you hear me?
And then it depends on the denomination of Christianity that you are affiliated with, how the scripture is interpreted. Because the branch that I grew up in completely abstained from blood altogether, meaning you couldn't get blood transfusions, you couldn't touch it, you couldn't do anything with it. But yet you have other denominations of Christianity that will symbolically symbolize or replicate the drinking of the blood of Christ and the eating of the flesh of Christ. It's not witchcraft under Christianity, but it is under every other religion. That's just inconsistent.
I was gonna say something else. I'm not sure if this is true, but I was gonna say, maybe that's what like that sacrifice was when he died for us all. Like that's why we're able to eat and drink of him, like as a cleanse.
How can the thing that he told you not to do, that was an abomination, become the thing that is holy and cleansing to do?
Honestly,
And then ask yourself, like the Israelites, he told the Israelites not to do it. But then when it gets to the Gentiles, do the thing that it's seen as abominable.
And both of those directives are coming from the God that doesn't change, right?
I didn't know he didn't change. Because, I don't know, I feel like he comes to all of us in different ways. But I get what y'all saying.
I'm saying your book says he doesn't change. I definitely think he's inconsistent as fuck throughout the book, but your book says he doesn't change.
Yeah, I didn't read that part.
Like, it's just the idea that you can calmly talk about, oh yeah, the sacrifice, and now we are now to eat the blood and body, but then you think about somebody else's practice and then you go demons. Like, you can calmly just say those things like it's normal to have a sacrifice, to have a human being sacrifice for you, kill themselves for you as a human sacrifice, and now you're eating their body and their blood, and you that's normal to you. But then you look at someone else's
I
practice and
don't
say
think it's
that's
normal.
demonic. It is normal
Did
to
you
you.
did you
Like,
know early in history and antiquity, which is what that period of time was called? It's called antiquity. So if you go and you start doing research about this, search the period of antiquity. During that time, non-Christians who saw early Christians practicing this ritual, which is called the Eucharist, they thought that they were demons. They were scared of them because they would go into someone's dwelling, right? It would be exclusive. Only certain people could come in, and they would lock themselves in there for a period of days doing this ritual. And the people in the land were scared of them because they thought that they were eating and drinking the blood of real humans. And nobody knows if they were or not. Today we know it to be symbolic. Today we know it to be wine and crackers. But nobody knows what them people were doing. But they were scared of them. Tacitus writes about them. There's several authors at that time who was against what the Christians were doing.
Yeah, I believe he allowed himself to get killed. That's all I really had to say. I didn't know about the rest of the stuff you literally just spoke about.
I'm gonna take you down,
Yeah.
but the whole purpose that I wanted you to get out of this conversation was go back and read 1 Corinthians. Where is it? 1 Corinthians 4. Read the whole thing. Because if you're going to tell somebody that they need to read this book or they need this book in order to know your God, then you have to do that first. Okay?
Yeah, I get that.
All right. I'm going to take you down. I hope you have a good day.
You too. Y'all have a blessed
All
night.
right. You too.
I wonder if she's going to be Marissa in about a year from now.
Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. But the adults, y'all adult Christians in this comments, y'all should be ashamed of y'all self.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yes,
Man,
really
the way
should.
y'all threw that, the way y'all encouraged that baby to come up here and do that shit, like y'all should be ashamed of y'allself.
Look at Kim in
Y'all,
the comments. Sasha, don't be deceived. Look at Kim
they
in
don't
the
care about
comments.
her. They don't care about her. They don't care about her one bit. Y'all are just nasty. Y'all are nasty.
I say all the time, it's not a focus about getting things right. It's a focus to be right. And to whatever end, to Sasha's detriment, to everybody else's detriment, truth be damned, logic be damned, as long as they end up being, yep, I'm right, that seems to be their only focus. And it's really disgusting and insanely selfish if you really think about it.
Lala, there's a Lala in the guest request. You see?
Here we go. You bringing her up?
Yeah. Lala?
Hey, you
Hi,
can
how are you?
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Are you
I was just trying
Christian?
to make a comment, you know.
Are you
I
Christian?
used to be,
Oh, there's
but
a
as I started,
delay.
I used to be.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's probably my connection. But yeah, I used to be until I started studying and reading and realized that, like you guys have been talking about, the book it's a lot of contradiction in it. And if you're not studying and really reading, you're going to miss it. It's going to blow right over your head. So, and when I was listening to the comment with Sasha, I was like, yeah, she's a baby Christian. And you've really got to sit down, be quiet, and study that book to see that there's a lot of lies and misconceptions in it. So I was just trying to get in just to share that part that she needs to study and read before you understand.
I thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. Your connection is going in and out. I did catch all of what you said, and I agree with you 100%. And I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Well, good morning.
You too.
All right.
Oh, that was a
All right.
good Lala.
Yeah, that was a good Lala. We're going to bring up North, whatever the hell his name is, because he's getting on my nerves in these comments. I think his name is Northander.
I think it's no Thando.
Oh, Northando.
This
I just
one?
said North.
Notando.
Yeah.
Hello,
No,
everyone.
no. Oh, it's a she. Okay. What topic did you want to discuss?
I'm hearing about the Bible and that
There's five
Christian is a
topics.
myth or
There's
something.
there's five. There's five topics on the board in front of you.
That the Christian God nature is contradictory
Okay.
and is the greatest deceiver. I don't believe that. Why?
Which one? Which one
I
do you want to
know that
discuss?
okay, that the Christian God is a great deceiver.
Okay. Go ahead.
If you say Christian God, I believe you're talking about Yahweh and the Lamb of God, Yeshua, and the Holy Spirit, because they work in three. That's what I believe when you're talking about Christian God. And I know a lot of people, they call themselves Christians, but they really don't understand what is a Christian. What does it mean to be a Christian?
Hey,
Christian was
Nathaniel,
not
we're
a
not talking
name.
about humans. Nathaniel, that topic is not about humans. That topic is not about Christianity. That topic is about the God of
Okay,
Christianity.
I
It's
was
about
getting
it's
there.
about the
I was
God.
getting there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
I don't want to talk about.
like
I don't want this. I just want to let you know. I don't want the focus to be on you humans. It's about the
okay.
God
Let me
in the
focus
book.
on my God then. I don't think he's a deceiver. It is a deceiver because I think when you seek him in spirit, in truth and in spirit, he meets you, he guides you, and he walks with you. That's what I have experienced. My relationship with this God was not deceiving because he was with me in spirit. And when I speak to him with whatever issues that I have, he has come through for me. He has spoken to me in spirit. I've heard his voice speaking to me. And he never deceived me whatsoever in everything that we, according to our discussions we have and the path we have walked together, he has never deceived me.
Discussions, are you sure?
Yes,
Discussions?
yes, I
Hold on.
do have.
Hold on. Because I wanted to stay on the topic. Like, I don't want to get on to like her private conversations that she has with the God. Like, I want to make sure that the
Oh
topic
no, I
stays
don't want to.
on.
Yeah, I don't want to know what discussions she had. I was just saying, was it like to have a discussion? Somebody else has to be talking on the other side. That was my point. I don't want to know what you were talking about.
Okay, in this, it could be that maybe in the dream, or it could be since
Yeah,
I
I
am
don't.
spirit
That's why I
and
said I
he's
don't want to
spirit.
know. I'm not asking you what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
I was just.
I'm not going to tell you what he said,
Yeah,
but
I'm not
I just want to
asking
tell you.
though. I'm not asking you to elaborate.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you a question. So, you say that this God guides you, he doesn't allow you to be deceived. So, therefore, he cannot be a deceiver. Correct?
I didn't say
That's
he
what you
cannot
said.
allow me to be deceived. I said him himself is not a deceiver.
You said he guides you and does not
Yes, he
allow
guides
you to
me.
be deceived.
Not to be deceived by the world or what. I'm talking about him not deceiving me in particular. But you can be deceived if you let your spirit be deceived by what's around you. You can be deceived. He doesn't have control over
So,
that.
if he's guiding you, if he's with you, he's guiding you, and you get deceived, did he not allow that to happen?
You didn't allow that to happen because
Okay.
I've
If
allowed it to
he's with
happen.
you, hey, Nothendo,
Okay.
the Trinity is with you, right? You're there. The Trinity's there with you. Somebody comes along, right? And they deceive Nathendo.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the Trinity when Nathendo is getting deceived? Where is the Trinity?
He's still there.
Are
He
they?
never
He's
leaves.
still there. Did the
Mm.
Trinity guide you and say, Nathendo, don't do XYZ. Don't listen to XYZ because you are being deceived.
Yes.
So then you decided when the Trinity talked to you, you said, shut up, Trinity. Although you've been there for me before, I'm going to listen to him. And then you allow yourself to get deceived.
Most of the time is that you're speaking in a sarcastic way, but most of the time it's like that. It's me
Okay, so
allowing
all right,
myself to go through.
Okay, hold on. So you've got this Holy Spirit trio with you that is powerful, that is loving, that has guided you before, right? That has shown you that if you follow them, that they will guide you to places and keep you safe. And you decide that you're not going to listen to that Trinity, but you want us to. You want us to believe that this is somebody worth listening to, that we need to have a relationship with this Trinity, to be guided by this Trinity, while Nothendo is constantly telling this Trinity to shut up. Am I to accept that
It's just
as
like a child. When you have a child, I have a child. When you tell the child, don't touch that stove, it's very hot, you're going to burn. And then the minute you just look away, the child touches the stove and get burnt. Does that
does the
mean that
child
this
keep touching the
child
stove after
is
they
not
get burnt?
worth it to list? Does that mean
Do
that
they
this
do they
child
keep
next
touching the
time?
stove? Do they keep doing it over and over after they get burned the first time? Do they say, "Oop, I like
Sometimes
that burn," and they do it again? "Oop, I like that
some
time," and they do it again? Do they just keep touching the stove, or after they touched the stove the first time and they got burned, they learned their lesson? Like, I'm trying to figure out how many times this child has touched this stove.
it depends. Sometimes they keep on trying to see how it's gonna burn this time. This time, maybe
Are
I
you
maybe
kidding
last
me?
week.
Are you kidding me? Hold
Mhm.
on. How
I
many
have a
people on this
child.
stage? Hold on. Go on mute for a second. How many people on this stage have children that have fucking constantly touched the stove to see
Not
how it's gonna
only
burn their hand?
children,
No, go
myself,
on mute for a
I
second.
burnt
I gotta
myself
test this out.
over and over
Hold
again.
on. Please go on mute. To all the parents on this stage, how many times have your child touched the stove to see how they get burnt differently?
I have
Once.
five. I have five. None of them have done that.
Never.
My child reached up once, it hurt, and he did not return. He didn't do it again. That's just common sense.
I just say hot and she's gone.
And my kids have never done it, and I have 4. So I'm trying to figure out, Nathando, do you have kids? Is it your kids, Nathando, that keeps trying to touch the stove to see how differently they get burnt? Because this is what I'm trying to understand. Like, if your kids learned that from you, because you have this Holy Spirit Trinity with you that you're not listening to, and you keep allowing yourself to get deceived, although you've got this powerful Holy Trinity with you, and then your kid just keeps touching the stove, Nathaniel, even though you keep telling it not to. So did it learn that from you?
Maybe they learn from me because human beings, they are human beings. They'll keep on trying
Not
to
human
do.
beings, Nathaniel. There are
Yeah.
6, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 human beings on this stove. Collectively have created 10 additional human beings. Actually, me and
That's
Dr.
what I'm
B alone
saying.
created 9. Hold on. Nope.
Can
Me
you
and
please
Dr. B
listen to
alone have
me?
created 9. Wait.
No, you are
Dr. B has
listening to
5. Wait,
argue.
I'm talking. Dr. B has 5. I have 4. That's 9. Ria 1, Lala's 1, and Fee's 1. That's 10, 11, 12. Yeah. That's 12 human beings that we've created, right? And none of us have done it. So it's not human beings, Nathaniel. That's not a human being thing. That's a you thing. That's a you thing. So you are telling us that this Holy Trinity that you have, Nathaniel, you don't
Mm-hmm.
trust. You don't
I do
trust this
trust.
Holy Trinity. No,
I
you
do
don't.
trust.
If you did, Nathaniel, if you trusted this Holy Trinity, you wouldn't be getting deceived. Because the Holy Trinity that's with you all the time would be telling you not to do the thing that you're about to be deceived, and you would listen. But you're
And he
telling us
does,
that you
and
don't listen.
he
You're
does
telling us
because
you don't
I'm
listen. Hold on, let me
flesh.
finish.
Yes,
Let
I
me
don't
finish.
listen.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You are sitting here telling us that you do not listen. I don't care if it's free will or not. If you've got this Holy Trinity with you and you constantly telling the Holy Trinity to shut up, you don't trust its advice. You don't trust it. Why the fuck should we?
Like I said, this is a free will. If you want to do it the other way, you're allowed to do whatever you want at the end of the day. But still, God is still there to guide you. If you allow Him to
You don't
guide
listen to the
you,
God.
if
What's the
you
point of the
allow
God being there? You don't trust the God's advice. You don't
I
take it. You don't
I
listen.
didn't say I don't trust. I didn't say I don't trust. I was just
So
speaking
why don't you listen to the advice? Why don't you
I
listen
do
to the advice?
listen. I do listen to
So
his
so the
advice.
God does stop you from being deceived then.
Yes.
Oh, so now the God stops you from being deceived. Now, when I said it earlier, you said you didn't say that. You
No, I
said
was
nope,
speaking
not
in
you
a
said nope, not
nutshell,
stops
as in
me.
I'm speaking
Remember
for
what
a
you
lot
said.
of
No,
people,
no,
not just me.
Nathando,
I didn't know.
Nathando,
Okay, listen. I
Nathando,
didn't know. Yeah,
Nathando.
yeah.
Remember what you said. You said no. I didn't say he stops me from being deceived. I said that he's with me and he guides me. I said, oh,
Yes,
so he's
because
allowing. I said, hold on. I said, hold on. I said, oh, so he's allowing you to be deceived. No, he doesn't allow it. I said, so are you getting deceived? Yep, I get deceived. Every human being gets deceived. Do you remember saying that? Now you're
yes, I
saying that
was
he
speaking in a
does stop you.
nutshell. In a nutshell, not for person. I didn't know you were talking about me as a person.
I said you, Nothendo.
Oh, okay. If it's about
You.
me as in a personal human being, yes, it does not allow me to be deceived.
So the God doesn't allow you to be deceived. The God
Yes.
is with you. The God talks to you, and the God says, Nathando, this person is deceiving you. Don't do it.
Yes.
Why didn't the God do that for Isaac?
I think it's a question that if you can bring him on the patio to talk, he can speak. I cannot speak for him in that case because I was not
I'm talking
there.
about your God. We're talking about your God being the
Yes,
great
my
deceiver.
God, I cannot speak to him. Yeah.
Isaac got deceived by Jacob, right? Isaac got deceived by Jacob.
That's
Nathaniel.
how you see it as a deceiving, but I see it
Okay,
as a
well,
way
let's
of
pull up the scripture.
it was a
Let's
lesson that was supposed to be learned from that story.
okay, let's see if we can find Isaac's lesson. Let's see if we can find the lesson in it. We're gonna look for the lesson in Isaac's story. Let's see. So I don't think I have to read the whole thing, but what I want to do is find Jacob's lies. Okay. So starting at verse 18. When he went in to his father and said, my father, and he said, here I am. Who are you, my son? Jacob asked him a very direct question and expected an honest answer. Would you say he expected an honest answer from whoever the person was? Nathando?
Yes?
Would you agree that when Isaac asked, who are you, my son, he expected an honest answer?
Yes, I agree.
And then he didn't get one though, did he?
No, you didn't.
No. Jacob said, I am Esau, your firstborn. Is that a lie?
That's a lie.
That's a lie. And then Isaac told Esau to go out and hunt game for him and make him something to eat, right? And Isaac responds and he says, Jacob says, I have done as you told me. Is that a lie?
Yeah.
That's a lie. So that's 2 lies. And he says, now sit up and eat of my game, so that you may bless me. But Isaac said to his son, at this point, logic creeps in, right? Logic creeps in. Isaac says, how is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? So this is this is Isaac's own brain, own knowledge of how long it should take Esau to be out in the field hunting game. Isaac's brain says, wait, ain't no way Esau is back and has cooked up this food already this fast. So his brain tries to stop him from being deceived, right? And then Jacob, the deceiver at this point, who has become a deceiver. Would you agree that at this point, Jacob is a deceiver?
And you know why this has to be
I'm
done
sorry, can
that
you
way?
answer my question first? Would you agree that at this point, Jacob has become a deceiver?
No, I don't agree.
What is a deceiver?
Somebody who lies or trying to
Has
cover up
Jacob told
something.
multiple lies?
What is the
And
name?
you know
What does
why
the
he
name
did
Jacob?
that?
What does the name
Because there
Jacob
was
mean? Hey, do you
there
know what the
was
name?
there was a conversation that happened prior
Yes,
to
no.
this
Can you answer
incident.
Dr. B? Notendo. We're going to get to that conversation that Rebecca had with the sage.
No,
But
no,
can
no,
you
no.
answer Dr.
The
Jacob?
one Jacob and
Notendo.
Esau have on
Notendo.
their own.
That's
The
a
one
different
Jacob,
conversation that has to do with the birthright. We're not talking about the birthright.
that is the
Can you
same
answer
in the
that? It's
spirit.
not. Notendo. We will get to that. Can you answer Dr. Bowen's question, please?
I
Chanel,
didn't get you answered,
please
Dr.
listen,
Ball.
Nathando. When the host
Yeah?
is speaking, can you mute or be quiet and then you speak after? Let's be civil up here.
Dr. Bowen asked, what does the name Jacob mean?
I checked it up. It says to be behind or to follow.
Jacob means deceiver in Hebrew. That's what it means, deceiver. Okay. So at this point, Jacob is a deceiver, correct?
No,
Are you
The
trying
hill,
to deceive me?
the hills y'all die on.
no.
This shit kills me.
I'm not trying
Are
to
you
deceive
attempting to
you.
deceive me?
No, I'm actually trying to lead you to why this happened like that.
Nathando, I don't listen. We will get to your why. At this point in the story, is
No,
Jacob a deceiver?
no.
Did he lie?
He lied, but he's not a deceiver.
How many
How
lies
can
does it take to become a deceiver? Is it like
that's
eight?
like how
Is
many
it
how
10?
many licks does it take to get to this?
That's
This,
exactly what I was thinking of. That
okay.
stupid little owl up
Um,
in the tree. That's what I was thinking of.
pause,
One, a
Oh
two,
my
pause.
a three, a three. Okay, sorry.
We cannot have this conversation if you don't
We
want to
can.
listen
Well, I
to
mean, we
the
can't because you're not
incident
doing it.
that
But my
happened
Nintendo, can
here
you tell us
on,
the number?
because this
Can
was
you
a
tell us the number,
spiritual
Nintendo? Hey, I
incident.
need you. Hey, can you tell me a number? Is it 10 lies? Is it 20?
Joshua,
Is there a certain period of time that you have to do
you are
it?
speaking in flesh. This
You're
incident has
right.
nothing to do
I'm
with
using my
flesh.
physical body to do that. That is
Yes.
true.
So
So can you answer my question with your physical body?
this incident has nothing to do with the flesh. This
Tell you
incident.
what, Nintendo, you can answer me with your spirit if you want, but can you answer me?
This what we're talking about has nothing to do with
It's
this.
great.
Please
I want you to educate me using your spirit, right? The sub spirit,
let
if you
me
like.
explain with the
No, answer my
this
question with your
Jacob.
sub
No, I'm not
spirit,
going to
please.
answer that one.
I know, but
That's
you
not
can't, right?
that's not the
You
topic we're
can't.
talking about.
It is, it
Someone answer it.
100% is, right? So how many? Does it take 10? Does it take 20 lies? Is it, you have to do a certain number of lies
I
over a
don't
certain
know.
period of time?
I
You
don't know
don't
about
know.
that.
You don't know. Okay, well, I mean,
Mm.
thank you for saying that, right? You don't know. So him telling a series of lies and being portrayed in the narrative, in the internal frame of reference of the narrative as a deceiver, that's not enough for you to call him a deceiver. So I'm just
Okay.
asking what it is. What's your threshold? Who's a deceiver? Can you tell me one?
This one was not a deceiver because
Yeah.
he
Did you
was
hear my
in the
question?
right. He was in his right stat to do that
Oh,
because
so the
No, he
narrative
Isaac
portrays
wasn't.
had
Jacob.
sold
The
him the
narrative. Hey,
birthright. So
Natanda, have
when
you
he's
read this
saying he's
story?
Esau, he
Yeah,
was right. He
I
was
know. In your
Esau.
sub spirit, you can't listen, right? But try. I'm speaking in my flesh. You're listening in your sub spirit, but I need you to try. Okay. So, does the narrative portray him as a deceiver?
Maybe the narrative, yes.
I am really confused now as to what you're going by.
Because I want to go where you want me to go. You don't want to listen to me, so let's go first
No,
where you want
because
me
what
to
you're
go.
trying to do is gaslight the hell out of us.
I think
Let me
that's
tell you
what
that
you're
we are.
trying to
Oh,
do.
stop talking. We already know about Jacob coercing Esau out of his birthright. Okay, that alone made Jacob an immoral man. That he would allow his brother to starve to death unless his brother gave up his birthright. That is a totally different situation. And if you would have allowed us to continue with this chapter, you would see that Esau lists those two instances as two separate occasions. I tried to tell you that that was something different. Jacob was just immoral. Here, he is a deceiver. Okay?
No,
Yes.
no,
The whole time you're trying to say that Jacob had the right to deceive his father and lie to his father because he coerced his brother out of his birthright by
no,
withholding food from him until
no,
he gave it up.
no.
That
He
is
was
the hill
speaking
you
as
are willing
Esau.
to die on.
He was speaking as Esau because there was this change of birthright already that had
I
taken place.
already I just did you not hear the words that just came out of my mouth?
I do, but you're trying to coerce me now into thinking that this is not what I know is not true, and what you want me to
let's
think is
let's
true.
let's read how he got the birthright. How about that? And let's see if we can see coercion in the story of how he got the birthright from Esau.
Okay, I gotta go. Thank you guys for the time.
Oh, so you're running now?
No, I'm
You
not
wanted to
running. We're
talk about
going
the
nowhere
birthright.
anyway. We're
You
going
wanted
nowhere.
you
You're not
wanted to
listening to
talk
me. You
about
just want
you
me to
wanted to
listen
talk
to
about
you.
the birthright. We're going to the birthright. Why don't you want to talk about the birthright now? You wanted to talk about the birthright. You don't well,
In what other arena can you go through a story and identify where a man told multiple lies and then conclude at this man is not a deceiver? Where else can you do that other than Christianity or religion?
And why? Right? Like, do we think the patriarchs are somehow presented as people that aren't deceptive? It's like it's part of the story. And what's crazy about this is that Esau turns out to be, from anybody else's point of view, the good guy. Remember when Jacob comes back from Lavan and he's all scared because Esau's meeting him, and then he meets up with him and Esau's so
yep,
happy. I mean, like, he's the
yep.
good guy. It's just so bizarre. Why die on this hill? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Why? But the way she said no, I can't. The way she said no, like I, I don't know what the hell that was.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'd be considered a heretic by Christians, but somewhat, yeah.
You believe in the God of the Bible?
Yes and no. I don't believe in the God of the Bible in the way that organized religion perceives it, but I do believe in the God of the Bible.
So you would be a Sadakmak? Like you don't call yourself a Christian, but you believe in the teachings of Jesus?
Yeah, I don't want to associate with the organized religion perspective.
Yeah, Sadakmaks don't associate with traditional labels of Christianity. And it just means so I don't actually call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. It's Sadakmak Biftaj, Sadakmak for short. That's all it means. It just helps us identify you and not identify you as a traditional Christian. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. What topic did you want to discuss?
The topic that's on the screen about God condoning slavery.
Okay, go ahead. Actually, Dr. B, do you want to do this one?
Sorry, searching
Okay.
for my mute button.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd say the answer to that question is yes and no. God does and both doesn't condone slavery. Now, obviously, if we look at the Bible scriptures, it says God condones slavery. So that's yes. But if we look at Psalms 82, where it says that the Father judges among the gods, we would understand that the Father doesn't agree with what the other people within what is called Elohim are doing. Now, what I mean by this is I agree with the Gnostic view of what God is. So God isn't just Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but God is a set of emanations. So it starts with the Father, and then the Father creates the emanation of thought, and then the emanation of thought creates, another emanation, which is wisdom and all these things, right? Some Christians may argue against that by saying,
Let me
no, it's
pause
only
you
the...
because I feel like you're starting to go down a separate theological track.
Mhm,
And if we're going to keep it to slavery, I understand your point. Okay.
mhm,
So in Psalm 82,
yeah.
do you think that uh, the other deities
Mhm,
are being condemned for allowing the social institution of slavery?
yes.
Can you show me that?
Okay, if we...
You want me to pull it up, Dr. B?
Yeah, that'd be great. Does everybody know what Psalm 82 is? I'm sure you guys do, but maybe for the
Yeah,
audience.
ye are gods. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's two main passages. There's Deuteronomy 32 and then Psalm 82 that are kind of in this category of looking at the divine pantheon.
And see, you're on teacup, and we can't hear you. If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
Okay. So yeah, like you can see on the screen, it says, God has taken
Give
it.
me just a second. See, so Dr. B, the Deuteronomy 32 is a continuation of Psalms 82 of the Divine Council meeting, the same meeting.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's like a continuation, but it's dealing with the
Oh,
same general subject, right? Looking at
oh, okay,
this tradition, this stream of tradition. It sees,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Thank you. Go ahead. See.
Okay, so as you can see on the screen, it says, God has taken his place among the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. In the Hebrew, it says that El Elohim holds he holds a congregation with the Elohim, right? In the original Hebrew, it says that Elohim holds the congregation with the Elohim.
So I need you to go to the part where it says, "I'm condemning you because of the social institution of slavery that you're allowing to be practiced."
Okay, look at verse 2 and verse 3.
Hey, lay
It
it out for
says,
me.
how long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Who's showing partiality to the wicked?
Sorry,
I
where does
mean,
that
who is
say
the wicked?
slavery?
It doesn't have to say slavery.
Okay, so there was no slavery in the ancient Near East at all.
There was no what?
There was no slavery in the ancient Near East.
In the ancient what?
Ancient Near East.
You're saying there was no slavery in the ancient Near East.
I'm asking you a question.
Oh no, I'm saying there is slavery. There was slavery. Yeah.
Okay. But like all of the kings had as their divine mandate to keep the strong from oppressing the weak, right?
Mm,
Like that the whole point is to care for the vulnerable. That's what kings did.
mm,
That's what the law collections were supposed to be showing, right? I mean, you wouldn't argue that like the Hebrew Bible is the only place that you'll see the weak being, an area of concern.
mm. Wait, so are you saying that you think God is judging the kings?
No, I tell you what. Go ahead and walk through your reasoning. Give me your line of reasoning here, and I'll
Okay.
try to take it from there.
I'm a panentheist. So one aspect of panentheism is that God
It's
is all
Yeah, it's
things.
not. Sorry, I don't like. We don't. I just need you to walk me through the slavery portion.
Oh, the slavery portion?
How are you
Well,
getting from verse 2
mm,
that the social institution of slavery is what they're being judged for allowing?
when you read verse 3,
Go ahead, explain it to
would,
me.
verse 3, would that not apply to slavery?
I'm letting you explain it to me. That doesn't require you asking me a question.
Okay. Verse 3 says, give justice to the weak and the orphan, maintain the right of the lowly and the destitute. And verse 4 says, rescue the weak and the needy and deliver them from the hand of the wicked. Now, in slavery situations, would they not be weak? Would they not be needy?
These are not synonymous, right? So you can't. Have you read the prologue to the Laws of Hammurabi?
No.
Okay, I would recommend that you do. Read the prologue to the Laws of Ornama as well. Right, read through the Laws of Lipit Ishtar. Right, you'll see in every. I mean, this is the divine mandate for every king in the ancient Near East to care for his people that are weak and vulnerable, the orphan, the oppressed, the widow. It's what they do. Like that's the point. But you can't then say, "Oh, well, that then they must not have allowed slavery."
Well,
Right.
I think my issue of what you're saying here is that this verse applies to a specific situation and not just all wickedness.
Right. You're assuming that they think that the social institution of slavery is wicked. They didn't.
Who's they?
Everyone in the ancient Near East, including in the Hebrew Bible.
I'm saying that God thinks it's wicked.
Sure, show me that.
Okay, well, the Father is talking, right, in this verse,
Where does
right?
it say slavery is wicked?
I'm not saying that it's saying slavery is wicked.
Isn't that what you just said?
I'm saying that the Father here is telling the other gods that are among him to stop showing partiality to the wicked.
Right. They didn't think that slavery was showing partiality to the wicked.
You're saying, yeah, I don't. This, wait, what is they? What are you assuming they is? You're
They're
saying they.
people in
What
the
is they?
ancient Near East.
What people in particular? I'm talking like what people?
Okay, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Akkadians, the Israelites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Canaanites, none of them thought that the social institution of slavery was wicked or immoral.
I don't get why you brought up those people when I'm not referring to them.
They're the ones that wrote these texts.
They're the ones who wrote these texts. Okay, so can we agree that the Father is the one speaking in Psalms 82?
Sure.
Okay, and can we agree that Jesus, who was speaking on behalf of the Father, said that the two greatest commandments are to love God with all heart, strength, mind, and number two is to love thy neighbor as thyself.
Sure, that's
Correct?
fine. That's fine.
Right. So, if that is what Jesus is saying, and Jesus speaks on behalf of the Father, then that is the nature of the Father. Correct?
Okay. I mean, under your theological conclusion, sure. Go ahead.
Cool. So, how is it that the Father in Psalms 82 somehow does not see slavery as wicked, even though in the New Testament, clearly it says to love one another? I don't think slavery is loving one another.
Aha. See, I mean, this is where you've made your misapplication, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's loving to beat your son with a wooden rod?
No.
Okay. The Proverbs do.
Okay.
So your view of what it means to love your child, an act that is associated with that, is not the same as what you see in the Proverbs.
But here's the thing: you're assuming that these people who are writing the thing are writing from their own knowledge.
I'm
Now
not
we know,
assuming
we know
anything.
that
I'm not
we know.
assuming
Okay.
anything here. Hey, if
Okay.
anybody's assuming anything, it's you. You're
Okay.
making the assumption that slavery would have been considered immoral, right?
Mhm.
All I need you to do is show me in the text where it says the social institution of slavery is wrong. You should not be doing it.
Psalms 82, God literally says, "Stop showing partiality to the wicked."
Right. Yeah. Show me. Okay. So then show me where it says that social institution of slavery is showing partiality to the wicked. Or is that just an assumption that you're making?
Doesn't it say in Exodus and Leviticus that there are certain things you shouldn't do with your slave?
Yeah.
Right. And why is that?
Why is what?
Why did God deliver the slaves from oppression in the first place?
They're his people. They're his slaves.
Okay, but why didn't God keep them there?
Because they're his slaves. Can't have two masters.
Okay, let's go to Leviticus,
Yep.
right? To the part where God says the certain thing
I can't hear you. There's certain things what?
that you shouldn't do to the slaves.
It's not in Leviticus.
Okay,
Not
then we'll go.
primarily. It's Exodus
Okay,
21.
okay, let's go to Exodus 21.
Before we go down that path to, I think, to no end, what is the point that you're trying to make? Because there's a difference between um, you can't do X to your slave and you can't own slaves.
In the beginning, in the beginning, I was trying to explain my belief of what God is, and that's what tied into it, right? So, in the Apocryphon of John, it talks about, the Noma, the source, being the source of all things. And as you go further down the creations, the emanation after the emanation after the emanations,
But I'm sorry. I like,
you keep
because
cutting
I
me
feel
off
like it's
again.
just, yeah, I know, because you're just going somewhere that's irrelevant,
You
right?
think it's,
All I
well,
need you to, yeah, all I need you to, is it, okay, let me ask you this. Are you going to show me where the text says, uh, the social institution of slavery falls under the category of showing partiality to the wicked?
so you were asking for me to
Is
find the
that it? Is
verse
that it? Is that a
word
yes
by,
or a
so you're
no?
asking, okay, yes, if that
You
will
are
let me
going to
finish.
show me that.
If
Okay,
that
go
will
for it.
if that will let me finish talking, yes.
All I need you to do is substantiate your point, right? And you've said that you were going to do that, and you keep taking me back to Psalm 82, which doesn't do that.
Right. Everything I say connects to each other. So if you cut me off from a point, I won't be able to explain it at all.
Right. Well, I mean, you have to like if you say to me, Josh, can you show me something that's red? And I say, well, let me tell you about white cars for a while, right? You're going to say, what? Why? Why are you
Well,
telling me
you
about
keep
white
cutting me off.
cars?
You keep cutting me off saying, I don't want to talk about this. Let's talk about this. So
I don't
that's
want,
why the
like, if
topic
I
keeps
say,
moving.
show me in the text where the social institution of slavery is showing partiality of the wicked, and you start talking to me about different emanations of God. I mean, I think you can probably deduce Josh is going to think those two things are not connected.
You keep cutting me off from what I want to explain that
So
will
you
lead
want
to
me
it.
to you just want me to let you
You
go
keep cutting
and
me off again.
hopefully that
You
you'll
cut me off
eventually
again.
get there,
You
right?
cut
Is
me
that
off
what you're saying?
again.
You're right,
You
I
cut me off
am.
again.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. So we're not going to get anywhere if you keep cutting me
I mean,
off.
clearly not if you're not going to answer any of these questions.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who started this entire conversation. You've cut me off again and again. So
Well,
we're not going
because
to
you
get.
just keep rambling about things that are unrelated.
No, you have no patience to let me get to what you want to hear.
I mean, I think of all the people that you probably interacted with. I'm a very patient individual.
So, yeah, a patient person wouldn't cut people off.
No, the patient person will cut someone off if they're not answering the question. This doesn't have anything to
The
do with
question will
patience.
be answered with my explanation. Just let
So
me.
here's why I don't believe you. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I asked you, can you show me in the text where the social institution of slavery is condemned? And you said yes, Psalm 82.
Mm,
And then you took me there and I said,
mm.
well, where did it say that? And you said, well, right here in verses 2 to 3. Like, don't you see it? And I said, well, where did it say that? And you said, well, it's showing partiality of the wicked. Okay, well, is that slavery? Well, no, but that's what it means. Okay, well, can you show me where the social institution of slavery falls under the category of showing partiality of the wicked? And you're like, well, let me tell you about the different emanations of my God in the pseudepigraphal book. And it's like, well,
Yes, because they link to my point.
okay, well, read the passage that says social institution of slavery, partiality of the wicked. And then you can go into if you need to like develop that. But I just don't trust you that you're actually going there.
Can we go back to Psalms 82?
Sure.
And then can I explain my belief in what God is? Because that links to my point in
What?
Psalms
Okay,
82.
before you do, tell me how it links.
Because it explains who God is actually talking to.
And how
Like,
does
do
that
you think
connect?
that we don't know that you're trying to say that the God is like El Elyon, and then like the other gods are his 70 sons or something?
I'm not talking, no, that's not even what I'm talking about.
Do you understand how nobody on this stage is following where you're going?
Yeah. And you continue to not follow me if you keep cutting me off.
You're not a very good communicator if in reality you're actually going somewhere with this. Even when I said summarize how you're going to get to the social institution of slavery part, you didn't.
You cut me off to
Yeah,
say
well, I'm
that. You
showing
cut
who's
me off
talking
to
to
say
whom.
that. You cut me
Yeah,
off to say that.
I need you to take me there in the next 10 seconds. Say, here's how I'm going to get there broadly. Go.
I will do that if you can mute yourself and just let me talk until I'm
Oh,
finished.
like you don't run me, my guy. So I'm giving you 10
Well,
seconds.
we're just gonna get
Can you get me there
nowhere.
in 10 seconds?
We're gonna get nowhere if you won't let me explain my point. Can you
Thinker,
just let?
I tell
Can
you
you
what,
just give me the opportunity to talk?
here's where we're going to go. Thinker, if you want me to mute up and let him go on
You don't. You
about
don't
his
have to mute up.
pantheism.
You're a host. You don't.
Okay.
It's up. It's you. It's up to you.
I just, okay. Let me say this. If I were going to try to explain to you how I think there's not univocality in the text, right? I wouldn't just like launch into a long reading of Exodus 21, right? Because all right, yeah, let's start at Exodus 21. These are the laws, right? That you're to set before them, and you'd be like, "What? This doesn't. What does this have to do with you?" But well, just let me talk, and then I just read through all of Exodus 21, right? You'd be like, "What are you doing?" Well, I mean, what I'm going to do is read Exodus 21, and then read Deuteronomy 15, and then read Leviticus 25, and show you how they're not consistent. But instead of just launching into the data, what I would say is, look, here are 3 chapters that have laws about slaves that disagree with each other. You see how in like 4 seconds, I laid out the roadmap of where I was going? That's what I'm asking you to do. Can you
Okay.
do that?
First, okay. Firstly, can I explain what I think, what I think God is, and then I will take you to a verse that I think proves my point.
I just want you to say, I'm going to explain, I think that God is this, and therefore, this passage that I'm going to read to you says this, and that explains how the social institution of slavery falls under the category of showing partiality to the wicked. If you can lay that out in like 10 seconds, then I'd be like, oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Can you do that?
Okay, right. So I am a panentheist, and one aspect of panentheism is that they believe that everything is God. Now, this is supported in several texts. The one in which Saul, when he kills Christians,
You see how
Jesus.
you're diving down into point one, and I don't want you to dive into point one. I understood your first point. You're a panentheist. Okay, next. What's point two?
Okay. Point two is this is proven in the verse where when.
That's not point two, that's sub point under point one. I'm assuming for the sake of argument, you're point one. Okay.
Mhm.
Panentheism is the way that God is presented. I'm assuming that. Go ahead. What's point
Okay.
two?
Now, can I? Okay. Panentheism is what I believe in, right? Okay. Do you know the verse in where when Saul kills Christians, Jesus says to him, "Why do you persecute me?" Can you
Yes.
pull up that verse?
It's okay. I know it. Go ahead. So your second
Okay.
point is that if you do something against people, you do something against God.
Yes.
Okay. That's all you had to say. Now, what's the third point?
Okay.
How does
Cool.
this get you to slavery? Do you see how I'm like, how are you getting this to slavery?
Okay. Well, what did slavery in those times involve?
Owning other people's property.
Okay. And what did it involve harm to humans?
Not according to their lights, no.
Okay. Right.
You understand how we've gotten back to the very first point where you're making the assumption that slavery is considered wrong by God? That's why I'm asking you to show me the passage that says social institution falls under the category of showing partiality to the wicked. That's why I'm asking for that. Because my argument is that God in the text doesn't see the social institution of slavery as wicked.
Another part of panentheism is that they think that everything is God, not only human beings, right? Everything.
Understand what pantheism is?
Okay. Now, you just brought up that they burn up property. If everything is God, what are they burning?
I'm sorry. That was such a what the
If y'all could have heard me over here, I think we
what?
all said what at the same time.
We absolutely did. We had to.
Did you say burning or owning?
Right. I thought you said burning. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Well, that could just be my mistake. No, owning, OWN.
Okay. In that case, if you didn't say burning, then I have another question. What else did these masters do to their slaves?
Can
Sorry,
I
I'm
ask a quick question? I
sure.
just want to ask it. So you brought up the law, love your neighbor as you love yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and you said that because Jesus recites this law, that means that he is against slavery,
Yeah.
and you are aware that that law is he's quoting it from the law in Leviticus.
Yeah. Somewhere in the Old Testament. I can't remember the exact verse, but yeah, somewhere
It's
in
Leviticus
somewhere.
19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that same chapter, it talks about a woman slave, a man having sex with a woman slave, and
Mm-hmm.
that man not being stoned to death because it's not considered adultery because she's not a free woman. In that very same chapter, in that very same law, are you aware of that?
Yeah.
And you still think that Jesus quoting from that very same law, he meant that the neighbor included slaves?
Can you say that again?
You still think that in that same law where Jesus was quoting, love your neighbor as you love yourself,
Yes.
where that same law is about the woman that is a slave, he meant that the slaves, the neighbor included the slaves?
What do you mean by the neighbor included the slaves?
Well, you're saying that because he's saying love your neighbor as you love yourself, that means that he's against slavery, because that the neighbor to you is like love everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in the same law where that's quoted, a little bit down, maybe the next verse actually, there is a law about a woman that is a slave and a free man having sex with her, a free Hebrew man, and that woman is betrothed to another. It's not considered adultery because she's not a free woman, and all the man has to do is pay a fine, a fine, a guilt fine for having sex with a slave woman that's betrothed to another man.
All right.
With that law being in the same set of laws that Jesus is quoting from, love your neighbor as you love yourself, and then this law about the slave woman being right after that, you still think that Jesus thought the slaves were included in the love your neighbor as yourself? You still think that that included the slaves?
Yeah, love the slaves, love everybody, love everything.
Okay, so if you think that that included the slaves, then the very next law being about slaves would it make sense, right? That like there would be no slaves there if that law included like men don't enslave people. Then very next law about a slave woman, a free man having sex with a slave woman, it would be redundant. Like it shouldn't be there, right?
It's kind of. I feel like it's kind of more nuanced than that, because it's when it comes to loving other people, it comes down to also how the other person feels about the situation, not just like, oh, this verse says, well, don't do this to the slave, and then it says in another verse,
Well,
you
you're
know.
the one who brought this verse up. Like you're the one who said that this verse, because Jesus says it, means that Jesus was against slavery and Jesus is God. Like that's your whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He says to love your neighbor as you love yourself. So that means he's against slavery. That's what you said, right?
Right.
But in fact, this where this law came from, the very next law is about a woman slave and a
Okay.
free Hebrew man having sex with her. Like because she's not a free woman, the man doesn't get stoned because of committing adultery. She's not considered a human. She's property. So he does not, it's not adultery. You pay a fine. You pay for the sex. You pay for the sex. You still think that Jesus saw that as someone on the same level as a neighbor?
You wait. I don't get.
If a Hebrew man had sex with a free Hebrew woman who was
Right.
betrothed to another man,
Right.
that man was worthy of death, right?
Right.
Because that would be committing adultery.
Okay.
Okay. Because in ancient Israel, to commit adultery, you had to be a man having sex with another man's woman, right? Only the woman really, if the woman was single and the man was married and he had sex with a single woman, that's not committing adultery. If the man is married and he has sex with a married woman, that's committing adultery. A free married woman or a free betrothed woman, that's considered committing adultery, and that was worthy of death.
Okay.
But in Leviticus 19, if a free Hebrew man who is married had sex with a slave woman who had been promised to another man but not yet married to him, but she was already promised to him as his property, to be his wife or his concubine, then that's not considered adultery, even though she is the property or the promised property of another man,
Mm-hmm.
because she's a slave woman. She's not free. She's not human in their eyes. She's cattle. She's chattel.
Mm.
She's property. So then the Hebrew would just pay a fine, a guilt fine. There is no death penalty because she's property. So this law is right after love your neighbor as you love yourself. You still think that law included this slave woman?
What do you mean this law is right after love your neighbor as
It's in
yourself?
the same chapter, Leviticus 19.
Love your neighbor as yourself is a verse from the New Testament.
Oh my
I just
God.
asked you if you were aware that it is that Jesus is quoting the law when he says that. It's in Leviticus 19. He's quoting the law. Leviticus 19, 17, 18. You shall not hate in your heart any one of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. That is in the holiness code. That's in the Levitical law. Jesus was quoting the law, the Mosaic law.
I see. I see.
Okay. And so right here in verse 20, 2 verses down, there is a law about a free Hebrew man who has sex with a woman slave that is promised to a man. And because she's a slave, it is not adultery because she's property. She's not a free woman. She's not human in their eyes. She's cattle. She's property. So the man doesn't lose his life for that, right? He gives a ram as a guilt offering. He pays a fine because she's not seen as a neighbor. She's not seen as a human. She's property. She's chattel. You still think this verse here, love your neighbor as you love yourself, refers to this woman here who is property?
Now, this is where it kind of goes back to my view of what God is, right? Because Jesus, right, in at least in Gnostic tradition, is simply the voice for everything that makes up God, right? The voice. Now, I am a panentheist, so that means that everything is God. That's what I believe in, right? That everything is God. So, if Jesus' role as God is simply to just be the voice, then that means that this doesn't mean Jesus is the one speaking, but Jesus is being the voice on behalf of something else.
Did that address your question at all?
It didn't. It didn't at all.
Because her
It doesn't
question,
matter if Jesus is speaking. Doesn't matter if the devil's speaking. Like these words
yeah.
here.
Because ultimately the question is, if love your neighbor as yourself applied to all people equally, why would there be additional laws that explicitly show slaves were valued less than non-slaves? And that has nothing to do with who Jesus was speaking for. Like, can you address what her question actually is?
If a man has sexual relations with a woman, is a slave designated for another man, but no ransom given agreement required will be held. I'm confused as to how that relates to loving thy neighbor.
Your claim is that love thy neighbor encompasses, or I guess implicitly means that you can't own a slave. That is the claim you were making, correct?
Yeah.
Thinker's question was that directive from Jesus came from the law that you're looking at on the screen right now. In the same law that you're looking at on the screen right now, love your neighbor as yourself was followed by a law that showed the value of a slave was less than the value of a non-slave. So clearly, your neighbor was not including slaves. There was a distinction being made.
No, you're assuming that Jesus was also like, Jesus mentioned love thy neighbor as thyself. That was it. You're assuming that he also you're assuming that that's also correlating to the verses that come after.
That's not an assumption. See, it's a direct quote. That's why Thinker asked you the question in the beginning.
Yes,
Did
it
you
is.
realize that Jesus was quoting this law?
Jesus says the two greatest commandments are, love God fully and love thy neighbor as thyself.
You
Right?
are the second person that have told that lie. He didn't say those were the two greatest commandments. He said those
Yes,
are
he
the
did.
commandments that the rest of the law hung on. He didn't say those were the two greatest commandments and then throw everything else away. Why do you guys keep making that up?
What do you mean?
Do you know what it means to say that these two laws, the entire law hangs on? He's saying if you do, like basically every law is influenced by these two laws. And if you make these two laws at the forefront of your heart, then you will easily follow the rest of the law. That's what he's saying. love God with all your heart, soul, and might. There's your sacrifices, your Sabbath, your rituals, all that good stuff, right? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's your 10 commandments, your don't commit adultery, your take care of your Israelite brothers, all of that under that, right? He's saying if these two laws, the entire law hangs on these two things. And if you do these two, the rest will come easy to you.
Right. But who's speaking in the verse about sexual relations?
Who the fuck is talking about sin?
We get
Who
there.
who mentioned sexual relations?
The verse says sexual relations right there. I'm asking who's speaking, who's talking about it, who's
The
saying
same
it.
person that said, love your neighbor as you love yourself is in the same damn chapter.
Right.
The
And I'm
same
telling
person,
you,
the same person that's speaking in verse 18
mhm,
is the same person speaking in verse 20. The
right.
same person.
And I'm telling you, in the structure of how God is, Jesus is simply the voice for something. This isn't Jesus, the human being, talking. This is Jesus speaking on behalf of something. It's how I think of God, it's like Inside Out, right? Like, you know, the movie Inside Out, where like one emotion thinks one thing, another emotion thinks another thing, but they all control Riley, correct? Like they all control Riley. But Jesus is essentially one emotion, right? And there are other emotions, but together, when they press that button, they make Riley do something or say something, right? So there is
I don't
something
care
there.
who's pulling the ventricular strings. Like nobody is talking about ventricular here. And I get that you think that God is everything. I get it. I promise you. I understand that. It does not negate the fact that God, even as a keyboard, typed that. It does not negate it. God could be my keyboard.
Mhm.
And he said that. You see what I'm saying?
All right. I guess what I'm trying to say is God is neither good or bad, and God represents all things, including angels, demons, good and evil, right? So, say a demon is talking, that is also the voice of the Lord, not just like
That's
something.
not the topic. Like that doesn't negate the fact. If even if your Jesus is the devil, he condones slavery. If your Jesus is an angel, he condones slavery. If your Jesus is God, he condones slavery. That doesn't change anything. Like I'm not sure like why you're making that your central point.
And it seems to be an odd central point to make because by making that point, you've basically neutralized the God altogether. You're saying he's all of everything and nothing at the same time. He is and isn't simultaneously. And that doesn't make any sense.
God can be everything and nothing at the same time, because if you're saying he can't, you're saying that he lacks in something.
Well, you picked the topic of slavery, and you came up in the first thing that you said was contradictory because you said it condones and doesn't condone. Well, it can't be P and not P. And then you came up with this very esoteric version of what this God is, and you keep trying to fit it in to the conversation, even though it's not applicable. The problem is that you're saying that the Bible doesn't condone slavery by trying to create this correlation to something in Psalms, which I still didn't follow that. And I don't know if you think you're laying out your points clearly, but you're not because we're not following what you're saying.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is the Father doesn't condone slavery, but if God is everything, then it means something else did. And the voice spoke on behalf of that in this verse.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it
You're
does.
literally giving, you cannot say in the same sentence that he's everything, but also if something bad happens, it's something else that has done it.
I'm not
If
saying it's
he's
something else.
everything, stop talking. If he's everything and then something bad happens, that is him as well. He is also to blame.
Like, why?
Yeah,
How can you say he's everything, and then you say when something bad like this happens, it's something else that did it.
I'm not saying it's something else that did it.
That's literally those are the words that came out
No,
of your fucking
no,
mouth,
no.
bro.
If everything is God, that means God did it too. But what is within? God is plural, right? There are things that make up God. So there's
Oh
a
my
particular
fucking
aspect to God.
god.
There's a particular aspect of God that said this verse. That's what I'm saying.
Even if you're saying it's his arm, it's still him.
Yeah. And I don't disagree
So
with that.
what's your point? That we're
So when
taught
I
and
say
he
yes and no,
condoned it. Like you're
yes.
just trying to find a good part of him. Like you're trying to find a good part of him. You can make it up. I don't care. Let the good part of him be his big toe. It's still him. It's
Yeah.
still him.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so he
So when
condoned
I
slavery. There
yeah.
is no he condoned, but he didn't. He condoned slavery.
The Father, no, God is not just one
Yes.
being, right? So when I say, yes, God condones slavery, I mean that something in this universe said this verse. So
Your
yes,
God.
God condoned it, yes.
Your
But
God is the
yes,
something.
but at the same time, Jesus' message clearly preached that the Father, which is within God also, didn't. That's why it is yes
No,
and
he
no.
did it. Your Jesus used the institution of slavery in his lessons. Your Jesus told his disciples to see themselves as worthless slaves and not to expect a thank you, not to expect to be treated like a human. He literally told them that. Your
Can
Jesus knew about the institution of slavery
you bring up the verse?
and did not speak against it.
Can you bring up the verse?
Who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? Would you not rather say to him, prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink? Later, you can eat and drink. Do you thank the slave for doing what was commanded? So you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, we are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done.
What version is that of the Bible?
I can read it in the King James. Like I don't know, y'all be on King James dick like a motherfucker. Like it says the same thing. I don't know why y'all want to speak in Middle English all the time. But which of you, having a servant plowing or feeding cattle, will say unto him by and by, when he is come from the field, go and sit down to meat? And will not rather say unto him, make ready wherewith I may sup, and gird thyself, and serve me till I have eaten and drunken, and afterward thou shalt eat and drink? Doth he thank that servant because he did the things which were commanded of him? I trow not. So likewise ye, when ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, say, we are unprofitable servants. We have done that which was our duty to do. Like, why are y'all like literally torturing yourselves with this? It says the same thing.
What does verse 11 say?
Verse 11 is a completely different parable. And it came to pass as he went to Jerusalem that passed through the midst of Samaria and Galilee, and as he entered into a certain village, there met him 10 men that were lepers who stood afar off. Like it switches to a different scene.
Okay.
Like, the issue with King James is that King James doesn't use quotation marks. King James doesn't separate the scenes, doesn't separate the parables. Like y'all are reading this all as one. You don't know when one thing stops, when another thing starts, because of King James. Like y'all need to literally get off of King James's ding,
You're
and
reading a different
you,
version.
like y'all speak English, like updated English, AAVE, everything. But like it says the same thing in verse 11 and the new revised. On the way, look at this. Look at the subtitle.
Mm.
Jesus cleanses 10 men with skin disease. A whole subtitle. It will help you understand this text better.
Can you
There are
read the
people who
verse?
have done the work for you, and y'all keep trying to do it the hard way.
Can you read the verse you just read, but in a different version?
For fucking what?
She read it in a different version the first
Mm.
time.
Can you read in another version?
No.
Can you? How about you go find another version and read it yourself? Like
Well,
what?
King,
It does not say anything different. I don't know why the fuck you think anybody's about to labor for you tonight. It's not gonna
Because I'm
happen.
no okay. Only because I just want to like I don't really understand it for myself, so I was like asking if you could read in another version, maybe like the ESV or something, so I can understand.
She read it in the simplest version to read it in, and you told her to try a different version.
and then that's when we were blessed to find out that King
I don't
James
know. I like
was
to use
giving us
different
all this
versions
stuff.
to. I like to use different versions to compare
Well,
like the
then you do
lyrics.
that on your own time.
I mean, you got to admit that you have a very esoteric version of this God. You've got, Jesus being like Jeff Dunham, or I'm not sure what was going on, how he speaks for inside the Father. I'm not sure. I don't know that I've even heard of the version of belief that you're talking about. But the problem is you're trying to use the Bible to justify it, and it's just not connecting in the way that it seems to be connecting for you. At least it's not for me.
I understand. I guess I'll go and read on my
I
own.
could have sworn I saw Lord send the guest request. Did y'all see her in there?
I saw her chat.
Uh-uh.
I didn't see it in the guest request.
I did see her request.
Let me see.
Well, let me bring up Nelly then. Well, I thought I saw Nelly. Oh, okay, there you go.
Hey, ladies, how y'all doing?
Hey,
I'm
Nelly.
good. What happened? He just left?
Yeah, of course he was gonna leave.
He said he guessed he would go read it himself, I guess. That's the last
Oh,
thing I heard. I
okay.
didn't know he was
I
dropping
don't
that.
know what he expected to say differently. I have, like, what do they expect it to say differently?
They don't. I guess they don't understand the meaning of translation. That's just different
And
translations, but saying the same thing.
and then their obsession with King James.
Well, like I say
Does it
all the
sound like a
time,
holy language? That like, does it sound like a holy language? Is that
Dude
like?
said,
Do they imagine that that's how God talks in heaven? Doeth thou wilt?
he said, give
How,
me meat so I may sup. What the fuck does that even mean?
I wonder, does God talk to them like that in their head? Joseph, wake up. It is 8 a.m. and now its clock has been a bellow, a ring a ding a ling. I don't know. Like, does he sound like that
if
in their
somebody was
head
to
when he
go,
wakes them up every
if somebody was to go around talking like that right now, they think something wrong with them.
Doth mother you know you weareth her drapes? That's like my favorite line in Avengers. Thinker, you have to watch it. You have to watch it.
It's funny.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Thank you. Karma, thank you. Canva. Canva?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Can't complain. Can't complain.
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a believer who is currently, in terms of status, I've backslidden and still trying to make my way to God so I can reconnect and live the life I once was living with Him.
Why are you in here?
Because you have a beautiful topic, I don't know, it just drew me. And I think one thing this conversation did for me is it allowed me to open scriptures again, which I haven't been doing in a long time. And I agreed with some of the stuff you guys were saying. Maybe not with the perspective you were saying it, but I could understand where you guys were coming from. And you guys
But if
actually,
you're in a backslidden state,
yes,
right? Like if you're in a backslidden state and you're trying to find your way back to your God, why do
100%.
you go to people who don't believe in your God to find your way back to your God? Like that to me makes no sense. And like to believers, we are the epitome of your God's enemy, which means that we are the devil. So you came to the devil's house to find your God, to find your
So
way back.
the beautiful thing about God is, he makes a way where there seems to be no way. And you find God in interesting places. I promise you. Even in places where you don't expect God to be, He'll be there. So
I
I
I
think
don't know. Feet.
You're looking
Like, are
for
you buying this?
no, you're looking for ice in the oven right now, dude. Whatever it is you're looking to find, you're not going to find it here. If you're looking to challenge yourself to make sure that your path is going in the right direction, sure. But this is not the place to help anybody who is searching, who considers themselves backsliding. That doesn't make any sense.
I understand what you guys are saying, but my experience in terms of just listening, like I'll say, I've not opened so many scriptures before. Like in one sense, it's been a while. And I like the fact that you guys are actually in the Bible. And remember, whether you're a believer, Christian, follower, whatever, or atheist, we are all based in this thing. We're reading through the scriptures. So as I'm reading, I'm actually getting closer to God, even if it's 1 inch closer. So for the fact that you have the Bible opened up is already a testimony in itself. And
Okay,
that's
pick a
also,
topic.
yeah. So the topic is, why should we ignore facts and believe God? So I don't think the two are separated, because fact is something that we deem to be true, right? And if we look at God, let me make an example with Jesus, right? Jesus walked on this earth, and many have attest to his life and spoke on him, and that in its own has certain truths. So if Jesus has lived on this earth and is who he say he is, then I don't believe that fact and God are two separate things. I think it's one intertwined issue. If you're hearing what I'm saying.
So when what we read in this book, we should take as fact because it is truth. That's
100%.
what you're saying. Like, okay.
100%.
Do you believe in studying the history of it and
Definitely.
understanding the context and the cultural history?
You see, when you come to things like facts, I don't believe in blind faith and all that stuff. I think things need to be proven, right? There needs to be certain understanding. We're not talking about walking off a cliff and praying that you don't fall. Do you get me? Like gravity will pull you down, trust and believe. But if we walk into a lift that's gonna go down, maybe the lift will hold you up and it goes down. So I understand in terms of science, laws and stuff. For me, those things don't disprove God, they actually prove God. Facts are things that actually point to God, in my personal belief, in my understanding and walk in this journey called life.
But that's not what the definition of a fact is, though. Like a
Fact,
fact is quite literally a noun, and it's something that is true and can be proven to exist or have happened. Your
that's what I
claim or your belief in God is a belief. So those two things cannot be conflated.
know. That's your opinion. So I'm saying, right? I made an example. Jesus Christ walked on this earth. That's a
I'm
fact.
glad you keep saying that. I wanna look at something right quick, and we're gonna use your book.
But
Hold on, we're
no,
gonna use your book. Wait. Let's use your book.
I'm with you. I'm
So
with you.
one
Just
of
just
one of the
finish.
facts, one of the facts. I don't care about the preaching. Okay, I get it. Like if you want to preach and get your way back to God, you got to go to church. This
No, I'm
isn't
not
church.
preaching.
Nope.
I'm submitting my
Listen, let's go
idea.
to let's go. Let's go to the book. Okay.
Look, you guys asked me a question and I'm trying to answer.
And you answered it, and you answered it. We understand what you said.
Ask me before I
Okay.
finish. So I'm
Okay.
trying to.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, we're here to talk about facts. We're here
Correct.
to
I'm
talk
with
about
you.
facts. All right.
Mhm.
Now you said that facts and the God go hand in hand, right? And
Correct.
you also said you keep talking about Jesus walking on the earth. Um, Sidho, you just got yourself blocked. You talk about Jesus walking on the earth, right?
Facts.
And that's
Yes.
a fact. Jesus
100%.
is your savior, right?
100%.
And that's a fact. And so we're gonna go to Jesus's own words, right?
Cool.
Okay. So this is Mark 14:27.
Okay, I'm also gonna
And
open it
Jesus,
up. Just give
okay.
me 2 seconds. You said Mark
Mark
14, right?
14:27.
27. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can go for it.
All right. So this is where Jesus is talking to his disciples and he's telling his disciples what's about to go down,
Sure.
right? And he says to them, "You will all fall away, for it is written." Now, whenever you see the words "for it is written," Jesus or the book or the disciples are about to announce that Jesus is about to fulfill a prophecy from the Hebrew scriptures.
Correct.
Correct?
100%. We together.
All right. And the prophecy that Jesus is telling his disciples that he is about to fulfill when he is put on the cross is Zechariah 13:7. He says, "I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered."
Mm.
That's the prophecy that Jesus is claiming that he's about to fulfill. Zechariah 13:7. Now, there's a history behind Zechariah 13:7, and it starts with Zechariah 11, right? So, in order to understand the prophecy that Jesus is claiming that he is fulfilling, you have to understand the prophecy itself. Would you agree?
100%. We together on that one.
Okay. So, let's go to Zechariah 11. Are you familiar with Zechariah 11? Or can I go to the prophecy itself, or do I need to read Zechariah 11 for
Either
you?
or. Either or. Because I was also
Uh,
gonna follow.
well, are you familiar with Zechariah 11?
Yes, so like I said, I've okay, I didn't say this part. I have read through the whole Bible. It's just like I said, it's been a while since I've caught up.
So then are you familiar with it or no? Yes, no. Like, I don't need
For
a
me,
history, right? Like, are you familiar with Zechariah 11 to the point where I could just jump to the prophecy, or do I need to give a little bit of back? Do we need to start at Zechariah 11:1?
please, if you may, just so I can also come to date with, okay, this is what it says. Because remember, the Bible is very extensive and so many
Okay, that's
things.
fine. I can start at 1. I am his pastor. Don't come in here talking shit. Like, literally, I was on your live and I was in the comments. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was in your comments and you scared, my boy. Like, you're scared. And then I invited you up on the live and you ran. So now you in the comments talking shit. You're in the comments talking shit because somebody's on stage. Just stay here for a while. Stay here for a while and then come on up. I am his pastor. I would love to have you on the stage. I actually like you. I am his pastor. I actually like you. Your lives are hilarious. I get a good chuckle when I come in there. You gotta go to the you gotta go to the toilet ground here shortly. You gotta go to the toilet ground. Okay. Zechariah 11. Then the Lord said to me, "Take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd. For I, oh, hold on. Let me,
11 verse.
no, 11:1. We're going to start at 11:1.
Perfect.
Somebody says she's using the Old Testament as I discuss the prophecy that her Jesus claims he has fulfilled. How do you research and validate a claim that the Jesus fulfilled a prophecy in the Hebrew scriptures without reading the Hebrew scriptures? Somebody please explain that to me.
It's not possible. You must read the
It's not
scripture.
possible.
You
So
have to.
why
I
is
agree.
it that Christians hate the Old Testament, or they see the Old Testament as something that's not valuable if their claim is that your Jesus is the Messiah because he fulfilled the prophecies in the Old Testament?
My understanding to that is that there's levels of understanding, right? So not everybody has reached a level of maturity or understanding in terms of walking with Christ and understanding his ways. Some people have surface level, and I think as people came up, everybody had a certain level of understanding of what they thought is God or Christianity, or so that's how I see it, you know. So everybody has their walk and would have walked to a certain
I,
point. So
I mean, but the claim is that he followed that he fulfilled prophecies in the Old Testament, in the Hebrew scriptures, right?
no dispute. I agree with you fully, 100%. He
Yeah,
says it.
it's just weird. It's weird how often Christians say that's the Old Testament. Why are you in the Old Testament when the bulk of their foundation of their belief is banking on proving that this Jesus was prophesied about in those scriptures?
Hey, Thinker,
True.
what was that? What was
You
that
cannot
first
dispute the
scripture?
Old Testament. The Old
Hang on,
Testament
hang
is
on, real quick.
needed to.
Hang on, real quick, Ken. Thinker, what was that scripture where Jesus refers to himself as a suffering servant?
Isaiah 53.
Okay,
Oh, you talking
that's the
about in
one
the New Testament?
in the New Testament that you were just the one that refers to this prophecy that you're reading right now.
Mark 14:27.
Okay, because somebody in the comments had asked.
Oh, this isn't the suffering servant though.
Oh, I'm sorry. The scripture that you're just reading that was referencing this scripture. What was
Mark
that?
14:27.
1427.
All right, so Zechariah 11. Let me make sure. Okay. Open your doors, O Lebanon, so that fire may devour your cedars. Wail, O cypress, for the cedar has fallen, for the glorious trees are ruined. Wail, oaks of Bashan, for the thick forest has been felled. Listen, the wail of the shepherds, for their glory is despoiled. Listen, the roar of the lions, for the thickets of the Jordan are destroyed. Two kinds of shepherds. Thus says the Lord my God. So you see these quotation marks here. This is the God talking.
Yes.
Be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is he talking to here?
I don't know.
Whose book is this?
So if this is the book of Zechariah, um, please help me with this one. I'm also trying to get context as to.
Okay, let's keep reading. Thus says the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich, and their own shepherds have no pity on them. For I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them every one to fall, each into the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of the king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand. So the quotation marks end. You
Cool.
see that? Hold
So
on. That means wait. That means that the God is done talking, right?
100%.
All right. So the very next verse, somebody is narrating this. So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. Who is the I there? Who is this
That's
God?
Jesus.
No. Who is writing this? Jesus is not writing this. Who's
No, but
writing this?
no. So
This
so
this
when
is the narrator talking. The narrator. There are no quotation marks here for somebody to be speaking. Somebody's writing in first person. Who is the I writing in first person here?
I don't know.
What's the name of this book?
It's you talking about the Bible or the book of Zechariah?
The book of Zechariah.
Yes.
Who is the I in the book of Zechariah that is narrating the book of Zechariah?
The assumption would go to Zechariah is probably writing, if that's what you're asking.
What other assumption would you say it's the
Because
I
that's
in this
why
book?
I submitted. The assumption would be Zechariah. I'm not going
Why would
left
it
or
be
right
an assumption? Who else
because
would it be?
it's the book of Zechariah.
Who else
So
would it be other than Zechariah?
I'm not sure I'm understanding you because I'm
You're
submitting.
using the word assumption,
Yes, because
right?
I'm not
So
entirely
who
sure.
else would it be if not Zechariah? who else would it
The
be?
reason why I said it's my assumption is because I'm not sure who else it would be. Hence, I'm submitting a shaky one to say I'm assuming it's Zachariah because I do not know who else it would be. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. It just kind of scares me a little bit that
So
it I,
what I'm
it
trying to get to
concerns me a
is
lot that you're saying I assume that is Zechariah. Like the name of the book is Zechariah. The
yes,
person is writing in first person using the word I, and you're saying it's an assumption that is Zechariah.
okay.
So
Let's say it's Zechariah.
okay.
Let me
So
retract
on
my statement.
behalf
What
of the
I said.
merchants,
Yes,
I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter.
yes,
I took two staffs, one I named Favor, the other I named Unity. Who's doing this stuff?
Zechariah.
Zechariah.
Yes,
Zechariah said that he became the shepherd, right? Remember, this is a story about two kinds of shepherds. You see that?
yes.
Your God gave Zechariah instructions here, told him to become a shepherd. Zechariah says, I became the shepherd of the flock, doomed to slaughter. I took two staffs, one I named Favor, the other I named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the three shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. And let those that are left devour the flesh of one another. I took my staff, Favor, and broke it, annulling the covenant that I had made with all the peoples. This is still Zechariah. Zechariah breaks his staff, right? So it was annulled on that day. And the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as my wages, as Zechariah's wages, 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury. This lordly price at which I was valued by them. This is still Zechariah. So I took the 30 shekels of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff, Unity, annulling the family ties between Judah and Israel. Okay, so Zechariah narrated his actions after the God told him to take on the shepherd role. Zechariah did. Okay, then the God says, Zechariah gets tired of being their shepherd. He says, pay me what you owe me. If not, then just let it go. They gave him 30 pieces of silver. The God says, man, throw that back. Like, you're worth more than that. Throw it back. Zechariah throws it back. And then he breaks his other staff and just breaks his ties with Judah and Israel. Okay. Here is the prophecy that your God is saying that here is the beginning of the prophecy that your God, your Jesus says that he fulfilled. Verse 15. Then the Lord said to me, quotation marks, this is your God talking.
Okay.
Take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd. For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, or nourish the healthy, but devours the flesh of the fat ones, tearing off even their hooves. O my worthless shepherd, who deserts the flock, may the sword strike his arm and his right eye. Let his arm be completely withered, his right eye utterly blinded. Okay? So this is the prophecy of a worthless shepherd. This is the second shepherd. Zechariah is prophesying, right? That a worthless shepherd will do bad things, right? Cause the Israelites to be scattered abroad, right?
100%.
And then the God is going to call judgment, and the sword is going to strike that shepherd.
We
You see
together
that?
now. I understand that. I think
Huh?
I'm giving more context. I'm saying we together. I hear you clearly.
Okay. Now let's go to Zechariah 13:7, where
Zechariah.
Jesus quotes Zechariah 13:7 as him fulfilling this prophecy. This is where the God tells Zechariah, the God is calling down the punishment of that shepherd.
Yes.
Okay, the shepherd is struck. Remember, he told Zechariah, this is going to be, here is the prophecy. Now strike him. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. Remember, in Zechariah 11, the shepherd was his worthless shepherd,
Yes,
right?
the useless one.
It was
Until
his
death.
shepherd, right? He says, for I am now raising up a shepherd, right? For I am now raising up in the land a shepherd. This is the shepherd that the God chose. He was a bad shepherd, a worthless shepherd that caused the sheep to be scattered. He says, oh, now he's calling judgment on this failed shepherd. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, against the man who is my associate, says the Lord of hosts. This is the part that Jesus says is about him. Strike the shepherd, that the sheep may be scattered. I will turn my hand against the little one. Now, the shepherd here that is being struck
Yes.
is a what type of shepherd?
Is the evil shepherd, the wicked one, the foolish shepherd.
Except here, Jesus is saying that that's him.
That's him, as in him who?
Jesus. Jesus is saying that prophecy, that scripture is about him. He's
No.
saying yes, he is. When he's talking to his disciples in Mark 14, right? And he's telling them what he's about to go, he's at the Passover.
Yes. I
He's
see
telling them,
that.
he's like, hold on. He's saying, this is my blood, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. He gives them all of that, right? And then he says, 14:27, while they were eating, he took a loaf of bread after he broke it. This is my blood and all of that. Then it says, when they had sung the hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. And Jesus said to them, he's still talking to his disciples, you will all fall away. The reason why he says you will all fall away is because of this part of the prophecy, and the sheep will be scattered. Zechariah 13:7, that the sheep may be scattered, right? So he's saying, you will all fall away. You'll all betray me. When they come get me, you'll all betray me. And then he says, but after I am raised up, I will go before you to Galilee. So he's saying that this prophecy in Zechariah 13:7 is about him being crucified on the cross, being struck as the shepherd. But the shepherd in Zechariah 13:7 is the shepherd in Zechariah 11:15-17. It's the wicked shepherd. It's the bad shepherd that caused the sheep to be scattered, that caused the Israelites to go to Babylon. To be scattered abroad. So how, right? When I ask questions like this, why should I ignore facts and just believe the God? Why should I just ignore that this prophecy seems to have just, whoever wrote this seems to have just taken this part of this prophecy and said, oh, this is about Jesus. We're going to say Jesus fulfilled that prophecy. I haven't twisted a damn thing. What the fuck? Why should I ignore that?
Okay, I think this is because I'm actually looking for the scripture. We are talking about two shepherds. I think they might be a misunderstanding of the shepherds we're
Who
talking
was the
about.
first? Who was the first shepherd? This is why I read Zechariah. This is why I read the entire. Hold on. This is why I read the entire of Zechariah 11. Who was the first shepherd?
The first shepherd was Zechariah. True.
All right. Who's the second?
The second shepherd was the evil shepherd, and we could call the
Why
evil
is your, if
shepherd.
the second shepherd was the easy, why is your Jesus saying that it is written about him? That's my question. I know there's two shepherds. I know the first shepherd was Zechariah. I know the second shepherd was a worthless shepherd. Why is your Jesus saying that that is him?
When you say Jesus is saying that is him is in who? Are you saying Jesus is the worthless shepherd?
When your Jesus says,
Yes.
you will all fall away, for it is written. Why? Tell me what you think this means. It says, and Jesus said to them, this is your Jesus talking in Mark 14:27, right? He says, you will all fall away. And then when he says, for it is written, he says, because it is written. And then he quotes Zechariah 13:7, which is about the wicked shepherd being struck down. Why is he saying that this is about him?
May I answer the question now? So when we
Yes.
talk about two shepherds, we've already agreed, and it's not even an argument. I'm with you. There's a good shepherd and there's a bad shepherd. That's clear to see, right? What we are talking about now is that the good shepherd leads people astray, and those people who are following those shepherd will be led astray. That's what the scripture is talking about. Because if you go to John 10, verse 11 to
Wait,
15,
stop. Listen, I'm not asking you to interpret. I'm asking you to identify the shepherd.
but we're
Your G. Listen,
identifying.
Stop. Stop. I'm not asking you to interpret. You're focused on an interpretation. Okay? I'm asking you, don't tell me to let him speak. I'm asking you to identify the shepherd. In Zechariah, there are two shepherds. One
Good and bad.
was Zechariah.
We've agreed.
The second shepherd was struck down for being a bad shepherd.
Yes. And there were people who followed the bad shepherd.
I don't care about the people.
No,
Who
we
was
talking
the
about what we
second
read.
shepherd? I don't care about the people. Who
The
were the second
devil,
shepherd? Hey.
the
Listen, you're
devil is the
focused
second
on the
shepherd.
wrong thing.
You're asking a
Who?
question I'm
No.
answering.
Listen, my question is who?
Yes.
It starts with who. I don't
They,
care about the
okay.
people.
They say the
Who
foolish
was the
shepherd.
second shepherd?
They said the foolish shepherd. That's the who.
Who was it?
You're asking me who the shepherd was. I'm saying they said it's the foolish shepherd. Who's the
What
foolish
was
shepherd?
his name?
They called him the foolish shepherd. You asked me
Okay,
how to interpret, so I'm
listen,
telling you
listen,
what I can
listen,
hear.
listen, listen, listen. Your Jesus said that it was written about him.
Being the
Do you
good
are you
shepherd
not
and
are you
the true
not getting
shepherd.
that?
I get that completely. That's what I wanted to bring out. John 10 says, I am the good shepherd who is
I don't
willing to
listen.
die
I
for
don't.
the
It
sheep.
doesn't matter what John 10 said because I'm talking about Mark 14:27. Why is your Jesus saying that the bad shepherd and Zechariah 13:7 is about him? Even if John says
Because,
that your Jesus is the good shepherd, why is Jesus saying that the
one second.
quote and Zechariah 13:7? You can't hear my question because you're talking.
Okay, finish. Let me let you finish. Cool. I've
Thank
been
you.
listening. Every time I talk, you
No,
do cut me.
but you want to talk about stuff I don't care about. I'm not asking you about the good shepherd. I'm not asking you what John said. Okay? It
Let me
does
let you
not
finish.
negate. It doesn't negate the fact that your Jesus is quoting Zechariah 13:7
I'm
as
agreeing
if
with you.
it is about him.
Yes, it is about him. There are two
So
types of
then he
people.
is the bad shepherd.
No, that's what I'm
Then
saying.
then you and I are not on the same path on the same pathway
That's
because
why
you're
I'd
not
like to
going
respond.
no because you're no you still before you
So I
get
can
to
bring my submission.
listen
I've been listening. I really have.
before you get to no before you get to trying to convince me that Jesus is the
I'm
good
trying to
shepherd.
convince you.
Oh
You
my
using
fucking
scriptures to
God.
debate.
Will you stop? And then you'll know what I need from you. Shit. Before you get to talking about your Jesus as the good shepherd, I need you to first reconcile why he quoted Zechariah 13, which is a bad shepherd, and said he was fulfilling that prophecy as the bad shepherd. That is my question. Nothing else. Now you can speak. And please address my question.
Come off mute if you're talking.
Sorry, somebody
John
muted me.
10 is not the answer to this shithole.
No. Somebody muted me. I didn't mute myself. So you were asking me the question. So what I was saying is, what was the question that you just asked me right now? Who is the shepherd? I keep saying there are two shepherds that are being talked about: good shepherd, bad shepherd. John 10 talks about who the good shepherd is, and Jesus says, "I am the good
Oh my
shepherd,
God.
who's willing, who's
Who was the
willing."
good shepherd in Zechariah 11? Who was the first
Jesus
shepherd?
is
There were
being
two
asked.
shepherds in the Zechariah prophecy. Do you understand? Do you
Yes,
listen? I'm gonna try to explain this one more time. I'm gonna try to
I'm
explain
listening.
this one more time.
I'm listening.
All right. I'm going to try to explain this one more time. Jesus is claiming to fulfill a prophecy. Correct.
100%. We've been agreeing
Okay,
to that.
stop. Just say yes. Just say yes or no.
Yes, that's
Okay.
100%. I'm
Okay.
emphasizing
Shh,
that
shh,
word.
shh, 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 shh. Gosh, please stop doing that. It's really easy to just be like yes, no.
My apologies. Yes, cool.
Thank you. Okay. In Zechariah's prophecy, that's all we're talking about, is a prophecy that was given in the late Bronze Age. John doesn't exist yet. Zechariah's prophecy was given in the late Bronze Age. In Zechariah's prophecy, there were two shepherds.
Yes,
There was a good shepherd and a bad shepherd. Correct?
100. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. In Zechariah's prophecy, Zechariah took on the role of a shepherd. Correct?
Yes.
Which role did Zechariah take on in his prophecy? The
Took on the
good or
role
the
of the
bad
good
shepherd?
shepherd. Good shepherd.
Zechariah took on the role of the good shepherd. Therefore, there were two shepherds. One of those roles have been fulfilled. That means there's only one role left, correct?
Yes, I hear what you're trying to say. Yes.
Not trying to say what I am
Yeah,
saying.
what you're saying. Yes, what you're
There,
saying. Yes.
that right. There's only one role left. That is the role of the bad shepherd. There is a prophecy that something will happen to that bad shepherd. Correct?
Yes.
The prophecy for the bad shepherd is that it will be struck with a sword. Correct?
Yes.
And after that shepherd is struck with a sword, the sheep will scatter. Correct?
Yes.
And after the sheep were scattered, the God will turn his eyes away from the little one. Correct?
Yes.
All of this is attached to the role of the bad shepherd. That's the prophecy
Yes.
of the bad shepherd, correct?
Yes.
All
100%.
right.
Yes.
Now, in Jesus' day, hold on. Let's go to well, I already quoted that. In Jesus' day, Jesus says that everything that was prophesied about the bad shepherd is him fulfilling the prophecy for the bad shepherd, for that role that was left over.
Please say that one more time. I just want to hear you again.
In Jesus' day, in Mark 14:27, Jesus says that everything that was prophesied to happen to that bad shepherd, the only role that's left, Jesus says that everything that was to be prophesied about that bad shepherd is being prophesied about him, because he's getting ready to go on the cross. And he says, when this happens to me, you all will fall away, because the prophecy about me says that I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. In this, Jesus is saying he is the shepherd that's being struck, and the sheep that is scattering are his disciples. He's saying they're going to leave him when they come get him. They're going to turn their back on him. Jesus is saying that he is fulfilling the prophecy of that bad shepherd.
Is this a space for me to answer, or can I respond?
As long as you address what we just talked about.
So this is my address.
John 10 ain't got shit to do with the good shepherd of John 10, ain't got shit to do with the Zechariah prophecy, because Zechariah has already fulfilled
Okay,
that
let
good
me
shepherd
ask a
role.
question. I can see you running away from John 10. I'll ask a question.
I'm not running away from John 10. You're trying to
John 10.
confuse it with John 10. There's
Listen,
only two
listen.
shepherds. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead and bring John 10 in. Go ahead and bring John 10 in, and I want you to I want you to do is explain to me how Jesus in John 10 is the good shepherd in Zechariah 11, while also Zechariah is the good shepherd in Zechariah 11, and how Jesus in Mark 14:27 is the bad shepherd,
Thank you.
and there's still a bad shepherd on the loose in
Got,
Zechariah. Please
I
explain
got
that
your
to me.
question. I really want to go there. I
No,
got
I
your
just
question.
explain it. Nope, you want to bring John 10 in here so bad.
You
Explain
said
how
bring it
Jesus.
in.
No. Stop.
Oh my gosh.
Explain how Jesus is
You.
both Stop talking while I'm talking.
I'm not saying
Explain
anything.
how. Stop talking while I'm talking. Explain how Jesus is both the good shepherd in Zechariah. Both are the good shepherd in Zechariah 11. That's what I want you to do.
Jesus has never said in any scripture he's the bad shepherd. You cannot even pull out that scripture where Jesus said, "I am the bad
It's
shepherd."
fucking on the screen in front of you.
No. That's the book of Zechariah. You pointed my attention to the fact that Zechariah is speaking. We need to hear what Jesus is saying. Jesus is saying, "I am the
This
good
is
shepherd."
Jesus talking. Do you not see the words? And Jesus said to them, the fuck? This is Jesus talking.
You have
If you
submitted
don't,
Jesus to
if
be
you don't know
the bad
something, just
shepherd.
say I
You
don't
talk
know.
about. Can I just
Here, I'll be right
respond?
back. I
Because
gotta change
I've
my thing.
really.
My bad.
Okay. Can I just respond without any interruptions? Like, I'm really trying to have a conversation. What I'm trying to say is this: you told me not to read into the scriptures, or submit my theory, what's this thing, my interpretations, right? You asked the question that was clear. Who is the foolish shepherd? I said it only listed it as the foolish shepherd. So right now we can only speculate who the foolish shepherd is. That's what we're
Canva,
doing right now.
Canva,
I can then open a
Canva,
scripture that
Canva.
says John chapter 10 verse 1.
Hey,
Jesus is
Canva.
saying inverted. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Canva, hang on 1 second. Because you're arguing something that Thinker did not say. She is not asking you who was identified in Zechariah. She's asking you why is it in the scripture that is on the screen, Jesus identifies himself as the worthless shepherd. That is the question. But you're answering something she's not asking. That's why you keep getting interrupted.
Where does he say he's the worthless shepherd?
He
Is
just
what
said
I'm
it right there in this scripture where it says, "For it is written."
I will strike the shepherd and scatter the sheep.
And the sheep will be scattered. That was said about the worthless shepherd. So Jesus, in this, by quoting that scripture that is on the screen right now, by saying those words, he is identifying with the worthless shepherd that is mentioned in Zechariah. And the question Thinker's asking you is, why would he identify himself as the worthless shepherd that is prophesied in Zechariah?
He did not identify himself as the worthless shepherd. What you guys are saying, because the way she put it up is there's two positions. There's one, good, who's taken by Zechariah, and two, the worthless shepherd. So because Zechariah was talking about himself in that space, she is then submitting that it is then not possible for Jesus to be the good shepherd. But we can have 3, 4, 5 good people in one room. I don't see that as a point. We are submitting it. Oh, if we're talking about good and bad, and we didn't mention who the bad is, then means you the bad person.
That's
No.
not the point that's being made, and I think that's why you keep getting interrupted, because again you're arguing a point that's not being made. So in the scripture that's on the screen, when Jesus says, I can't even see it, when it says, and Jesus said to them, "You all will fall away, for it is written." What is he referring to there? What scripture is he quoting?
It was quoting Zechariah, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when it talks about the sheep falling away, whose sheep fell away? The good shepherd or the bad one?
He was talking about the bad shepherd.
Okay. So when you read the rest of this scripture, who is Jesus more identifying with in terms of the actions? Why would he reference, for it is written, something happened to the bad shepherd, if he was identifying with what happened with the good shepherd?
I think we're talking past each other. I'm submitting to the text. I see your question. I see how you bring it up, and I think the frustration is you think I don't see it that way. I can hear your question very clearly, and I'm answering it as best as I can. Jesus in no way is saying I am the bad shepherd. It is more of an understanding of what we believe Jesus is trying to say, and that's why I'm clearing the air to say in John 2.
Jesus is telling the disciples that they will fall away after the shepherd gets struck. Is he not?
100%. Yes.
What shepherd gets struck? When Jesus' disciples fall away, what shepherd gets struck?
The bad shepherd gets struck.
No. When Jesus' disciples fall away.
Is this are you asking in terms of a question outside of the passage, or are you asking within the passage that we're reading right now?
When Jesus got struck on the cross, when they
On the
came
cross,
and got
okay.
Jesus.
So that's a different scenario. Okay, I'm with you. So when
Oh
Jesus got
my
struck on the cross,
fucking God.
I'm following
Listen.
you. I'm really
Shh.
trying to.
Listen. Oh my God.
I was asking
Ooh
for
wee.
clarity. I was not
The
asking for
cognitive dissonance
confusion.
is just fucking ridiculous with this. Listen. Jesus is telling his disciples that they will all leave him. Right? He's saying, y'all will all leave me. Right? After the shepherd is struck. What shepherd is getting struck in order for Jesus's disciples to leave him? Answer that question, please. What's the name of the shepherd that gets a sword to him that's going to cause Jesus' disciples to leave him? Answer that, please.
Oh, sorry. My mic was muted. I was submitting. Sorry, because I was talking this whole time. Like, why is nobody responding? I was saying Jesus got struck. That's what the submission was. Jesus got struck.
Okay. So hold on for a second. So Jesus, I wish I had like a whiteboard. So Jesus is telling his disciples, you will all be scattered after the shepherd in this passage gets struck. The shepherd in this passage that gets struck is Jesus, correct?
Correct. That if we're talking about the cross,
Okay,
then yes, it's
hold on.
Jesus.
Okay.
Listen.
All right. This is Jesus.
Yes, we're
This
together.
passage that Jesus is talking about was written about the evil shepherd, correct?
No, that's what I've been
It
saying.
Yes, it was. Zechariah 13:7. Here it is
Let
on the
me
screen.
let me ask the
Hold
question.
on. Hold on. This is Zechariah 13:7. You see it here?
We read it together.
Listen, you see it? You
Yes,
see
I
it?
do. Yes.
And then this is Mark. This is Mark. Uh, this is Jesus saying it. You see it here?
Yes.
Zechariah 13:7. The evil shepherd, Jesus. The evil
What?
shepherd. Hold on. The evil shepherd, Jesus. The evil shepherd, Jesus. The evil shepherd, Jesus.
No, I disagree. There is no place where Jesus has ever noted himself to be the evil shepherd. And that's why I keep saying, John 10 says there, Jesus
Shh,
says,
hold on. Hold on.
I
Listen.
am the good
Hold
shepherd.
on. Hold on. You see
Most
these
specific that
words? Hold
scripture
on.
in
Wait.
Hebrew.
Wait. Wait. Stop. 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 Stop.
Every time I build
Wait.
it up, you
Wait.
come for me.
Canva. Do you see these words? Strike the shepherd that the sheep will be scattered. You see those words? You see those words? Canva, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was saying, yes, I do. I see the words.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now, those words refer to, in Zechariah 13:7, who do these words refer to?
Those refer to Jesus.
In Zechariah 13:7. Huh?
Sorry?
In Zechariah 13:7,
Yes,
strike the
Jesus.
shepherd.
Because he was
Okay,
talking about the
and this,
two shepherds. There were two shepherds that he
okay,
talked about
hold
in
on.
Zechariah.
The shepherd is struck. Okay, let's go back to Zechariah 11. And the two shepherds, there's two shepherds. Which one of the two shepherds is being struck with a sword in this
Jesus was struck
prophecy?
with the sword.
In Zechariah's prophecy, there are two shepherds. One of them is going to be struck with a sword. Which one?
Okay, let me ask a question. What's the point you're trying to make? Because I'm
Which
not
one? I
getting
already told you the point. Which one of the two shepherds is being struck with a sword? The good one or the bad one?
the good one.
The good one is, it says, "Oh, my worthless shepherd,
Did Jesus not get struck on the
who
cross?
deserts the flock.
Did Jesus
May
not lay
the
down his life
sword
as a
strike his
shepherd to be
arm in
slain?
his right eye."
Guys, Jesus laid his life down to be a shepherd to be
So you
slain.
just
This
gonna?
prophecy is about
That's
Jesus.
okay. That's okay. We're talking about facts here. Okay, we're just talking
I'm
about
dealing with
facts.
facts with
You
you.
listen.
John
You
10 is
picked the
saying, I
topic.
am the good shepherd.
Canva. Canva, stop. You
You keep
picked the topic.
fighting.
Watch Canva. God damn. You picked the topic. Why should we ignore facts and just believe the God? And you said facts come with the God, but yet you're here lying. You're lying. You clearly see in Zechariah that the good shepherd does not get struck with a sword. The bad shepherd does. The worthless shepherd gets struck with the sword.
Okay, I don't know how this is working. Every time I'm asked a question, somebody mutes my mic. I'm trying to respond
Because
to
you
you.
keep talking over me, Kimva, and you're making me yell.
I don't understand in
You
how we're
do.
having this conversation because
You
you
do.
keep asking me who is a good shepherd, and I'm trying to bring
And you're
facts.
lying. I didn't ask you who the good shepherd
Okay,
was. I never asked you that. I'm not asking you that. I asked you which shepherd got struck with the sword.
the good shepherd got struck
Lala,
with the sword.
Lala. Hold on, Lala. I am his pastor is a joyful apostle. He's
Okay.
joking. That's his parody account.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
genuine
we go
question?
into each other live and talk shit to each other.
Can I ask a genuine question?
You
When we
no,
bring
because
up
you haven't
John,
answered my question.
oh my gosh, maybe I haven't answered to your liking, but I've done the best to answer it
You
in
ha-
my way.
you no, you haven't. No, you have not. You literally lied and said the good shepherd gets struck with the sword. You made that shit up.
No, I didn't make it up. That's what I was saying.
Where
I'm
show me where it says the good shepherd gets struck with the sword in Zechariah's prophecy. Which scripture is it?
And Canva, I'll remind you, while Thinker was off screen, I asked you the same question and you told me that it was the worthless shepherd that got struck with the sword.
No, we were talking about the worthless shepherd at that point. You're asking me who's the shepherd we're talking about, and I was submitting. I'm following with you. This is the worthless shepherd. We're together on that. What I was trying to differentiate is that we are saying that the bad shepherd is Jesus. I mean, the speaker kept
No, your Jesus said that. in your head, because Jesus is good to you, you are seeing something completely different in this text.
Okay,
I,
can I
I,
say
I
this?
asked you a very logical question, very basic question from reading comprehension. In Zechariah, which one of the shepherds gets struck with a sword?
My question is this to you: if you
Answer the
submit,
question, Canva.
I really am, but let me answer.
Canva, which one gets struck with a sword?
Jesus gets struck with the sword.
And Zechariah's prophecy, Canva, which one
Yeah,
of the shepherds?
the wicked shepherd gets struck with the sword. The wicked
Thank
shepherd gets
you.
struck with the sword.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The wicked shepherd. The wicked shepherd gets struck with the sword.
those are
When the
two.
hold on, Canva.
Okay,
When the wicked shepherd gets struck with the sword, what happens to the sheep?
they got scattered.
They got scattered. These same words about this wicked shepherd in Mark 14, Jesus says to his disciples, you will all be scattered. You will all fall away because it is written about me, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered.
I hear what you're doing. So this is my contribution to this. There are two separate stories. One is all the way in Zechariah, the other one is in John, the other one is everything. And they seem similar because they talk about same topic matters, which is shepherd. And you're submitting that this shepherd is talking about this shepherd. And I'm saying, no, that is a separate incident of its own conversation.
Okay,
That's
so
why
do
I'm
me a
keeping
favor and find this quote. Find I will strike the shepherd and the sheep. Find this prophecy that Jesus is claiming to fulfill somewhere else. Find that somewhere else about a good shepherd.
I also think the for
Find the
it.
hey. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I also think the for it is written is really important here. So let's not just act like it's three separate accounts about shepherds. Like they are absolutely referring to each other.
one thing I'm realizing is it seems to be I need to answer a certain way, and the truth of the matter is when we talk about
You haven't
facts,
said any truth.
because I haven't been given the opportunity to speak.
Because I don't like liars.
That's the thing. You've already pre-assumed that I'm lying. You're not giving me the
I
space to
literally
prove.
asked you who got struck with the sword, and you said the good shepherd. You did lie.
I've been. Oh my gosh. Does Jesus not get struck on the cross with a sword?
Listen, I'm not talking about what you feel in your heart. I'm
I'm
not
talking
talking
about
about
no.
what.
That's a
Listen,
fact.
listen,
Jesus
listen.
got struck
Canva,
with a sword on the
Canva,
cross. That's a fact.
Canva.
That's a
God
fact.
damn.
You can shout
Oh
about
my
it as
God, I
much as
can't.
you
I
want.
can't. I can't. Your cognitive dissonance is just like, the word prophecy doesn't mean shit to y'all. The word prophecy doesn't mean anything. John,
That's
the book of John being written in 100 to 110 CE
you
is
guys are
not
not
a
listening.
fucking prophecy. John was written after your Jesus so-called died. That's not a prophecy. That's an after the fact uh text. That's not a prophecy. A prophecy requires something that was foretold. Okay? If you want to stick to John and just make up whatever you want, fine. Facts don't matter, right? I'm not interested in being disillusioned, right? I'm not interested in lying to myself. The fact that you cannot even correlate the two tells me why I should not ignore facts and believe your God.
Look, I give you the chance to finish everything you say. Why do you guys keep muting me? You're not
Because
giving
I
me.
don't want to be gas. I don't want to be gaslit. Okay,
Look,
like you're not
look.
your
We can
cognitive
disagree.
dissonance.
We can
Listen, because
disagree on a
I don't
point.
want to hear your cognitive dissonance. I'm sorry. Like
It's
you're
not about that.
either
Look,
either
a
you're
fact.
not getting it or you are intentionally lying.
No, this is what I'm trying to say. Okay, this is my last submission because I can see we're not going to move. This is my last submission. I know you're going to disagree with it. If we're going to use the Bible as a method of proving that this is a fact, then I'm also supposed to be using the same Bible to prove that no, what you're saying is not true. That's why
I
I'm
asked
open
you
to
to find the
conversation.
prophecy. Then find the prophecy.
John
Find the
chapter
prophecy.
10, verse
Find the
11.
prophecy. John is not a prophecy.
He is
It's
fulfilling a
John was written.
prophecy.
Oh my
What did
fucking God. What's a prophecy, Kimva? What is a prophecy? What is a prophecy, Canva?
you guys are muting me again? I was really answering
What
only
what is a
if you
prophecy,
fulfill.
Canva?
a prophecy is a fulfilled promise. That's what a prophecy
Okay,
is.
hold on. No, a prophecy is something that is foretold. It is foretold. Okay, stop for
Yes.
a second. Okay, stop. When was the book of John written? Was it
When
before
Jesus said,
Jesus died? Hold on. Was
after,
it before Jesus died?
after.
Canva, stop talking while I'm talking. God damn it.
Okay, sorry. I do apologize about that. My
No,
fault.
you've apologized too damn much and you keep doing it.
No, because I can see we're not moving forward. Because I really do
John,
understand.
Canva.
Okay.
Oh my God. When was the book of John written?
After Jesus died. We're together
Okay.
now.
So therefore, if the book of John was written after Jesus died, can what is written in the book of John be considered a prophecy? Yes or no?
Yes.
How can something written after the thing has is already dead be a prophecy?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So I was saying yes in the sense that Jesus has fulfilled the promise
I
or the
didn't
prophecy.
ask you if Jesus fulfilled the prophecy.
That's why I say
This is why I'm
I'm correcting
frustrated because
myself.
you keep
I'm
answering
correcting
questions
myself.
that I did not ask.
That's why I've
You
corrected
keep
myself.
answering questions that I didn't ask.
It's okay to
If
make a
the book
mistake.
of
I've
John,
corrected
if the book
myself.
of John, oh my
Yes.
God, I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm done. I'm
I have
done.
I know it's frustrating. Uh, in the scripture convo where it says where Jesus is talking and he
Yes.
says it is written. Stop right there. He said it is written. What is he talking about?
A prophecy.
So he's saying it was written. So he's talking about a prophecy, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you go back to Zechariah, is that a prophecy?
Yes, because it's talking about things that are to come. They're talking about things that are
Okay.
going to be fulfilled.
So
Yes.
now in the book of Zechariah, Zechariah says he's the what? He's the good shepherd, right?
Yes.
And then we go back to, was it Mark 27, I believe? Um, we go back there. Jesus is telling you this is already written. So that means he's talking about it's written already.
I agree with the fact that it's written. I
Okay, so if
disagree
it's
with the
okay,
fact that he has said he's the bad
stop.
shepherd. That's the
Okay,
part
so
we're fighting. He did not say he's the
no,
bad
you're
shepherd.
hold on, stop. You are fighting this. We're not fighting it. We're trying to get you to establish what Jesus is talking about in 27.
I see what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Can I give it
Okay,
a
so
try?
if you agree with us, then that means that Jesus is the bad shepherd
I
in that
disagree with
in
that
that
point you are
why do
making.
you
That's the
disagree?
point
Okay,
I'm
well then
making.
here's
Because
the
Jesus
problem.
did not say he's the bad shepherd. That's why I
Okay, it
used John
doesn't matter.
10
Okay,
as established
you're
where Jesus said,
hey,
I am the good shepherd.
stop.
You cannot run away from what Jesus is saying. He is saying
You are disillusional. I'm sorry to
no,
say it, but you are. Yes, you are. Because if Jesus is telling you that it is written, how can you run all the way up to Mark? I mean
because that's what
to
Jesus is saying.
John.
Jesus
I'm
said, I
sorry.
am the
Was it
good
John? I'm
shepherd.
sorry. You got me confused now.
Jesus said in that John that I'm reading, I am the good shepherd. We are speculating that this is what Jesus is meaning. And I'm saying there is no place where
Okay.
Jesus has said
You
he's
know
the
what?
bad
Then
shepherd.
that means your Jesus lied and he did not fulfill the
He did not
prophecy in
lie.
Zechariah.
I said
He hold on, listen. Either he fulfilled Zechariah 13:7
Jesus has
or
fulfilled
he
all the
didn't.
prophecies.
Hold on, listen. Zechariah 13:7 is about a evil shepherd. Either your Jesus lied here in Mark and what he said in John is true, or he is the bad shepherd. But you can't have it both ways. Pick one.
What I was saying is we are taking two different conversation and topics, and we're merging it as one.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're following the prophecy. We're following the prophecy that your Jesus is claiming to fulfill.
You are saying
The
the prophecy.
prophecy, the prophecy that your Jesus is claiming to fulfill in Mark 14:27 is in Zechariah. Now, either your Jesus did not fulfill the Zechariah prophecy and he lied here, and he is in fact the good shepherd in John, or he's the bad shepherd in Zechariah that he's quoting. But you can't have it both ways.
And I don't think
Pick
anybody's,
one.
yeah, I don't think anybody's
Jesus is the
negate
good shepherd because
Canva,
we have
Canva,
to okay.
Canva. I don't think anybody's negating that Jesus said he was the good shepherd in John. We can
We
acknowledge
are
that.
through what we're saying
Well, wait
though.
a minute. Hang on a second. We're not denying that. We can read those words. We have basic reading comprehension skills. We know that that's what John says.
We didn't
The
even get
pro
to read the
hang
scripture.
We know the scripture already. We can pull it up in just a second. The problem that you're having is that the scripture that's on the screen, do you see it? The one where Jesus said, and Jesus said to them, you all will fall away, for it is written. What scripture is he referring to at this point? Can you answer that question?
There's many scriptures in the Bible. Jesus is here to fulfill all of the scriptures. That's why we talk about New Testament, Old Testament, and that's
Canva, that didn't answer my question. My question was
muting me.
what
I was really answering the question. Please stop muting.
the
Let me at least finish.
I'm not
Let's
muting
have a
you.
fair. I
I'm
don't want to
not
keep muting me, and I was not cutting anybody. Somebody asked me a question. I'm trying to submit a full statement.
He
But
did not
my
ask you if Jesus fulfilled multiple prophecies. She's asking you about a very specific prophecy, the prophecy that we have been talking about for the
that's
last
what I'm
30 minutes.
answering. That's what I'm
No, you're
answering.
not. No,
You
you're
don't have
not.
to
She did not
answer
ask
it.
you. You saying that Jesus fulfilled many prophecies does not answer her question.
Guys,
yeah,
you
the
guys
answer
are
to my
fighting. You
the
do not
answer
allow me to
Oh my fucking god! Like I can't. It's
disagree
too
with the
much. The ignorance level is just too high for me. I
guys.
can't.
You can
because the reality is the answer to my question would have been a scripture. Like it's found in this book, this chapter, this verse, right? Because the only thing I'm asking you is in this verse that's on the screen right now, where is it written? Jesus just said, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. We see that on the screen. And my question to you is, what is he quoting there? And the answer to that should be a Bible verse. Can you provide that Bible verse?
100%. I'm with you. This can I answer? Please don't mute me. Please don't interrupt. Let me just say one thing. Disagree after I've said everything I need to say. Let's make it
Well,
fair.
no, we don't have to listen
There
to
we
your word
go.
salad.
I'm
We don't have to
asking.
listen to your word salad.
I'm asking.
Answer the question
Even though I
directly,
don't,
and if you
even
start
though I
word
don't agree
salading,
with you,
I'm
you
going to
want me
drop
to
you.
answer your way. Even though I
And
don't agree with you, I
yes,
will still at least
yes,
listen
we
to you.
do. Yes, we do. We
I've
want you to
listened to you
answer
speak.
directly.
That's what I want to do. Can I answer
If
directly
you
the way
word
I know
salad, I'm
how?
going to drop you.
It's okay. I will say this. Jesus came to
Well,
fulfill
somebody
the
paid to
whole
drop you.
scripture.
The
Right?
chat is tired of you. The chat is tired of you. The fuck.
I don't
I'm
think he
sorry, I thought I was
understood what a
muted.
prophecy was.
Yeah, I
I
don't either. And
yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody refuted that Jesus calls himself the good shepherd in John. Okay, we can take that. But what is he talking about in the scripture in Mark? And if it's referencing Zechariah and that's where it's quoted, and there are things that happen to the good shepherd and things that happen to the worthless shepherd, and the things that happen to the worthless shepherd is what Jesus is referring to, how can you then say it's not the worthless shepherd that Jesus was identifying with? That just doesn't logically follow.
Well, I was going to ask him then, if Jesus is the good shepherd, then what was Zechariah?
He tried to say Zechariah and Jesus both were the good shepherd.
And this no name bad shepherd just so happened to do what Jesus did.
And Jesus just so happened to quote it about himself.
And it's like saying the good shepherd had on the red shirt, the bad shepherd, the worthless shepherd had on the blue shirt. Jesus was like, it is written, I will wear a blue shirt. But then, nope, it wasn't him. That doesn't make any sense. And then when I
Oh my
asked,
God. I got a $50 super chat. Thank you, Maureen.
oh, nice.
Holy shit. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Feet.
Oh no, that I was just pointing out the illogical. I mean, it just doesn't track, and I'm not sure what part of that he was missing. He kept being stuck on the fact that in John Jesus called himself the Good Shepherd. Okay, cool, but what is he talking about here? It's almost like if one scripture says what they wanted to say and another scripture contradicts it, they ignore the scripture that contradicts what they wanted to say, and that's just not being intellectually honest.
And that's the thing that irritates me the most is the dishonesty Like he, like literally, and then doing all of that and walking through it and identifying the shepherd, identifying Zechariah, saying that he took on the role of the good shepherd, that he broke his covenant, he broke his staffs and annulled the covenant and threw the money back into the thing. Like even in Zechariah, when Judas goes and throws his money back into the treasury, they try to say that what Zechariah did was fulfilling a prophecy about Jesus too.
Right. And then it's crazy to me how they're this came up earlier. They were really quick to, oh, but that's the Old Testament. Well, your faith in Jesus is always, while we're talking about it, you always talk about how many prophecies he fulfilled. Well, where did they come from if you're going to throw the Old Testament out? You can't simultaneously talk about the divinity of Jesus and throw out the Old Testament if the fulfillment of the prophecies are found in the Old Testament. It just doesn't, it's not tracking.
It's so crazy. Like they're in the comments talking about it's not talking about a worthless shepherd when the text says worthless shepherd. The text literally says worthless shepherd. Like they just make up whatever they wanted to say. And this is why so many people's minds is so screwed up and they lack logic. They lack the ability to critically think because y'all are willing to lie to yourself. And because you're willing to lie to yourself, you are willing to lie to anybody that you talk to about this God.
Yep.
And y'all think that I would put my life in your hands. You don't even love yourself enough to not lie to yourself. The fuck?
I am pastor. I'm the one that blocked you, not thinker. I thought you was like a trolling trumper.
Me and I am his pastor one day. We gonna go at it. We gonna box. I didn't interpret shit. Y'all are the ones interpreting. Y'all don't know the difference between basic reading comprehension and interpretation. Y'all think basic reading comprehension is hermeneutics. That's the fucked up thing. And you being a motherfucking white woman calling somebody Sharquisha, bitch, if I was in front of you, I fucking swear. Cause I fucking can, Terrence. Y'all too damn grown to be in here talking about why you cursing.
What the fuck? Fuck, 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 fuck. I mean,
It,
damn.
Damn
it,
grown ass children. That's
it
they act
clearly
like
says it on the
kids.
board.
Like god damn.
They don't see when you come into this live, read the board, read the entire board. I match energy. I say curse words. Well, I say
I don't
curse
owe you
words.
niceness.
Well,
I don't have to be nice to you. I don't fucking know you. I don't owe you that.
Just wanted to say that I have delivered, thinker. Dr. Kip is in the chat. You know, I have made good.
Oh my God. Hey, Dr. Kip Davis. Y'all, Dr. Kip Davis is in the room. Dr. Kip Davis in the chat.
I think he might be able to come up. I don't know if he knows how to.
And thinker, feel free to drop me down.
No, it's okay. You're good. Dr. Davis, if you want to come up, let me know. And then if you're in the chat and you want to come up next, please let me know. Joe Mark. What's his username, Dr. Bowen?
I think it's just Kip Davis. He
Let's see.
commented a minute ago.
Oh, there he is. I see him. It just reshuffled. Hold on.
There we go.
Hey, Dr. Kip, how are you?
Good morning. Doing okay. How are you?
That's good. I'm doing good. This is an honor to have you in here. Thank you so much for joining the live.
Thank you. No, it's nice to be here. I've been in the few that I've watched over the last couple of days. I have actually been puzzling about how to answer the question. I know I'm not a Christian, but I also don't know if I'm an atheist, and I don't know if I'm still deconstructing. But I don't know. Are you? No, Josh is an atheist. That's right. He's full
Yeah,
on.
and I don't identify as an atheist either, but I think I'm leaning more towards a pragmatic atheist, maybe. But I've only been
I think that's
deconstructing
where
for
I'm at.
5 years. Yeah, yeah.
You've been
It doesn't
deconstructing
really.
for 5 years.
Yeah,
Wow. And
yeah. I
reading a
used to
lot, I
be.
see.
Yeah, yeah. I started my journey. I was a missionary. My father was a pastor.
Wow.
My mom is an evangelist. Like, so my family still has the church and all that. And I started my studying, like really like research, trying to find out more about the God and get closer to the God. And I wanted to find out the God's name. And the more and more I studied and the more I found out, the deconstruction just kind of evolved. Like it just kind of happened. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that kind of happens when you learn things, right?
yeah, yeah.
Is that when you found out about the Red Sea Scrolls, Thinker? Is that about the same time?
I yeah, probably about 6 months ago when I met Oso. You know, today is Oso's birthday.
Is he turning 12?
No, he's 30 years old today. We were all gonna block him today for we was gonna name it Block Oso Day, but we decided to sing happy birthday to him instead.
Why do I know
Yep.
this?
Urso is a guy that I didn't know. I didn't know he was, like a friendly. He came in and started talking to me about the Red Sea Scrolls, and I was like, "Does he mean the Dead Sea Scrolls?" So, yeah. Then he talked about how God led him to the Red Sea Scrolls buried under the Red Sea in Aramaic. It was really funny. He got me for like 3-4 minutes with it. It's funny.
That's kind of funny.
He gets a lot of Christians that way too. Like he'll talk about the Red Sea Scrolls. Like he's written a lot. Like he's really writing the scrolls. Just to let y'all know. So
He's
like
just
he's
mixing them up as he
yeah.
goes. Is that what he's doing?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
he'll read some of them to a Christian, and they'll be like, "Yeah, I know about that." And they would just sit there and lie and claim they studied it and they know about it. Sometimes when he do it, I have to I'll feel sorry for the Christian. I'll be like, "Hold on, oh, so don't go to the Red Sea Scrolls." Like I'll feel sorry for the Christian, but yeah. But Dr. Davis, if you feel comfortable enough, you can talk to the next guest. Joe, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am a Christian with unorthodox beliefs because I would actually constitute myself as a
Duolingo
Buddhist
happy
Christian
hour. It's
Gnostic.
8 a.m.
I've actually been on your lives before once or twice, very briefly
Okay.
though. It was
All
like
right.
right as you were closing up.
Okay.
Unorthodox,
I do have, if we are moving past Zechariah, that's fine, but that prophecy
Yeah,
that
I don't
Christ
carry
was
over.
fulfilling. Okay,
Yeah, I don't carry over conversations from previous guests with the new guests.
fair enough.
If you want to pick a topic that I don't know if Dr. Kip is gonna take this call, but you are gonna talk to Dr. Davis depending on what topic you pick, and then we'll see where that goes. Okay.
All right. My desire to join was to help interject on the last conversation, though. So I'm happy to stay on and converse.
I mean, I could
I mean,
talk about Zechariah 13:7 if you want.
okay, if y'all want to.
What's the just because I'm just kind of I'm just kind of coming in here. Where is it? Where is it cited by Jesus? I'm one of these
Mark
bad biblical scholars who hasn't memorized the entire text.
Mark 14:27.
Okay, Mark 14:27. Okay, because I'm just trying to get a handle on because you all are aware of this, right? That prophecies, so-called prophecies, when they appear in the Bible, they're just basically words ripped out of their original context
Mm-hmm.
and applied as needed, as fit. But anyways, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to ask that you guys, in the words, I will strike the shepherd, who is the I?
In Zechariah 13:7.
I know. I know where it's from. I'm just asking.
No, but
The prophecy says, I will strike the shepherd. So in the prophecy, who is the I that I will strike the shepherd?
Right, let me look at
So in the original prophecy, it is a command to strike the shepherd,
says,
right? There
it
there is
says here
Right. So who is God commanding to strike the shepherd, the worthless shepherd, and being the worthless shepherd that abandons the flock and
Joe,
leads the flock astray,
Joe,
or just
Joe.
ignores the flock and
Joe,
lets them
Joe,
wander?
Joe. I need you to do me a favor.
Strike
This
the
is
shepherd.
Kip's first time up here, and he is a very educated man in this particular field. Show a little respect, okay?
I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. I sit quietly
I mean,
until I hear
if that's the
a
case,
space
your
to.
condescending tone, like, stop, okay?
All right. I'll just dismiss myself since I'm being condescending. I apologize.
You can't behave. Is that you don't know how to behave?
I thought I was behaving. I wasn't being condescending, but I'm being accused of being
Who is
condescending,
the
and I don't
I?
want to argue.
Who is
So
the I? Right? I mean, is that you feel like that's how you would talk to
I'm asking
somebody
a
that you care about?
question,
Yeah,
just
well,
like we were
ask
asking
it like a
who the good shepherd was or who the bad shepherd was.
ask it like a big boy, right? Don't ask it like a condescending prick.
And now who's being condescending? I'll dismiss myself. Bye.
I mean, run. That's good.
I mean, I'll have.
God, I mean, like, did I miss that? Was I out of line? I think that
No.
was just like,
No, he was being
No, I heard
extremely
it. I heard
condescending.
it. In its tone.
I'm sad
I
though, honestly, that we didn't even get to talk about this because like here again, this is part of the problem, right? In the original prophecy, it's an imperative. Strike the shepherd. When Jesus quotes it, he changes the verb and says, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will be scattered. But this is just like, again, it depends very much on which text you're reading. So anyways,
essentially like when he does this, so like in the original text, like if we go, they combine this, I will turn my hand against the little ones, in this, right? They combine it into one statement. So it basically, what they're doing is they have God being the one to strike the shepherd. They have God like piercing Jesus on the cross. So even in the misquote, they take it from it being a command to strike the shepherd, and then the God saying after the shepherd is struck, then I will turn my hand against the little ones. Right. They make it where they have Jesus quoting saying God is the one striking him on the cross when they have Jesus quoting it. So they, even in that, they misquote it.
But yeah, but because Jesus is misquoting it, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So because this is what happens. This is what happens all the time when it comes to seeing the so-called fulfillment of prophecies in the Old Testament in the New Testament. They've got to contort the text in order to cobble it into what they expected or wanted it to say. But this is normal, right? Like this is exactly what we see scattered all throughout the Red Sea Scrolls. Sorry, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Maybe the prophecies are a little bit more precise in the Red Sea Scrolls. I don't know, but everyone's doing exactly the same thing, and I think that's something that people are just completely oblivious to. Is that at the time when these texts in the New Testament were written, they're not unique. They're not special in the sense that they fit very, very cleanly within a whole wider, broader milieu of Hellenized Jewish religion.
I agree. And I think like even I don't know the answer to like why. Well, I kind of do. Like they just kind of went and said, oh, this fits a prophecy and put it there. But like if we look at it like from a logical standpoint, why would they, assuming that they understood the prophecy, why would they put that prophecy in Jesus' mouth? Because it looks like it's saying that Jesus is that worthless shepherd.
Yeah, because they don't, and that's it, right? Like they don't, at that point they don't really care what the original text said. The writers and the readers of these texts started to, like, by this time in Judaism, they just started to see these texts as like coded messages from God, and they're cracking the code. That's all they're doing. And so when texts look like they say something, they're like, it can't, or it doesn't just mean this, or it doesn't really mean this. It probably means something else. Yeah, it's like
And
magic.
this sort of thing has actually, been going on in the scribal tradition for a while. Like if you read, the end of the Enuma Elish, uh, I mean, as long as you don't follow Billy Carson on it, you'll see the 50 names of Marduk, and all that is it's just wordplay on the two Sumerian signs that make up Marduk's name.
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking. There is this like secret lore, like this hidden thing that can only be revealed to the in group, right? But it doesn't just mean that; it also means this and this other thing. And yeah, I mean, it's a something that's been going on for a while. But anyway,
Yeah, like even in this one, like the interpreting of it, like in the Zechariah narrative, the Hebrew word for scattered means to be scattered abroad, but the word in Greek just means that they would like turn their back on them, right? Like it's more of a like a backstabbing type thing. So like even the words, by them using different languages, the meaning changes also, because Jesus means it to be a more local thing, not a scattering abroad like Zechariah meant it. So I think too that changes the entire meaning of the prophecy in that way as well. Av Christus Rex. Hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I assume by your behavior in the comments that you are a Christian.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What? I'm sorry, how old are you?
I am 22.
What year were you born?
2002.
Okay. Which one of the topics on the board did you want to discuss?
And I really just wanted to discuss the Zechariah 11:15 through 17.
Yeah, we're
And
not
like I
going
said,
to
when
do
I come
that.
up,
We're not
yeah, I mean,
we're not going to do that. If you're on stage, you can pick one of these topics and discuss one of those topics, or I can bring up Jay, who's asking to come up.
you could just let him up. I pretty much
Okay,
already
have
knew that was
a
going to happen.
good. All right. Yeah, well then you should not have requested then. Y'all know the rules of the live. Like, ain't no point in you trying to do something different.
And Thinker, I pretty much guarantee that if you put Zechariah's prophecy as a topic, they won't choose it.
Is that Jay? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Unfortunately, love bug, you got to be 21 and up. Okay.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. All right. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment to let me know if you want to be next? Right. The 18-year-old was the nicest Christian we've had tonight. Swaggy Poet. Hi. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing from Jehovah Witness, actually.
Fee, this would be you.
Hello. Ditto, friend. I was in it for 30 years.
Oh, bless your heart. I only made it for 21.
Yeah, I mean, that's long enough. Any amount of time, I think, is too long. What topic would you like to discuss?
The Christian God's nature is contradictory.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
So for example, if we could kind of go into the prodigal son, that parable, I think that the message that was being relayed is completely contradictory to how this God acts with his people. And I could be wrong, but the message that I got from that parable is you can leave people up to make the choices and the decisions that they want to make. And everybody talks about free will, which now listening to this live, I'm like, okay, that's not a real thing, but we are in control of our choices. And in this parable is that regardless of the choices that you make, if you decide to come home, that you will be accepted. And that's just completely contradictory. I find the God to be quite vengeful. He reacts in kind of like a not an embracing way. And this scripture is actually the reason why Christians or my family actually kicked me out and disowned me. But in the
Which one?
parable,
Which one? The prodigal son?
the prodigal son, yeah.
Okay.
But in this example of the prodigal son, he left on his own admission. Like no one kicked him out, but they'll use that as a justification that God does not want us to mix company. So
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times what you find in various denominations is a lot of creative usage in the scriptures. I mean, you were in the organization for 21 years, so you know how creative they can get, right? And the fact that they have their own version of the Bible too, I think it just exemplifies or amplifies that tendency. And I agree with you. I mean, the story of the prodigal son is that, sometimes people go away, but then they, kind of get their bumps and bruises, and then they return and they're met with open arms. Yet the reality is that that's not what happens in the organization. I'm not sure if that's the case in other denominations of Christianity, but it's all a very it's a manipulative way, in my opinion, of dealing with people, because the bottom line is that if a thing is true and a thing is good and it's helpful and it's beneficial, people are going to naturally flock to it anyway. As humans, we don't consistently do things that don't benefit us in some sort of way. or we don't deem as beneficial. So the push and the control that a lot of Abrahamic religions specifically utilize in controlling the thought processes and the actions of its members is really disturbing. And the heartbreaking piece is that it's disrupting families. But the reality is that's what Jesus said he came to do anyway. So it's crazy to me how you can say that the Christianity is a religion of love when Jesus himself says that he comes to divide and not to bring love.
Mm. That's true. I guess the hard part to kind of separate is um, I guess I grew up always hearing like you have to separate God from, or like any organization is not perfect, but God is type of thing, and that's just something that I kind of wrestle with.
Well, show me a God without a people. Like the concept of a God would completely disappear were it not for people to accept and believe that concept. So I think I wrestled with
Mm.
that for a while as well, because you're taught that this organization is perfect even though the people aren't. So you can't conflate the behavior of the people with the expectations of the God. But in Bash's live the other day, we were talking about this, and I thought it was an amazing point. We're told to trust God, and usually blame follows trust. So the person that you entrust something with, if it's damaged, that's the one that you blame, except for God. We're told to trust him, but if something goes wrong, then we have to blame the people. That just doesn't matter. I mean, that doesn't make sense. If I didn't put my trust in the people, or I didn't entrust my safety, my well-being, my spiritual health, or whatever you want to call it, I didn't entrust it to people. So why would I not blame the person who I put that precious material in the hands of? I think it's just another way of covering the sins of this God, excusing the bad behaviors that are allowed in this God's name, and while maintaining the reputation of the God. I think that's the whole purpose of that. The organization is perfect, even though the people aren't.
Yeah, because it kind of gets you to go against like your every human instinct to love. Um, like I know when my mom passed away, like my family treated me like I was a dog. Like I wouldn't treat my worst enemy that way, but it's masked by I'm doing this out of love.
Right. And I've shared on this live a million times that my catalyst for deconstruction was the birth of my son, and a conversation that I had with my ex-husband, who asked me what I would do if my son decided that he didn't want to be a witness anymore. And my knee-jerk reaction was, oh, well, he would have to find somewhere else to live. And as soon as I said those words, I was like, I'm not kicking my baby out. Like, I would never do it. And he was like in a rear facing car seat kind of baby. And I mean, he's 20 years old now, so that was quite a while ago. But me realizing that I said these words, knowing I did not mean them, caused this dissonance that I realized for the first time. And I'm like, I would never do that to my child. So why did I say that? And what beliefs and thoughts could be flopping around in my brain for me to just automatically utter those words knowing that I didn't mean them? So I just don't see that there's any belief system or accepting any narrative from a book, specifically one written 2,500 years ago, that would make me disown the people that I know and love and can touch and interact with and have pictures with and do things with and converse with and laugh with. I'm not doing that. And any God that will require that is not one I'm interested in learning about.
True. Okay, well, I don't have much more to add other than I feel like the Bible was written by a lot of schizophrenic people.
Well, have you been in the live the last couple of days when Thinker's been reading the How to Read the Bible book?
Um, I don't think I caught that part. That's like at the end, right?
Yeah, it's at the end. It's really interesting because it talks about the documentary hypothesis and the reality of how this book was constructed, and I think it kind of sheds a clarifying light on a lot of the discrepancies and contradictions in the book. So if you could, I think if you find that interesting, that will be a good time to stick around and listen to that read, because it's really eye opening for a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah, and um, I will say, like, I think one thing that religion in general does for people, it gives them community and it gives them answers. And so, like, I'm trying to, like, understand because I feel like, okay, now I found people that I can relate to. Like, okay, thinker, like, her mind is dope. Like, okay, I can relate to these people as community. And then it's giving me the answers that I want. So, is it like doing the same thing?
First off, thank you very much for that compliment. I think so. Like we're building community here. We have a community on Discord. We're about to take a family trip together in March, where we're all about 100 of us are coming together. We're going to spend 3 days with each other. So you can build community anywhere. You know.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing.
And I
Thank you.
also, oh, I'm sorry. I also think, Swag, that there's an aspect of growing up in the religion that, or leaving the religion that we left, that tells us that that's the end of our connection. That's the end of our community. That's the end of our family, because it's so controlling. You're not encouraged to make friends outside of the organization. You are encouraged to, distance yourself from even your relatives that are not part of the organization. So there is this loneliness that comes after you've left. But I think that is also part of the manipulation, because the connections and the friends that I've made after leaving, they are beyond a shadow of a doubt so much deeper and richer than anything that I had inside. And the reason for that is because there's no contingency. Like, the people that I'm friends with now are friends with me because they know, I know who they are, they know who I am, and we do not all believe the same thing, but we connect it for the purpose of being under the guise of we have things in common. We're kind individuals. We may have similar interests. It's not I like you because you believe and think the same way that I think. Because the moment you have a dissenting view, then that's the moment your relationship is cut off. And I just don't think any relationship that has that type of basis is going to be healthy. So to Thinker's point, I say stick around, join the Discord if you've subscribed. It's some amazing people in here, great conversations. Sometimes we get on the voice channels. If someone's struggling and needing to talk through something, they'll just pop in one of the voice channels and folks come in and we talk through things and we support each other. Because the one thing that religion does offer, like you mentioned, is community. And we can build that outside of a religion without all the extra baggage and the guilt and the dogma and the doctrines that don't serve any of us.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say before we move on to another guest?
I'm all good. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day, okay?
Yeah, nice
I'll
chatting
do the
with you.
same. All right. I just followed you, Feet. So.
I'll follow you right back.
All right.
All right. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you comment to let us know if you want to be next?
And Gargar asked if she wanted us. She dropped down. Gargar asked if she wanted a sub. That was sweet.
Gargar been subbing people up. Alexander Cod, caps are from mods and people who have a vision impairment. Please do not use caps in my comments.
Gargar, she said yes. He said sure,
Total
thank you.
stranger. Are they connecting?
No.
I just see a black box on my end.
Okay. Can you take them down for me?
Sorry, Thinker, I was on mute. I was trying to ask, is that James Kugel's How to Read the Bible that you're working through?
Yeah. Have you read it?
Book. Yeah, actually,
It is.
I read it when it was. I read it in grad school. Right when I started grad school, actually, and that was an instrumental book in my own deconstruction.
It's very
But
interesting. Are there any other books that you recommend after that one?
in terms of I could probably think of quite a few. At the same time that I was reading that book, I was also reading. It's a Christian book, but it's still a very good one. It's called God's Word in Human Words: An Evangelical Appropriation of Critical Biblical Scholarship by Kenton Sparks. He's a very, very good ancient scholar of the ancient Near East, and it's that's also a very good one for people who are seeking honest answers about the Bible. I would recommend Josh's books too. Those are quite good.
Yeah, we've gone through.
Beware of that
We've gone through
recommendation.
all of Dr. B's books. Well, right now I'm reading his most recent one. But we've
slavery
actually
book.
done.
The slavery
Yeah.
The problem is he hurts people's fifis. And then they stick around in the comment section for like 20 minutes talking about how I hurt their feelings. I'm sorry about that.
Did you see his comment, Dr. B? He was like, "I'm hoping
Which
that I
one?
get invited back up." He said, "He said, I hope I get invited back up, but I'm not going to request." Like the ego, the freaking ego is loud on that one.
I mean,
Like we're going.
I just don't understand. Like, does he think that he would go into a job interview and, they say, "So what's your past experience?" And he would say, "So can you read that line right there? What does it say my last job was?" Right? And they'd be like, "Man, we got to hire this guy."
Word on the street, Dr. B's next book is going to be entitled Fuck Around and Find Out.
Or
Is
miss me
that
with
is
that
that what
shit.
you're
Yep.
is that what you're calling your commentary on Leviticus, Josh? That sounds like
That
that
would be
sounds.
hilarious.
If
Leviticus,
you don't
fuck around
if
and
you
find out.
don't use that title, maybe I will use that title.
Could be like the story of Nadav and Abihu, right?
Yeah,
Fuck around and find out.
that's right.
Especially on the one that you're doing now, the one that you told us about. That would be
Oh,
dope.
is Marduk a moral monster?
Yeah,
Oh
fuck around and
yeah.
find out.
Fuck around and find out.
Oh God. Bishop. Okay, they're not connecting. Who's waiting to come up in the comments so that we can bypass? There are 19 people in the guest request. Can we disconnect Bishop Fee Olala? I got the box open so I can't get to the stage.
I haven't been paying much attention to the chat, but I did see somebody ask a while back. Yes, I am Canadian.
Emperor. Let's see, where are you? There we go. All right. If you are an atheist and you come on stage, please remember the rule that you are coming on stage to add value to the conversation. Hi, Emperor. How are you?
Supreme rising to everybody.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
The Christian God is the great deceiver.
Okay, go ahead.
In the book of Job, what is it, chapter 1, I think it's verse 5 or verse 7, if I'm not mistaken, where it says that the sons of God came to God to present themselves, and the devil appeared too, right?
Not the devil, no.
Was it the serpent?
No, it's Hasatan, the adversary.
The adversary. Okay. All right. So how did, from Genesis chapter 3, verse 14, how did God curse the serpent and say, "Upon thy belly shalt thou crawl all the days and eat dust." How did he get into heaven with the sons of God when God cursed them in Genesis chapter 3, verse 14?
So the problem here is that those two stories, the one in Genesis chapter 3 and the one in Job chapter 1, have nothing to do with one another. In Genesis chapter 3, the being that is cursed by God is called the Nachash. It's just a word that means serpent or snake. It could mean a garden variety snake. I actually tend to think it has more of a connotation of a mythical being. The figure in Job chapter 1 is Hasatan, the adversary. This is like a crown prosecutor. Sorry, you guys are probably all Americans. It's like a district attorney in a courtroom. So the Satan is actually a member of the court of the gods convened by Yahweh. They're different figures from different stories. And I suspect as well, no, I won't say that. But yeah, so different figures, different stories.
Dr. Kip, you see somebody asking who allowed you on TikTok in the comments?
Who allowed me on TikTok?
Yeah, I don't know if they're like a friendly of yours. Their name is Prototype Sky.
I don't know. I'm brand new to this. I opened a TikTok account like 2 years ago and promptly abandoned it. So yeah,
I think it might be somebody who doesn't like your views.
Perhaps. There's plenty of those.
Emperor, did that help? Did that answer your question?
So my question is when I find someone that says something that is not written in the scriptures,
Mm-hmm.
and we got to go to an outside source, that right there, I basically negate that. And the reason why I negate that is because it doesn't say what you said, Hatan. It doesn't say it there.
Hasatan.
Hasatan. It doesn't say that there.
It certainly does. I'm looking at it right now. It says Vayomer Adonai El Hasatan, which
So
translates.
Are you reading that from the Hebrew?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have vowel points in it?
Yes.
What vowel points does it have in it?
Oh, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No.
Really?
I don't follow no religion.
So what? I mean, do you want me to name each individual vowel point under each one of these individual words?
Yes, I just want to know what vowel points are there.
Really? Why?
The reason why I want to know this is honesty. I want to know what vowel points are there because you know this and I
Yeah.
know this that vowel points are not in the original Hebrew language. So why are you pronouncing words that have vowel points in it? So I can't take let's
Do you understand where the vowel points came from?
The vowel points were created in the year 600.
But why?
It was not.
And why? So do you understand why and what method was used for creating the vowel points? Like what I'm the critical point here is that for many centuries, the text was spoken aloud and pronounced, and the vowel points just were added to mimic or reflect the pronunciation that was already ingrained within the text. People knew how to speak Hebrew and how to pronounce words long before vowel points were ever invented. Long before that. And just to, if we change the vowel points of this particular passage, it doesn't affect the meaning of the text in any way. I mean, it would garble it a little bit, but I mean, you're not going to extract different meanings from the words based on their different pronunciations in this particular instance. Like anytime that I see vayomer, whether it's pointed or not, I know that that is a cal imperfect third masculine singular verb. You know, hasatan is on the face of it, whether it's pointed or not, a noun, a definite noun. You know, there's no mystery here.
Okay, can I ask you a yes or no question? Let's be
Sure.
honest. In ancient Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew language, are vowel points there? Yes or no?
How ancient?
BC.
Like you just yeah, no, they're not.
So
I mean
so
they are
so
not.
so what I'm saying
Yeah.
to you, if they're not there, why are you pronouncing them when they were not invented by the original people that
Ugh.
supposedly wrote
S-
the language that supposedly
Sorry.
You know what
So,
is there? You know what is there? Just a sec, Josh. You know what is there in the oldest manuscript are not vowel points, but plenty of vocalizations in the form of helping vowels, what we call maters or vowel letters, and these long predate any kind of pointing system. So
Emperor,
it's nonsense. It's just nonsense to me that people get in their head this idea that somehow this text was an unpronounceable mystery prior to the Masoretes coming along in the 6th century and adding the vowel points, and that somehow in so doing they dramatically altered the meaning of the text. It's just nonsense. It's
Emperor,
unscholarly bullshit.
Emperor, you're not arguing that they didn't pronounce these words BCE, right? Like you're not arguing that.
I just want to be fair because we're dealing with the scripture. And when he pronounced the word, I listened very clearly, and he pronounced the word that had vowel points in it. And
What
he
is
is
that?
How?
But
Yeah.
Emperor, yeah, I need you to explain what you mean by that.
okay. Let me explain this. Vowel points are AEIOU. All
Yes,
right.
no, those are
So
No.
vowels,
no.
right?
Yes.
Listen.
Emperor, no, Emperor, because this is what I'm concerned about. Like, I think I, I I think this is something that you should probably get some clarity on because there's a little bit of precision here that is important. So, um, if you're reading third millennium, like early third millennium Sumerian texts, uh, they're not going to write out all the grammatical morphemes, right? They're not going to write in the verbal form all the time the dative, even though there is a dative in the sentence. They're not going to write that in. That doesn't mean that it's not there. It just means that they're not representing it in the writing, right? So you couldn't argue, well, there's not a dative in that verbal form because they didn't write it, but there definitely is. Like there was a dative implied, and they would have said it out loud. They just didn't write it. In the same way that if I'm trying to think of an abbreviation that we don't say the abbreviation, like Septuagint, that's a good one. Nobody's, well, I'll say nobody. Very few people that are like in the field will say, and so in the LXX,
Mm.
right? Nobody says that. They say in the Septuagint.
Some people do actually say that, and
Yeah,
it's annoying. It's
it is
annoying.
annoying, right? But nobody says that. They just know that LXX represents the word Septuagint. So if I said Septuagint, you wouldn't be able to say, oh, that's not right because it says LXX. Like it doesn't work that way. Um, so this is why I wanted clarity. You're not suggesting that I don't know, when it talks about Ahab said, and he said to Micaiah ben Imlah that he just said consonants, right? He said vowels, like he said vowels, right?
I'm the one that said vows. I just was trying to make it clear because I'm dealing with the scripture. He said that scripture meant something else, which was Hasatan. I heard the same before, but
Okay,
when
so what do you think it
listen,
should mean?
no, listen what I'm saying. I'm only going by scripture.
Right.
I'm only going
So am
by
I.
scripture. So when we go by scripture and we pull the scripture like Revelations 12:9, where it clearly states that the dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan, who deceived the whole world. The word Satan is mentioned in what? It is mentioned in what? Job chapter 1, verse 5.
So when was that text written?
We know this is what I'm trying to explain to you, because I think
Well,
you
trying
I
to
think
explain
I
it to me.
think you're
That's fine.
misunderstanding what I'm saying. It says Satan there. You said it says Hasatan, right? That's what you said. I went by what you said. When you mentioned the word Hasatan, I know I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly. When you pronounced that word, I knew it had to have vowel points in it because I'm listening to you, which we both know. We both
That's
know.
not
So
true,
you
Emperor.
think?
That's
Listen.
not
Can I
true,
So
finish?
Emperor.
Can I
That's
I have
finish?
just
to
not
know. Listen,
true.
I have to know.
He
Do
just
you do
agreed
you
with me.
think?
He just
Do
agreed
you
with me that the
think?
vowel points are not in
Sorry.
Hebrew.
No,
Do
he
you
agreed
do
that there
you
were
think?
vowels.
Yes. Do you think that without the vowel points in the Hebrew text, it would be pronounced Satan? Like that's how they pronounced it? Is that what you think? Based on Revelation.
You have to come off mute, Emperor.
I'm not a Bible believer. I want you to get this understood. You changed the word. I didn't. I said
This is
Satan.
Emperor. I
I
Listen,
just
don't
don't think
believe.
you're
Listen, I
understanding how
gotta, I
this
gotta tell
works.
you, I
this has
gotta
been
tell
turned
you,
into
Emperor.
an argument when it's not an argument.
I don't believe you can read the words. I just don't.
Oh my goodness.
Emperor, honestly, man, I'm trying to help you here because, like, I agree with a lot of the things that you say, right? But I think here this is a bad road to go down because I'm
Can we
trying to think of
agree?
a
Can we agree that the word Satan is there in Job chapter 1, verse 5? Yes or no? Can we
yeah,
agree?
the
Sure.
word
I think you
ha-satan. Yeah,
Hasatan, yes.
Okay. It's there.
And I would can I just say this first? I would also agree that figure in Job chapter 1 verse 5 has been reinterpreted uh in the text of Revelation to be someone different than he actually is in the text of Job.
So what I'm saying to you, I went from Genesis chapter 3, verse 14, right?
Mhm.
It says
Yep.
the serpent was cursed, right? God cursed the serpent, right?
Mhm.
Then we went over to Job chapter 1, verse 5, where it says Satan. Then I went to Revelations chapter 12, verse 9. Verse 9 says that these are the same exact people.
Yes. That's what Revelation says.
Okay, so we're in agreement, but I'm just,
We're in agreement about Revelation, but I think Revelation's wrong.
okay, no problem. I have no problem with it. I take this as a fairy tale book. I take this as a fictional book because, as I say to me, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna digress. I still look at it as a contradiction because the contradiction is God cursed the serpent in Genesis chapter 3, verse 14, right? He said, upon thy belly shalt thou crawl all thy days and eat dust, right? When we come over to Job chapter 1, verse 5, he appears in heaven. How did
Mhm.
something that crawls on earth appear in heaven?
right. And I think
I
we
see
I
what you're
I
doing.
think we would
Yeah,
agree with you
I
if
would. Yeah,
if we're adopting the interpretive framework that many
yeah.
Christians do, right? That they see Satan in Job 1 as being the devil, right?
And
And
I
if,
think
yeah,
I,
go
I,
ahead.
I was just going to say I think you're pointing out a valid problem, right? The problem here is the Book of Revelation has employed an interpretive framework that does create problems for the text.
I agree
Em-
with you. I
But
agree
Emperor,
with
I
you.
just seriously, like, I want you to have precision, right? Because again, I've said it before, like, I appreciate the things that you do in these spaces. But this one, I think it's really important to recognize that while we can say, and scholars do all the time, right? Like Psalm 22:17. What in the world is that verb? Like, is it a verb? We don't know. There's something going on there, and Kip could wax eloquent about what it means to, like, they something my hands and feet. Like, what is that? Or like a lion, whatever. But so there, it's very important to have that the realization that you can say perhaps the Masoretes got this wrong, right? They pointed it incorrectly, or the tradition has copied this incorrectly. But what we don't want to do is take that too far and say what it sounded like you were saying, which is that that's why I kept asking. It sounded like you were saying they didn't pronounce words like in the time that the text was originally written, in the first millennium BCE, which is it's just not true, right? They definitely pronounced those
Mhm.
words. It's just they didn't show the vowels that they were saying in the writing system.
And
So,
I'm in agreement with you on that the
okay,
vowels
cool.
are not there. I'm in agreement exactly how you explain it. Me and you agree.
Okay,
It's no argument.
okay. Well, that's good. Okay.
I do think though that this argument about how much the pointing has affected the meaning of the text is probably the wrong way to go though. Because while it might be true in a small handful of isolated incidents, generally speaking, globally speaking, we just know that to be incorrect. I mean, for the vast majority of the Hebrew text, the vowel pointing does not have the kind of effect that you seem to think it could.
I had one last question, and I'm only asking you this based on what is written, just to show a contradiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
In John chapter 8, verse 44, right? These are Jesus' word in red. It says, Ye are of your I'm slow down. Ye are of your fathers the devil, and the lust of your fathers ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and absorbed not in the truth. My question to you, was Jesus actually there in the beginning? And is there a scripture in the book of Genesis showing that the devil murdered anyone?
You already know the answers to
Yeah, I
these
do. I
questions,
do.
I think,
I
don't
do.
you? Yeah. So I mean, no, obviously not. There's nothing in the book of Genesis that directly connects Jesus anywhere. Those are things that, again, Christian interpreters have laid over the text, and it's the as much traction as the devil gets in the New Testament. The figure on whom this character is based, the Satan or the Satan, is just or even the serpent in the garden, is a very minor figure who appears just sporadically. These figures appear sporadically in the Hebrew Bible. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and what most people would do, religious people would do, right?
Yeah.
When Jesus says he was a murderer from the beginning, they'll go
Yeah.
exactly to the tree of good and evil, right? And there
Which
is
is
no
silly.
there is no scripture showing that the devil murdered anyone. It's not there.
Mhm.
But if you ask me, can you show me a scripture where God murdered someone? I can go straight to several scriptures. I can go book, chapter, and verse, which is, we can stay right there in Genesis chapter 7, verse 21 and 22, where it says that everything on the dry land that had breath in its nostrils died. Who did that? God did
Yeah.
that. But there is no verse showing that the devil murdered anyone. And then we go back to the Father where Jesus says, in the beginning, what contradicts that scripture showing that Jesus was not there in the beginning is Revelations chapter, oh my goodness, I always say this verse, Revelations chapter 13, verse 8 to me. To me, that contradicts showing that Jesus was not there, because Revelations chapter 13 verse 8 says what? That the Lamb of God was slain before the foundation. He was not there. So people will try to put him there, and then it says that he lied. The first person that told the lie in the Bible to me is God, and God told multiple lies in Genesis chapter 1. Over to Genesis chapter 2, and when you get to Genesis chapter 3, the only person that's lying is God.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you there. So I think you're probably right about that.
I think too, what also can make a strong case for what you're arguing, Emperor, is Isaiah 6, 9 through 10, where the God is seen telling Isaiah to blind the eyes of the people. Have you discussed that at all, Dr. Davis? I mean, Dr. Cook.
Isaiah 6? Sorry, which one?
Isaiah 6, 9 and 10, where Yahweh is telling Isaiah to blind the people and to confuse them.
Right. Yeah. No, I haven't spent a lot of time dwelling on that particular one. This one, this made me think of. So Josh and I run every second week on my YouTube channel. We do a Hebrew reading stream, where we just go through the text and we nerd out about the language. But we're currently reading the story of Balaam in Numbers chapter 22, and there's this kind of amazing part of the story here where it says Balaam has been asked to go help King Balak in Moab to curse the Israelites because Balak is afraid of how many there are and that they're going to overthrow his kingdom. So they code and ask Balaam to come with him and curse the Israelites, and Balaam has to check with God. He checks with him a couple of times, and then God says, let me see if I can find it here. That night God came to Balaam and said to him, "If these men have come to invite you, you may go with them. But whatever I command you, that you shall do." That's 22 verse 20. In verse 21 it says that when he arose in the morning, Balaam saddled his ass and he departed with the Moabite dignitaries. Then in verse 22 it says, "But God was incensed at his going." Like, what is this? This is kind of a mind fuck, right? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. If they ask you to go with them, you go ahead and just do whatever I tell you. So Balaam goes, and God is angry. And the text says specifically that he's angry because he went. Because he did what God told him to do.
Well, okay, so in the Hebrew, can you read it again, what you just read in 22?
Sure.
How does it read?
So starting in, I'll start in verse 18. So this is Numbers 22, verse 18. Sorry, I should probably pick a better English translation here. Let me pull up the NRSV. So here, I'll just start in verse 15. Once again, Balak sent officials more numerous and more distinguished than these. They came to Balaam and said to him, Thus says Balak son of Zippor, do not let anything hinder you from coming to me, for I will surely do you great honor, and whatever you say to me I will do. Come, curse this people, the Israelites, for me. But Balaam replied to the servants of Balak, although Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of Yahweh, my God, to do less or more. You remain here, as the others did, so that I might learn what more Yahweh may say to me. That night God came to Balaam and said to him, if the men have come to summon you, get up, go with them. These are commands, by the way, in Hebrew. If the men have come to summon you, get up, go with them, but only do what I tell you. So Balaam got up in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the officials to Moab. And because he did this, because after God commanded him to get up and go, because he did that, the next verse says, God's anger was kindled because he was going.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying now. Like God told him to do it, and then the next verse says God was mad that he did what he told him to do.
Exactly
And
what he
then,
told him to do.
yeah, and then the angel of the Lord becomes a Satan or a Satan.
Yep.
Against it. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's a funny story too, because when we were reading it the other night, the way it reads, it's pretty funny because the angel stands in the path with a sword drawn, and of course Balaam can't see the angel, but the donkey sees the angel, so veers off the path. But somehow this angel is very easily thwarted 3 times. Just can't seem to carry out what he needs to do there because the donkey is smart enough to go around him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
is it possible that this is, so we know about the document hypotheses. So I think this could possibly be that, like we see like the Lord God written there, and we know that the belief is that that's either J or E writing. But is it also possible that
there's
this
multiple
shows
sources.
multiple sources, and then also polytheism, like the God that got angry is not the same God that told him to go?
Yeah,
In the story?
it's a good question, and I don't know. I mean, I'd have to look and see how scholars who actually work with the Pentateuch, how they've assigned the components of this text, or how they've some of the commentators that I've looked up just don't seem to have a very good explanation for like this schizophrenic turn of face here. But I mean, I guess, and I wondered about that, if there's if this is a source issue, because you're well, let's see. I mean, in verse 20 it says Elohim came to Balaam in the night. And then in verse 22, there's no change out of the names for God there. It's Elohim. Elohim came to Balaam and told him, get up and go. And then in verse 22, it says that the anger, the fury of Elohim was kindled. So it is the same. Okay. It is the same God. But I think a lot of this is really a product of just how, I mean, people in antiquity, I'm fairly convinced by and large just thought that all their gods were very capricious, that they weren't especially trustworthy all the time. And a lot of that has been scrubbed and sanitized by later, with regards to the biblical text, especially later editors have as they've reconstructed these stories and rewritten them and redacted them and reworked them, have performed. They've really scrubbed a lot of that out of the text, but you can still see echoes of it, I suppose, still in there. So my tendency is to think that there's nothing in error here, or there's nothing in terms of a source distinction to be found in this particular story. I think this is probably just the way people thought that the gods, their feelings could turn on a dime. They could tell you something and you have to do it, and it, could just, in a moment, for their own reasons, completely unknown to the rest of humanity, could just change their mind. They're very temperamental. I think that's more what's happening here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I just wonder, like, if people ever back then allowed themselves to think that the commands that they were getting from the gods were coming from other humans. Like, did they ever
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a
I'm
human
sure.
saying that a god said this.
I mean, I have to think that people, those sorts of people who have raised those very pertinent questions, have always been around. Maybe we just don't hear from them because because the editors of this text didn't want you to hear from them.
Yeah, that's true. I wanted to ask, I had read an article, you did a debate with a guy about the plausibility of whether the ancient Jews expected a Messiah that was supposed to die for the world. Do you remember that guy?
I did a debate about that.
Well, he in an article that he wrote about you, he was complaining about you questioning the plausibility of that,
of a Messiah coming to die for the whole world.
Because he was saying that the Sanhedrin.
I don't think I read that article. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
Really?
So Sanhedrin.
He was saying that the Sanhedrin wrote. And he was saying that he was more so mad at you because you was trying to disprove the plausibility of it, and he was like, to focus on trying to disprove the plausibility of something like that was illogical to do.
Is this the Richard Carrier blog where I was he was upset that I was pointing out the problems with using later Jewish literature?
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah, okay, so that's what I was gonna ask. Like, like they will bring up things that the Sanhedrin wrote, but to me, it seems more illogical to try to say that after the fact of Jesus dying, to say that later writings can prove the historicity of their Jesus. To me, that seems illogical to do.
Yeah, we have to be really careful with a lot of that stuff, right? And that's what historians are trying to do. Historians are trying to work with texts that they understand are later, and then trying to unpack the rationale or the agenda of the writer. Why is he writing this? Why is he presenting the story as he is? So at that point, it becomes oftentimes are, and this is the case for like Jesus. And while I was still a confessing Christian, I would tell people this, like, let's take the resurrection as an example. While I was still a believer in the resurrection, I would tell people, I believe in the resurrection of Jesus, but let's stop pretending like the historical case for the resurrection of Jesus is any good. Because obviously it isn't. It's pretty terrible. And honestly, that's when it comes to our sources about who Jesus was and what he did generally, they're pretty poor. That's not to say I think we can discover things about this man. But we're limited by the sources we have. So lots of us are still just throwing our hands up in the air and throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Like, to me, it would seem. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying about what they're doing with the Talmud. They're reading the writings, the later writings, and saying, taking the intention of the writer and saying that, trying to figure out what their intentions were, and say he must have written this because they expected. Okay, I see what you're saying there.
So and the Talmud, the Talmud too, right? Like, one of the reasons why, so the Talmud will provide, and it depends on, like, there's two Talmuds. There's the Talmud Yerushalmi, which is earlier 6th century, I think, and then the Talmud Bavli, which is much bigger, and it's later. Is
that the Babylonian Talmud?
The Babylonian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. So but they talk about things, right? And they present, like, you're right, like the whole tractate, as it's called, Sanhedrin, in both Talmuds, is purported to be an accurate reflection of how the Sanhedrin operated when it did, which was, in the I'm not sure how early it goes, but probably as early as 1st century BCE up through the 1st century CE, before the destruction of the Roman destruction of the temple. So they are presenting this as an accurate reflection of how things operated in the actual Sanhedrin. But this is stuff that's coming from, like, the 5th, 6th, or centuries or later, right? So hundreds of years removed already. So, I mean, some of it, who knows? Like, some of it, maybe it actually does date back that far. But we can't just take for granted that it all does. And what a lot of scholars will recognize is that there's a lot of parts in the Talmud which are reflecting their interactions with Christians. So, because, I mean, they've been living in the same communities for hundreds of years by this point. So we can't discount that things that the Talmud says oftentimes are affected by things that Christians have been saying or writing or thinking. So I think that's the larger point, I guess I would make.
When you bring that up in your debates, what's the typical apologetic to that?
Well, I think people, the one thing I've seen, so when this has come up, and it's interesting, this is an issue that I haven't encountered much among Christians or believers, it's most often with atheist mythicists, people who don't even believe that Jesus was a real person. But what
Oh
they will
wow.
often tell me is they'll cite this one scholar by the name of Daniel Boyarin, who says that he thinks a lot of the Talmud traditions are older than the dates of the writings of the actual Talmuds. They'll cite that and say, look, this rabbinic scholar, and I'm not a rabbinic scholar, right? I don't spend, that's not my area of expertise. I read the Talmud. I know stuff about it. I had to do courses, right, in grad school. But it's not what I write about. It's not my own particular area of specialization. So they'll kind of use that against me and say, look, this one scholar whose specialization is the Talmud says that this particular text is earlier. And and generally that's what he's saying is it's earlier than the 6th century. He's not saying this dates to the 1st century. He's very intentionally non-committal, right, about how old he thinks it is. He just says, I think it's older than this. But that oftentimes will get marshaled into, well, it could date back to the 1st century. And so
I think a lot of their arguments live in the world of vagueness.
Yes. And so they take advantage of that a lot. Josh and I just did we just published with our friend Paulogia yesterday a 3-hour video response to a slavery apologist who is also a scholar. And this is the tack, right? Embed yourself within the vagueness of the text and throw whatever you want into there to make the text work for you. That's the typical approach.
Yeah,
so
they do
you're
that when they come in
absolutely
here
right.
too. And it
Yeah,
frustrates
well, the
me.
text
I
doesn't
don't know how
say
to.
that, right? It's not clear.
Yeah.
It's not explicit, and I mean, true, but you can't. That just doesn't give you license to insert whatever you want in there. So it just and that's part of. I mean, when it comes to things like the fulfillment of prophecy, right? Prophecy lives on the fact that so many of these texts are so vague that you can make them say almost whatever you want them to say. Somehow, Jesus made, or somehow the writer of the Gospel of Mark made this prophecy from Zechariah, which is clearly about the wicked shepherd. Somehow he made it say something completely different from what it was intended to say. That's a case where less so the text was less so because the text was vague, and more so because he just wanted to use this particular prophecy. So yeah, that was probably a bad example.
No, I get what you're saying, and like a lot of times they do that when they like on the live, and it frustrates me so much because it feels like dishonesty, or like intellectual dishonesty.
We were just not being
and
charitable with the text.
Yeah.
That's what we get. Well, you're just why can't you just give the text the benefit of the doubt? Miss me with that shit. Seriously.
Yeah. But Emperor, thank you so much for coming up. We're going to bring up another guest. Did you have any other questions for Dr. Kip, Emperor?
No, I definitely appreciate it. I've been up all night laughing at y'all. I've been up since 3 this morning. Don't feel bad. You have way more patience, but you also are teaching me patience as I listen to you. Because I get to a point when people are not listening, not hearing, or cutting me off. It does something to me, and then you see another side. But I just want you to know from me, and I know as a other couple other people, I appreciate this platform. And for those that are going through the deconstruction, all you have to do is stay in this room, keep feeding yourself the knowledge that you need to know that you made the right decision by leaving religion. And this room has been the best room I've ever came in. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I appreciate you all. Thank you all. You have an awesome day.
Hey,
Thank
before you
you.
go, Emperor, before you go, can I just apologize for maybe coming in a little hot on you? I feel bad about that. Um, and just to give you a sense, I think I get a little bit triggered because I've dealt with people who, like, this is sort of the
You
whole
can go and
shtick
say it.
of
The Hebrew
of
Israelites.
the
We don't
Hebrew
even let them on
the
our
black Hebrew
stage.
Israelites
Yeah, they don't
have
even get
this
to come
have
on
this
stage.
idea, right, that vowel points are, somehow, and they have invented their own system for reading the text, which is nonsense as a result of this. So I formed this idea in your head as soon as you said vowel points. I was just like, ah, right. So I'm sorry about that.
No, it threw me off because I wasn't used to hearing your voice. When she passed the mic to you, I was thrown off. It threw me off.
Oh,
And then when you says
right.
Satan, like the way you pronounced it, I was like, wait a minute, hold up. It threw me off, and then I had to like just listen. And that's one thing I love to do
That's good, and it's something I should
is
probably do more.
actually come back. But it's your apologies accepted there, and that's why I was trying to explain to you, like, I'm not trying to debate. I just wanted to just
Mhm.
basically go by what the scripture says, and then once we kind of got that cleared up, everything sailed on smoothly. But I appreciate your time. Thank you. I accept your apology. I hope you accept my apology too, if I came off rude or if I cut you off. So
Yeah.
it's apology accepted, and I appreciate it. And like I said, I definitely appreciate this room. I listen to you all every day, so thank you all.
You're welcome. Thank you, Emperor, for the value that you bring every time you come on stage as well.
Somebody just said Canadian apologies count twice.
Let's see. I'm trying to take you down, but I can't. Lala, are you able to disconnect Emperor? Never mind. There you go.
What'd you say?
I got it. It wouldn't work for me at first. Is the bishop still in here? The bishop was going crazy in the comments when y'all were talking. Did you see him?
What was he going crazy about?
Saying that we can't handle the truth of Yahweh's word. Like I guess he didn't like the conversation about the biblical Hebrew. I don't know if he's like a black Hebrew Israelite or not, but he was in the comments going off, saying to let him on stage. But I only take one guest at a time, so I guess he felt that we were ignoring him because he's not in the request box anymore. But he was mad about the conversation. I don't know. If you're waiting to come on stage and you're in the guest request box, can you comment to let me know and I can bring you up?
Hey guys, can we get these likes up to 500,000, please? As well as continue to share the live. Don't forget to subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash on YouTube. Also, get the host and the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you,
I don't know
Lala.
what I'm doing. How do I like the feed on?
Oh,
You tap the background where it kind of like where it says choose a topic and stuff. You tap on there and it gives hearts.
Oh, okay.
Corey, hi, how are you?
Not bad. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Are you Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay. As an atheist, if you come on stage, because we are a research live, we ask that you are bringing some type of value or knowledge to one of the topics on the screen, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Slavery.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead.
And I mostly just wanted to come up to ask Dr. Kip a couple questions, if that's all right, and then I can drop right away.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Awesome.
Hey, have you watched the video yet?
I am 2/3 the way through the Apologia video. I've watched your Josh McDowell debunk, as well as a few of your takes on the oh shoot, why am I blanking on it? The stone that was supposedly found by Mount Ebal.
Oh, the Mount Ebal curse tablet. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, that one seemed interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of had like 2 or 3 questions. One on the slavery, one on just like gospel authorship.
Yep.
So I've heard one argument that I don't think is addressed in the Apologia video or any other videos I've seen from you so far, or anybody, but like I've heard from a couple apologists that apparently this, like, becoming a slave also meant you were becoming a part of the family in a way. And so in a way, it was a way to elevate foreigners into essentially being able to someday own land or something along those lines, which to me sounds patently ridiculous given what the Bible states as well as just the culture at the time. But is there any evidence anywhere within the text or other laws that would imply such a thing was in place?
No. And I think, I actually think this is something we do get into a little bit, probably in the latter part of that video. I'm sorry it's so long, but it like Josh and I we started writing and it just happened, right? So, but seriously, but if you look at what the text says, right? If you pull up Leviticus 25, this is what this entire chapter is about, is the relationship of the people, the sons of Israel, to the land. And as a result of that, there's all these rules in place about what they can and can't do, with regards to the land, with regards to other people, because the land belongs to Yahweh, right? It says in Leviticus, it says in the chapter. I don't know it as well as Josh does, so I would have to scan it to see where it is. But there's, like, within the text here, it says Yahweh himself says that he owns the land, and he's just being gracious to let them use it, right? It doesn't belong to them. And he's divided it up, his land, evenly distributed it to the 12 tribes, and those are permanent allotments, which is why whenever land is bought or sold, they after the year of Jubilee, in this passage, it is returned to its original owner, because those allotments by which Yahweh has divided the land are permanent. So he actually says in the text here that you can't sell your land to foreign people. You can't do that because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Yahweh, and Yahweh has this permanent division. And as a result of that, it can't be owned by anyone who's not part of the sons of Israel.
Okay.
So I would, if we read the text carefully, this seems to be the case. Foreigners can come in, they can lease land, they can rent land, and this is what happens. starting in verse 47, right? And I'm reading the NRSV here. If resident aliens among you prosper, and if any of your kin fall into difficulty with one of them and sell themselves to an alien or to a branch of the alien's family, is that it? No. Yeah, I think that's it.
Are you talking about like when an Israelite sells himself into like that servitude toward the foreigner?
To a foreigner, yeah. Because the foreigners become rich, right? He's become wealthy on land that he has leased or rented from native Israelites because they're prevented from actually owning it. So, but you'll notice here too, like there's special rules for foreigners, because they can't permanently own anything. So, but I would agree with you, and I'd have to look more carefully through all the texts. But I suspect this holds true, that it's this, the Bible is rarely consistent, but occasionally it is. This is one of these consistencies whereby the idea of foreigners being adopted into households it's one of these things, right? As Thinker pointed out, there's this frustrating vagueness throughout a lot of the text, and people will insert their own ideas into that space about what they think the text should say or mean, even though it never says such things. So if we are just faithful to the text that we have, what's written there, I suspect it holds true that there's just no indication of this relationship between foreign people and Israelites where they're just adopting them into their families. That was your question, right?
It was, yeah. And yeah, my looking at it was kind of similar to the comments you made on the Apology video, where it's just like people are trying to see it in the most charitable light, but that's not how you should be looking at it. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed some sort of message.
And I do believe we say a few more things about this specific issue toward in the last 40 minutes of that video or whatever. It's terribly long.
It's a good video though, and I appreciate it because Sean tends to bring on certain experts who definitely I would like to see addressed. So I'm glad you guys took the time to address it.
Good. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Did you have some more?
I do. This one's kind of completely on a different subject. It's more about like gospel authorship.
Mm-hmm.
I talk with Exploring Reality Than quite a bit, and
he and I are friends.
Nice. And he told me about a phone call where you guys had where the discussion apparently went to like an agreement that going with scholarly consensus on the dating of the Gospels, it's more of the idea that like it's not as reliable as many people seem to imply it is. If I'm remembering the conversation he was discussing previously. So I guess I'm wondering, do you kind of disagree with like consensus dating on like Mark being in the early 70s, Luke probably being 90s, Matthew 80s, stuff like that?
I probably do disagree a little bit with the consensus. And the funny thing to me is that like a lot of people would be surprised that I think I've always considered myself a pretty conservative scholar. So a lot of my positions will actually range, on, I guess, closer to a conservative side of the spectrum than many of my colleagues. Like, for example, I still, most scholars, and I do agree about this. Like, for example, most scholars will tell you, if there was a King David, there's just nothing that we know about him. And some scholars will actually say there was no King David at all. It's just a total myth, a total legend. I spend a lot of time reading the succession narrative and feeling like I'm reading these cool stories about things that I hope they happened. I really do. I've got this. So that's kind of like, so in terms of gospel authorship, I probably take some more conservative positions than some do, and maybe this is what Than was getting at. Like for example, I think that I am open to the idea that Mark was written before the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. I think it very well could be a text that was written in the early 60s, maybe even the late 50s.
If I may ask,
bear in mind I'm a nobody, right? Like when it comes to New Testament scholarship, this is just me. This isn't my field. I'm not my area of expertise. I know a little bit about it, but based on what I've read, there's some scholars I tend to agree with Maurice Casey on a few of these things, and he puts Mark earlier, before the destruction of the temple, and then Matthew and Luke after, if I remember correctly. But I'm open to something like that, right?
Okay.
But again,
does he say why he dates it earlier than the
so
destruction?
one of the things, well, the reason why is because when Mark talks about when Mark presents Jesus's prophecy, right, of what's going to happen in the last days, Jesus is talking about the destruction of Jerusalem, and it's not like it took a genius. If somebody is writing in the 60s, they can see the writing on the wall that this is something that's the pressure in Jerusalem is just continuing to mount and to grow, historically speaking, at this point in time, where nobody would have been like, this wouldn't have been a shocking prediction at all at this point in time, that the Romans are going to come in and destroy the temple, because there's already these tensions in place. It's like, the Jehovah's Witness, or not the Jehovah's Witnesses, sorry, the Mormons, like to point to Joseph Smith as a prophet on the basis of his prediction about the Civil War. He, predicted it would happen a couple years before it did, right? But like, there were lots of people at the time saying, yeah, I think there could be a civil war. It's like that. So now that's background. So when it comes to Mark and Jesus's quote unquote prediction about the last days, which is the destruction of Jerusalem, he says, I believe, if I remember correctly, I don't have the text in front of me. I believe he says what he says about what will happen to the people. I think he says something like you need to run to the hills, or something to that effect. It's not what happened. It's not what actually happened. So we can look at that and say, this is so, and the reason why someone like Maurice Casey would set this text before the destruction of the temple, he's saying this is what the writer saw, what was coming. The writer saw, as many people did, just right on the brink of the Jewish war, that this was going to happen, and made predictions about it and got them wrong. And that's corrected in Matthew and Luke, right, who are looking back after the fact. So I find that an interesting argument. And again,
that's logical.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, it's the same way we read the book of Daniel, right? The way that we pinpoint the dating of something like the vision in Daniel chapter 10, 11, 12 is on the basis of what the writer says is going to happen after the death of Antiochus IV. He gets it wrong. So, people are able to say, okay, he's clearly writing after the death of Antiochus, but there's literally like a 3-year window here, because he would have known that if he was writing any later than that, he would have known that the outcome, and he gets it wrong. So we that's kind of how we do this. So, but again, I'm sure because there's so many more people who know that certainly the New Testament a lot better than I do. I'm sure that the reasons people have for dating Mark later than I do are probably like they're probably right. Don't listen to me.
No, I like getting other people's takes on it. I hold to mid 70s, and I for similar reasons to prophecies getting the temple right makes sense, but getting the prophecies wrong afterwards would have to limit the dating at a certain point, unless you just want a special plead for the Bible. So
yeah, and I'll be honest. I think sometimes not, and I wouldn't accuse my colleagues of this, but what I see a lot in these quote unquote internet atheist spaces is such a legitimate ingrained frustration with the text or with Christianity that people just want everything about it to be not true, or to be as ridiculous as possible, or to be as evil as it could be, right? Like, it's reactive. And you don't have to work that hard, guys. Like it on its own, the text implicates itself on its own without us having to make shit up about it.
I agree 100%. Yeah, that's straight facts.
Yeah. Thinker, I appreciate you having me up. Dr. Kemp, thank you very much for your time, and honestly, keep making videos and digging on Richard Carrier, because those always make me laugh.
Awesome. I'll keep doing that. So I've got another one that I'll probably be publishing here in the next week or two about I got a couple videos coming out about child sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible and in antiquity, so people should keep an eye open for that.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. So in the Ten Commandments, when he's telling them to offer up their firstborn, it doesn't go as far as to say that it's for sacrificing. Did they change that text?
So you're talking about, there's two texts in Exodus, Exodus chapter 13 and Exodus chapter 22. Let me just actually pull. Oh no, not that one. Let me just pull up like Exodus 13. And I think, we get into a lot of this in the, I had on the videos, the two videos that are coming out, I had on Dr. Heath Durrell, who wrote the book Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel, and this is all we talked about was just the things that he presented in his book. But Exodus chapter 13:2 says this: separate to me, or consecrate to me, all the firstborn, the opener of every womb among the sons of Israel, among men and among cattle. Among every man and cattle is mine. That's what the text says. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't outright come out and say, offer them as sacrifices, but the language there, some of the wording, in particular, this expression, Petakol Rechem, the opener of every womb, is an expression where when you look at it elsewhere in the law codes, and then especially in like Ezekiel, maybe, I don't think Jeremiah uses it, but Ezekiel certainly does, this always refers to human sacrifice. Later on in the text, I think, let me see if I can find it here, scroll down. Yeah, okay, so if you look at verse 12, again, he says, you shall, verse 12, it says, Vaharta, you shall make to pass over all the Petarechem, the openers of the womb, again, to Yahweh. And so that's every one that opens of the ox and cattle, which is, sorry, what is that? That's, yeah, the, sorry, yeah. All the firstborn of your livestock that are males shall be Yahweh's. The firstborn donkey, you shall redeem it. Or if you don't, you should break its neck. And then it says, this is verse 13 now, and all the firstborn humans of men among your sons you shall also redeem. So, like, what's going on here is, as I read the text, and as a number of scholars read a text like this, it looks like there's this has something to do with offering your firstborn son as a sacrifice, based on some of the words that are used and based on the verbiage, right? But maybe someone else has come along and provided this redemption clause where at some point in time this has become odious. We don't do this anymore. So we've provided an out. In this case, it's circumcision. In other cases, but that's the thing too, the redemption of the firstborn, depending on which text you're reading, is not consistent. So here in Exodus, circumcision is the way that you redeem the firstborn. Elsewhere in like the book of Numbers, you pay money to have them redeemed, or in another text you sacrifice an animal in their place. So there's these markers in the text, like there's this inconsistent, people are clearly bothered by this, right? This fact that Yahweh has set aside the firstborn male boys to be his as a sacrifice, and they're very bothered by this, so they have developed different strategies to fix it. But then when you go to a text like this is probably the most explicit one, and that's Exodus chapter 22 verses 28. This is 29 in the English. This is what it says from the it says, do not withhold to make offerings of the fullness of your, it's like your wine vats and your grain, your harvest. Give them to me. Sorry, where am I? Yeah, okay. And then it says, the firstborn of your sons given to me. Do the same for your ox and your flock, your sheep. And then it says 7 days, he will be with his mother. On the 8th day, give him to me. Let me actually read a translation probably provides that. Let me just read like the NRSV here. It says, do not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days. This says it shall remain with your mother, but it's he. He shall remain with his mother. On the 8th day you shall give him to me. So this looks like, what do you do with these are offerings, right? You're giving your harvest, you're giving the outflow of your presses, like your vineyards, your wine. You're also giving your firstborn sons. This is what Yahweh says, give them to me. Then he says you're going to do the same for your oxen. You're going to do the same for your sheep. And then there's this parenthetical bit on the end here that says 7 days he is to remain with its mother. So theoretically, this seems to be referring 7 days, the firstborn of your oxen, of your sheep, of your sons shall remain with his mother. Then on the 8th day you shall give him to me. So observers have rightly pointed out that when you remove an infant from their mother after 7 days, they can't survive. So, I mean, what's happening here? It seems patently obvious, to me at least, that this is an instruction that Yahweh wants you to sacrifice your firstborn child as you would your ox and your flocks, and, the fullness of your harvest and the outflow of your presses. And I'll give you one more here. Ezekiel 25. And I'm going down to, is Ezekiel 25? No, sorry, I think it's Ezekiel 20. I always get these mixed up. Ezekiel chapter 20. Yes. Verse, that's it. It's if you scroll down to verse, I'll start here in Ezekiel 20. And I'll just read a little bit of this. Let's start in verse 18. And here Ezekiel's telling the story of what happened to the people of Israel after they came out, after they came out from Egypt, and then they were in the wilderness, right? So here Yahweh says, I said to their children in the wilderness, do not follow the statutes of your parents, nor observe their ordinances. I'm starting at verse 18. Nor defile yourselves with their idols. By the way, that word there, I think, is so that word there, their idols, is gelulechem. I particularly love what Francesca Stavrakopoulou does with this word in her book, God and Anatomy. That's another great one that you should be reading if you haven't read it already. But she translates this as shit gods. These are your
shit gods?
Shit gods. These are your feces.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's there's probably a good reason why your English translations don't say that, but that's what the language says. Anyways,
Oh, wow.
don't defile yourselves with their shit gods. I am Yahweh your God. Follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances, and hallow my Sabbaths, that they may be a sign between me and you, so that you may know that I am Yahweh, your God. But the children rebelled against me and did not follow my statutes, and were not careful to observe my ordinances, by whose observance anyone shall live. They profaned my Sabbaths. So it continues. Then I thought I would pour out my wrath upon them and spend my anger against them in the wilderness. But I withheld my hand and acted for the sake of my name, so that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations, in whose sight I had brought them out. Moreover, I swore to them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the nations and disperse them through the countries, because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Again, they're the shit gods of their fathers is what it says. So here's the kicker though. Here is what Yahweh says. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. Yahweh has given them these laws, right? Verse 26, I defiled them through their very gifts, probably offerings, when they offered up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am Yahweh. So this looks like Ezekiel saying, Yahweh speaking through Ezekiel saying, I gave you these bad laws, which commanded you to offer up your children as sacrifices. And I did this intentionally to defile you.
So whenever I read this, I knew that he was saying that he caused them to offer up their firstborn, but I thought he was saying that he caused them to do it to Molech. So this is him. This is him saying that he was causing them to offer up their firstborn to him.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the dirty little secret about Molech. There is no god Molech. This is the way most scholars are understanding this term now is not with reference to an actual deity that anybody actually worshipped, a god Molech. They understand it as a type of offering. It's it's come to be known as a Molech or a Molch offering. This is a specific type of offering of your firstborn son. And in the contexts where it's used, it's, there's some ambiguity in the Hebrew language by which it looks like it could be with reference to a god, right? But we now know, because we have inscriptions from Punic colonies and from other Phoenician settlements where they use the same term to refer to child sacrifice, but as a Molch offering. These are Molch offerings. So very often, I think it appears in Leviticus, right? You'll notice where Yahweh talks about, and in your English translation, if it talks about Yahweh being angry about the people making offerings to Molech, these are him being angry about them making Molch sacrifices. But he always says that these are taking place in the temple or the tabernacle, and they're defiling his sanctuary, right? So I suppose it's possible. That there, and I would tend to think too, from an historical perspective, the temple in Jerusalem was not just a temple to Yahweh. I think it's pretty clear that there were other deities worshipped there when it was first built, and for hundreds of years before it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar in the 6th century. But the way the text reads, it sure sounds like he's saying, I don't want you to make these Molch offerings, these child sacrifices to me, in those texts. And that's the way that Jeremiah seems to understand this too. In several places in Jeremiah, he says, he has Yahweh saying, I've never asked you to make Molch sacrifices. I never asked you to make these child sacrifices. It's something that never came to mind. I never asked for this. But the way that Jeremiah frames it, it really sounds like a what, me? No, never. What's that expression from Shakespeare? The lady doth protest too much. It sounds like that, right? Like he's yeah. So it's an interesting issue. It's a complex issue, but I think there's it's abundantly clear that Israelites were sacrificing children to Yahweh because that's what they thought he wanted. Because that's what that's what some Canaanite gods wanted. And Yahweh was just another Canaanite god. And there seems to be some echoes of that still in the text, even though these texts have been heavily redacted.
That's interesting. But so Abraham, so their ancestor gods were the Canaanite gods and not the Babylonian gods, or Chaldean gods.
Oh, it gets really complex, right? Because like it's both. Okay. And it just kind of depends on what text you're reading, because it's the texts have been cobbled together over a very long period of time, right? So some of these, and they're not, as my good friend Dan McClellan says, they're not univocal. They're like they're not all saying the same thing. So different texts will say different things and will draw from different religious traditions. Some, like I think a lot of what you find in the older texts of the Bible are clearly much more strongly influenced from surrounding Canaanite religion and culture. But then you've got layers on top of that, where you can see these later influences from the Babylonians. Like Genesis chapter 1, for example, I think is pretty obviously in response to the Enuma Elish, which was the Babylonian creation story, and something that would have become important and meaningful for these people only after Jerusalem was destroyed by the Babylonians.
And that makes sense. And then you can see the Persian influence with Zoroastrianism in the Genesis 1.
Yeah, that's in there too. Yeah. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask a question. The live is about to end. Well, I'm about to switch over and start reading the book. Okay. But so did Dan McClellan ever tell you why he's still a Christian after, like,
a Mormon?
I mean, a Mormon after like knowing after everything.
Yeah. Grad school and learning everything he learned, and he's chosen to be private about that, so he doesn't tell me that, right? But
I know it's the one question that a lot of people ask, because he's really good at like putting data over dogma, and like it just makes me wonder, like, okay, why is he hanging on to the religion or the title? But
so I know maybe I can probably say this much, like I know about Dan's story. Like we've talked a little bit about his journey, right? So I think what happened was he credits his Mormonism for kind of straightening him out, cleaning up his life, getting his shit together, right?
Okay.
So my suspicion is that he embedded himself within a healthy Mormon community and continues to find it useful and beneficial, and that's where he's at. I'm guessing here though on that part, right? He hasn't actually come straight out and told me that. He's just told me that he's still a Mormon. So but this is I just gonna say, this isn't unusual either though, right? Like I think it's funny, by the way, how crazy it drives people crazy that Dan is as opaque as he is about this stuff. But this is not unusual either. Like my Dr. Fodder, my dissertation supervisor at the University of Manchester, his wife is, I think she's retired now, but she was like a canon in the Anglican Church in England, and he went to church every Sunday, and he drove the old ladies to and from church who couldn't make it there themselves. He would put on puppet shows for the kids in church, all the while teaching at the University of Manchester. And this is the guy who, when I first arrived at Manchester and started my program, the very first thing he said to me, he said, "Look, this is a place where we're full of serious people doing serious research. So if you're here to discover the location of Noah's Ark, or to find the historical grounding for the resurrection, you're in the wrong place." So, like, there are lots of people in my field who are devoted, committed, confessing Christians, and yet know everything that I know and believe, like all of the things that I do about the text and the development of the religions, and how people thought of God and gods. So everyone's a little different, right?
Do they ever tell you why? Like what why they made the decision to remain a Christian
Well,
after finding
I mean,
out?
I can speak from my own experience, because I was a Christian for, I started university when I was 21 years old. I was a late bloomer, and I finished grad school when I was 20. How old was I? That was 30. I think I was almost 30. I was 29 when I finished grad school. And I can tell you that by the time I was finished grad school, I was a pretty thoroughly a critical scholar. And I was at the point where I didn't believe in the virgin birth. I didn't believe in the miracles of Jesus. I didn't believe most of the things that were purported in the Bible, and I had adopted the critical explanations for these things. But I continued to choose. I chose to continue identifying as a Christian because, in the first place, it was good for my family. I felt the community that we had managed to surround ourselves with in the church where we attended was good. So we wanted to hold on to that. And for the longest time, it was all about that. For me, it was about staying connected to a community that was helpful to me and to my family when my kids were younger, right? But then then we went to Norway. I spent 3 years working in Norway, and we stopped going to church, mostly out of necessity, because none of us knew the language when we arrived. And it was very difficult as a result of that. And it didn't take long, though, before all of us, my wife, me, my kids, all of us, came to the conclusion that church is kind of boring and, feels a little bit pointless, given that we're all sort of in this place where the only reason we hold on to it is because of the social benefit.
Mm.
I also wonder if there's such a huge divide between just the lay religious person and scholarship around the text and
Oh
the
my
belief
gosh.
system as a whole. And I'm wondering if, Dan staying around or anybody staying around could be based on the fact that you can accomplish a whole lot more if you have access to the inner workings of an organization. And because of that divide, we see the damage that, people truly believing that a virgin gave birth, people truly believing that a snake talked, perhaps him being able to critically think through these things, yet being able to also identify the benefits of the community that religion does often bring. Maybe that
Yeah.
has something to do with it. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of, because if you don't believe these things and you know that the research that you've done has absolutely debunked a lot of these claims, what else could be the reason that you're hanging on to it?
I think that's on point. I'm sorry, I don't. I feel bad. I don't know anybody who's on stage here. So
Oh,
who
that's
is
Fee.
that?
She's a co-host here.
Yeah, yeah.
Fee.
Okay. Hi, it's nice to meet you.
As
um,
well.
but I think that's I think you're probably right about that. Me and again, uh, maybe not for everyone, but I think there's certainly, and maybe that is a lot of what Dan is trying to do too. And I think that's super valuable because, like, as much as people don't believe me when I tell them this, I'm not trying to deconvert people. I'm just honestly not. Um, and I don't care if anyone, I don't care what anyone believes insofar as it doesn't affect me or anyone else.
I think you and I
So
have the same view on that. Like, it's
yeah,
the beliefs that affect the laws,
yeah,
the family divides, right? Like,
yeah, yeah.
the mental health, the greed, things like that,
Mhm.
um, the indifference that I see, the Christian belief, and I can only talk about the Christian belief because that's what I was,
Me too. Yeah.
indoctrinated in. Because a lot of people come in and say, "Why don't you talk about Islam? Why don't you talk about Buddhism?" I don't know anything about that. I wasn't raised in that community, so I can't talk about that. But I see how Christianity affects my life on a daily. My family is very Christian. The beliefs that my family hold has affected my relationship with me and my mom. It's not as close as I would like it to be, but we've worked through that. But it's the I say that the Christian God is very real in the actions of its believers, because the believers
Mm-hmm.
carry
Yep.
out, yeah, they carry out their
Yep.
beliefs, and we see that in the world. And so that's why I do what I do and study.
Yeah.
Um, I'm very into the research and the cultural aspect of it, the history, and even
Love it.
all the way down to like Assyria and Babylon and Egypt and Rome,
Nice.
and learning all of that. It's turned into a whole ass scavenger hunt for me. And so I get excited when I learn new things. And then I love having these types of discussions because it helps, it broadens my horizons and helps me see things, when it comes to society, in a different way also. And then it helps me to understand where believers are coming from too. Because one thing I'm trying to learn is how to have empathy for them. Oh my gosh. It is so hard
Mm-hmm.
to, you know what I'm saying? Because like they're willing to lie to themselves, so they're also willing to lie to other people for the sake of their belief. And it's hard to find respect for that. But at the same time, I am learning that some of them just don't know that's what they're doing because they've
Yeah.
been indoctrinated into this. They are afraid to be without the God because of they're riddled with fear of hell, of punishment. And they've been told that if they don't have this God, something bad's going to happen to them, or they won't eat tomorrow. They're going to lose their job, their house. You know what I'm saying? So I get that, that aspect of it, but also like some of them just come in here and they're just straight out. If there were demons on the earth, like if I believed in
Ugh.
demons, some of them come in here and they would be the demons that I think that they're afraid of.
Right.
But yeah, so
Yep. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. So, and I think that's what I like. That's what I'm trying to do too. Is instead of expending my energy to deconvert people, it just seems much more useful to and I don't think I have much to offer except that I know the Bible pretty good. So like if I can help people to gain a clear understanding of what this text is and how to read it and how to be responsible with it, right?
mm-hmm.
You know, so that you're not so that you're not you know, accidentally promoting slavery. That's better. So let's do that, shall we? Yeah. So that's certainly a more achievable goal.
Yeah, because for me, I don't think anybody would ever be able to prove or disprove whether a deity exists, because at some point there's always
Yep.
going to be this line of plausibility, right? Because we just don't
Exactly.
have that scope.
Yep.
And I just, to me, I don't find any, like the conversations sometimes are cool to listen to, but I don't see any concrete value in either side of that argument, um, other than who is more intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like a battle of the
Right.
wits.
Yep.
Those are good for that. But when it comes to change in society and the progress of humans, I do think discussing the belief systems that we hold is where the meat is, and how we get to a point to where we are respecting and seeing each other as humanity again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's in these belief systems that we hold.
Amen.
Yeah. But
Well,
I
listen,
enjoyed
this
having
has
you on,
been,
Dr. Kip.
thank you. This has been a pleasure.
You're welcome back anytime. We're here Sunday through Thursday. I take Friday and Saturday off, but Sunday through Thursday we're here from 11 p.m. Central to 10 a.m. Central the next morning. So I do
That's
third
pretty
shift.
wild. Wow.
So yeah, we do third shift for those that work. We started it, didn't expect it to grow like this. We started for people that work third shift so they can have something to
Yeah.
listen to while they work, and it just
Yeah.
grew. So
Wow. Well, that's really cool. It's very impressive. I've been listening for, well, Josh got me onto your thread. So I've been listening for a couple weeks now, and I am sufficiently impressed with the stuff that you guys are doing. So
thank you.
but
That is a
I'm
huge
gonna,
compliment. I appreciate that.
yeah, for sure.
Now I get to
So
go tell my kids, "Hey, Dr. Kip Davis came on my live today." I
who?
can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I got to run. So, yeah, I'm yeah, I'll probably, I'm happy to come back if you'll have me from time to time. So,
Most definitely.
thanks everyone. How do I get off of here?
We'll drop you down.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
All right, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. The Christians apologists in the comments was pissed. They were pissed
Oh,
in
yes.
the
What kind
comments.
of doctor are you? Where did you get your PhD from?
But yeah, like learning, like it's understandable now, because like that's one thing that always like bugged me about, not bugged me because I love Dan McClellan's work, but I've always wondered like why is he still holding on to the title. But it makes sense what you said, Fee. uh staying close to an organization so you can possibly change it from within, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
And I mean, it's total conjecture. Like, I have no
yeah,
idea, right? But when I think about
right.
it, and I think that that gap between the scholarly research of this data and the information that is available that the average churchgoer has no clue about, and the fact that he gets on TikTok and he makes these videos and he responds to things and he, you know, brings receipts, I think that is very powerful. And it's difficult to reason with a person when you're a non-believer. Well, you hear it all the time. Oh, well, you don't believe. Bash just heard it yesterday. Like, you read the scriptures this way because you don't believe. Well, you have a person that is a believer that's able to look at this through a scholarly lens and still hold on to their faith or their belief, but accept the fact that this shit just simply isn't true and it isn't what you think. So, I mean, good, bad, or indifferent, I can kind of see it both ways.
Yeah, I agree. And it kind of like, now I don't have to wonder so hard anymore, because it bothered me, because I, like, in the back of my head I was like, did he find something that he's not sharing? Like, what is it that's making him hang on to it? Because it's like, I was like, is it some research that he has not shared yet? Like, I don't know. But okay, y'all. So now we're about to switch over to how to read the Bible. I don't know if there's any other deconstruction lives going on right now. If this is not the part of the live that you want to stay and listen to, because it's just me reading. Who's live right now? Maybe Afro atheists, African atheists. Crystal J, I think, is live. If you're looking for more deconstruction conversations. But yeah, let's get started. And then if you're about to leave, we will be back at 11 o'clock tonight. And yeah, and we don't do Freeform Friday anymore. So I saw somebody ask that in the chat. We don't do Freeform Friday anymore, unfortunately. Oh, and Kate is live. If y'all want to go to Kate's live, Kate is live. All right. So this one is about two models of God and the God of old. All right. How the God depicted in Genesis and other parts of the Bible differs from later depictions. Who said bye, Christians? Gargar. Yeah, the arguing is over.
Yeah.
Consider, huh?
So you know they're about to stick around on quiet mode.
I don't know. Christians don't like to read. Like, most of them don't like to read. Can y'all read that now? Do I need to go bigger?
Well, I can't see it.
We good there?
That's better for me.
I think I have to get it a little bit smaller, y'all, because I have to there we go. I think that's about as big as I can get it there. Okay. All right. How the God depicted in Genesis and other parts of the Bible differs from later depictions. Considered from a distance, the Bible actually seems to present two radically different ways of thinking about God. Let us put aside the story of Abraham for a minute in order to consider a somewhat broader question. What is God like in the Genesis narratives? What sorts of things can he do and know? Where is he to be found, and how does he interact with human beings? To ask these questions is to highlight an aspect of the Bible not often discussed, but one that is very important to understanding what the Bible is saying. There were, in fact, two quite different ways of conceiving of God in biblical times. One way is familiar to us because it is the later conception of God, the one that was consequently passed on to Judaism and Christianity at the end of the biblical period and has been with us in some form ever since. According to this model, and I mean model here in the same sense that today's physicists use the word, that is, a way of trying to conceptualize something that is not directly perceivable by the senses. God is everywhere all at once. That is, he is omnipresent and concomitantly omniscient. He knows everything. Indeed, he is also all powerful, omnipotent. There is the later model. Its beginnings are to be located in the 6th century BCE or so, though it does not appear fully until the end of the biblical period. The earlier model, found in many of the narratives of Genesis and Exodus and Joshua and Judges, as well as in numerous Psalms and prophecies and laws, might be defined as everything that the later model is not. That is, earlier biblical texts do not seem to presume that God is everywhere simultaneously. On the contrary, he often goes from one place to another. For example, in the brief narrative of the Tower of Babel examined earlier, God says about the tower builders, "Let us go down and confuse their speech." Genesis 11:7. This implies that he is not down at the time he speaks these words. He is somewhere up, presumably in heaven. Similarly, with regard to the wicked cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, God exclaims, "The outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin is so grievous. I will go down and see if they have indeed gone astray, as their cry indicates, and if not, then I will find that out too." Genesis 18:20-21. In fact, this sentence also implies that God is not omniscient either. He hears the sound but has to go down and check in order to be sure what it means. In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve hear God walking about in the garden at the time of the evening breeze. Genesis 3:8. Walking is not something you do if you are omnipresent, even in heaven. According to some biblical texts, God needs a means of transportation. "Behold, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud." Isaiah 19:1. He rode on a cherub and flew off. He was seen on the wings of the wind. Psalms 22:11. "Make way for him who rides on the clouds." Psalm 68:4 and 5. The Garden of Eden story also seems to presume that God does not necessarily know everything. Thus, as we have seen, after Adam and Eve hide among the trees and bushes of the garden, God calls out, "Where are you?" Genesis 3:9. On the face of it, this question implies that he himself does not know. Similarly, God asks Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" It is only in the next sentence, when he presumably comes closer to Cain and hears, "Your brother's blood crying out to me from the ground," Genesis 4:10, that God discovers the horrible truth. Later on, God tests Abraham by telling him to sacrifice his beloved son. What would be the point of God conducting such a test if he were all-knowing and thus knew how the test would end before it took place? On the contrary, after it is over, God says to Abraham, "Now I know that you are someone who fears God." Genesis 22:12. Presumably before the test, he did not know. What these texts imply about God's fitness is sometimes put in the most vivid terms. Many of these early texts seem to maintain that God has an actual body, a discrete physical being. True, people do not often see this body, but that is not because the human eye cannot perceive it, but for another reason entirely. To see it is dangerous. So when Moses requests to see God's glory, his physical being, God answers, "No one can see me and live." This is not the answer a later theologian might expect. "Sorry, Moses, I have no body for you to see," or "You can never see me because I am invisible. In fact, I am everywhere all at once." God does indeed have a body in these ancient texts, but because of the danger associated with catching sight of him, he usually is said to appear surrounded by a protective cloud in order to shield human eyes from danger. Frequently, he is also said to send a special kind of intermediary, an angel, to pass on his message to human beings. Because in this earlier model, God is deemed to have a body, it is no surprise that numerous passages refer to God's face, hand, eyes, ears, arm, fingers, and so forth. Interpreters have often asserted that these expressions are not to be taken literally, but there is no real basis for this assertion other than the fact that such human body parts did not go well with the interpreter's own conception of God as bodiless and omnipresent. That is the second model. Indeed, God's body in these early texts is not only apparently similar to a human being's, it's also not much bigger. Thus, God speaks to Moses face to face as one man speaks to another. Exodus 33:11, Deuteronomy 34:10. and mouth to mouth, Numbers 12 and 8. At one point, he stands next to Moses and then passes in front of him, Exodus 34 5 through 6. It is difficult to imagine a huge cosmic deity or even one significantly bigger than an ordinary man doing such things. These facts are nothing new. Scholars and ordinary readers of the Bible have known about them for centuries. But for centuries, their real significance was missed. People took such attributions of human traits to God as merely a poor or imperfect representation of what was called above the second or later model of God in the biblical period. In other words, people thought that if the Bible here and there represents God as finite or human-like, saying that he has a body and walks, talks, grows, angry, is pleased, and so forth, it did not really mean these things. It misrepresented the second model because omnipresence and omniscience were concepts too hard for ordinary people to grasp in biblical times, or because, a somewhat different argument, this was the only sort of language available to them to describe him. But when one considers the matter, this argument actually appears rather weak. Certainly, there would be no difficulty in saying in biblical Hebrew, God is in every place. The eye of man cannot see him, or the like, and it is hard to imagine the ordinary biblical Israelite would find such an assertion particularly difficult to grasp. After all, parents who talk to their children about God nowadays usually say such things by the time the child is 5 or 6 or 7, with no apparent incomprehension on the child's part. With the rise of modern biblical scholarship, an interesting variant on this argument has developed. It is not that biblical authors use anthropomorphism to get their message across to simple people, but rather that authors themselves were simple people. They did not have today's sophisticated understanding of God and so expressed themselves in the concrete, simple terms we know. Or, to put it a little more gently, God relied on the contemporary culture of his penmen when he inspired them to write, so that their way of putting things inevitably reflects their own culture's form of expression. This too misses the fundamental point. The Bible's earlier way of representing God is not a poor version of the latter way. It is based on a completely different model, a completely different way of conceiving of God's being, and one that could hardly be described, as many modern scholars imply, as unsophisticated. In some ways, in fact, it is more sophisticated than the latter model that replaced it. The key to understanding the essence of this earlier model comes from something just mentioned, the fact that, in various stories in Genesis and elsewhere, God sends angels to meet with various human beings. There are a great many such encounters in the book of Genesis, for example, with Abraham and Sarah, and Hagar and Jacob, and elsewhere in the Bible with Moses and Balaam and Joshua and so forth. What is striking in all these encounters is that the angel never looks like an angel. Unlike the angels represented in medieval paintings, these biblical angels never have flowing wings or halos or light that radiates out of their garments. They look exactly like ordinary human beings, at least at first. That is why the biblical account of these meetings always goes to the trouble of narrating a moment of confusion, during which people in question think they are talking to some ordinary person. This confusion goes on for a while, and then somehow it suddenly dawns on the humans that they are actually talking to an angel, at which time they fall to the ground in reverence. Here is one very brief example from the book of Joshua. And it came to pass, when Joshua was in Jericho, that he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, a man was standing across from him with his sword drawn in his hand. So Joshua went up and asked him, "Are you one of us or one of our enemies?" And he answered, "Neither, but I am the chief of the Lord's army. I have just arrived." Then Joshua fell down to the ground in prostration and said to him, "What does my Lord wish to say to his servant?" And the chief of the Lord's army said to Joshua, "Take your shoe from your foot, for the place upon which you are standing is holy." And Joshua did so. Joshua 5:13-15. When the chief of the Lord's army, an angel, first appears before Joshua, he looks altogether like an ordinary person, and this apparently makes Joshua a little nervous. After all, people with friendly intentions don't usually come at you with their swords drawn. On second thought, however, Joshua thinks this man may actually be one of his own troops or some allied fighter, hence his question, "Are you one of us or one of our enemies?" As soon as this angel tells Joshua who he really is, however, Joshua recognizes his mistake at once. He falls down in abject obeisance and waits for further instructions. A somewhat longer moment of confusion occurs in the book of Judges. There was a certain man from Soriah, a Danite, by the name of Manoah, whose wife was barren and had borne no children. Now the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, "Though you are barren and have not borne, yet you shall become pregnant and give birth to a son. But you must be careful not to drink wine or strong drink, nor may you eat anything impure. And after your pregnancy, when you give birth to a son, no razor shall touch his head, for the boy will be a Nazarite of God from the time of his birth." Then the woman went and told her husband, "A man of God, that is a prophet, came to me, but he looked very frightening, like an angel of God. So I did not ask him where he was from, and he did not tell me his name." Then Manoah prayed to the Lord and said, "O my Lord, let the man of God whom you sent come to us again and instruct us what to do for the boy to be born." God heeded Manoah's prayer, and the angel of God returned to the woman while she was sitting outside, but her husband Manoah was not with her. So the woman quickly ran back and told her husband and said, "That same man is back who came to me the other time." Manoah went and followed his wife until he came to the man and asked him, "Are you the man who spoke with my wife?" And he said, "Yes." Manoah said, If what you said is true, then what are we supposed to do with the boy?" The angel of the Lord said to Manoah, "Let your wife be careful about everything I told her." Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "Permit us to detain you and kill a goat for your dinner." The angel of the Lord said to Manoah, "Though you detain me, I will not be able to eat your food. But if you wish to make a burnt offering to the Lord, then send it up." Because Manoah did not recognize or realize that he was an angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, "What is your name? For when what you said comes true, we will want to honor you." The angel replied, "Why should you be asking about my name, since it cannot be known?" Then Manoah took the goat and the grain offering and offered them up to the Lord on a rock, and something wondrous happened while Manoah and his wife were watching. As the flames were rising up from the altar toward the sky, the angel of the Lord rose up in the flames of the altar. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell on their faces to the ground. The angel of the Lord never again appeared to Manoah and his wife. Thus Manoah understood that it was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, "We will surely die, because we have seen God." But his wife said to him, "If the Lord wanted to kill us, he certainly would not have accepted the burnt offering and grain offering, and he would not have shown us all these things. In fact, he would not let us be hearing this now." And the woman gave birth to a son and called him Samson. Judges 13:2-24. Here, it is not a moment of confusion, but a considerably longer one, perhaps several days. At first, Manoah's wife, unnamed in the story, thinks her visitor is a man of God. This is one of the terms used in the Bible for a prophet. Indeed, it is easy to understand her confusion. After all, she meets someone who appears altogether human-like. And if he has announced that her barren womb will soon be opened and has further instructed her about preparing her future son to be a Nazarite to God, she draws the logical conclusion. The person to whom she was speaking must indeed have been some sort of prophet foretelling the future. Her husband Manoah then asked God to send the man of God back again, and when he reappears, what Manoah's wife says only seems to underline the couple's confusion. "That same man is back who came to me the other time," she announces, and Manoah then asks him, "Are you the man who spoke with my wife?" Apparently, this God-sent messenger looks very much like an ordinary person, although we are meant to remember the first impression of Manoah's wife, namely, that the stranger appeared very frightening, like an angel of God. He is not altogether ordinary looking. We, of course, appreciate the irony. The narrator has already said that this is actually an angel, and as if to stress the fact, the narrator then repeats that it is the angel of the Lord, whom Manoah invites to share a meal with his wife and himself. But they perceive nothing unusual. Now, it was apparently a well known fact that angels do not eat or drink. So, to the listener, the angel's response to Manoah's invitation is altogether comprehensible. I cannot eat the animal you propose to serve me, so perhaps you should offer it as a sacrifice instead. Such a response ought to have tipped off the hospitable couple as well, but it does not. They seem to be in some sort of fog. Instead, they just go ahead as instructed and prepare a sacrifice. By this point, the narrative tension is almost unbearable. We know what is happening, but poor Manoah and his wife are still in the dark. When will they figure it out? Even the angel's cryptic response to their request to know his name, "Do not ask about my name since it cannot be known," does not seem to trigger any response in them. Apparently still in a fog, they simply shrug it off and go on with their preparations for their sacrificial offering. It is only when the angel ascends to heaven on the flames of the altar that Manoah and his wife finally understand, and then their reaction is identical to that of Joshua above. They fall down on the ground in prostration. This is reminiscent of yet another encounter with unrecognized angels, this one bringing us back to the book of Genesis and the story of Abraham. After he has journeyed to the land of Canaan, Abraham settles in Mamre, near Hebron. The Lord appeared to him, Abraham, at the oak trees of Mamre, where he is sitting near the door of his tent during the hot part of the day. He looked up and saw 3 men standing near him. As soon as he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed to the ground. "Gentlemen," he said, "if you please, do not, I pray, just pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought so that you can wash your feet and rest underneath this tree. Then I will fetch a bit of bread so that you may satisfy your hunger before resuming your journey. After all, you have come this way to your servant's place." They replied, "Do just as you have said." Then Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said, "Quick, knead 3 seahs of choice flour and make some loaves." Next, Abraham ran to the cattle and chose a calf nice and tender, which he gave to the servant boy to prepare quickly. After that, he took curds and milk, along with the calf that had been prepared, and set them out before them. Then he stood by under a tree while they ate. They said to him, "Where is your wife Sarah?" And he answered, "In there, inside the tent." Then one said, "I will be back this time next year, and your wife Sarah will have a son." Sarah had been listening at the door of the tent, which was in back of him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in years. Sarah had stopped having the periods that women have, so Sarah laughed to herself, saying, After I am all used up, will I still have relations? Not to mention that my husband is old too." Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh, saying, 'Can I really give birth, old as I am?' Is anything too much for the Lord? I will be back this time next year, and Sarah will have a son." In this narrative, unlike the incident with Manoah and his wife, we are not told that Abraham ever really understood who his visitors were. The passage begins by asserting that the Lord appeared to Abraham, but this assertion seems to come from the narrator's point of view. What Abraham sees is 3 men standing near him, and his exaggerated courtesy and zeal is preparing a meal for his unannounced guest, seems intended simply to show what a generous host he is. It is no indication that Abraham has somehow figured out his visitor's secret identity. Indeed, later interpreters of the story like to stress that Abraham had no idea who he was serving. In any event, just like Manoah and his wife, Abraham wishes to feed the visiting strangers, and they agree to eat, or at least pretend to. Their gruff answer to Abraham's invitation, "Do just as you have said," might have tipped Abraham off that these were no ordinary visitors, but he seems to notice nothing unusual. He tells Sarah and the servant boy to prepare the food without mentioning who these guests are. Apparently, he himself has no idea. Even their question, "Where is your wife Sarah?" But how do these strangers know his wife's name? Seems to arouse no curiosity in Abraham. Like Manoah and his wife, Abraham seems to be in some sort of fog. As in the previous example, the moment of confusion here is much more than a moment. It is apparently dragged out throughout the stranger's meal. But in the end, the truth does seem to have dawned on both of them. For when God says to Abraham, "Why does Sarah laugh? Is anything too much for the Lord?" Sarah immediately denies it because she was frightened. If she is frightened, it would seem that she has figured out with whom she is speaking. But not much is made of this. The moment of recognition here, if that is what it is, certainly seems to receive less attention than the moment of confusion that precedes it. Apparently, there is something essential about these moments of confusion. Otherwise, there would be no reason to keep including them in all these narratives. In order to understand what that something is, it is necessary to observe another point about all these passages. While the angel is unrecognized at first, mistaken for an ordinary human being, after the recognition takes place, something equally striking occurs. Usually, it is no longer an angel at all that is speaking, but God Himself. Thus, in the passage above about Abraham and the three men, these three effortlessly slide into being God at some point. Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why does Sarah laugh?" After the angel has ascended on the flames of the altar, Manoah and his wife are worried. "We will surely die," they say, "because we have seen God." "Go with these men," the angel says to Balaam, and yet another moment of confusion. Numbers 22:35. "But speak only what I tell you to speak." These words may be said by an angel, but they are God's words. The "I" here refers to God and not some separate intermediary. Note that God utters virtually the same sentence to Balaam, but without any intermediary in a dream the night before. Numbers 22:20. In a sense, then the angel is never really an angel. At first, he looks like a man, but then he turns out to be God. Here is another vivid example involving Abraham's grandson Jacob. And Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until the break of day. When he saw that he could not overcome him, he wrenched Jacob's hip in his socket, so that the socket of Jacob's hip was strained in the fight with him. Then he said, "Let go of me, since it is getting to be dawn." But Jacob said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." He said, "What is your name?" And he answered, "Jacob." And he said, "Your name will not be Jacob any longer, but Israel, since you have struggled with God and with men and have prevailed." Then Jacob said to him, "Please now tell me your name." He answered, "Why should you be asking for my name?" And he blessed him there. Jacob named the place Peniel, saying, "I have seen God face to face, and yet my life has been spared." Genesis 32:24-29. At the beginning of the passage, Jacob's wrestling partner is a man, and the fight lasts the whole night. But when the stranger is asked to bless Jacob, he obliges by giving him a new name and explaining that you have struggled with God. In a similar vein, Jacob names the place Peniel because "I have seen God face to face." In other words, there really is no angel here at all, only an initial optical illusion, a man who actually turns out to be God. What does it all mean? These narratives are really predicated on the first model mentioned above. It presumes that God does indeed have some kind of physical existence, a body. Why not? But that in this physical existence, he usually is simply elsewhere, in what one might call another dimension. He stands just behind the curtain of the everyday world. Normally, that is where he stays, but sometimes he crosses over to our side, and when he does, human beings are at first unaware of what they are perceiving. They are in a fog, perhaps because we normally perceive things through our five senses. A person at first encountering God will, in this first model, think that those senses are what is doing the perceiving. The person thus sees another human or hears his voice. Then after a while, the person suddenly understands that all this is an illusion. He is not seeing or hearing at all. At that point, he falls to his knees in reverence, and from now on, it is God Himself who addresses him. In a way, the moment of confusion that accompanied the first model seems to have been analogous to dreaming. When people describe a dream they had, they say things like, I saw this man coming towards me and he was wearing a blue shirt, a blue suit, and had a little pearl handled revolver in his hand. Then suddenly I heard a scream and I turned around. But of course, the dreamer did not actually see or hear anything. His eyes were closed the whole night, and his ears were simply shut off to outside noise. Nevertheless, whatever it was that was going on inside his brain was being processed as if there were actual visual and auditory stimuli. In fact, sleep researchers have discovered that a dreamer's eyes will actually dart about needlessly behind his closed eyelids during a dream, as if he were actually seeing something. The biblical figures who encounter angels are not asleep, but what these texts seem to be saying is that their brains, like the brains of dreamers, initially process the experience as if it were taking place out there, with some actual person who looks a certain way and speaks certain words. Sorry, y'all. Only later does it become clear that the person being seen and heard is an illusion. The person becomes God Himself, and He is not out there at all. At that point, the human being falls to the ground in reverence and God speaks to him directly. What caused this first model of God to be created? The question is really backwards, as we shall see. The question should really be, what caused the second model to be created? The repeated portrayal of someone in a fog, someone upon whom it suddenly dawns that he has been talking to an optical illusion and that he is actually addressing God. This all has the ring of truth. However, conventionalized, such portrayals may even eventually have become behind them seems to stand a lived reality. Thus, although these narratives are all talking about figures from the past, they themselves sound a bit like reports of a world not unfamiliar to the writers and listeners of these texts. It is the second model that requires explanation. It represents a certain shift in perception, an ideological shift, and one that came about in a specific set of circumstances far later in the history of biblical Israel. So, what is God like in Genesis narratives? What sorts of things can He do and know? Where is He to be found? And how does He interact with human beings? God is in some ways like a human being, although, of course, He is powerful. Indeed, the power to do and control things that humans cannot is actually what defines the crucial difference between God and us. However, rather than being omnipresent, God in Genesis is frequently said to move about from place to place, and He apparently does not automatically just know everything. He can find things out, but that is not quite the same thing. As for where He is, normally He is simply elsewhere, behind the curtain of everyday reality, but from time to time He crosses into this world. When He does so and encounters human beings, He inevitably appears to them at first as having a human-sized or human-shaped body, so that the humans naturally think that they are encountering an ordinary person. So locked are they into their usual ways of perception, sight, and sound that they miss even the most obvious clues as to His real identity. They are in a fog. But then suddenly the truth dawns on them and they realize that God is right there in front of them. This is the true God of much of the book of Genesis, indeed, of much of the Bible as a whole. To say this is once again to highlight the gap between what we now know about the Bible and what ancient interpreters thought. From the end of the biblical period on, people have always read the stories of Genesis in keeping with the second model. That is why they say that God's question to Adam and Eve, "Where are you?" was really no question at all, but an expression of reproof or lament. Where are you now? And from what good have you removed yourself, O man? Philo, or how could you imagine it possible to hide from me, the Targum, pseudo Jonathan? As for God's question to Cain, where is your brother Abel? Josephus and other interpreters explained it as no real question at all, but a mere interrogating tactic designed to get Cain to show his true colors. Of course, God knew, these interpreters claimed. Divine omniscience was the whole point of the story. The same was true of divine omnipresence. Abel's great virtue, Josephus says, is that he believed that God was with him in all his actions. But this is the later model talking. During the earlier part of the biblical period, God does not dwell in the abstractions of omniscience and omnipresence. Instead, he is right there, ready to enter and cross over into the human sphere, though unrecognized at first. Even people of an abstract turn of mind may find themselves drawn willy-nilly to the God of old. When the great French mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal, 1623 to 62, died, his coat was discovered to contain a piece of paper sewn inside the lining. On it were written a few disjointed sentences, but they said much about what this extraordinary thinker carried literally closest to his heart. In part, the paper read, Fire, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, not the God of philosophers and scholars. The world has not known you, but I have known you. Joy, 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 tears of joy. I didn't get that last part. Like, what was he saying? That mathematician was saying about the differences between the two models. What, like, is he saying that he knows him like personally, like that he's seen God, or is he saying that he goes by the second model? I didn't get this last part. Do you?
I couldn't figure out which way he meant it either.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And then I kind of expected him to go into like what made them go to the second model, right? Like the history in switching the models.
Yeah, or at least the rationale behind it.
Yeah. Because I think like logically, right, we can see that the God is presenting itself as a human. That's logically, but at some point in history, they decided to make the God immaterial. But I think that's something that I'll look deeper into. But I also think that he didn't highlight the angel that, or the God that came to Manoah and his wife, said that he could not eat the food that humans eat. But then when the God came to Abraham, he does appear to sit down and eat, because it says that Abraham stood behind them while they ate.
Yeah, and was this from the same source?
That's a good question, because in that same chapter, Abraham takes a walk with this God, because he's saying that the angels, or the humans, that the angels that look like humans then morph and just become the God. So at some point, Abraham knew that he was talking to the God, and then he takes a walk with him, and we get like an inner monologue of this God. Like he's talking to himself, and he's like, sorry y'all, he's talking to himself, and he's like, should I tell Abraham what I'm about to do to Sodom and Gomorrah? Like we get that inner monologue of the God. And then Abraham is like, are you really gonna do that? So like he, at some point, Abraham realized that he was talking to this God.
Right.
So like he didn't go into that.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. All right. So the trials of Abraham, the sacrifice of Isaac. Abraham the tested, the man of faith. Sarah captured, Sodom and Gomorrah, the offering of Isaac. Abraham's life hardly went smoothly. From his youth on into old age, a series of events brought him hardship and suffering. What had the Bible intended by recounting Abraham's troubles? The bare facts of Abraham's biblical biography are simple. From his native he is said to have moved with his family to Haran and modern northern Mesopotamia. In northern Mesopotamia, and from there he continued on to Canaan. But life was not easy for Abraham in his new home. At the time of his arrival, Canaan was in the midst of a famine, so he and Sarah found themselves obliged to continue on to Egypt in search of food. There, the Egyptian king, believing Sarah to be Abraham's sister, took her to the royal palace, presumably to be part of his harem. Genesis 12:15. It was only after God afflicted him that the king returned her to Abraham, and they left Egypt for Canaan. After the couples returned to Canaan, a major war broke out between the kings of 5 Canaanite cities and the rulers of 4 foreign nations, Genesis 14. And Abraham's nephew Lot was caught up in the fray and taken prisoner. Abraham found himself obliged to enter the war with his own corps of retainers, and he eventually succeeded in freeing Lot, Genesis 14:16. But his troubles were far from over. Abraham and Sarah had long been childless. At Sarah's urging, Abraham sought to have a child with Sarah's servant Hagar, and in due time Ishmael was born. Afterward, however, tensions developed between Sarah and her servant. Meanwhile, Sarah did at long last succeed in becoming pregnant, and she bore a son, Isaac. Displeased with the behavior of Hagar and Ishmael, Sarah now demanded that they be banished. Despite his own feelings for his son, Abraham did as his wife asked. Hagar and Ishmael were cast out. Now Sarah and Abraham were left with their only son, Isaac. No sooner was grown, however, than God confronted Abraham. No sooner was Isaac grown, however, than God confronted Abraham with what seemed like his greatest challenge of all. He ordered him to take his beloved son to the land of Moriah and offer him up as a sacrifice on an altar. Abraham set out to do as he was told, but at the last minute God relented, and God offered a ram on the altar in place